From a Stronghold NPC to the final boss chapter 868 to chapter 949. As for the demon abyss, the undying indestructibility of the evil demons should not be true undying indestructibility. Because there has never been true immortality in the world. The demons in the demon abyss look similar to the players at first glance, but it can't be related to true power. With Xianxia's knowledge, he naturally understood how difficult it was to come into contact with true power. If any of the demons had true strength, it would undoubtedly be a fantasy. According to his assumption, the demon's immortality should be related to the Tao fruit's physical body. In the universe, the Tao fruit also had the trait of being immortal. However, this trait was completely different from the player's undying trait. No matter how strong the Tao fruit's immortality was, it was on an illusory level and could not transcend the essence of the universe. In other words, if he wanted to truly kill the demons, he didn't necessarily have to rely on Zhu Bing. There must be other ways. Xianxia watched the heavenly tribulation descend, and his thoughts had already drifted to the demon abyss. Aside from the demon abyss, the simplest and most direct way to kill the demons is probably to break through all methods with brute force. As long as the power is strong enough and transcends a certain limit, then the demons can be completely wiped out. To deal with the power of the Tao fruit level, at least the same level of power is needed. In other words, the innate cardinal treasures of other eras and other divine weapons comparable to innate cardinal treasures can truly kill the demons. Thinking of this, Xianxia was somewhat certain. It was just that there were no demons for him to experiment with now, so he didn't dare to be 100% sure. However, against the demons, Xianxia wasn't worried about not being able to kill the demons. Not to mention that he had so many tricks up his sleeve, just the Red Lotus of Purgation, which involved the true level, could make the demons in the demon abyss wait for death. The only shortcoming of the Red Lotus of Purgation was that it wasn't strong enough and couldn't forcefully kill some powerful demons. Otherwise, right now, he wanted to charge into the Devil Abyss and throw down a Red Lotus to exterminate all the evil spirits. The most direct way to improve the Red Lotus of Purgation is to refine powerful creatures. If the Godslayer doesn't want to go through the 8th calamity, then the remaining astral beasts are enough for me to use. Xianxia placed his hopes of improving the Red Lotus of Purgation on those star beasts. However, there was a precondition to this, and that was that Godslayer didn't want to continue transcending the tribulation. Otherwise, he would still leave the astral beast to Godslayer. The reason was simple. Compared to increasing the power of the Red Lotus of Purgation, the Zhu Bing of 8-9 tribulations was more useful. By the time all the remaining astral beasts were killed, even if the surging energy within was not enough for the Godslayer to pass through the 9th calamity, passing through the 8th calamity would not be a problem. As for how you're going to do it, it depends on whether you're brave enough. Looking at the Godslayer fighting against the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia thought to himself. The opportunity was right here. Whether he dared to try it or not depended on the individual. He couldn't force him. However, if the Godslayer was really unwilling to try, then Xianxia wouldn't keep using the Zhu Bing. Because as his realm improved, the 7 tribulations Zhu Bing would be eliminated sooner or later. What he really needed was a divine weapon that would grow with him. Only then could it be of great help. In the past, the Godslayer didn't have a chance to improve. Now that there was a chance, if the other party wanted to give it up, then Xianxia wouldn't put him in an important position anymore. Just like the bow of heaven and earth in the past. After his strength improved, the Taoist artifact couldn't keep up with his progress, so he directly removed the Taoist artifact's ownership and threw it to Zhang Ergu. If the Godslayer couldn't keep up with him by the time he broke through the fruit of Tao. Although Xianxia wouldn't go so far as to hide the Zhu Bing, there was a high probability that he would give it to someone and let that person inherit it. He wouldn't use it himself anymore. These words. He wouldn't say it to the Godslayer. He would only let the other party follow his heart. Boom, the heavenly tribulations fell one after another. The aura of destruction spread, and the dense thunder transformed into a sea of thunder that occupied the void for millions of miles. Any living creature that approached this range would suffer a devastating blow. Someone as strong as Xianxia. After feeling the power of the Sea of Thunder, he felt a strong sense of fear. Unlike the 6th tribulation, when he directly rushed into the tribulation clouds to fight, the Godslayer could only rely on his own foundation to resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. He couldn't be completely passive. But he could only fight back and forth with the heavenly tribulation. There was no other way. The power of the seventh heavenly tribulation was too strong. Even if the Godslayer had the heaven-deceiving technique and accumulated his strength to the peak, he could only barely resist the heavenly tribulation. Time passed little by little. In the end, the sound of thunder gradually weakened, and the power of the heavenly tribulation also weakened. When the heavenly tribulation completely retreated, a powerful saber energy burst out from the sea of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the sea of thunder was torn apart, showing the appearance of a stone saber. At this point, the Godslayer officially broke through to the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing. After the successful breakthrough, he flew to the front of Xianxia. "I'm already the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing." In one sentence, one could hear how happy the Godslayer was. Xianxia nodded. "Congratulations on the success of the breakthrough. Now, do you plan to continue the breakthrough or stop here?" After saying that, the Godslayer suddenly fell silent. The joy of the breakthrough disappeared a lot. Continue the breakthrough, or stop here, this was a very difficult choice. From the seventh tribulation, it could be seen how powerful the heavenly tribulation in the future would be. Even with the help of the heaven-deceiving technique. When he was going through the tribulation just now, the Godslayer was under great pressure. Without the heaven-deceiving technique, he knew how low the success rate would be if he went through the future tribulations on his own. Logically speaking, to be able to become a seven tribulation ancestral armament, one could be said to be the strongest of all the ancestral armaments in this epoch. Even if one were to stop making breakthroughs, there would not be any ancestral armaments that would be able to surpass one. However, the Godslayer couldn't say that he should stop here. The seventh tribulation Zhu Bing. It was true that he was the most powerful Zhu Bing in the history of this era. But after the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing, there were the eighth tribulation and the ninth tribulation. The so-called most powerful in history was only relative. Before reaching this level, the Godslayer thought that he could break through to the seventh tribulation, and he would be satisfied. But when he really reached this point, he was a little unwilling to stop now. Besides, the Godslayer was sure that once he stopped moving forward, he would definitely not be able to keep up with Xianxia's pace. Sooner or later, he would be abandoned by the other party. The strong would always be strong. If he wasn't strong enough, he definitely wouldn't be qualified to follow. The stone saber stayed motionless in the void. After a long time, the saber suddenly vibrated, and a firm voice came out from it. "I want to try." Give it a try, Godslayer had already made a decision in his heart. He knew very well. He was able to reach where he was today because he followed Xianxia and received the blessings of this reincarnation Tao fruit. If not for this, not to mention the seven tribulations Zhu Bing, even if he could pass the fifth tribulation, it would be a problem. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was rumored to be a person of great providence. No. He should be more tyrannical than a person of great providence. To be able to follow him, one could obtain unimaginable opportunities in the past. Although the opportunities came with a certain amount of risk. But, Godslayer still wanted to take a gamble. In the past, before breaking through to the seven tribulations Zhu Bing, he didn't think so much. But now that he had broken through, he didn't want to give up the opportunity to reach the 8 or 9 tribulations in the future. In fact, those who could become Zhu Bing had never been greedy and afraid of death. Because Zhu Bing was the combination of the faith of a clan and the supreme treasure that protected a clan. If even such a treasure was greedy and afraid of death, what qualifications did it have to protect a clan, therefore? Godslayer's heart was not frightened. The reason why he didn't pass the tribulation was because he wasn't sure. There was no point in rashly doing something that was certain to die. Perishing in the tribulation. It was better to wait for the demon abyss to come, kill a few demons, and then perish in the tribulation. In that way, it could be considered a worthy death. But now, Godslayer didn't think so. Since he could break through to the 7 tribulations Zhu Bing, it proved that he had the opportunity to break through to the 8 or 9 tribulations in the future. The higher the level of the breakthrough, the greater the impact he could play on the human race. Similarly, following an expert like Qin Shujian, with the blessings and protection of the other party, his success rate of passing the tribulation would at least be increased by a lot. Although Fuzé said that there was no definite proof. But that didn't mean that it didn't exist. If his success rate of passing the tribulation was 10%, then following Qin Shujian would at least increase the success rate to 20% or 30%. How to choose? The god-slaying saber naturally understood. After receiving his answer, Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. Alright, since you've made up your mind, you can also absorb the energy from the remaining piece of the Beast Emperor's body. The energy required for the breakthrough of the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing was much greater than that of the 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. The remnant body of a half-step Dao fruit cultivator contains quite a bit of energy. At the very least, it's comparable to a few third-stage true immortals. The energy contained in the body of a half-step Dao fruit expert could be said to be boundless. It was only because the Beast Emperor had been whittled down by the massive heavenly cycle star formation earlier that he was weakened significantly. Even so, the Beast Emperor's remnant body was much more powerful than that of an upper 3 true immortal. The power contained within a mere fragment of his body was no less than that of a complete 9th heaven celestial. If it was converted to 7 or 8 times, it would at least be comparable to a few. The transition from the 7th tribulation to the 8th tribulation was naturally not something that the energy of a 9th heaven celestial could fill. However, as long as he absorbed the energy within it, he would need less energy to transcend the tribulation later. Hearing this, Godslayer did not refuse and directly flew toward the remaining fragment of the Beast Emperor's body. At this moment, the Beast Emperor's remnant body was being suppressed by Zhou Tian's star formation. When Zhu Bing began to absorb the remnant body's power, Qin Shujian put away the star formation. The 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. It was already comparable to a 9th heaven celestial. Without the suppression of Zhou Tian's star formation, the Beast Emperor's remnant body intended to take this opportunity to regenerate, but it was immediately suppressed by Godslayer. Surging power. Bit by bit, it was extracted. The Beast Emperor's remnant body trembled violently. An indignant roar came from within, causing the void to crack. However, no matter how much power it unleashed, it was still unable to escape the desperate situation in front of it. As its power flowed away, the aura of the Beast Emperor's remnant body also gradually weakened. 3 days passed. The last wisp of power in the remnant body had been completely absorbed by Godslayer. After the power was completely absorbed, the consciousness of the Beast Emperor's remnant body finally completely disappeared. The disappearance of this consciousness. It meant that the Beast Emperor had completely fallen. In an instant, a sorrowful cry came from the void outside the realm. In the void that was dry and colorless, a rain of blood suddenly fell, as if mourning the passing of the Beast Emperor. The death of a half-step Dao fruit is already enough to trigger a universal phenomenon. Qin Shujian looked at the falling rain of blood with a calm expression. For the universe, even the death of a 9th heaven celestial powerhouse would not affect it at all. But a half-step Dao fruit was different. An existence at this level was a top powerhouse in any epoch. The number of Dao fruits that could be born in each epoch was very small, and there were also not many half-step Dao fruits. Therefore, after reaching this level, if one were to accidentally fall, even Huanyu would mourn for them. The rain of blood fell. In Qin Shujian's eyes, it was not only mourning for the Beast Emperor, but also a warning for him. Even existences as powerful as this could be killed by others. They could also fall because of this. His current strength was not at the point of being immortal and indestructible. This point, Qin Shujian was very clear in his heart. He was not someone who had climbed up from the bottom, but someone who had a reincarnation Dao fruit. Naturally, he understood that there was no such thing as immortality. Therefore, Qin Shujian also had strong requirements for himself. 9th heaven celestial is just the beginning. Half-step Dao fruit and even Dao fruit are also just the beginning. If I can't break the cage of my previous life, then I will never be able to escape the fate of death. If I want to live forever, I have to make a breakthrough. In the void outside the realm, a rain of blood fell. It was not just the void in front of Xianxia that was raining blood, but the entire void outside the realm was raining blood. Apart from the void outside the realm, even in the greater thousand worlds, there was a rain of blood falling. The entire universe. At this moment, it was all in mourning. Rain of blood. In the depths of the Dead Sea region, Yang woke up from his deep sleep and looked at the rain of blood falling from the sky. Even the rules of the sea region could not stop it. A sorrowful emotion surged from his heart. An ultimate expert has fallen. Yang sighed faintly. The indifference in his eyes had already disappeared and was replaced by a hint of melancholy. As the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth, he was also connected to the rules of the universe. Now that the universe was mourning, Yang could also understand what had happened. To be honest, he did not expect that an existence of this level would fall. The last ultimate expert to fall was the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia, 1,000,000 years ago. At that time it was also raining blood, the rules were mourning, and all living beings were mourning. It was just that it had been a long time. Yang had been in a deep sleep all this time, and he had almost forgotten about these things. Until this scene appeared again. Only then did he unseal the dusty memories. Blood rain fell from the sky. Did a perfected immortal fall? The living beings of the great wide world all looked up at the sky. A sense of sadness welled up in their hearts, but they were also very puzzled. The phenomenon of the heavenly general's blood rain had appeared before. Whenever a perfected immortal fell, there would be a rain of blood. However, in the past, the rain of blood was only limited to one clan. Moreover, if the perfected immortal of the clan did not fall, then the cultivators of the other clans would not sense it. The living beings of the great wide world all looked sorrowful when the rain of blood fell, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Strange. Why would a rain of blood cover the 4 continents? Xiang, who was guarding the entrance of the passage, had a puzzled look in his eyes. With his strength, he could naturally sense that the place covered by the rain of blood was not as simple as a clan or a land. However, the problem was, there were no battles happening now, and no perfected immortal of any clan had fallen. The rain of blood that fell for no reason also caused Xiang to be shocked and puzzled. The heavenly court. The gods had returned. Almost all the immortals and gods, except for those in the extraterritorial battlefield, had returned to the heavenly court. When the rain of blood fell, even the heavenly court's array formation could not isolate the rain of blood. No matter how strong or weak the immortals and gods were, there was a lingering sadness in their hearts. Such a phenomenon. It immediately attracted the attention of the immortals and gods of the heavenly court. Many immortals and gods walked out of the hall and looked at the falling rain of blood. They were puzzled and shocked. In the past, when the rain of blood fell from the sky, a perfected immortal must have fallen. Now that the great wide world is peaceful, why would there be a rain of blood? That's right, and this rain of blood made me feel emotional. However, the perfected immortals of my clan are all alive, so why would I feel that way? Strange, it's really strange. The immortals and gods were very puzzled. The rain of blood from the sky could be big or small, especially now that the phenomenon covered a large area and there were other feelings. They instinctively felt that things were not simple. Immediately after, the dog emperor turned his head to look at Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhongyuan is very knowledgeable. Do you know why this happened? I don't know either. Emperor Zhao shook his head slightly. He was knowledgeable, but he did not know everything. Right now, a rain of blood was falling. Zhao Huang rummaged through his memories, but he still couldn't figure out what had happened. Only Xiao Chongfeng, who was at the side, was in a daze. Soon, he came back to his senses. Send a message to the battlefield outside the realm and ask if there's also a rain of blood in the outer realms. Xiao Chongfeng said anxiously. His strange behavior was immediately noticed by the other immortals. Emperor Zhao asked in confusion, could it be that the war god of the East Pole knows what is going on? I have some guesses, but I'm not completely sure. Xiao Chongfeng shook his head and continued, the most important thing right now is to send someone to the extraterritorial battlefield and observe the situation. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao did not ask any further. Instead, he took out his communication jade talisman and was about to send the message. Just as he was about to send out the messaging jade talismans of the immortals and deities shuddered slightly. Immediately after, a message was transmitted to their minds from the jade talisman. The extraterritorial battlefield is also covered in blood rain. It was unknown who said this. Then, the other immortals and deities looked at Xianxia again. Since he had asked if there was a rain of blood in the extraterritorial battlefield, it was obvious that he knew something. Now that there was indeed a rain of blood in the extraterritorial battlefield, it was time for him to give an answer. Seeing the confused looks of the other immortals and deities, Xianxia pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Actually, there are phenomena of a rain of blood in the Great Thousand World and the Outer Realms. It's not like it hasn't happened before. It happened in the primordial age and the ancient times as well. However, such phenomena only appear at the end of each era." At this point, Xianxia saw that the other immortals and deities were still confused, so he explained even more simply. Whenever a supreme expert dies in the world, the laws will mourn, and a rain of blood will fall from the sky. The so-called supreme experts are not as simple as ordinary perfected immortals. Even if a perfected immortal dies, there will be a rain of blood. For example, whether it's the Great Thousand World or the Outer Realms, the phenomenon of a rain of blood will only happen when a half-step Tao fruit existence dies. The first demon emperor of the primordial age and the emperor of heaven of the ancient times all had similar phenomena when they died. Buzz, Xianxia's words made the hearts of all the immortals and deities tremble. The death of a half-step Tao fruit existence, they did not need to guess to understand the specific reason. Currently, in the entire universe, there were only a handful of experts who could attain the half-step Tao fruit realm. There was no need to mention the two forbidden lands in the Great Thousand World. In the eyes of the immortals and deities, the half-step Tao fruit existences that existed now were the Emperor of Heaven, Xianxia, and the supreme expert of the Star Beast clan. Instantly, an immortal deity exclaimed, "A half-step Tao fruit existence has died." Was the Star Beast killed by the Emperor of Heaven, or, towards the end, he no longer dared to speak? The other immortals and deities also looked confused. Anyone would be able to understand what the other party was implying. Since a half-step Tao fruit existence had died, there were only two possibilities. Either the astral beast or Xianxia would be the one to perish. In their eyes, they naturally hoped that the star beast had died, because if Xianxia had died, the heavenly court that they had painstakingly built would definitely be in a precarious situation. Although the three fiendish demon clans of the void had been dealt with, the problem of the demon abyss had yet to be resolved. They had lost Xianxia. With the current strength of the heavenly court, there was no way they could contend against the demon abyss. Xianxia shook his head. The one who died shouldn't be the Emperor of Heaven. With the Emperor of Heaven's means, even if he was no match for the Star Beast, there should be no problem for him to escape. It can be seen from the Emperor of Heaven's confidence that he could lead the Star Beast to the depths of the void. I think the one that truly died should be that Star Beast. He had great confidence in Xianxia. After all, the other party would never do anything that he was not confident of. If he was really no match for the Star Beast, there would definitely be no problem for him to retreat. Therefore, there was no possibility of the other party dying. Of course, if it was really Xianxia who had died, it was not impossible. However, this matter could not be spread before it was concluded. Otherwise, the hearts of the myriad races would be scattered. The strength of the human race had increased a lot. However, the strength of the myriad races had also increased by a lot. Without Xianxia. With the current strength of the human race, it was obviously extremely difficult to suppress the cultivators of the myriad races and maintain the order of the heavenly court. At this moment, the eyes of some immortals flickered as if they were deep in thought. Some immortals and gods were completely relieved after hearing the explanation. In the extraterritorial void, while the blood rain was pouring down, those ancient stars were also trembling violently. The star beasts sealed inside seemed to have sensed the fall of their emperor, so they woke up from their deep slumber one by one. Boom, boom. The stars trembled violently and a tyrannical aura was emitted from within. Everyone who sensed it could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The stars are rioting. When the Thousand-Eye Emperor saw the rioting stars, there was only one thought in his mind: something big has happened. Without any hesitation, he immediately sent this news back to the heavenly court. The stars were rioting for no reason. The Thousand-Eye Emperor could only think of the star beasts breaking out of their seals. He was not sure what had happened when the blood rain was pouring down, but now that the stars were rioting, it was definitely related to the blood rain. Strictly speaking, the reason for the star beasts rioting was no longer important. What was truly important was how the heavenly court would deal with the star beasts rioting. From the looks of the stars beasts were attacking the seals of the stars and would break out of their seals soon. The weakest of the sleeping star beasts is at least a middle third heaven true immortal. If all the star beasts break out of their seals at the same time, then hiss. When he thought of the scene of hundreds of star beasts being born at the same time, the Thousand-Eye Emperor could not help but gasp. More than 300 stars. Although dozens of stars had been destroyed by Xianxia, there were still more than 200 stars left. There was a star beast sealed in each star. The weakest was at least a fourth heaven true immortal, while the strongest was at least an upper third heaven true immortal. Taking a step back, even if there was not a single upper third heaven true immortal star beast in the remaining stars, more than 200 middle third heaven true immortal star beasts were enough to sweep through the entire heavenly court. With the heavenly court's current strength, unless the number of star beasts was divided by 10, there was no way they could fight back. After understanding the difference in strength between the two sides, the Thousand-Eye Emperor took a deep breath. It seems like it's time to give up on the extraterritorial battlefield. More than 200 star beasts with at least a fourth heaven true immortal. Even someone as strong as the Emperor of Heaven would not be able to deal with them. Such strength. Even Xianxia would not be able to deal with it. If they really could deal with it, they wouldn't have to destroy the stars one by one and then kill the astral beasts one by one. They could have just destroyed all the stars and then killed all the astral beasts in one go. The reason why he did this, in the end, it was because he was not strong enough. The news was sent back. The immortals and gods of the heavenly court also received it immediately. There are strange movements in the ancient stars in the outer space. It seems that star beasts have awakened and are attacking the stars themselves. This matter cannot be delayed. We must find a solution as soon as possible. After receiving the news, Emperor Zhao looked at the deities and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, the expressions of all the immortals and deities immediately turned grave. Xiao Qingfeng said, not long after the blood rain disappeared, the stars started to move. It seems that my guess was right. The one that died was indeed the star beast that was half a step away from the Dao fruit realm. Otherwise, the other astral beasts would not have acted so strangely. I'm afraid that the star beast that died had an extraordinary status. It's very possible that it was the ruler of the Star Beast clan. Only sovereigns had fallen. That was why it caused such a huge commotion. At first, Xiao Qingfeng did not dare to be 100% sure whether it was Qin Shujian or the Star Beast that had died. But now it seemed. He was absolutely sure that the Star Beast was the one that had died. The strange movements of the stars were enough to explain everything. The Dog Emperor nodded. Indeed. It's good news that the Emperor of Heaven is still alive due to the strange movements in the stars. However, the Emperor of Heaven is still alive, but he hasn't returned for the time being. Something might have happened. Or he might be on his way to the outer space battlefield, but there's no way for him to arrive immediately. Now, no one can guarantee when the Star Beast will completely break out of its seal. We must prepare as soon as possible. Once the Star Beast is completely born, we will definitely suffer heavy losses if we don't have the corresponding measures. The Star Beast clan is powerful. I suggest that we retreat first. The Dog Emperor thought for a moment and then added. More than 200 star beasts that were at least 3 middle true immortals were not something that the current heavenly court could contend with. Once the battle started, the heavenly court's losses would be huge. Moreover, even if the battle started, there was no hope of victory. Seeing that no one spoke, the Dog Emperor continued, you should know the strength of the star beasts. There are more than 200 stars outside, even if each star only has 1/4 true immortal star beast. Then all the star beasts that have broken out of their seals are equivalent to more than 200 middle true immortals. How many middle true immortals do we have? At most, we only have a little more than 10. Even if we invite those two out, the upper 3 true immortals are not really invincible. Once there are too many star beasts, there's also the risk of dying. Compared to the Star Beast clan, we don't have the capital to start a war. When the other immortals heard this, they nodded slightly. They didn't want to start a war with the Star Beast clan because there was no need. It was different from the Void Demons. The Void Demons were bent on attacking the Great Thousand World. If the demonic abyss started a war with the Great Thousand World, then the Void Demons might attack from behind, or they might even join forces with the demonic abyss to attack together. However, the Star Beasts were different. Although the Star Beasts and the stars had been sleeping, seriously speaking, the Star Beast clan's Star Beasts were not only sleeping Star Beasts, but also many active Star Beasts. It was just that as time passed, the Star Beasts wandering outside gradually became extinct. However, from the inheritance of the various clans, the Star Beasts were actually not much of a threat to the Great Thousand World. Star Beasts and demonic beasts were not much different apart from strength. It was easy for powerhouses to control demonic beasts, but it was impossible for them to control Star Beasts. In this way, it was destined that the Star Beasts would not be used by other existences and then become a threat to the myriad clans. Even if they gave up the extraterritorial battlefield and allowed the Star Beasts to wander in the void, they might still be able to obstruct the demonic abyss when they approached in the future. No matter how one looked at it, there was no need for the Heavenly Court to fight to the death with the Star Beast clan. However, although this was what they thought, the real decision was not something that ordinary immortals could make. They all looked at the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions. The Emperor of Heaven was not here, so only the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions could make the decision. Emperor Zhao pondered for a moment. Imperial Emperor Nanyan's words are not without reason, but the Heavenly Court swept through the extraterritorial void and wiped out the Void Demons. Our power is unparalleled for now. If we flee from the Star Beast clan without fighting, it will inevitably lose our prestige. Why don't we fight first? If we really can't do it, then we'll give up on the extraterritorial battlefield. After he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao paused for a moment. Now, we can arrange for the other myriad clans cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield to be ready to retreat to the Great Thousand World at any time. The remaining immortals and gods of the Heavenly Court will focus on fighting. In Emperor Zhao's eyes, retreating was a matter for the future. Now that the Star Beast had not broken out of the seal, if the Heavenly Court were to retreat without a fight, it would inevitably be a joke. Everything else aside. Just the prestige that the Heavenly Court had established in the hearts of the 10,000 races would be affected. Although such an influence was very weak and not qualified to shake the Heavenly Court's position. But a 1,000-mile dike could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Any bit of wavering would accumulate. One day, it would all erupt, and by then, it would be enough to shake the Heavenly Court's rule. Therefore, the Heavenly Court could not retreat. Especially not without a fight. Even if they wanted to retreat, they had to show the Heavenly Court's aura before they could retreat calmly. Even if they were not a match for the Star Beast, they could not let others think that the Heavenly Court was weak and could not fight against the Star Beast. Emperor Zhongyuan. The Demon Emperor opened his mouth and met Emperor Zhao's indifferent eyes. His heart could not help but tremble, and in the end, he did not finish his sentence. Being the 5 emperors did not mean that they were on equal footing. Seriously speaking, the Imperial Emperors of the 5 directions were also divided into several ranks. As Emperor Zhongyuan, Emperor Zhao was naturally the leader of the 5 emperors and ranked first. The Dog Emperor and Xianxia's strength was second only to Emperor Zhao among the 5 emperors. Among them, the Dog Emperor was a veteran emperor. Although Xianxia was a new emperor, as the existence who established the demon race, his identity as the first demon emperor was not comparable to the other emperors. Therefore, the 2 of them were ranked in the second echelon among the 5 emperors. The remaining demon emperor and the soul protection emperor were ranked last. There was no choice. Although the demon race was a top race, the demon emperor was still a transition from the golden rock race, and there was still a gap between him and the dog emperor. As for the soul protection emperor, it was needless to say. If not for the fact that the Soul Protection race was a race that joined the human race early, with the strength of the Soul Protection Emperor, he would not be qualified to sit in the position of the 5 emperors. But after so many years, after the Soul Protection Emperor received the blessing of the 5 emperors, his strength gradually caught up. Although he was still at the bottom of the imperial emperors of the 5 directions, he wasn't any weaker than the other immortal gods. To put it bluntly, the 5 imperial emperors seemed to be of equal status, but when it came to making decisions, there was still only one person in charge. Now, Emperor Xiao had decided to start a war with the star beasts. No matter how unwilling the demon emperor was, he had no way to refuse. This was because the other party was not simply Emperor Zhongyuan. He was also the human emperor of the human race. Given the current power of the human race in the heavenly court, a mere southern flame emperor couldn't contend with them at all. Since no one has any objections, then let's get ready for battle. Emperor Xiao retracted his gaze, then looked at the other immortals and announced his decision. Even the demon emperors cowered. There was no need to even mention the other immortals and gods. No one was willing to fall out with the human race over such a trivial matter. After all, the human race was truly powerful now. It was not something that the other immortals and gods were qualified to contend against. If he angered the human race, even if nothing happened on the surface, he wouldn't have it easy in the dark. Therefore, after Emperor Xiao gave the order, the other immortals and deities all left to gather their armies and prepare for war. Within the palace of the Southern Flame Monarch, the demon emperor sat there with a gloomy expression. In front of him was the earthly emperor, one of the 4 war gods. "Emperor, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The earthly emperor smiled slightly. He casually finished brewing some spirit tea and poured a cup for the demon emperor. Drinking tea, he didn't have this hobby in the past. It was just that after meeting Qin Shujian more and more, and seeing that he had this hobby, he gradually became interested in it. He picked up the spirit tea in front of him. The earthly emperor took a sip and praised, "Drinking tea is indeed a good thing. No wonder the Emperor of Heaven likes it so much. Sometimes sitting down and tasting it can relax a lot. Emperor, why don't you try it too? Maybe you'll be in a better mood." After saying that, the earthly emperor revealed a meaningful smile. The demon emperor's expression was still gloomy. "Don't beat around the bush. You and I both know very well why you came to my Southern Flame Emperor Palace today. If you're sincere, then let's talk openly. If you're not, then scram. Don't talk nonsense." He didn't intend to play Tai Chi with the earthly emperor. The Southern Flame Monarch was in a bad mood after what had happened today. If it was in the past, he might even deal with the earthly emperor. But today, forget it. Hearing the demon emperor's rude words, the earthly emperor didn't get angry, but the smile on his face faded a little. He put down the teacup in his hand and sat with his back slightly straightened. Emperor should be clear about what happened today. The human race is powerful, and there are only so many deity positions in the heavenly court. But the human race can monopolize 5 deity positions. This is no ordinary matter. The earthly emperor poured another cup of tea for himself as he spoke. Then, he said seriously, "As one of the 5 imperial emperors, the authority of your words is incomparable to that of the Zhongyuan imperial emperor. In the future, if there are more deity positions in the heavenly court, I'm afraid they won't be able to compete with the human race. If the Emperor of Heaven wasn't a human race, at least he wouldn't sit and watch the human race dominate. But the Emperor of Heaven was born in the human race. Even if he doesn't deliberately favor the human race, he won't suppress them. As time passes, the human race will really have the final say in the heavenly court. So what if it's a one-man rule? Don't tell me you have a way?" The demon emperor sneered. He was very clear about what the earthly emperor said. But it was one thing to know, and it was another to be able to solve it. Just by relying on his mouth, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. At the level of the demon emperor, many things couldn't be solved with just words. The specifics depended on the implementation. The earthly emperor said calmly, "If the human race really wants to grow, the situation of the myriad races can be imagined. But with the existence of the heavenly court, it's impossible for us to openly attack the human race. The only way now is for us to join forces. As long as the other immortals and gods join forces, the human race will be suppressed no matter how powerful they are. There will definitely be new deity positions in the future. We must join forces to ensure that those deity positions don't fall into the hands of the human race. With just you? Of course not, but I'm not the only one in the heavenly court who is dissatisfied with the human race. I just came forward to discuss with the Emperor. If the Emperor really has this idea, I will naturally introduce you to the other immortals and gods. After all, the alliance of some immortals and gods is still too weak. If the Emperor can join us, it will also be a great thing for us. After the earthly Emperor finished speaking, a faint smile appeared on his face. Fighting against the human race. It was never something that any race could do. Only by joining forces with experts from all sides could they be qualified to fight against the human race. The demon emperor picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. He smacked his lips as if he didn't like the taste and put down the teacup again. The gloomy expression on his face was gone. After his expression returned to normal, a powerful aura was emitted from Emperor Nanyan's body. Seeing the change in the demon emperor's expression, the earthly sovereign's face was also slightly shaken. It seems that you have already roped in many immortals and gods. That surprised me. The demon emperor looked at him with a faint smile on his face. Emperor, you're being too serious. We're just trying to protect ourselves. The Earth Emperor shook his head and didn't comment. After all, the heavenly court is not the heavenly court of any race, but the heavenly court of all races. If we allow the human race to dominate the heavenly court, then how will we deal with ourselves in the future? As long as we suppress the arrogance of the human race, we will have a chance to stand out. Even if there are no problems with the myriad races now, it's still necessary to prepare for a rainy day. After all, no one can say for sure when an accident will happen one day. The Earth Emperor's words were obvious. The heavenly court now had Qin Shujian in charge, so it might not be too biased towards the human race. But if Qin Shujian died, then, based on the current situation, the position of the Emperor of Heaven would most likely fall into the hands of the human race. At that time, it was hard to say if the person who took over as the Emperor of Heaven would still be as fair as now. If he was really biased, the myriad races would definitely be in a difficult situation. The demon emperor's expression was calm. We'll talk about the future in the future. Let's talk about something practical. There's no point in talking about this. Since the emperor is straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. The Earth Emperor stopped talking nonsense. After pondering for a while, he said, the emperor should know that the other deity positions of the heavenly court haven't made much movement yet, but there are a few deity positions that have been confirmed. One is the Tao of Alchemy, the other is the Tao of Array Formations, and the last one is the Tao of Forging. The Emperor of Heaven said that if any of the three broke through to the third realm of the Grandmaster, they would be able to enter the heavenly court and obtain a deity position. Among the myriad races, the three Taos have almost all declined. Even if they have reappeared in recent years, there is no way to see results for the time being. As he spoke, the earthly sovereign paused. Looking at the human race, there is no doubt that the three Taos are flourishing. Although no third realm grandmasters have been born yet, there are already a few second realm grandmasters. In other words, with the current strength of the human race, if we don't do anything, the three deity positions will fall into the hands of the human race sooner or later. At that time, the power of the human race in the heaven would definitely increase greatly. If we want to keep them in check, it will be even more difficult. As such, I think that if we want to deal with the human race, we have to start with the three Taos. As long as we can ensure that the three deity thrones don't fall into the hands of the human race, there won't be any problems. As the earthly sovereign finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on his face. The demon emperor glanced at him. You want to eliminate the source of trouble? It's not that I want to eliminate the root of the problem, but for the survival of the myriad races, we have to eliminate the hidden dangers. Hearing earthly sovereign's answer, demon sovereign sneered. He finally understood what the other party meant. Obviously, the earthly sovereign didn't want the human race to obtain the three deity thrones, so he came to cooperate with him. The easiest way to prevent the human race from obtaining the deity position was to eliminate all the powerhouses of the human race who had the potential to break through. as long as they were dead. The deity position naturally couldn't fall into the hands of the human race. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Demon Sovereign smiled faintly. If I remember correctly, the earthly dragons were once allies of the human race. What you're doing now is tantamount to betrayal. We, the earthly dragons, are allies of the human race. How could the demon race not be allies of the human race? Earthly Sovereign sneered. Emperor, you should understand that the so-called allies are only temporary. Moreover, we, the earthly dragons, have submitted to the Emperor of Heaven, not to the human race. Now that the Emperor of Heaven has ruled the myriad races and established the Heaven Court, it can be said that he has unknowingly separated himself from the human race. Then what's wrong with us attacking the human race? Allies. They had never been reliable. The earthly dragons had originally allied with the human race because of Xianxia's deterrence. Rather than saying that they had allied with the human race, it was better to say that they had submitted to Xianxia. So, Earthly Sovereign did not think that the human race was on the same side as him. And judging from the current situation, the human race was getting more and more powerful in the Heaven Court, and his authority had been weakened a lot. They were both war gods. Not to mention being on par with the monarchs of the five directions, even if he were to face Xiaoqingfeng, he would still be inferior. Of course. These were just trivial matters. What was really important was that the human race was getting more and more powerful. In the future, if the human race really had the final say in the heavenly court, then the myriad races would have no room to survive. Demon Sovereign did not reply, as if he was thinking. After a while, he asked a question. I still have the same question. Why did you come to me? If it's just to deal with some human race cultivators, with your current strength, it shouldn't be difficult. Or do you have other plans and want to drag me down with you? After saying that, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became solemn. Earthly Sovereign looked solemn. Emperor, don't misunderstand. I came to negotiate with you because I hope that in the future, there will be immortals who can fight against the human race. Similarly, the human race is now occupying the eastern continent and can recuperate. There are countless powerhouses born in it. It's not easy to get rid of those hidden dangers. Only by combining the powerhouses of the various races can we achieve our goal in the human race's hinterland. To fight against the human race. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, they needed enough power. In the open, they had enough power in the imperial court to veto the human race's proposal. At this time, they needed powerhouses at the level of the imperial emperors of the five directions. And among the imperial emperors of the five directions, the only one who might be dissatisfied with the human race was the Southern Flame Emperor in front of him. Because whether it was the Dog Sovereign or the Soul Protection Sovereign, they had a lot of friendship with the human race. As for Xianxia, from what happened last time, Earthly Sovereign was sure that the other party was also on the same side as the human race. As for the words in the dark, it was the same as what he said before. It was not that easy to enter the human race and assassinate them. Now that there were so many powerhouses in the human race, and there was a heavenly rule, no one dared to start a conflict without permission. Therefore, it was destined that the powerhouses at the true immortal level could not make a move, otherwise it would cause a greater disaster. Only the power below the true immortal level could complete this task. No matter what, the demon race was a combination of two races, and their foundation was not low. With one more race joining, they had a higher chance of winning. Hearing Earthly Sovereign's words, the Demon Emperor fell into deep thought again. He was thinking about the gains and losses of this matter. After a long time, he came back to his senses and looked at Earthly Sovereign in front of him with a faint smile on his face. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Earthly Sovereign also smiled. P.S. I recommend a great new book. You can read the Misty Island game, I can see the hint. Not long after the void demons were eliminated, the stars outside the extraterritorial battlefield began to tremble. The news that the star beast was about to break out of its seal spread like wildfire. Although the heavenly court had decided to fight the star beasts, most of the cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield were already prepared to retreat. There was no other way. The weakest star beast was a fourth heaven immortal, and the cultivators of the other races did not have the qualifications to fight against it at all. Without breaking through to the true immortal realm, one would be nothing more than an ant in front of the three middle true immortals. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm. Only then would he be able to fight against an existence at this level. Therefore, this time, the Heavenly Court had used their top forces to fight against the star beasts. As for the cultivators below the true immortal realm, they did not plan to let them participate in the battle. However, the ordinary cultivators of the myriad races did not participate in the battle, but it did not mean that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the Heavenly Court would not participate. With the help of the corresponding array formations and cultivation techniques, the strength of more than 100,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals could not be underestimated. I thought that I would be able to live in peace for a few years after destroying the evil void demons. Who would have thought that the star beast race would appear again? Truly, one wave after another, there's nothing we can do about it. The star beast clan exists to begin with. If our myriad races want to occupy the outer space, we'll have to fight them sooner or later. Sigh, I wonder if the Heavenly Court has a chance of winning. Whether or not we have a chance of winning is another matter. These things are not something we can get involved in. Many cultivators of the 10,000 tribes had complicated emotions after receiving the news. No one was willing to keep fighting. However, they weren't willing to give up the outer realm to the star beasts either. Therefore, the Heavenly Court's battle was an exciting event for most of the cultivators of the myriad races. To put it bluntly, right now, the ones fighting the star beasts were mainly the experts of the Heavenly Court. It had nothing to do with the ordinary cultivators of the myriad races. The cultivators below the true immortal realm only needed to sit at the back and watch silently. Naturally, no one would refuse such a request. After the news spread, some people simply returned to the Great Thousand World and didn't stay in the extraterritorial battlefield so that they wouldn't be implicated when the war started. There were also some who stayed in the 10,000 races battlefield to see if they had a chance to pick up some scraps. In any great battle, risks and opportunities coexisted. Apart from a small number of cultivators of the myriad races, the majority of the players had this mentality. F***ck, the star beast is about to be born. Needless to say, there's going to be another earth-shaking battle. I heard some people say that when the Emperor of Heaven killed the star beast last time, some people obtained some star beast blood and sold it for a high price. This time, we can't miss this opportunity. It's said that the weakest star beasts are at the middle three true immortal realm. This battle will probably be a battle between the top experts. There will be a good show to watch. The players rubbed their palms together, their eyes brimming with excitement. Last time, when Xianxia was killing the star beasts, a small number of players had respawned in the foreign battlefields and just happened to be there. When faced with the blood of star beasts, at the same time, some players used some ingenious methods to collect the blood and became the beneficiaries of that battle. To the players, anything that happened among the players couldn't be hidden. In addition, the news of Xianxia killing a star beast spread like wildfire among the players. This led to the current situation. Almost all the players knew that every part of a star beast was a treasure. While the other players were talking, some of the player teams were already silently making their preparations. The star beasts are powerful. The Heavenly Court might not be a match for them. However, since the Heavenly Court is competent in fighting with the star beasts, it shouldn't be too bad. We have to find the right time to see if we can get some benefits. In a player team, Lu Qinghong turned his head to look at the others and said in a deep voice. In response, the others listened in silence. Moreover, I've received news that the star beast's blood can temper a cultivator's body. If we want to walk the physical sanctification system and transcend the tribulation to become an immortal in the future, we must have a strong physique. Collecting the star beast's blood is of great benefit to us. Moreover, even if we don't need it for the time being, we can trade it with the cultivators of the myriad races. Of course, the other things on the star beasts are also rare treasures. However, with our strength, we don't have the qualifications to touch so much. We can only pick up some star beast's blood. Lu Qinghong briefly explained the benefits of the star beasts. Regarding these things, in fact, it had already spread among the players. However, since they were going to take action, it was better to repeat this news. At this stage, there were already celestials among the players. Although the number of celestials was still not many because of the cultivation method, at least there were celestials. As a result, becoming an immortal was not an extravagant hope. Especially now that many of the cultivators of the myriad races had already become immortals. In the eyes of the players, they were also a goal and hope. After all, if the NPCs of the boundless world could become immortals, there was no reason why they couldn't. Hearing this, a player nodded. With our current strength, we can indeed only collect some star beast's blood. However, I heard that it's not easy to collect star beast's blood. Do you have any other methods? Of course. Lu Qinghong smiled and then looked at Chao Hong. Chao Hong understood and nodded. The most difficult part of collecting star beast's blood is the container. This time, we purchased a batch of containers from the imperial astronomer of the Great Zhao. In order to collect this batch of containers, we spent quite a bit of money. However, as long as we collect enough star beast's blood, not only will we not lose money, we will also make a huge profit. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qinghong continued, other than the containers, we also collected some other things to temporarily suppress the power of the star beast. I will send them to you one by one later. However, one thing to note is that we cannot forcefully collect the blood of overly powerful star beasts. This is because once the blood of the star beast is too powerful, not only will it not be able to suppress it, even the container will be broken. As far as I know, each container can only hold 1 drop of star beast's blood, and it can only be a level 4 immortal. If it exceeds this limit, the collection will fail. You must be careful. Lu Qinghong repeatedly emphasized the limitations of the containers and the things to take note of. The reason for that was because every single container was extremely expensive. After all, the containers used to collect star beast's blood were comparable to Dao artifacts in terms of level. However, compared to normal divine weapons, those containers had no other functions and could not be used to fight enemies. They only had one function, to collect things. Because of this, only then would the price of the container be relatively lower. Compared to a divine weapon of the same level, it would be cheaper. However, no matter how cheap it was, to the players, the cost was still high. In order to collect these containers, Lu Qinghong, Chao Hong, and the others had almost emptied their pockets. After a simple distribution of the containers and the things used to suppress the blood of the star beasts, Lu Qinghong looked at the team and frowned. Why didn't Xianxia come today? If I remember correctly, he hasn't been here for several days. What's going on? The Xianxia he was talking about was a player in the team. Although he was just a very ordinary member of the team. But in fact, those who were able to join this team were all players who were rather powerful. Hearing that, a player shook his head. I don't know. I've contacted him several times but there was no reply. I don't know if something happened or if something happened. Who knows Xianxia's specific address? Lu Qinghong's heart sank slightly. Then, he looked at the others and asked again. Instinctively, he had a bad feeling in his heart. After that, the players in the team were silent for a while. Then, one of them said, I know Xianxia's address. I met him in reality some time ago. After this incident, you go and find out if something happened. Lu Qinghong nodded. After that, he added, recently, there have been a lot of problems in our Tianhuang Great World. I heard that many powerful people have inexplicably encountered all kinds of accidents. They either disappeared directly, were assassinated, or died quietly. You have to be careful and don't have any accidents. When he mentioned the Tianhuang Great World, the hearts of the people in the team sank slightly. They had heard about what Lu Qinghong said, but they had never taken it seriously. But now that he mentioned it, combined with Xianxia's disappearance, they understood what he meant. You mean, Xianxia might be dead? A female player widened her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. She had a look of disbelief. He might not be dead. He might be entangled with something, but we must not take it lightly. Lu Qinghong shook his head. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. It's not the same as before. The game has progressed to this point. Everyone has obtained the qualification to cultivate. Some people may have obtained some kind of evil cultivation method and used it to kill people. It's also possible. All in all, the Tianhuang Great World is becoming more and more unstable. With the recovery of spiritual energy, everyone will enter the era of cultivation. You only need to look at the thousands of races in the 4 major continents to know what will happen. In the past, he didn't have any cultivation techniques and didn't cultivate. Even so, there were still many problems. Now that there was a cultivation method to cultivate, it was even more difficult to maintain order. In Lu Qinghong's opinion, what was happening in the Tianhuang macro world right now represented an unstable factor. Who knew when he would be swept into it, at this moment? What he needed to do was to continuously increase his strength. As long as he was strong enough, no one would be able to threaten him. I've already exchanged for a celestial realm cultivation technique in the Heavenly Alliance. As long as I increase my realm in the game, my realm in reality will also improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, who can threaten me? Lu Qinghong thought of something, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. As for the Sky Alliance, the more he delved into it, the more he understood the mysteries behind it. The things that could be obtained in Skydream were things that couldn't be obtained even in the game. For example, Divine Realm cultivation techniques. In the game, the Divine Realm cultivation techniques were controlled by the various races and would not be leaked easily. However, Lu Qinghong obtained the Divine Realm cultivation techniques through the Heavenly Alliance. Not only that, he also found that the cultivation techniques in reality could be used in the game. In this way, the restriction of not having Divine Realm cultivation techniques in the game was easily solved. Lu Qinghong believed that many people who joined the Heavenly Alliance were clear about this. However, until now, no news had been leaked. It was obvious that those who knew the truth had decided to conceal this information from the public. After all, once this news was leaked, the number of people entering the Heavenly Alliance would definitely increase greatly. Similarly, if a large number of people obtained high-level cultivation techniques in the Heavenly Alliance and then entered the game to cultivate and break through, their strength would soar to a great extent. At that time, what qualifications did they have to stand out? Therefore, everyone tacitly concealed the news until the day they couldn't hide it anymore. Even if that day really came, they could be one step ahead of others and break through to a higher realm. They could be considered to have completely separated themselves from the masses. The other people in the Heavenly Alliance had the same idea. Lu Qinghong also had the same idea. Regarding this, the other people in the team naturally didn't understand his inner thoughts. Chao Hong on the side nodded. Brother Lu's news is true. I also asked someone to inquire about it and it's basically confirmed. You have to be careful. If you find anything wrong, you can send us a message. Up to now, there have been quite a number of experts who have met with accidents. Not long ago, an expert in the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm died at home. He was killed by one blow. 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. Hiss. The other players sucked in a breath of cold air. In the great wide world, the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm was trash. However, in the Tianhuang Great World, the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm was a rare expert. Even such a powerhouse was killed in a single blow. Suddenly, a lot of pressure appeared in the hearts of the several people. Lu Qingqing, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but lean towards Lu Qinghong. Seeing this, Lu Qinghong didn't continue this topic. I'm just reminding you. After this matter, go to Chen Hao's place to take a look. There are so many people in the Tianhuang Great World. It's normal for some to die every day. But still, don't be too careless. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Right now, collecting the blood of the star beasts was still the priority. Not to mention other things, at least they had to break even. If they didn't succeed, Lu Qinghong estimated that he had worked for nothing these past few years. Hearing that, the other players also calmed down a little. At this moment, most of the players were ready. Some of the myriad race cultivators still stayed in the extraterritorial battlefield. The rest of the myriad race cultivators retreated to the great wide world in an orderly manner. In a short period of time, the extraterritorial battlefield, which was originally packed with people, was instantly emptied. At the location of the Heaven and Earth Passage, The void shook slightly. One after another, the immortals from the heavenly court walked out of the passage and entered the extraterritorial battlefield. After the immortals walked out, a large number of troops followed behind the immortals. Every soldier wore silver-white armor and held a silver-white spear in their hands. A murderous aura quietly filled the air. When they saw the army, the expressions of many experts changed slightly. Heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals. Heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals. Ever since the heavenly court had selected heavenly soldiers and generals, many experts had been very curious about them. They wanted to take a look as well. What was the use of the heavenly court selecting so many experts after all, or, what could those experts gain from entering the heavenly court? The heavenly soldiers and generals had played a role in the battle against the demons of the void, but seriously speaking, they hadn't been very useful. Because the heavenly court at that time had crushed the demons of the void in terms of strength. The demons of the void couldn't compare to the star beast's strength. Once the two sides started fighting, it would definitely be a tragic scene. These experts wanted to see just how powerful the so-called celestial soldiers and celestial generals were. Was it really as the rumors said? Was it really a powerful method of the heavenly court? At this moment, the stars were emitting strong waves, as if a powerful existence was madly attacking from within. Looking at the waves of energy, many immortals and gods looked very serious. The aura is very strong. I'm afraid the star beasts born inside are not as simple as four-level immortals. So what if they're strong? The heavenly court isn't to be trifled with. We must kill the star beasts in this battle. That's right, not every immortal and god didn't want to fight, because if there were those who didn't want to fight, there would naturally be those who wanted to fight. Emperor Zhao looked at the many stars in front of him, then fixed his gaze on a certain spot in the void. For gods of war, have the heavenly soldiers set up the formation. Judging from the current situation, the star beasts will be born at a certain time. We only need to kill the star beasts that are born first, then the problem will be solved. If I'm not wrong, the star beasts on those planets will be the first to break out of their seals. With that, Emperor Zhao pointed at a few stars. Compared to the rest of the stars, those stars weren't considered small either. They were only average. Like the other stars, they were shaking violently. Those stars were also trembling violently. The star beasts sealed within them were attacking them unceasingly. He was certain. The star beasts on these planets would be the ones that would break the seal the fastest among all the planets. Hearing that, the four gods of war led by Shao Qingfeng didn't hesitate and immediately gave the order. The heavenly general took the lead. Hundreds of thousands of celestial soldiers stepped out, divided into four groups, and surrounded the star. It was only the moment they arrived. The heavenly soldiers formed a mysterious military formation. The military formation looked sloppy and ordinary, but in the eyes of the array formation masters, their expressions changed abruptly. This military formation seems a little different. In the Outerium battlefield, Fang Xinglan, who had already attained the limits of the heaven realm, was currently standing at a certain place as he looked at the military formation that had surrounded Xingchen, and his calm expression had already undergone quite a bit of change. Many years ago, he had already reached the second realm of Array Grandmaster. Although he hadn't broken through to the third realm yet, he was already on the verge of breaking through. It could be said that, Fang Xinglan admitted that even if he was not the number one Array Formation Grandmaster of the human race, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to suppress him. Of course, that Emperor of Heaven who had founded the Heavenly Court was excluded. As such, his understanding of Array Dao had also reached a very profound level. But even so. However, in Fang Xinglan's eyes, he realized that he still couldn't see through the profundity of the military formation formed by the heavenly soldiers. When he looked at it seriously, he even had the illusion that his soul was deeply trapped in it. For a moment, Fang Xinglan was stunned on the spot, and only regained his senses after a long time. His body involuntarily took 2 steps back, and his eyes revealed a look of shock. He realized, the military formation formed by the heavenly soldiers was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Indeed. At first glance, anyone would be able to tell that the way the celestial soldiers surrounded the star was a military array formation. However, only an array formation grandmaster would be able to see some clues from the array formation. But, those who could see this clue had only just begun. Until now, only then did Fan Xinglan realize that the military formation formed by the 4 teams of heavenly soldiers, in fact, was an even more profound and vast complete formation when combined together. In other words, the military formation in front of him could be seen as 4 different military formations, and it could also be seen as a complete formation. However, because the distance between the formations was not small, even Fan Xinglan couldn't detect it for a moment. When he observed it carefully, he discovered some clues. However, even so, he couldn't see too many things. Because the more he studied, the more he could discover the profoundness within. Even his soul had the symbol of leaving his body. Fan Xinglan was sure, to be able to study this formation, it was definitely not something an array formation grandmaster could do. In the entire heavenly courts, or rather, in the entire great wide world, there was only one person who was qualified to set up such a formation. The Emperor of Heaven. This formation definitely came from the Emperor of Heaven. An urge surged in Fan Xinglan's heart, an urge to study this formation. He had a premonition, as long as he could study a little bit, he would definitely be able to advance to the 3rd realm. When the time came, he would be qualified to enter the heavenly courts and accept the deity position. Once he accepted the deity position, Fan Xinglan was confident that he would take this opportunity to peek into the realm above the 3rd realm. His own cultivation would also be able to break away from the barrier of the heavenly humans and enter the supreme realm of perfected immortals. Thinking of all the benefits, Fan Xinglan became more and more excited. However, he also understood that if he wanted to study this formation, he couldn't do it just by thinking about it. Needless to say, the heavenly soldier formation in front of him must be a top secret of the heavenly courts. Not everyone could comprehend it. Unless, he had the opportunity to meet the Emperor of Heaven in person and then ask the Emperor of Heaven to teach him. If it was for the sake of the fact that they both belonged to the Qianyuan sacred ground in the past, the other party might teach him extra. But there was also a problem here. How could he meet the Emperor of Heaven? Ever since Jin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he had been living in the depths of the heavenly courts. Other people who were not immortals of the heavenly courts were not qualified to enter the heavenly courts at all. And even if they became immortals, not everyone could directly meet the Emperor of Heaven. It wasn't that easy to do this. Just as many thoughts surfaced in Fan Xinglan's mind, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. It quietly emerged from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, Fan Xinglan became vigilant. When he looked around, there were only some cultivators, but he didn't find any problems. He didn't dare to think too much in his heart. He directly withdrew from the extraterritorial battlefield and headed towards the passage of heaven and earth. The warning in his heart made him certain that someone wanted to harm him. But without evidence, Fan Xinglan couldn't guess too much. Right now, he could only return to the Qianyuan sacred ground first to think about some things carefully. Fan Xinglan quietly retreated. From the beginning to the end, he had raised his vigilance to an extremely high level. There was no other way. Without clear information and knowing who was going to harm him, Fan Xinglan didn't dare to relax at all. Originally, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court existed in the extraterritorial battlefield, so it was safer to stay there. But next, the heavenly court was about to start a war with the star beasts, and those immortals and gods probably wouldn't have time to notice him. When the time came, the situation would be chaotic, and any conspiracy against him would be just right. Therefore, only by returning to the Qianyuan sacred ground could he have enough protection. To put it bluntly, now that the myriad clans were calm on the surface, the true immortals of the various clans couldn't make a move without permission. With the strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground, as long as it wasn't a true immortal, other troubles were not trouble. Fan Xinglan retreated very quickly. When he left, some cultivators in the extraterritorial battlefield also quietly left. Now, all the cultivators' attention was on the star and the heavenly court, and they didn't pay much attention to the movements of the other cultivators. Moreover, it was normal for people to leave at this time. After all, a great battle was about to break out later, and who knew what would happen? At this moment, the vibration of the star intensified. All of a sudden, the light on the star dimmed, and cracks appeared all over the huge star. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Boom, the star shattered, and countless fragments flew in all directions, cutting through the void along the way. The heavenly soldiers besieging the star were already prepared. When the fragments came, all the celestial soldiers had a dense light flickering on their bodies, blocking all the fragments. At the same time, when the star shattered, a ferocious and berserk aura suddenly erupted. A star beast that was 1,000,000 feet tall, covered in scales, appeared with a roar. 10-directional immortal slaying formation, rise. A heavenly general shouted angrily, and the formation formed by the heavenly soldiers suddenly moved, and the originally calm void was suddenly filled with a murderous aura. Boom, the formation was activated, and a dense and mysterious light flashed, and the phantom of a supreme powerhouse condensed into the world. The phantom of the powerhouse was 1,000,000 feet tall, and its specific appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, it held a weapon that looked like a long spear, and as it waved, it cut through the void and blasted toward the star beast. The star beast that had broken out of its seal sensed the danger. It also threw a punch, which collided fiercely with the spear. Bang, the void cracked, and violent fluctuations swept out. The shadow of the powerhouse did not retreat. He waved his spear and launched another attack. The immortals and gods who were watching the battle were all shocked as they watched the illusory figure of the expert fighting with the star beast. They could all see it. The newly born star beast was not weak. It was at least a middle third-tier true immortal, and it was definitely not as simple as a fourth-tier true immortal. Many immortals and gods had never seen the military formations cultivated by the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, naturally, he was not used to it. An immortal god turned to look at Xianxia and asked, Eastern War God, do you know the origin of the powerhouses created by the heavenly army formation? Any illusory figure of an expert could not be created out of thin air. As long as there was such a method, it was 100% created based on the form of some ancient expert. As such, that illusory figure of an expert must have a background. Xianxia could not help but shake his head. I don't know either. I can't see the appearance of the illusory figure clearly. The weapon in his hand looks a little like a spear, but it's different from the traditional spear. In my memory, I've never heard of an expert using such a strange weapon. He went through the memories in his mind. He was also a little confused. Since ancient times, there had been many experts born. However, any famous expert would have some symbols that were passed down to the world. However, in Xiaoqingfeng's knowledge, there was no match at all. Considering Qin Shijian's identity, he could not help but guess that the formation created by the military formation was very likely an ancient expert from another epoch. After all, no matter how vast his knowledge was, it was only limited by the current epoch. Xiaoqingfeng did not know anything about the other eras outside of this era. That's a three-pointed double-edged sword. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from the side. The other immortals and gods could not help but turn to look. When they saw that the person who spoke was Niu Dali, their expressions turned serious. Things were different now. After understanding Niu Dali's strength, no immortals and gods in the heavenly court dared to be disrespectful to him. They all had great respect for this upper-level true immortal expert. Xiaoqingfeng looked confused. Three-pointed double-edged sword? What kind of weapon is that? It was the first time he had heard of this name. However, based on Niu Dali's words, he was almost certain that the illusory figure created by the formation was not from this epoch. Hearing Xiaoqingfeng's question, the other immortals and gods in the heavenly court also perked up their ears to listen carefully. They were also very curious about this. Noticing the changes in their hearts, Niu Dali coughed softly and explained, the three-pointed double-edged sword is a weapon of an expert from the first epoch. Although that expert was not in the Dao fruit realm, he was a half-step Dao fruit realm existence. If I'm not wrong, the formation that Emperor Qin gave us borrowed power from that existence. Hearing this, some people suddenly realized. An expert from the first epoch. No wonder. However, there were still some people who had new doubts in their hearts. Senior, you're talking about borrowing power. Could it be that the expert didn't die? Of course he died when the epoch was destroyed. Niu Dali shook his head. Then, he explained. Strictly speaking, no matter which era it is, they all exist under the same universe. Any expert that has been born will leave a mark of power in the universe, regardless of the era they are from. As long as you can capture the mark of power, you can borrow the power of a past expert. However, not everyone can capture the mark of power, especially across epochs. The difficulty is shocking. Other than capturing the power imprint, the rest was to use some kind of method to trigger the power imprint to descend, thereby achieving the level of borrowing power. Formations are the most commonly used method. Emperor Qin's attainments in the Tao of formations have indeed reached a shocking level, so he can use the military formations he created to draw the mark of power of past experts. Niao Dali could not stop once he started talking. After being bored for so many years, he was almost bored out of his wits. He would not let go of the rare opportunity to show his face. Niao Dali was especially satisfied when he noticed the admiring looks on the immortals' faces after hearing his explanation. Niao Dali's explanation only took up a little time. From the moment the astral beast broke out of the seal to the moment the two sides started fighting, only 2 or 3 rounds had passed. After he finished his explanation, Emperor Zhao said, "Gods, take the opportunity to kill the astral beast while it's trapped by the array. Don't delay until other astral beasts break out of the seal." As soon as he finished speaking, he made the first move. He took a step forward and unleashed his imperial aura. When he struck out with his palm, the energy from his palm crushed the endless void and pressed toward the astral beast that was fighting with the shadow of the powerhouse. Rumble, there was a huge commotion, and surging waves of air swept out. When Emperor Zhao made his move, the immortals and gods of the heavenly court did not hesitate. Instantly, many powerhouses attacked and cooperated with the heavenly army's array to kill a few astral beasts that broke out of the seal. Soon, one astral beast was killed by Emperor Zhao and the heavenly army. The astral beast that was born was only a 5th-level immortal. Even in a one-on-one battle, Emperor Zhao was confident that he could suppress it, let alone with the help of the heavenly army's array. The astral beast was killed. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed out. The cultivators who were still in the extraterritorial battlefield became excited when they saw this scene. What was their purpose in staying in the extraterritorial battlefield? It was nothing more than waiting for the start of the war and taking the opportunity to reap some benefits. The only benefit they could reap. It was the blood that flowed out when the astral beast was injured or killed. Don't move. Wait for me to collect it first. If I succeed, you can come back. Lu Qinghong, who had been waiting for a long time, saw the astral beast's blood flowing over, and his eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he rose into the air and approached the astral beast's blood. Boom, a powerful and vast pressure emanated from the astral beast's blood as if it could crush the sky and the void. In an instant, Lu Qinghong's body collapsed. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. He did not dare to hesitate at all. He immediately took out a jade talisman from his storage ring and crushed it. Buzz, the jade talisman shattered, and a faint blue light appeared, relieving the pressure from the astral beast's blood. Although the pressure was still strong, it was not as strong as before when he was almost crushed to death. Without truly touching the blood of a true immortal, there was no way to understand its power. Looking at the blood that was like a river of stars in front of him, Lu Qinghong had no way of determining whether the star beast's blood was at the level of a 4th heaven immortal. He took out another jade talisman and crushed it. The light turned into a huge hand and grabbed at the blood. Immediately, a drop of blood was caught and brought back. Seeing this, Lu Qinghong took out a jade bottle and carefully collected the drop of blood. The blood fell into the jade bottle. Bang, the jade bottle seemed to have encountered an unbearable weight and instantly shattered. The moment the jade bottle shattered, Lu Qinghong hurriedly retreated. The drop of star beast blood that he had collected had already fallen out of the broken bottle and into the air. Lu Qinghong's face darkened. The shattering of the jade bottle proved that the amount of astral beast blood collected had exceeded the limit of what the jade bottle could withstand. In other words, that fallen star beast was definitely not as simple as a 4th heaven immortal. Even though he had the intention of making a trial and error from the beginning, when he really lost a jade bottle, he still felt heartache. The value of a jade bottle. But it was not low at all. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Qinghong directly retreated. The fallen star beast is not a fourth heaven immortal. Don't act rashly for the time being. Wait for the next star beast. The remaining players in the team all suppressed the impulse in their hearts. Very soon, another star beast was killed. A 1,000,000 feet tall corpse of the star beast fell. Blood gushed out like a river bursting a dam, causing a huge roar in the void. Immediately, Lu Qinghong stepped forward again and tried to collect the blood of the star beast. After the blood flowed into the jade bottle, his gaze was fixed on the jade bottle. He saw the jade bottle vibrate violently, as if something was violently colliding with it. But no matter how violent the collision was, there was no way to break the jade bottle. Seeing this, Lu Qinghong was relieved. The jade bottle did not break immediately, which proved that the blood of the star beast was within the acceptable range. In other words, the strength of the killed star beast was only around a fourth heaven immortal. He kept the jade bottle. He turned around and looked at the people in the team. Quick, collect the blood. Okay. Hearing this, the rest of the people flew forward and collected the blood like a gourd. On the other side, after killing a few star beasts, the rest of the stars became even more violent. Boom, boom, several stars exploded, and the star beasts sealed in them were born. A violent aura swept in all directions. Roar, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the void. Emperor Zhao's face was unprecedentedly solemn. Then, he looked at Chu Quantu and Niu Dali. Please help me kill the star beasts. No problem. Neither of them refused. Chu Quantu took a step forward and unsheathed the long saber on his back. The cold saber light scattered like moonlight, easily cutting through the void and cutting off the arm of a star beast. At the same time, Niu Dali was not weaker than others. He revealed his true body and suppressed a star beast. Niu Dali's hooves landed. The star beast's body exploded, and it was almost trampled to death. In terms of realm, both of them were seventh heaven immortals. They were in the upper three true immortals. In terms of real strength, the weakest one was comparable to an eighth heaven immortal. The strongest star beast that had appeared was only a fifth heaven immortal. How could it be qualified to compete with them, as soon as they attacked? The two star beasts were seriously injured and were almost crushed to death. At the sight of this scene, many experts were shocked. Not everyone had seen the true strength of the two. Now that they saw what was happening in front of them, they were inevitably shocked. At this moment, Chu Quantu had already killed the star beast. Although he was a seventh heaven immortal, he could even fight against a ninth heaven immortal. Killing a fifth heaven immortal star beast was as easy as blowing off dust. After killing the star beast, Chu Quantu immediately aimed at the next target. When the battle began, the rioting stars had reached a limit one after another. Not long after, many more stars exploded, and the star beasts sealed in them completely walked out. Boom, the aura of many star beasts gathered together. It was enough to stir up the void. The expressions of all the experts who sensed that aura changed. Emperor Zhao shouted angrily, "Those below the true immortal realm who are not from the heavenly court, return to the great thousand world." This sentence. It was clearly telling those cultivators who were picking up scraps in the extraterritorial battlefield that the heavenly court might not be able to resist now that all the star beasts had broken out of the seal. If they wanted to live, they had to go back quickly. Otherwise, they could not blame others if they died. Until now, nearly a third of all the stars had been unsealed. Dozens of star beasts, the weakest of which was a middle three-layer true immortal, had appeared. The aura gathered together was enough to make even upper three-layer true immortals pale in fright. Apart from that, the remaining stars were also shattering one after another. One after another, the star beasts woke up from their hibernation. Just the aura they emitted made the endless void cry out as if it couldn't withstand such pressure. The cultivators of the 10,000 races in the extraterritorial battlefield. When those star beasts broke through the seal, they had already sensed the suffocating aura. Now, after hearing Emperor Zhao's words, their expressions changed, and then they rushed toward the passage of heaven and earth. Soon, more than half of the people in the extraterritorial battlefield were gone. "Brother, should we leave?" Xiao Qingqing grabbed the jade bottle in her hand and looked at Lu Qinghong nervously. Let's go. Lu Qinghong made a decision without hesitation. He had collected almost all the star beast blood that he needed. Even if there were a few empty jade bottles, he wouldn't feel the pinch. The current situation was obviously out of the control of the Heavenly Court. Of course. It was also possible that the situation was still under the control of the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Court's next plan was to give up the extraterritorial battlefield. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to leave anymore. If they were killed and revived, they would lose a level. If they were unlucky and something important was dropped, they wouldn't even have time to cry. According to the current situation, retreating now was the most appropriate thing to do. Hearing that, the players in the team didn't object. Instead, they followed Lu Qinghong and retreated. At the same time, other players also retreated. However, there were still some people who didn't leave. They chose to stay and watch. Emperor Zhao could naturally sense the changes in the extraterritorial battlefield. He couldn't care less about it. Since those people didn't leave, then they couldn't blame anyone if they died later. Now, he was already prepared to retreat back to the Great Thousand World if the Heavenly Court couldn't win. As for the extraterritorial battlefield, he could only give up then. Emperor Zhao's vast aura surged as he borrowed Nameless from Xiao Qingfeng. Holding Zhu Bing, his aura was unparalleled. All immortals and deities, just as Emperor Zhao was about to give the order, the void in front of him shattered and a person stepped out, appearing in front of all the immortals and gods. Immediately after, a surge of aura soared into the sky, contending with the aura of the many star beasts. Surprisingly, it was not at a disadvantage at all. Emperor of Heaven. Seeing who it was, Emperor Zhao felt relieved. The Emperor of Heaven is back. Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. The immortals and gods of the celestial court heaved sighs of relief. It was as if a huge mountain that had been pressing on his shoulders had been moved away by someone else. To them, the Emperor of Heaven was their spiritual support. As long as he existed, all problems would not be a problem. Yes. Qin Shujian waved his hand slightly. His gaze had been fixed on the star beasts that had broken out of their seals. Emperor Zhao took a step forward. With the return of the Emperor of Heaven, our chances of exterminating the Star Beast clan will be greater. Qin Shujian could kill half-step Dao fruit existences. His strength was already very strong. Even if he could not deal with all the star beasts, he could still greatly increase the Heavenly Court's strength. One had to know. He was also someone who had received the legacy of the Heavenly Court. He could understand how powerful half-step Dao fruit existences were. Don't interfere in the affairs of the Star Beast clan. Leave all the star beasts to me, Qin Shujian said indifferently. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao was stunned. The other immortals and gods had similar expressions when they heard that. What did he mean? He wanted to deal with all the star beasts by himself. One of the immortals could not help but ask, Emperor of Heaven. Do you mean you want to deal with all the star beasts by yourself? The way he spoke was very careful, for fear of angering the other party. Do I need to repeat myself? Qin Shujian glanced at him indifferently. His calm and normal gaze made the immortal's heart turn cold. All of a sudden, he did not dare to say another word. Even the other immortals and gods did not know what to say now. Chu Kuangtu frowned slightly. Emperor Qin, are you sure you can deal with them? The star beasts that have been born are not weak. Others were afraid of Qin Shujian and did not dare to ask too many questions, but he did not have such scruples. There were hundreds of star beasts that had been born. There were even some star beasts in the upper third level of the perfected immortal realm. Although the other party had killed a half-step Dao fruit beast emperor, he had not reached the Dao fruit realm. It was not that easy to ignore the number of perfected immortals. Even if Chu Kuangtu recovered his strength to the half-step Dao fruit realm, he was not 100% confident that he could deal with all the star beasts. He was shocked by the strength of the Star Beast clan. He was also shocked. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. It's not a big problem. Blade Master and Brother Niao, please don't interfere. Seeing that, Chu Kuangtu could only retreat. As for Niu Dali, he also retreated to the Heavenly Court's camp. Since the other party insisted, they could not say anything. Chu Kuangtu also had some speculations about Qin Shujian's confidence. After all, if he wanted to rely on his own strength to deal with the Star Beast clan, unless he was in existence at the Dao Fruit level, he could only use other means. For example, Zhou Tian's star map in the other party's hand. However, Chu Kuangtu had seen the power of Zhou Tian's star map. Although it was very powerful, it was impossible for him to do that. Unless. Did the other party have a backup plan? While thinking, Chu Kuangtu put the long saber in his hand back into the sheath. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who were forming the military formation also withdrew under the order of the 4 war gods. In less than 15 minutes, the situation of the battle had completely disappeared. Those star beasts that had been born also sensed the terrifying aura of Qin Shujian and did not dare to act rashly for a while. In the endless void, one star beast after another broke out of the seal. The more star beasts that were born, the more irritable the star beast clan became. There was a faint tendency to attack Qin Shujian. In front of all the star beasts, Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. Dressed in a cyan robe, he seemed to be aloof from the world. His aura was as vast as the abyss, contending with the aura of all the star beasts. He was not at a disadvantage at all. As for the original Heavenly Court experts, they had all retreated to the rear. Their eyes wandered back and forth between the Star Beast clan and Qin Shujian with a rather complicated look on their faces. No one had expected that. It was a good war, but it ended up like this. Many immortals and deities were not very confident that Qin Shujian would be able to fight against the Star Beast clan by himself. However, no one dared to say anything more. When the last star shattered, the momentum of the Star Beast clan finally reached its peak. The many star beasts that were hesitating in the void let out earth-shattering roars at this time and attacked Qin Shujian. P.S. Public number, fleeting white horse. Among all the star beasts that appeared, the weakest was a 4th-level immortal. Among them, there was no lack of 3rd-level true immortals. When they all attacked in an instant, their momentum was so great that it was as if they could destroy the sky. Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. With a flip of his hand, a small formation map appeared in his hand. Then, the formation map in his palm slowly rose a little and spun on the spot. Go! Qin Shujian said softly, and the formation map immediately flew away. As soon as Zhou Tian's star map flew up, it had already become infinitely large in the air and immediately suppressed the star beasts. Rumble, the moment the formation map fell, it was as if a world was born. All the star beasts were caught off guard and were completely swallowed by the formation. In the eyes of the Heavenly Court and the experts of the 10,000 races, they could only see Zhou Tian's star map fly up, and then an endless river of stars drooped down and drowned the star beasts. In an instant, those powerful star beasts had already disappeared. In the hundreds of millions of miles of void, only the river of stars wandered, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. What's that? A blueprint, and it swallowed all the star beasts. It doesn't seem to be an ordinary blueprint, but a formation map. Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven has set up some powerful formation? Are there any experts who are proficient in formations who can see the mystery of it? In the extraterritorial battlefield, the remaining cultivators of the 10,000 races were all looking at the brilliant river of stars in shock. They didn't understand formations, or only knew a little, but they didn't dabble in it at all. Naturally, they couldn't see the power of Zhou Tian's star array. Hearing that, some of the array formation experts looked at the galaxy for a long time and finally shook their heads. I can't see anything at all. It should be an array formation. However, the array formation set up by the Celestial Emperor has already surpassed ordinary array formations. If you want to comprehend some of its mysteries, I'm afraid you'll need a Grandmaster-level formation master. In the eyes of these people, the mystery of Zhou Tian's star array had long exceeded the limits of their understanding. Furthermore, these people didn't know what level of formation Zhou Tian's great astral formation was. Even though formations were gradually becoming more and more popular among the myriad races. But compared to the Tao of cultivation, array formations were still far inferior. There were only a handful of people who could reach the first level of the Master Realm. Therefore, in their eyes, only grandmasters would be able to see through the mysteries of Zhou Tian's great astral beast formation. Pfft! A disdainful sneer sounded from the crowd. Immediately, many people looked towards the source of the sound. A middle-aged man in a black shirt shook his head and said, "How can it be so easy to understand the formation set up by the Emperor of Heaven? I'm sure that no one in the first or second stage of the Supreme Power Realm can see through it. Even if it was a third realm cultivator, it was very likely that it would be the same. You think too highly of Array Dao grandmasters and underestimate the Emperor of Heaven's attainments in Array Dao. You must know that long before Array Dao became popular, the Emperor of Heaven's Array Dao had already reached an unfathomable level. Now that he has trapped so many star beasts with just one formation, it is at least a Saint Realm formation, and it is very likely that it has surpassed the Saint Realm." Hearing this, many people came to a realization. Indeed, they had all neglected one thing, and that was the strength of the star beasts. At present, the weakest star beasts that had appeared was at the 4th level of the immortal realm. What right did a Grandmaster realm formation have to trap such an existence, not to mention there were as many as hundreds of star beasts of such a realm. Only the legendary Saint Realm formation could achieve such a level. That's right. The 3rd stage of the Master Realm is only comparable to a mighty figure. Only saints can reach the level of a true immortal. If you want to do what the Emperor of Heaven did, it is definitely not something an ordinary Saint Realm can do. Someone nodded in agreement. If a Saint Realm Array Dao expert was equal to a true immortal, then Qin Shujian's Array Dao cultivation would at least be at the peak of the Saint Realm, or even surpass the Saint Realm. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the experts of all races were shocked. The immortals and gods of the heavenly court, who had completely become bystanders, did not look any better. What a powerful Array Dao! Xiao Qingfeng looked at the dazzling Milky Way and took a deep breath in his heart. With his vision, he could not see any clues of the Array Dao at all. In his perception, only the Milky Way was vast and deep, and there was no way to guess its depth. One must know. Xiao Qingfeng's current realm had already reached the 5th level of the immortal realm. Combined with the foundation of his previous life, although there was no way to compare with a 3rd level of the true immortal realm, there was no problem for him to match a 6th level of the immortal realm. Even so, he still had no way to perceive the depth of the Milky Way. For a moment, Xiao Qingfeng's heart was filled with shock. The skybreaking halberd in his hand vibrated slightly, and a sound that others could not hear was transmitted into his mind. This Array Dao looks similar to the Array Dao used by the heavenly court to draw in the power of the stars. Could it be the same Array Dao? Xiao Qingfeng's expression froze. If the skybreaking halberd had not mentioned it, he would not have noticed it. Now that the skybreaking halberd had reminded him, Xiao Qingfeng realized that there were some similarities. It was just that his talent in Array Dao was really average, and there was no way to see too many clues. However, Xiao Qingfeng was almost certain. Even if the Milky Way in front of him was not the Array Dao of the heavenly court, there must be some connection between them. However, he really did not have much skill in Array Dao, and could only look at it now. Just as Xiao Qingfeng was feeling shocked, the other immortals and gods of the heavenly court were not much better. The dazzling Milky Way. It gave them the feeling that it was as vast as an abyss, and it was incompatible with the desolate void in front of them, as if it was a new world. All of a sudden, the skybreaking emperor sighed. The Milky Way looks dazzling and gorgeous, but it is also full of murderous intent. Perhaps this is what the void outside of the outer realm should be like. That feeling came out of nowhere. When the words left his mouth, he was slightly stunned, wondering why he would say such a thing. However, after saying that, the skybreaking emperor carefully thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Compared to the desolate and colorless void that seemed to be full of danger, the dazzling Milky Way in front of him was more likable. Some immortals and gods heard that. They also nodded in agreement. Among all the experts, only Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali could see the clues of the Array Dao. After all, the two of them had seen the Zhou Tian Great Stars Array. When he saw the Milky Way appear, Niu Dali suddenly exclaimed, "The Qin Emperor's Zhou Tian star map is even more powerful than before." Although the heavenly cycle star formation that was laid out is still somewhat inferior to the first epochs, it already has some essence. The Zhou Great Stars formation of the First Era. Out of all the times that the heavenly cycle star formation appeared, it could be said to be the pinnacle existence. Because of this, the heavenly cycle star formation set up in the other epochs could not compare to the heavenly cycle star formation in the first epoch. The reason was the number of powerful cultivators who set up the formation was one of the problems. The treasure used as the eye of the formation was another. After all, the Zhou Great Stars formation of the First Era had a connate cardinal treasure as the eye of the formation. It was also personally set up by powerful cultivators. Even Dao fruit level cultivators might perish if they fell into it. As a powerful cultivator of the First Era, how could Niu Dali not have seen the real Zhou Great Stars formation, the galaxy in front of him? There was still a big gap between it and the First Era's pinnacle formation. However, it was not much weaker than the Zhou Great Stars formation of the other eras. He could tell. Although the Zhou star map in Qin Shujian's hands had not broken through to the level of a connate cardinal treasure, it was close to that level. It is possible to set up the Zhou Great Stars formation perfectly with one person's strength. It is a pity that the Dao Master will not be able to see it. Niu Dali thought of something and sighed again. Hearing this, Chu Kuangtu was silent. He knew who the Dao Master that Niu Dali mentioned was. The Taiqing Holy Man. If the Weapon Emperor could only be called the top blacksmith of the Second Era, it was because of the existence of the Taiqing Holy Man. When it came to blacksmithing, the Taiqing Holy Man was the real pinnacle. It could even be said that the origin of blacksmithing originated from the Taiqing Holy Man. The idea of the Zhou star map also came from the Taiqing Holy Man. It was a pity. Although the Zhou star map was born in the previous eras, it was still far from reaching the peak of the First Era. No matter which era it was in, it was very difficult to forge a connate cardinal treasure level weapon. At least until now. The birth of any connate treasure was nurtured by nature and nurtured by nature. However, the Zhou star map in Qin Shujian's hands was already qualified to be upgraded to a primordial cardinal treasure. Thinking of this, Chu Kuangtu also sighed. This era is very different from the other eras. The Weapon Emperor once said that primordial cardinal treasures can't be artificially forged because even he hasn't really refined a primordial cardinal treasure. From the looks of it now, it won't be long before a divine weapon comparable to a primordial cardinal treasure appears. Zhou star map. The way to improve was very simple. At his level, he basically knew everything. But the problem was, if he wanted to upgrade Zhou star map, he would need a large number of star cores. Even in the First Era, star cores were extremely rare and precious. Even if all the stars were destroyed, it would be impossible to obtain too many star cores. There was no star core. There was no way to improve Zhou star map. This was the most difficult thing. At this time, Zhou Great Star formation was completely set up. Qin Shujian took out the Tiandi Bell and the heaven-reaching mirror and suppressed them at the position of the formation eye. Immediately, the formation was activated. All the stars in the sky shone. One by one, star beasts appeared from the stars and attacked the star. Beasts trapped by the formation. All the star beasts that appeared. Their strength had grown from the original level 4 immortals to the current level 6 immortals. In other words, just by relying on the massive heavenly cycle star formation, it could manifest 365 elites of the 6th heaven celestial tier. After all the star beasts were created, they instantly attacked other star beasts. Boom, the terrifying attack caused the galaxy to collapse. Many star beasts fought with each other. With the most primitive attacks, everything around them collapsed. The Star Beast clan was very powerful. More than 200 star beasts, the weakest of whom was a third-tier true immortal, were enough to destroy a realm. However, Zhou star map had completely completed a powerful transformation after absorbing the power of the Star Beast Emperor. It could be said that, with the power of the formation, Qin Shujian was invincible below the Dao Fruit realm. The reason for that was because the 365 sixth heaven immortal star beasts that were almost undying and indestructible would be able to sweep away everything in their path. Even a half-step Dao Fruit realm expert would die in the face of so many star beasts. watching the battle in the formation. Xianxia did not change the formation. Instead, he allowed the star beasts to kill each other. After a while, he threw the god-slaying saber into the array. Go, absorb the energy you need to transcend the tribulation. Whether you can transcend the 8th tribulation depends on this opportunity. He had missed this opportunity. It would not be so easy to gather the energy again. After all, not every place could have more than 200 star beasts, the weakest of whom was a 4th-tier immortal. Only the Star Beast clan had a strong foundation. If it were other clans, they would not be able to do this at all. Even the extinct Nefarious Fiend clan of the Void could not compare to the Star Beast clan. One had to know. Among the Nefarious Fiend clan of the Void, including the Boyle clan, which was the first to go extinct, there were a total of 4 or 5 demon emperors. They barely made up 10 demon emperors. Such strength. In front of the Star Beast clan, it was not enough at all. If the Star Beast clan had not been sleeping in the stars, the Nefarious Fiend clan of the Void would have ceased to exist long ago. In Xianxia's opinion, the reason why the Star Beast clan was sleeping should be to accumulate power and then search for an opportunity to live forever. Because no living creature could truly be eternal and indestructible. Even the Star Beasts had an end to their lifespan. The Star Beast's sleep could be said to be self-protection. The other party was sleeping in the stars, and their auras were almost completely silent. Even time could not do anything to leave too many traces on these Star Beasts. In this way, the lifespan of the Star Beast clan was infinitely extended. More importantly, although the Star Beasts were sleeping, the sealed stars on the outside would constantly absorb the power in the void and then feed it back to the Star Beasts inside the stars to absorb. Therefore, their strength was constantly improving. Among other things, take the fallen Beast Emperor for example. Xianxia was sure that if he had not broken the seal and given the Beast Emperor millions of years, the first Dao fruit expert would have been born in this era. A Dao fruit expert who broke through naturally while sleeping. Unfortunately, however, the Beast Emperor had encountered him. Xianxia also had some understanding of this. How can it be so easy to break through to the Dao fruit realm? Any expert who breaks through will face different tribulations. Only after overcoming them can they truly advance to the Dao fruit realm. Strictly speaking, I am that Beast Emperor's tribulation. The Beast Emperor had fallen. That proved that the other party had failed to transcend the tribulation. In the array, the stars in the sky shone brightly, transforming into powerful star beasts that fought against the Star Beast clan's experts. Immediately afterward, the void shook. Endless saber chi suddenly appeared and slashed at one of the star beasts. That star beast was besieged by 2 other star beasts. Caught off guard, it was directly slashed by the saber chi. One of its arms fell off and blood gushed out like a river bursting its banks. The severe pain made the star beast let out a painful cry. The next moment, a stone saber fell. Taking advantage of the star beast's serious injury, it directly cut off its head. Instantly, the head separated from the body. A large amount of blood gushed out. Before all the blood could fall to the void, it was pulled by a strong force and gathered toward the Godslayer. After a while, all the energy contained in the fallen star beast was absorbed. His originally strong physical body dissipated as if it had been eroded by the wind. The moment the physical body dissipated, a star core appeared from it. One of the stars in the sky suddenly flickered. The star core flew toward the star and then disappeared into it. Buzz, when the star core disappeared, the star could not help but shake. The already dazzling starlight became even more gorgeous. On the other side, the Godslayer rose into the air and floated directly above the array. The hidden power inside was completely released at this moment. A strong suction force spread out, causing the blood of all the injured astral beasts to flow uncontrollably like a river, surging towards him. Rumble. The blood that was like a river of stars converged into a monstrous river and surged in the void, causing a huge noise. At this moment, the Godslayer was immersed in the river of blood. Oh, comfortable. That feeling made him let out a comfortable sigh. Such rich energy. The Godslayer had not seen much of it. In terms of density, it was probably the last time when he absorbed the Beast Emperor's energy. In the past, even if there was such rich energy in front of him, he might not dare to boldly absorb it. Because once he absorbed too much energy, he would enter the state of tribulation. No matter how powerful Zhu Bing was, the success rate of tribulation was not 100%. But now that he had made his decision, Godslayer, on the other hand, wasn't too afraid of transcending the tribulation. Since he was going to transcend the tribulation, he might as well do it quickly. Due to the existence of Zhu Bing, as long as the star beasts were injured and their wounds were not healed in time, their blood would be extracted by an invisible force. In this way, the star beast race, which was already at a disadvantage, immediately fell into an even greater disadvantage. However, the Godslayer knew how important the core was to Qin Shujian, so it only absorbed the energy of the star beast. It didn't care about the core of the star beast. Star beasts fell one after another. The star core contained in the physical body also automatically merged with the stars in the sky when the physical body was destroyed. For a moment, the power of Zhou Tian's star map began to increase steadily. Outside the array. At this time, Qin Shujian's full attention was focused on the array. He was also aware of the changes in Zhou Tian's star map. After killing all the star beasts, the array can almost be upgraded to the level of Zhu Bing of the 9 tribulations. He was also faintly happy in his heart. The foundation of the star beast race was much stronger than he had imagined. Not to mention the half-step Dao fruit beast emperors, there were also many star beasts in the upper 3 true immortal realms. After killing the star beasts and seizing their star cores, it would be a rare tonic for Zhou Tian's star map. At this moment, Qin Shujian had already sensed it. Zhou Tian's star map was moving toward the limit. That kind of transformation. Every step was very slow. But every time it took a step, the energy contained in the array would undergo a tremendous change. Now, less than 1/3 of the original number of star beasts were still alive in the array. In other words, during the period when the array was set up, hundreds of star beasts had died. The more star beasts died, the greater the disadvantage of the star beast race. The others could not see the situation in the array. They could only see the river of stars flowing, as if something was being nurtured in it. The demon emperor looked for a long time and unconsciously frowned. What's the situation now? Has the Emperor of Heaven suppressed all the star beasts? I can't see the situation in the array. But judging from the current situation, the Emperor of Heaven should have the upper hand. The dog emperor glanced at him and then shook his head. He could not judge too many things. He could only guess some things from Qin Shujian's calm and composed expression. But this did not eliminate the possibility that the other party was just bluffing or pretending to be calm. Of course, the dog emperor also had a strong sense of reverence for Zhou Tian's star map array. Such an array. It completely exceeded his previous understanding of arrays. With such a mysterious and unfathomable method, it was not impossible to suppress the Star Beast clan. Something's wrong. The stone spear that was temporarily borrowed by Emperor Zhao was now making a surprised and doubtful sound. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao withdrew his gaze from the river of stars and turned to the stone spear in his hand. "Senior, what did you find?" Hearing the question, John Doe pondered for a moment and said in an uncertain tone, "When the Godslayer appeared just now, his aura seemed to be a little different from before. I didn't pay much attention to it. But now, I can feel that there is a powerful force that belongs to Zhu Bing rising in the array. Maybe, the Godslayer is preparing to pass the tribulation." After John Doe finished speaking, Emperor Zhao frowned. Pass the tribulation? Is he going to pass the 7th tribulation? Speaking of this, he was taken aback as well. Emperor Zhao had known that the Godslayer was Zhu Bing of the 6 tribulations a long time ago. Because the other party was passing the tribulation in the outer space. After he returned, he also received the news. Combined with the Godslayer's original strength, it was not difficult to speculate what stage the other party was at now. The 6 tribulations Zhu Bing, to be honest, he was already one of the top in this era. There were only a few Zhu Bing who were qualified to pass the 6th tribulation and succeeded. Emperor Zhao did not expect that. At this time, the Godslayer was going to pass the 7th tribulation. No, John Doe's voice was solemn, and the stone spear trembled slightly. He is not going to pass the seventh tribulation. He is going to pass the eighth tribulation. The eighth tribulation. Emperor Zhao's heart suddenly trembled, and a look of horror appeared in his calm eyes. That's right. The eighth tribulation should be waiting for him. John Doe's voice was firm as he said word by word. He is going to become the eight tribulations Zhu Bing. Eight tribulations Zhu Bing. There had never been an eight tribulations Zhu Bing since ancient times. Wu Ming seemed to have thought of something, and the stone spear trembled even more violently. Since the beginning of this era, the most powerful Zhu Bing had passed through the seventh tribulation, but that was the limit. There had never been a Zhu Bing who could pass through the seventh tribulation and advance to the eighth tribulation. Not only that, but there were only a handful of Zhu Bing who could pass through the seventh tribulation. Godslayer is going to pass through the eighth tribulation this time. He wants to become an eight tribulation Zhu Bing. Where did he get the confidence to pass through the eighth tribulation? Wu Ming became agitated, as if Godslayer could not pass through the eighth tribulation at all. Regarding his change, Emperor Zhao frowned again. It's normal for Zhu Bing to pass through the tribulation. Godslayer is the divine weapon of the Emperor of Heaven, so he must have some means to pass through the tribulation. Besides, since the eight tribulations Zhu Bing exists in this world, it proves that he can exist. So far, there has never been an eight tribulations Zhu Bing, but it doesn't mean that there is no way for future generations to advance. I'm too agitated. Wu Ming came to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure just now. Seeing this, Emperor Zhao did not say anything, but he had some thoughts in his mind. When Wu Ming sensed something, Zhu Bing's skybreaking halberd also sensed something. Immortal, it seems like Godslayer is going to pass through the tribulation. His voice became serious as if he was going to pass through the tribulation himself. Pass through the tribulation? Xiao Qingfeng's pupils contracted slightly, then he asked, is he going to pass through the seventh tribulation? Although he was a little surprised at first about Godslayer's tribulation, he soon understood. Indeed. Passing through the tribulation sounded shocking. However, the problem was that there were so many astral beasts trapped in the array formation. If all the energy was concentrated on one Zhu Bing, it would be enough for any Zhu Bing to enter a state of tribulation transcendence. Therefore, Godslayer's tribulation was reasonable. Xiao Qingfeng would be surprised if he really absorbed so much energy and did not pass the tribulation. The skybreaking halberd said, it's hard to say. The butchering god is giving me a different feeling now. Even now, he wasn't sure how many tribulations the other party was about to face. Normally speaking, Godslayer should be transcending the seventh calamity. However, skybreaking halberd recalled the feeling Godslayer gave him, and he wasn't too sure. It couldn't be that he was about to undergo the eighth tribulation, right? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he was shocked by his own thoughts. The eighth tribulation. In the skybreaking halberd's memory, it had never appeared before. No, it seems like there was an eighth tribulation. Suddenly, the skybreaking halberd seemed to recall something again. However, because it had been too long, his memory had become blurry. However, there was one day that he was certain. That was, regardless of whether the eighth tribulation had appeared before, there were definitely only a handful of Zhu Bing who were qualified to transcend the eighth tribulation. At least in the skybreaking halberd's knowledge, he had never seen the existence of the seventh tribulation Zhu Bing. Time passed little by little. An unknown amount of time passed. All of a sudden, a shocking shockwave rose from the galaxy and shattered the void in the blink of an eye. The moment the void shattered, a stone saber flew through the air. The heavenly tribulation had already condensed in the boundless void at some point in time. The heavenly tribulation. Qin Shujian looked at the heavenly tribulation above his head and waved his hand to put away Zhou Tian's astral map. The astral river in the sky dissipated. Along with the astral river, the astral beasts also disappeared. Everyone, retreat from the range of the heavenly tribulation. Qin Shujian said in a low voice, and his voice reached the ears of all the heavenly court immortals. Immediately, the heavenly court immortals retreated. Qin Shujian also withdrew. Zhou Tian's astral map, which he had taken into his sea of consciousness, was now undergoing some subtle transformations. Bits of starlight were emitted, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness with colors. After retreating, Xianxia did not pay attention to the Godslayer, but to himself. The changes in the sea of consciousness did not escape his perception. Whether I can transform to the level of the ninth tribulation Zhu Bing depends on the fortune of Zhou Tian's astral map. The astral beasts had been completely wiped out. All the astral cores had also been absorbed and refined by the astral map and transformed into a part of its own power. Zhou Tian's astral map was originally a top 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. Now that it had absorbed more than 200 astral cores, it had enough power to break the shackles. It was just a transformation from the 8th tribulation to the 9th tribulation. It was equivalent to the transformation of a cultivator from the half-step Dao fruit realm to the Dao fruit realm. It was not so easy to achieve. That realm. Once crossed, the difference would be like heaven and earth. Therefore, even if Zhou Tian's astral map had the foundation to transform, it would not transform successfully all at once. Instead, it would transform bit by bit under subtle influence. Because of the telepathic connection, Qin Shujian could clearly sense that Zhou Tian's astral map was in a transformation stage. But in the end, it was unknown whether it would really transform successfully. Boom, in the void, the heavenly tribulation had already struck down fiercely. Terrifying thunderbolts wreaked havoc like silver snakes dancing wildly, turning all the areas it affected into a forbidden zone for living creatures. Feeling the power of the heavenly tribulation, all the experts' expressions changed abruptly. This power, Xiao Qingfeng's mind was shaken, and his gaze toward the heavenly tribulation was already filled with horror. Even if there was a certain distance between them. But the power of the heavenly tribulation still gave him the illusion of death. In other words, the power of the heavenly tribulation was very strong, to the point where it far exceeded its own limits. The 8th tribulation. This is the 8th tribulation. The skybreaking halberd cried out involuntarily. He originally thought that Godslayer would be crossing the 7th tribulation, but never would he have thought that he would be crossing the 8th tribulation. The 8th tribulation, once he succeeded in crossing the tribulation, he would be the unprecedented 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. And to be able to attract the 8th tribulation, that proved that Godslayer was already the 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. The skybreaking halberd searched through his memories. The 7th tribulation Zhu Bing was only in existence in the legends, and he had never seen it in person. No matter what, he would never have thought. The Godslayer, who was weaker than him in the past, would have surpassed him by so much, directly reaching the 7th tribulation Zhu Bing level. Now, it was even more exaggerated to the point that he was crossing the 8th tribulation. The skybreaking halberd knew very well. Whether he succeeded or not, it was already destined that he would be completely famous today. Even if he was destroyed in the heavenly tribulation, there would still be experts who would remember that Zhu Bing had once tried to cross the 8th tribulation. More importantly, since Godslayer dared to cross the tribulation so decisively, the skybreaking halberd vaguely believed that he might really succeed. Sensing this thought, he laughed self-deprecatingly. He began to laugh at himself. How could an 8th tribulation ancestral armament be that easy to obtain? The 8th tribulation continued to descend. Zhu Bing's 8th tribulation was equivalent to a 9th level immortal advancing towards half-step Dao fruit. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying was the power of the heavenly tribulation. The expressions of all the immortals who sensed the power of the tribulation completely changed at this moment. Even someone as strong as Qin Shujian. Now, in the face of the tribulation, his expression was extremely solemn. Although the 8th tribulation was equivalent to a 9th level immortal advancing towards half-step Dao fruit, it didn't mean that half-step Dao fruit could definitely resist the tribulation in front of him. It could be said that the threat of the tribulation was even greater than that of the Beast Emperor. For a moment, Qin Shujian wasn't absolutely sure whether the Godslayer could successfully transcend the tribulation. No wonder Zhu Bing hasn't been born in this era. Now it seems that Zhu Bing has a lot of room for growth and has a certain advantage compared to the divine weapons of other eras. But it's not that easy to truly grow to the limit. There were gains and losses. The rules were fair. Since Zhu Bing was given the possibility of unlimited growth, it was accompanied by a monstrous lightning tribulation as a test. Only by transcending the lightning tribulation could it truly grow. Otherwise, it would be reduced to ashes. To be honest, Qin Shujian was quite used to using the Godslayer. Since the destruction of the divine weapons of the Third Era, Zhu Bing was the divine weapon he was most comfortable with. If he allowed it to be destroyed by the tribulation, it would be a great loss for him. But, it's not that easy to interfere with the tribulation. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he watched the tribulation continue to descend and the Godslayer, who was silently enduring the tribulation's tempering. It wasn't that he couldn't interfere with the tribulation, but that the cost of doing so was too high. If he had the power of a Dao fruit, he would have no problem directly destroying the tribulation. Of course. If he did that, he would definitely anger Huanyu. However, as an expert at the Dao fruit level, he was still able to put up a fight against an enraged Huanyu. Although he was strong enough now, there was still a huge gap between him and a Dao fruit. The consequences of forcefully interfering with the heavenly tribulation was very likely to be death with the Godslayer. Let's see. Whether or not you can successfully transcend the tribulation will depend on your luck. Qin Shujian looked at the Godslayer undergoing the tribulation, then silently observed Zhou Tian's star map in his sea of consciousness, which was gradually transforming. He did not do anything. He was waiting. Wait for the right opportunity. As long as Zhou Tian's star map could transform to a level comparable to that of 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, then Qin Shujian would have the confidence to borrow the power of the star map to help Godslayer transcend the tribulation. However, there were 2 prerequisites. One was that Zhou Tian's star map could really transform successfully. The other one, Godslayer, on the other hand, could hold out until then. Rumble. The dark red heavenly tribulation symbolized destruction. Every bolt of heavenly tribulation destroyed the endless void and turned it into nothingness. The petrified blade silently endured the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. Every bolt of lightning caused the blade to vibrate violently. Bits of stone fell off as if they were originally dust. Whoosh, Godslayer looked at the heavenly tribulation with great pressure. If not for 7 tribulations Zhu Bing's powerful body, he would have been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. But even so, after continuously enduring the heavenly tribulation, Godslayer vaguely felt that he had exceeded his limit. He was not sure how many more heavenly tribulations there were. If it were the 7th heavenly tribulation, he could still fight back. However, facing the 8th heavenly tribulation, he was no longer qualified to fight back. Yes. He could only rely on his own strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Another bolt of lightning fell. A faint crack seemed to appear on the petrified blade. The crack appeared, causing Godslayer to seem to have suffered a heavy blow. Suddenly, the blade hummed. All the powerhouses who were watching the heavenly tribulation could not help but change their expressions when they saw the scene. Xiaoqingfeng's expression froze. Is he going to fail the heavenly tribulation? It's normal to fail the heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, there has never been a Zhu Bing that could cross the threshold from the 7th tribulation to the 8th tribulation. To be honest, I'm already surprised that Godslayer could reach this step. Skybreaking Halberd continued. In his eyes, it was normal for Godslayer to fail the heavenly tribulation. It would be unreasonable if he succeeded. After all, there were so many Zhu Bing, but there was not a single Zhu Bing that could break through to the 8th tribulation. However, seeing that Godslayer was about to fail the heavenly tribulation, Skybreaking Halberd was also a little sad. Although on the surface, he did not see eye to eye with Godslayer. But to be honest, they had known each other for so many years and had a deep friendship. If Godslayer really failed the heavenly tribulation, Skybreaking Halberd would also feel that it was a pity that there was one less powerful Zhu Bing in the world. Will the Emperor of Heaven have another way? Xiao Qingfeng averted his gaze and looked at Qin Shujian, who looked calm on the other side. From beginning to end, this Emperor of Heaven did not show too much of a change in expression. In his opinion, Godslayer might really have a way. That was hard to say. After all, Qin Shujian's background was not that simple. Godslayer's realm in his previous life was not something that Xiao Qingfeng could compare to. An existence of that realm. Xiao Qingfeng did not dare to be too sure about what kind of backup plan he had. Hearing this, Skybreaking Halberd did not think much of it. Immortal monarch, you're thinking too much. Zhu Bing's heavenly tribulation is not that easy to interfere with. Although the Emperor of Heaven is indeed very powerful, it is impossible for him to interfere with a heavenly tribulation of this level. Whether or not Godslayer can succeed in the heavenly tribulation depends on his own luck. However, towards the end, skybreaking halberd did not continue. At this point, it was already very obvious. He did not have high hopes for Godslayer, nor did he think that he could succeed in the heavenly tribulation. After understanding the power of the 8th tribulation, skybreaking halberd developed some fear. If Godslayer failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, if he had the chance in the future, he might not try to pass the heavenly tribulation. Sigh. Skybreaking halberd sighed. Right now, he also really hoped that Godslayer could succeed. Once he succeeded, it would be equivalent to letting the other Zhu Bing understand that there was a path ahead. Even if it would be very difficult, as long as there was a path to take, that would be enough. However, judging from the current situation, Godslayer did not have much hope of passing the heavenly tribulation successfully. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Once he failed. If that happened, it would be an enormous blow to the other ancestral armaments. So, skybreaking halberd's current feelings were very complicated. Godslayer's success or failure in passing the heavenly tribulation was not only related to himself, but also to him. Just as skybreaking halberd was feeling a little anxious. Nameless, who had been following Emperor Zhao, could not help but transform into his true form. He stood beside Emperor Zhao and looked at Godslayer below the heavenly tribulation with a complicated expression. I hope you can succeed, otherwise, there might not be another 8 tribulation ancestral armament in this epoch. John Doe's eyes were burning at first, but then they dimmed a little. He could see it. Godslayer, who was under the heavenly tribulation, was almost at the end of his tether. But until now, the heavenly tribulation was far from over. Zhu Bing's 8th heavenly tribulation has a total of 13 stages, and each stage has 9 lightning bolts. So far, less than 5 stages of the heavenly tribulation have passed. The further it goes, the stronger the heavenly tribulation will be. If I'm not wrong, with Godslayer's foundation, he should be able to hold on until the 7th stage. But then, that's almost his limit. John Doe said calmly. Emperor Zhao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but glance at him with a surprised look on his face. Senior, it seems that you know a lot about the 8th heavenly tribulation. I don't know much about it. It's just that after living for so long, it's inevitable that I'll see some things. John Doe smiled slightly, shook his head, and answered ambiguously. In this regard, Emperor Zhao also responded with a faint smile. Senior, you're too modest. Although John Doe was modest, in his opinion, John Doe's background was definitely not simple. Since the beginning of this era, there were only a few Zhu Bing's 8th heavenly tribulation. But from what John Doe said, he obviously had a deep understanding of the 8th heavenly tribulation. There was something. It wasn't something that could be known just because one had lived long enough. But John Doe obviously didn't want to say more, and Emperor Zhao couldn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. Zhu Bing was the same. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation was still falling. Just as John Doe said, the power of the heavenly tribulation was gradually increasing, especially when it entered a new cycle after 9 lightning bolts. The power of the heavenly tribulation would rise sharply. From the beginning of the heavenly tribulation until now, Godslayer had gone through more than 60 lightning bolts. According to John Doe, more than 60 lightning bolts meant that he had officially entered the 7th heavenly tribulation. Anyone could tell that the god-slaying saber had reached its limit. The petrified blade was covered with cracks, as if it was a divine weapon that had been in battle for a long time and could no longer fight. Are we going to fail? Another thunderbolt struck, and a corner of the stone saber crumbled. Godslayer's heart suddenly calmed down, and he no longer had the nervousness and subtle fear he had when he was going through the tribulation. It had really come to this point. On the contrary, he was very open-minded. However, Godslayer felt a little regretful when he thought about his failure to transcend the tribulation. Scenes of the past emerged from the depths of his memories. It was unknown how many years had passed since it had gained sentience. Too many things had happened during this period of time. But those memories. Because of the passage of time, they were gradually sealed away in the deepest parts of the world. Even if Godslayer had wanted to look through the memories in the past, he would not have been able to find all of them. Until now. When he was really on the verge of collapse, those memories that he could not find in the past emerged on their own. I was born in ancient times. At that time, the world was in chaos and thousands of races were killing each other. The human race struggled to survive and suffered persecution from thousands of races. Therefore, some humans entrusted their faith to me. That was how the race Zhu Bing was born. When I was born that day, an army of foreign races attacked the human race and forced the human race to retreat. The ancient human emperor took me with him to kill all the invaders and led the human race to rise from insignificance. I have existed for too long in this life. I have existed for too long, and it has gradually wiped out the fighting spirit in my heart. I don't know when it started, but I was afraid of transcending the tribulation. I began to stop moving forward and be content with the status quo. You must know that cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Once you are afraid and stop moving forward, it will be difficult for you to achieve anything in the future. Since the day I was born, I have sworn that I will become the strongest Zhu Bing in this life. Godslayer spoke faintly. His voice was not loud, but it penetrated the roar of thunder and resounded in the endless void. It was a fighting spirit that had disappeared for a long time. It rose from the depths of his heart. The obsession of the past had been found by the god-slaying saber. He wanted to become the strongest Zhu Bing. What was the strongest Zhu Bing? As long as he could successfully transcend the tribulation and become the unprecedented A-tribulation Zhu Bing, then he would be the strongest Zhu Bing. Even if, given the current situation, the chances of him successfully transcending the tribulation were slim. But after finding his original heart, Godslayer was no longer afraid of anything. He seemed to have returned to the ancient times, to the time when he was just born. That dormant invincible Tao heart had been completely awakened. He, Godslayer, once the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, he had led the human race to rise from insignificance. Now, he was still the strongest Zhu Bing of the human race, and he wanted to become the strongest Zhu Bing of all races. An inexplicable Tao rhyme emanated from Godslayer. At this moment, all of his weapons buzzed softly, as if they had sensed a strong summons. What's going on? What the hell is this? Many experts' expressions changed drastically. Looking at the vibrating weapons in their hands, they wanted to suppress it, but there was no way to do so. They could only use their power to confine their weapons so that they would not fly out of their hands. But the vibration did not weaken at all. Divine weapon resonance. Wu Ming blurted out, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Now, he did not care about anything around him. His eyes were fixed on Godslayer. Divine weapon resonance, only a divine weapon that was unbelievably powerful could cause all the divine weapons in the universe to resonate with it. The so-called power. Not only was the divine weapon itself powerful, but it was also the power of the mind. This was a very mysterious thing. Wu Ming also did not expect Godslayer to trigger the divine weapon resonance at this time. After a short period of shock, his expression slowly calmed down, but there was still some residual complexity on his face. Even if you can trigger the divine weapon resonance, can you really succeed in transcending the tribulation? It's only the 7th tribulation now. There are still 6 tribulation after that. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What can you use to fight? The divine weapon resonance was indeed very powerful. But, in Wu Ming's opinion, the hope of transcending the tribulation was still very slim. At this moment, not only in the outer realm, but even in the vast thousand domains, all of the weapons seemed to have sensed something. They buzzed, and then a wisp of clear light rose from the weapons and flew toward the passage of heaven and earth. The clear light was very faint, almost to the point of being undetectable. But when the clear light gathered together, it was as dazzling as the bright sun and the stars, attracting the attention of all the cultivators of the 10,000 races. In the blink of an eye, the clear light broke through the passage of heaven and earth and fled toward the outer realm. The clear light condensed and went straight into the outer void. All the experts couldn't help but look at the clear light. In their sight, the clear light broke through the air like a clear river and directly integrated into Godslayer's body. In an instant, the broken blade seemed to have been greatly nourished and immediately repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that. After absorbing the clear light, Godslayer's aura also became stronger. Boom, the stone blade hummed softly. The sound of the blade entered everyone's ears. In the next second, Godslayer rose up and slashed out a 10,000-foot-long blade in the air, fiercely slashing toward the thunder. Seeing this, Xianxia, who had just raised his hand, immediately put it down. Originally, when he saw Godslayer's appearance, he thought that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He never expected that the other party would have such a backup plan. Resonance of the divine weapon? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. He was aware of the existence of divine weapon resonance, but he had heard John Doe's exclamation just now from the other party's mouth. This was the first time Xianxia had heard of divine weapon resonance. With his knowledge and experience, naturally, it could be seen that the clear light was, in fact, the will contained in each of the weapons. In other words, the clear light was equivalent to a part of the weapon's own power. Now that Godslayer had absorbed the clear light, it was equivalent to borrowing the power of all the weapons. This could also explain why the other party's strength had soared. However, even so, Xianxia still didn't think that the other party had a high chance of successfully breaking through on his own. The power of the heavenly tribulation is much stronger than I expected. Even a half-step Dao fruit expert may die in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. Godslayer's foundation is still a little weak after all. He sighed. Then, Xianxia stretched out his hand as if he was pulling something. Qianyuan sacred ground. The five-sided stone tablet that originally stood in front of the human emperor's palace shook wildly at this time. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the five-sided stone tablet soared into the sky and broke through the seal of the Qianyuan realm in an instant. Such a change. This immediately alarmed the strong cultivators of the Qianyuan sacred ground. One after another, cultivators walked out from their secluded training grounds. Some of them even tried to stop him. But there was no exception. All the powerhouses who tried to stop them were struck by the stone steels and spat out blood. They were forced to fall from the sky. Do not act rashly. Xiaxia shouted loudly, stopping the others from taking action. Now that the Qianyuan sacred ground was getting stronger and stronger, correspondingly, the power and status of the elders were also getting stronger and stronger. Right now, Qin Yuanbai and Fang Xinglan were not around. Xiaxia was an elder of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Unless they were on the same level, most people wouldn't dare to disobey her orders. Seeing him appear, suddenly, a strong cultivator said, "Elder Xia, the five-sided stone tablet is the most precious treasure left by the Emperor of Heaven. It is also the foundation of the Qianyuan sacred ground. If the stone tablet still leaves, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the sacred ground. Moreover, if the Emperor of Heaven pursues this matter, it will be difficult for us to explain ourselves." "What's so hard to explain?" Xiaxia glanced at him and said indifferently. "Could it be that you think that other people are qualified to use the steel left behind by the Emperor of Heaven himself? Now that the stone tablet has escaped, it is obvious that it has been summoned. In this world, no one is qualified to summon the five-sided stone tablet except for the Emperor of Heaven. If you try to stop it without permission, once the Emperor of Heaven pursues this matter, you will be sentenced to death." Xiaxia was well aware of the importance of the five-sided stone tablet. It was precisely because of this that he didn't want to stop the stone tablet. Hearing this, the other people who tried to stop it were all frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Only the Emperor of Heaven could summon the stone tablet. If they tried to stop it, it was tantamount to going against the Emperor of Heaven. It was just as Xiaxia said. If the Emperor of Heaven really pursued this matter, they would definitely die. Although they seemed to be strong in the human race and were all at the celestial level, in front of the Emperor of Heaven, they were no different from ants. "Xia, Elder Xia," some people were so scared that they stuttered. Seeing this, Xiaxia shook his head. "The Emperor of Heaven is not an ordinary person. He won't pursue this matter. I just said it casually. Let's go." After that, He was still looking in the direction where the stone tablet left, not looking away for a long time. Xianxia suddenly summoned the stone tablet. Xiaokun also wanted to know what the other party's purpose was. He knew very well. There might be a big battle going on in the extraterritorial battlefield. Unfortunately, that level of battle was not something that a celestial like him could interfere in. Times had changed. In the past, the limit of the celestial being was a top expert. Now, the limit of the celestial being was not qualified to be called a top expert. In front of a true immortal, most of the limit of the celestial being were just ants. For example, this battle at the true immortal level was not something that cultivators below the true immortal level were qualified to interfere in. Not to mention interfering. Even if they were just onlookers, they had to consider whether they were qualified to do so. At this time, the five-sided stone tablet left. In an instant, they arrived at the extraterritorial battlefield. Many people noticed the arrival of the stone tablet. Some of the experts revealed doubtful expressions when they saw the five-sided stone tablet. However, there were also some experts who appeared to be bewildered. Because the stone tablet had always existed in the Qianyuan sacred ground, not everyone could see the existence of the stone tablet. But the experts who really knew the existence of the stone tablet all knew one thing, and that was that the stone tablet came from Xianxia. Now, the stone tablet suddenly appeared. Some people were secretly guessing whether Xianxia had some other purpose. Could it be that he wants the stone tablet to take advantage of the tribulation and directly be promoted to the rank of Zubing? The experts who could stay in the extraterritorial void were not ordinary existences. They could naturally see that there was a strong power of faith on the stone tablet. It could be said that the five-sided stone tablet was actually the embryo of Zubing. As long as they waited for the right opportunity, there was a great chance that they would be promoted to the level of Zubing. For anyone, the 5 pieces of Zubing were rare treasures. Now that the power of the laws formed the heavenly tribulation, most of it acted on the Godslayer. In contrast, if other heavenly tribulations appeared at this time, the power would definitely be weakened. As a result, it would be much easier for the newly promoted Zubing to transcend the tribulation. Just as others were secretly guessing, the five-sided stone tablet had already arrived in front of Xianxia. At this time, the five-sided stone tablet stood in the air, and a strong aura was emitted from it. At the same time, there was also a strong spiritual nurturing on the stone tablet, which revealed a friendly signal to Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia was expressionless, and his eyes were still on the Godslayer. The heavenly tribulation continued to bombard him. Compared to before, the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased a lot. Boom, boom. The heavenly tribulation struck down, and the area it touched turned into nothingness. The power borrowed from the resonance of the divine weapon was almost exhausted. The overbearing aura of the god-slaying saber started to weaken. Am I going to fail? Looking at the heavenly tribulation, Godslayer felt a little regretful and pitiful. He finally achieved the resonance of the divine weapon, but he still couldn't pass the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation had struck more than 100 times since the beginning. Every time it landed, its power was stronger than the previous one. It was as if there was no end to it. Even though Godslayer wanted to pass the heavenly tribulation. However, in the face of the endless heavenly tribulation, he also felt powerless. Maybe, the universe doesn't allow the existence of the 8 tribulations Zubing. Godslayer sighed. If the existence of the 8 tribulations Zubing wasn't allowed, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be so powerful. He was confident that his foundation was strong enough, and he also borrowed the power of the resonance of the divine weapon. But even so, he still didn't see any hope of passing the heavenly tribulation. Thus, it was almost impossible for the other Zubing to pass the heavenly tribulation. After all, even if the Zubing's foundation was stronger than his, it wouldn't be much stronger. Godslayer didn't see any signs of the heavenly tribulation dissipating. He didn't believe that the other Zubing could pass the heavenly tribulation. Another strike of lightning struck, and the stone knife faintly cracked. To this, Godslayer knew that there was no hope of passing the heavenly tribulation, but he didn't give up struggling. But, his resistance was powerless in the face of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, stone chips fell again. Godslayer looked at the heavenly tribulation full of destructive aura, and his mind gradually calmed down. He didn't regret passing the heavenly tribulation impulsively. Since he made the decision, he would face such a thing sooner or later. He just regretted that he didn't pass the heavenly tribulation. The legendary 8 tribulations Zhu Bing was like an unbreakable shackle. As much as Godslayer wanted to become the omnipotent Zhu Bing who broke the shackles, there was nothing he could do. Right at this moment, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand as if he was grabbing something from the air. The 5 stone steels around him seemed to have sensed something and began to tremble violently. They even wanted to flee in another direction. Since I created you, you are destined to be used by me. Why do you need to run away? Qin Shujian's eyes were indifferent. There was a boundless power that landed on the stone tablet. Although the 5-sided stone tablet was powerful, it was completely useless in front of him. The stone tablet was locked in place, and a powerful light was being emitted from it. Immediately after, the dim light was slowly extracted from the stone tablet. As the dim light faded away, the stone tablet's aura dropped rapidly. At the same time, it trembled and cried out sorrowfully. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to this. Very soon, 99% of the dim light on the 5 stone steels had been extracted by him. Only a tiny bit of dim light remained on the stone steels. At the same time, in Qin Shujian's palm, there was a ball of extremely dense dim light floating quietly. The dim light didn't look big, but there seemed to be countless images appearing in it. Looking at it carefully, it could be seen that those images were actually of the human clan. A simple ball of dim light seemed to contain the entire human clan. At the same time, it emitted a strong aura that made people want to immerse themselves in it unconsciously. The power of faith is as intoxicating as ever. Qin Shujian held the dim light with one hand, and there was a look of emotion on his face. What he extracted from the stone tablet was nothing else but the faith of the human clan that existed on the stone tablet. For any Zhu Bing, or Zhu Bing embryo, faith was a necessary foundation. This was also why, when the faith of the 5-sided stone tablets was extracted, they would want to escape. Although they were divine weapons that Qin Shujian had personally refined, they wouldn't really be willing to wait for death. Because the stone tablets had already given birth to spiritual intelligence. Once all the faith was extracted, their spiritual intelligence would also dissipate. In this case, they were equivalent to death in disguise. However, Qin Shujian didn't really extract all the faith. He only extracted 99% of it, and still left a little bit to preserve the spiritual intelligence of the stone tablets. The 5-sided stone tablets had gathered almost all the faith of the human clan. Although it had only existed for 20 or 30 years, the faith contained in it had already reached a terrifying level. Qin Shujian looked at the power of faith in his hand. He was almost certain. If it was the 3rd era, the era where one could rely on faith to become a god, with the faith in his hand, he could definitely create a powerful god. A god of the upper level 3 true immortal. However, in this era where one couldn't use faith to become a god, the huge power of faith didn't have much use other than being able to create Zhu Bing. The next second, Qin Shujian directly threw out the power of faith in his hand. Buzz, the dim light transformed from the power of faith quickly crossed the barrier of space and directly fell on the Godslayer's blade. The power of faith fell. The Godslayer was like a person who had been thirsty for a long time in the desert and suddenly received a clear spring. Surging power emerged and repaired all the cracks on the blade. Not only that. After the cracks were repaired, the aura of the stone blade rose steadily. Soon, it surpassed its previous peak and reached an unprecedented level. Boom! The tyrannical aura erupted, accompanied by blade chi that tore the sky and earth apart. The faces of all the experts who felt the saber chi changed abruptly. Hiss! What a powerful blade chi! The immortals and gods of the heavenly court all gasped. Even people as strong as Emperor Zhao and Xiao Qingfeng now changed their expressions. Wu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. He had been paying attention to the changes in the Godslayer. Now that he saw this, the shock in his heart had reached a point where it couldn't be any more shocking. Faith infusion. So this works too, Wu Ming murmured absent-mindedly. There was a half-smile on his face, and a half-cry expression. That's right, Zhu Bing originally relied on faith to grow, so what was wrong with being infused with faith? It was just that in the past, any Zhu Bing or Zhu Bing embryo was extremely precious. No one would kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Moreover, a Zhu Bing couldn't be absorbed by any power of faith. The faith that could be infused could only be of the same type. In short, only the faith of the same race could be infused. A race. It was already a very lucky thing to be able to give birth to one Zhu Bing. How could there be extra Zhu Bing born, therefore? Even if others understood this method, they couldn't meet this condition at all. P.S. V Group, Full Subscription Group 110-566-9567. Wu Ming was not the only one who was surprised. The skybreaking halberd was the same. He didn't expect that Zhu Bing's tribulation could be done like this. The Heavenly Emperor has extracted all of the faith from the 5 ancestral armament embryos. In that case, the 5 ancestral armament embryos can be considered to be crippled. As for whether or not they will be able to undergo the heavenly tribulation and become ancestral armaments in the future, it will all depend on luck. The skybreaking halberd's tone was solemn. The faith of the 5 Zhu Bing embryos had been extracted. It was not so easy to condense them again. Although the Zhu Bing embryos had only experienced 20 to 30 years from nothing. But in fact, in the beginning, the faith provided by the human race was the most abundant. But the more time passed, the more the power of faith was balanced, and there was no way to have an explosive growth like in the beginning. In this case, whether the 5 Zhu Bing embryos were qualified to pass the tribulation in the future was completely up to fate. However, the skybreaking halberd also expressed its understanding of Qin Shujian's approach. The 5 Zhu Bing embryos were indeed powerful. After passing the tribulation in the future, they could play a big role. But the problem was using 5 Zhu Bing embryos in exchange for 1 Zhu Bing with 8 tribulations. Anyone with a normal brain would know what to choose. However, everything had a premise, that was, the Godslayer could pass the tribulation successfully. If he failed, then all the consumption would be a permanent loss. In the beginning, the skybreaking halberd didn't think that the Godslayer could pass the tribulation successfully. But with the resonance of the divine weapon and the faith of the human race, the probability of the other party passing the tribulation successfully had greatly increased under the combination of multiple advantages. Rumble. The faith of the human race caused the Godslayer to undergo a strong transformation. Although he still hadn't passed the tribulation successfully, under the effect of the faith, he was already moving towards surpassing the 7 tribulations Zhu Bing. The tribulation bombarded. The power of faith emitted a powerful dim light, constantly contending with the tribulation. Time passed. The power of the tribulation was also getting stronger and stronger. But everyone could understand that the tribulation was actually coming to an end at this point. It's almost over. Wu Ming suddenly spoke, his tone filled with emotion. The 8 tribulations had a total of 13 stages. Up until now, the heavenly tribulation had already descended 12 stages. Given the Godslayer's foundation, it should have been completely destroyed when it was still in the 8th or 9th tier. However, the divine weapon resonated. As a result, he was able to forcefully endure quite a few heavenly tribulations. In the end, he received the power of faith from the human race, which greatly increased his foundation. Although there was still one heavenly tribulation, in Nameless Eyes, Godslayer's foundation was enough to pass the tribulation successfully. Thinking that the other party was about to succeed, Wu Ming sighed again. I didn't expect that after millions of years, there would really be a Zhu Bing who could successfully transcend the tribulation and become the first Zhu Bing since the beginning of this era. Senior, you seem to be implying something? Emperor Zhao turned his head and glanced at him. Ever since Godslayer began his tribulation, John Doe's condition had been very strange. Hearing this, John Doe shook his head and laughed. Emperor Zhongyuan, you worry too much. For any Zhu Bing, being able to witness the birth of an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing is a supreme honor. At this point, John Doe's smile faded a little. You have to know that an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing has never been born in the world. The known 7 tribulations is the peak. The obsession of the 8 tribulations has been engraved on all Zhu Bing. If you can witness the birth of an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing, I believe that any Zhu Bing will be happy. Zhu Bing seemed extremely powerful. But the upper limit was there. There had never been an 8 tribulations, and 7 tribulations was the peak. Compared to the cultivators of the myriad races who had almost reached the peak of cultivation and had half-stepped off fruit, Zhu Bing was undoubtedly much weaker. If one were to compare Zhu Bing with cultivators, that was equivalent to Zhu Bing's strongest existence being only comparable to a 9th heaven immortal. Moreover, it was unknown how many years ago and had long fallen under the heavenly tribulation. Now, an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing was born. For any Zhu Bing, it was a blessing. Everything else aside, the birth of an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing alone proved that the road ahead was not a dead end. If one Zhu Bing succeeded in transcending the tribulation, it meant that there would be a second one, a third one. After explaining the situation to Zhao Huang, Wu Ming kept his mouth shut. The upper limit of Zhu Bing had been opened. The birth of an 8 tribulations Zhu Bing was destined to be recorded in the long river of time. No one could erase it. However, for Zhu Bing, the 8 tribulations was not the end. Above the 8 tribulations, there was still the 9 tribulations that he imagined. But whether he could advance to the 9 tribulations was another unknown. Now that the Godslayer had succeeded in transcending the tribulation, he was the existence closest to the 9 tribulations. In the future, perhaps he would become the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing in history. It was just as John Doe thought. More than half of the heavenly tribulation had already passed above the 12th level. Because of the new infusion of the faith of the human race, the Godslayer's consumption was replenished. Even when it was nearing the end, it was not at the end of its rope. Crack, the dark red lightning, like a sign of death, slashed down at the stone saber. Then, a dim light appeared. The power of the lightning weakened a lot. The remaining power bombarded down, but it did not shake the stone saber much. Time passed. The heavenly tribulations came down one after another. When the last heavenly tribulation fell, the void suddenly shook violently. A vast grey river descended from the dark. The moment the grey river appeared, the expressions of all the powerhouses above the true immortal level changed. The river of time, powerhouses who could reach the true immortal level were naturally not unfamiliar with the river of time. In this situation, any one of them was qualified to swim freely on the river of time. But what they did not expect was that the river of time would suddenly descend. This is not right. The river of time is not right. One of the true immortals suddenly cried out. Hearing that, the other true immortals could not help but take a closer look at the river of time and also found the problem. Yes, the river of time is not right. It is very different from the river of time that we have observed in the past. Could it be, this is the river of time in the outer space? Those true immortals were shocked and bewildered. Although the river of time looked similar, there was a big difference in reality. The river of time in the Great Thousand Domains and the river of time in front of them were two completely different concepts. There was no comparison at all. Just as they were shocked and bewildered, Xiao Qingfeng suddenly said, "It is not the river of time in the outer space, but the river of time in the universe. Since the birth of the universe, there has been a river of time that runs through everything. Whether it is the outer space or the river of time in the Great Thousand Domains. Strictly speaking, they are all tributaries of the river of time in the universe. If a fight between powerhouses can break the river of time, then it can only be a tributary. Only the river of time in the universe cannot be cut off. It records everything in the universe." As a veteran genuine immortal, Xiao Qingfeng was naturally no stranger to the long river of time in the universe. It was just that he did not expect. At the critical moment, the long river of time in the universe would suddenly appear. At this moment, the long river of time in the universe descended, and the long grey river crossed the void. Suddenly, the shadow of a stone saber rose from the long river, and a saber sound that penetrated the divine soul entered everyone's ears. The next second, the long river of time disappeared. Only a stone saber stood in the void, as if it could suppress heaven and earth for eternity. He stretched out his hand. the Godslayer had fallen into Qin Shujian's hands. Holding the stone saber, he could clearly feel that there was an extremely powerful force looming on the saber, which was completely different from before. A tribulation Zhu Bing. Looking at the Godslayer, Qin Shujian smiled. In any era, a divine weapon that could reach this level was a top existence. Innate cardinal treasures were unparalleled in the world. But to be honest, the number of innate cardinal treasures that could be born in each era could be counted on one hand. Below innate cardinal treasures, an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing like the Godslayer was already the top. He had not recovered the cultivation of the third era, so even if he had a 9 tribulation Zhu Bing, he might not be able to exert 100% of its power. On the other hand, an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing could exert its power to the fullest. Emperor of Heaven, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. A heavy voice sounded in the Godslayer. He knew very well what kind of price Qin Shujian had paid for him to succeed in the tribulation. If he had not extracted the faith of the 5 Zhu Bing embryos in the end, he would have definitely failed the tribulation. To put it more bluntly, it was all thanks to Qin Shujian that he could become an 8 tribulation Zhu Bing. This point, the Godslayer could still distinguish clearly. Very good. Qin Shujian nodded, and the next moment, he put the stone saber into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he had the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing with him. Zhou Tian's star map was also gradually transforming. Judging from the current situation, the other party had a great chance of transforming into a level comparable to that of the 9 tribulation Zhu Bing. At this point, he was certain that no one below the Dao fruit realm was a match for him. After doing these things, Qin Shujian looked at the gods of the heavenly court and said in a deep voice, "Now that the void demons have been destroyed, and the star beasts have been wiped out, the outer realm void belongs to the heavenly court." Everything in the extraterritorial battlefield was restored, and all races were free to explore the void. However, the Devil Abyss is approaching. Cultivators of all races must not approach the Devil Abyss without permission. At the same time, all races must prepare for war and wait for the right time to attack the Devil Abyss. After that, he took a step forward, and the void shattered. His figure was instantly swallowed up. In the boundless void, only the dignified words reverberated endlessly. When the cultivators of the myriad races heard this, joy appeared on their faces. Qin Shujian's words were undoubtedly an announcement that the outer realm would be included in the heavenly court. In this way, the cultivators of the myriad races could freely explore the outer realm void without worrying about any threats. In the past, although they could explore the outer realm void, there was the obstruction of the void demons. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. But it was different now. The void demons had been wiped out, and there would not be so many problems to explore the outer realm void. However, some were happy, while others were depressed. Although the void demons had been dealt with, the demon abyss was approaching, and it would not be long before the war began. What an eventful time! Some cultivators of the myriad races sighed. Before they could catch their breath, they were going to war with the demon abyss again. Even the donkeys of the production team did not dare to move so frequently. However, they also understood. The problem of the upcoming war was not the heavenly court, but the demon abyss. This war was the demon abyss's intention to take over the upper-class world, and the heavenly court had no choice but to fight. Prepare for war. Emperor Zhao looked at the other immortals of the heavenly court and said indifferently. The void demons had been wiped out, but it did not mean that the heavenly court could rest and recuperate. Compared to the demon abyss, the void demons were just an insignificant stumbling block. Early in the ancient times, the void demons had been beaten by the heavenly court until they pissed their pants. In the end, they relied on the vastness of the outer realm to struggle at death's door. But even the ancient heavenly court, which had the ability to destroy the void demons, was destroyed by the demon abyss in the end. The demon abyss was powerful. Without experiencing it, one would never be able to understand. The current heavenly court seemed to be much stronger than in the ancient times, but Emperor Zhao was not sure if they had the ability to deal with the demon abyss. With the destruction of the void demons, the safety of the outer realm greatly increased, and more cultivators of the myriad races rushed towards the outer realm void. even though the void demons were gone and there was no way to earn merit points. However, the outer realm void had existed for countless years, and many treasures had been condensed and scattered everywhere in the void. They were rare treasures for anyone. Just this one alone. It was enough to make the cultivators of the myriad races yearn for it. As a large number of cultivators of the myriad races poured in, the original outer realm battlefield became crowded. The difference was, the original outer realm battlefield was the front line against the void demons, and it was covered by an iron-blooded atmosphere. The current outer realm battlefield was purely a supply point for the myriad races to explore the outer realm void. In comparison, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Can we go to the heavenly court now? In the outer realm battlefield, Fu Moyan asked silently in his heart. Qin Yi, who existed in his sea of consciousness, shook her head when she heard this. There's no hurry. The battle has just ended, and the heavenly court needs to reward you based on your contributions. Even if you go over now, no one will care about you. Why don't you stay in the outer realm battlefield for a while? You can also use your merit points to exchange for more treasures. That's the only way. Fu Moyan nodded helplessly. Just as the other party said, now that the heavenly court had just destroyed the void demons, they would definitely reward them based on their contributions. How could he disturb them? Now that the void demons were extinct, there was one less important way to obtain merit points. One could imagine. The value of merit points would increase by a large margin. With the same amount of merit points, the things that could be exchanged for would definitely be more than usual. Thinking of this, Fu Moyan did not waste time and immediately walked towards the heavenly court branch in the city. After the void demons were destroyed, the smoke of war dissipated a lot. Many cultivators thought that the myriad races could welcome a short period of peace. In the great wide world, an intense battle was also taking place. Boom, several cultivators dressed in black robes were surrounding a human. A terrifying amount of power was being unleashed, flattening everything around them. Who exactly are you? How dare you provoke a conflict between the myriad races? Fang Xinglan was unable to restrain his anger. As he dealt with the siege of the black-cloaked cultivators, he questioned coldly. But no matter how he spoke, those black-cloaked cultivators did not say a word, as if they were mutes. To this, Fang Xinglan was angry and helpless. When he sensed that something was wrong in the extraterritorial battlefield, Fang Xinglan quietly retreated to the Great Thousand World, wanting to return to the Qianyuan sacred ground to avoid any unpredictable accidents. There was nothing wrong with his plan. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the other party's determination to kill him. Not long after he returned to the Great Thousand World and left the passage, he was attacked by mysterious cultivators. There were a total of 6 black-cloaked cultivators. Moreover, the strength of each black-cloaked cultivator was at the celestial limit. Similarly, Fang Xinglan's strength was also at the celestial limit. As the deputy sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, he had a lot of treasures. But even so, facing the siege of 6 cultivators of the same level, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. After all, no matter how strong one was, there was no way to be invincible in the same realm. Being besieged by 6 cultivators of the same level. Not to mention Fang Xinglan, even Qin Yuanbai would find it difficult to gain an advantage. Boom, boom, the battle was still ongoing. Fang Xinglan could only barely hold on. As soon as he was besieged, he wanted to send a message. However, the distance of the communication jade talisman was limited. There was no way to send a message back to the Qianyuan sacred ground. So until now, no reinforcements had arrived. It seems that you are determined to kill me today. With no way out, Fang Xinglan calmed down. Cultivators at the celestial limit were considered the backbone of any clan and could be regarded as the reserve of a true immortal. Now that 6 of them had come out, it was obvious that they had the intention to kill him. From beginning to end, the 6 of them were also trying to kill him. With a wave of their hands, a formation appeared out of thin air and covered one of the black-cloaked cultivators. Immediately afterward, 2 black-cloaked cultivators directly attacked. Their tyrannical power exploded the formation in the air. At the same time, the other 4 black-clothed cultivators attacked. Fan Xinglan's protective chi had just risen when it was torn apart by a terrifying force. His body was directly bombarded and sent flying. Puff, he coughed up blood. There was only madness in his eyes. You forced me to do this. Fan Xinglan took out several divine weapons from his storage ring and then threw them out. The divine weapons flew through the air. The next second, they exploded with a loud bang. Rumble, the divine weapons that were comparable to Tao weapons exploded were naturally extraordinary. The tyrannical power tore the void apart. However, under the joint efforts of 6 celestial beings, even the destructive power of the self-detonation of a divine weapon could be forcibly destroyed. Damn it! Seeing that the self-destruction of the divine weapon had no effect, Fan Xinglan could not help but curse in his heart. Even so. However, he didn't dare to stop moving. One by one, divine weapons were thrown out from the storage ring and detonated. There was no way he could fight them head-on. He could only use the self-destruction of his divine weapon to stall for time and then find an opportunity to escape or think of a way to attract the attention of other experts. As the divine weapons exploded one by one, the cultivators in black were caught in an awkward situation too. Damn it, why does he have so many divine weapons? He wants to stall for time and end the battle quickly. It was a simple exchange. The attacks of the black-robed cultivators became even more ferocious. Some of them even resisted the self-detonation of the divine weapon with their physical bodies. In this way, the distance between them and Fan Xinglan was shortened again. Seeing this, Fan Xinglan's face suddenly darkened. They were really going all out to kill him. Even if they were injured by the power of the self-detonation of the divine weapon, they would not let him escape. He couldn't figure out who had such a great hatred for him that they had to pay such a price to kill him. It's impossible. I've been the deputy sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground for so many years and have always kept a low profile. I rarely even go out of the sacred ground. How could I have provoked such an enemy? Fan Xinglan couldn't figure it out. As for before he became the deputy sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, it was even more impossible for him to offend the other party. After all, at that time, he was just a grand supreme elder of the Heavenly Array sect. He seemed to have a high status in the human clan. However, compared to the other clans, he could only be said to be insignificant. He was both insignificant and insignificant. It was impossible for him to provoke other powerful clans, let alone make the other party eager to kill him. After fighting for so long, Fan Xinglan was basically sure from the methods of the black-robed cultivators that they were not human clan cultivators. Since they were not human clan cultivators, they must be from other clans. Just as he was secretly guessing in his heart, the attacks of the 6 black-robed cultivators had become very fierce. Fan Xinglan couldn't beat them to begin with. Under the fierce attacks of the black-robed cultivators, it was even more difficult for him to resist. Just as they were fighting each other in the heavenly court, the gods had returned from the extraterritorial battlefield and all gathered in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne, looked straight ahead. There was an ancient mirror floating in the air, and an image appeared in the mirror. It was the scene of several black-robed cultivators besieging and killing Fan Xinglan. Looking at the scene in the mirror, some of the immortal gods were calm, some had strange expressions, and some even looked angry. Emperor of Heaven, now that the heavenly law has been established, the 10,000 clans should not fight each other anymore. Now that someone has secretly assassinated a powerhouse of the human clan, this matter must not be let go. After watching for a moment, Xianxia took the lead and stepped out. After cupping his hands, he said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10,000th Emperor also stepped out and nodded in agreement. That's right, the 10,000 clans should be harmonious. Now that there are cultivators besieging and killing a powerhouse of the human clan, it is a violation of the heavenly law in itself. Not only must the person who did it be severely punished, even the clan behind him must give an explanation. That's too much. The Earth Emperor narrowed his eyes and said slowly, it's inevitable that there will be some clansmen who do things that violate the heavenly law. If everything involves the clan itself, I'm afraid it's making a mountain out of a molehill. What does the Antarctic war god mean? Could it be that the person who did it is from the nine-headed dog clan? The Thousand-Eye Emperor asked. In response, the Earth Emperor's expression was as calm as ever. Whether it's from the nine-headed dog clan or not, I'm just stating the facts. As he spoke, he felt helpless in his heart. No matter what, he would never have thought that the heavenly mirror could be so powerful that it could really observe every move in the upper-class world. In order to find a suitable place to assassinate, there were no living beings in the places where he did it. He originally thought that this matter would be very secretive, but the Earth Emperor never expected that it would be directly recorded by the heavenly mirror and then let the gods in the inner hall of the heavenly palace observe. At this point, he also understood that it was impossible to succeed in assassinating Fang Xinglan. Whether it was Qin Shujian or the powerhouses of the human clan, they would not sit and watch Fang Xinglan's defeat. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the matter to be completely exposed and minimize the impact. Just as the few of them were arguing, an unstoppable aura suddenly swept through the inner hall, causing all the voices to instantly fall silent. Emperor of Heaven, please calm down. The gods lowered their heads and shouted. There was faintly fear in the eyes of the earthly sovereign and the others. If they were to ask who they feared the most in the heavenly court, it would undoubtedly be Qin Shujian. The strength of this Emperor of Heaven had reached a terrifying level. If he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to waste the slightest bit of energy. Just as they were feeling terrified, Qin Shujian slowly said, the heavenly court has been established, and the 10,000 races should be harmonious. Right now, there are foreign race cultivators trying to assassinate humans, which is already a violation of the heavenly law. What do you think should be done? If they violate the heavenly law, they should be killed. Otherwise, it will damage the reputation of the heavenly court. Xianxia immediately followed up. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia nodded slightly. Indeed, violating the heavenly law is a big deal. We must punish them severely. Otherwise, it will be difficult to protect the reputation of the heavenly court. The 5 imperial emperors all spoke. The remaining immortals who wanted to sell the human race also spoke at this time. For a moment, in the inner hall, there were shouts of fighting and killing. Only a few immortals stood there expressionlessly, without any intention of expressing their opinions. The earthly sovereign's face was gloomy. But he couldn't say anything else. The matter of the siege had been exposed. If he said anything more, he might get himself into trouble. Right now, he could only wait and see what would happen. After a while, Qin Shujian raised his right hand, and all the voices disappeared. Since all of you agree to kill those who violate the heavenly law, then I will do as you wish. As soon as his voice fell, he waved his sleeve, and a ray of light shot out, directly entering the heavenly mirror. Immediately, all the immortals looked at the heavenly mirror at the same time. In their eyes, the black-cloaked cultivators who besieged Fang Xinglan suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Silence, the inner hall was strangely quiet. All the immortals and deities fixed their gazes on the heaven-reaching mirror, their eyes filled with shock. They were not shocked by the deaths of the black-robed cultivators. After all, it was easy for anyone present to kill a few cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. They were truly shocked. It was Qin Shujian who was able to use the heavenspan mirror to wipe out those people. In this way, as long as they were within the boundaries of the Great Thousand World, if the other party wanted to kill anyone, they did not need to leave the heavenly court. They could just use the heavenly mirror to kill them hundreds of millions of miles away. Killing without leaving a trace, this was the true definition of killing without leaving a trace. Everyone, please go back and order your clansmen not to cause any more trouble. If something like this happens again in the future, I won't just kill a few people. Everyone, please give me a satisfactory answer. Qin Shujian's voice was calm, but to some people, it was filled with coldness. Immediately, the immortals lowered their heads, not daring to reply. The scene also calmed down. After a long while, Qin Shujian put away the heavenspan mirror and looked at the gods. This time, the destruction of the 3 great clans has established the foundation of the heavenly court in the outer realm. Everyone and the myriad races have contributed a lot. If there is a mistake, there will be a punishment. If there is a merit, there will naturally be a reward. This time, the heavenly court has occupied the outer realm, causing the providence of the heavenly court to increase greatly. The God role also has enough providence to condense a new deity position. Deity position. Hearing these two words, all the immortals and deities' expressions froze. If there was something that they cared about the most, it would be the deity position. The heavenly court was an existence that ruled over the myriad races. Any race that could be conferred a deity position in the heavenly court had a higher status than those races that did not have a deity position. Not to mention the various benefits that a deity position could bring. Therefore, fighting for a deity position was something that every race cared about. The more deity positions a race had in the heavenly court, the more authority they would have. As for the benefits of having more authority, one could tell just by looking at the human race. When the Emperor of Heaven was not around, it was almost all the powerhouses of the human race who were giving orders. If the other races could do the same, they would naturally be extremely happy. The Dog Emperor cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, are you planning to confer a new deity position? He also wanted a deity position. Until now, the nine-headed dog clan had only been alone in the heavenly court, so it was inevitable that they would be a little weak. That's right. Xianxia nodded slightly and continued, this time, the providence of the heavenly court has increased greatly, and the God role has condensed more than one or two deity positions, so I have decided to set up 3,000 divine generals. The 3,000 divine generals are above the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. They have the responsibility of protecting the heavenly court and also enjoy the protection of the heavenly court's providence. They have the qualifications to leave their names on the God roll. Although the deity positions of the 3,000 divine generals are not comparable to those of the ministers, they are definitely not something that ordinary people can take up. This time, the destruction of the three great clans was meritorious, and the myriad races also contributed a lot. Therefore, I have decided that all the myriad races in the great wide world will be conferred a deity position. Boom! When Xianxia finished speaking, it was as if thunder had exploded in the hearts of the gods, causing them to be in a daze. 3,000 divine generals. Previously, they had only thought that the other party would confer one or two deity positions. However, they had never thought that Xianxia would be so bold as to directly create 3,000 deity positions. 3,000 divine generals, with the current number of the myriad races, even one deity position for each race was more than enough. Faced with the shock of the gods, Xianxia had long expected it. Conferring the title of 3,000 divine generals was his original idea. Early in the Third Era, the immortals and gods in the heavenly court were not as vast as the stars, but there were definitely many of them. In comparison, the current heavenly court only had a few hundred immortals and gods, which was undoubtedly much worse. In the past, they had not conquered the outer realm void, and the providence of the myriad races was insufficient, causing the heavenly court to not have any extra providence to condense too many deity positions. But this time was different. The void evil demons were wiped out, and the outer realm void was completely under the control of the heavenly court. As a result, their providence naturally increased greatly. In addition, the 3,000 divine generals could not be compared to the existing immortals and gods in terms of status, so when condensing a deity position, the consumption would be correspondingly less. As a result, it was not difficult to condense the deity positions of the 3,000 divine generals. It was a good opportunity to make use of the increase in the heavenly court's providence to expand the strength of the heavenly court and use it to face the demon abyss. Xianxia believed. If the 3,000 divine generals were set up, then the experts who obtained the deity position were almost certain to be perfected immortals. When that time came, as the god role that conferred the titles of the gods, it would also complete a transformation. After all, although there were a few supreme treasures of the heavenly court, the god role was still a supreme treasure that had existed from the beginning. In addition, the method of conferring the titles of the gods was extraordinary. It was just that there were not enough gods and they were not strong enough, so there was no way to make the god role transform. When the 3,000 divine generals were conferred, there was no need to fill up the deity positions to make the god role transform. At that time, the heavenly court would have another powerful supreme treasure. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, all the gods were thinking about what happened just now. 3,000 divine generals were set up. Then the heavenly court was destined to expand. Immediately, an immortal god said, "Emperor of heaven, if the 3,000 divine generals return, with the current scale of the heavenly court, I'm afraid there's no way to accommodate them. It won't be long before the heavenly court expands, but the 3,000 divine generals have a lower status and are not qualified to have a palace in the heavenly palace. Therefore, when the time comes, the divine generals who become gods will have to find a place to use as a palace." Xianxia said calmly. Hearing that, the other immortals finally understood how low the status of the 3,000 divine generals was. Even in the heavenly court, they did not have a palace that belonged to them. However, no matter how low their status was, they were still gods of the heavenly court and were qualified to enjoy the blessings of the heavenly court. As long as they became gods and enjoyed the blessings of the heavenly court, then, those who became gods would almost certainly be able to break through to the perfected immortal realm. And they would have the blessings of luck. After breaking through, they would definitely not be ordinary perfected immortals. Therefore, no matter how low the status of the 3,000 divine generals was, they were important to the immortals of the heavenly court. Also, Xianxia scanned the gods and said calmly, "The 3 unorthodox god positions have been empty for a long time. Anyone who is the first to advance to the 3rd realm of the Grandmaster realm will be able to become a god. This is very important to the heavenly court. I can only give you about 10 more years. If no one breaks through to the 3rd realm by then, the heavenly court will start a selection. Those who stand out, regardless of whether they reach the 3rd realm or not, will be qualified to become a god. However, there is a prerequisite. All those who participate in this selection must have at least the cultivation level of a heavenly being." "We obey." The gods all bowed respectfully. When they straightened up, many immortals had complicated expressions. Compared to the 3,000 divine generals, the 3 god positions were higher. However, although the last time the news was announced, the immortals all reactivated the 3 god positions, the problem was that the immortals had a shallow foundation in the 3 god positions. Even if they reactivated the 3 god positions, there would not be any results in a short period of time. The only ones who had the most hope of obtaining the 3 god positions were the humans. However, Xianxia's last words gave him hope. If within 10 years, if the human race could not produce a 3rd realm grandmaster, then the other races would still have the right to compete for the godly position. Although the chances of winning were slim, there was still hope. Unlike now, there was no possibility at all. If there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. We will take our leave. All the deities bowed. Now that the Void Fiend race had been annihilated, there was nothing left for the other races to do. Naturally, there was nothing much to say. Moreover, the 3,000 immortal generals were a matter of great importance. He still needed to go back and discuss it carefully. The deities left. Outside the Sky Palace, Xiang suddenly stopped. He looked at the earthly sovereign and said with a smile, "War god of the South Pole, which race do you think it is that dares to assassinate the masters of our human race?" "You asked the wrong person." The Emperor of the Earth Realm smiled faintly and replied in a carefree manner. Seeing this, Xiang responded with a smile, then turned around and left. After returning to his palace, the smile on earthly sovereign's face disappeared and turned gloomy. "Damn it!" he cursed angrily. Soon after, he raised his head and looked up. The anger on his face receded a lot. The sky mirror could reflect the universe. The Emperor of the Earth Realm was not sure if he was in the image of the sky mirror. Although the ugly look on his face disappeared, the anger in his heart did not subside at all. It didn't matter if he lost a few extreme celestial beings. After all, now that the spiritual energy had increased substantially, it was not easy to cultivate a few extreme celestial beings, but it was definitely not a difficult thing. Moreover, of the 6 extreme celestial beings, only 1 was from the earthly dragons, and the rest were from other races. What the Emperor of the Earth Realm was really angry about was that he could not kill Fang Xinglan. Not only did he not kill him, the matter of the assassination was also exposed. He was basically sure that Qin Shujian was absolutely clear about which race the assassin came from. But the other party directly killed him and did not pester him too much, which could be considered as leaving him some face. Thinking of that terrifying method, the Emperor of the Earth Realm felt a chill in his heart. The Emperor of Heaven's method was really strange and unpredictable. Although his strength had increased substantially, if he really faced the Emperor of Heaven, there was only a dead end. The inner hall of the Heavenly Palace. On the throne, Qin Shujian did not do anything. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer's voice sounded, "Emperor of Heaven, among those who assassinated Fang Xinglan, there must be someone from the earthly dragons. Why don't you expose him and punish the Emperor of the Earth?" If even he could see some clues from the heaven-reaching mirror, he didn't believe that Qin Shujian, the celestial emperor, wouldn't be able to see anything. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent. Now that the human race is in the limelight in the heavenly court, it has already caused the various races to be wary. Otherwise, I have to consider the feelings of the various races. Right now, the earthly dragons have joined forces with the various races to kill Fang Xinglan, which is a performance of suppressing the human race. I don't say anything, so the various races can feel more at ease. Besides, since Fang Xinglan is not dead, the human race has no losses to speak of. Killing those people this time has already given them a warning. If there is a next time, things will not be so simple. From the beginning to the end, Qin Shujian understood that the people who surrounded and killed Fang Xinglan were from those few clans. But he had no intention of exposing them. The human race was too powerful. In the heavenly court, the human race caused many races to be wary. Because the races were different, it was naturally impossible for everyone to be united. Therefore, in order to maintain the stability of the myriad races, Qin Shujian sometimes had to play the role of smoothing things over. In any case, as long as it did not affect the stability of the heavenly court, other problems were small problems. However, I hope they can be tactful. After all, if there is only one race in the world, it will be too monotonous. Qin Shujian thought of something, and his eyes turned cold. It was not that he did not dare to attack the other races, but he simply did not want to attack. Destroy the various races. The strength of the upper-class world would definitely be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be even more difficult to resist the demon abyss. The heavenly court seemed to be powerful, but that was because they had gathered the power of the myriad races. If the myriad races were not counted, the number of perfected immortals in the heavenly court could be counted on one hand. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Qin Shujian did not intend to destroy the myriad races. Because once he did that, the heavenly court's strength would be greatly reduced, and the upper-class world would be filled with blood. Therefore, he gave the earthly emperor and the others a chance. However, if the other party did not know what was good for them, Qin Shujian would definitely not be merciful. It was fine if he did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would not be as simple as cleaning up one or two races. In the Western continent, Fang Xinglan looked at the air in front of him, his face full of astonishment. What's going on? What the hell happened? Where am I? A large number of doubts surged in his mind, causing him to fall into a state of confusion. Fang Xinglan racked his brains, but he still couldn't figure out what had happened. Originally, he was besieged, and all the things in his hands that could self-destruct had already exploded. Just as he was about to resolutely self-destruct and drag one or two people down with him, the black-cloaked cultivators who besieged him collectively disappeared. No. They didn't disappear. Instead, they were directly crushed into powder by an extremely tyrannical force. Although Fang Xinglan didn't see the specific process clearly, he could vaguely perceive the fleeting power. It was as vast as an abyss, it was as mighty as a prison. Suddenly, two words appeared in his mind. Emperor of Heaven. Fang Xinglan bowed in the direction of the fallen immortal realm. Only Qin Shujian could kill 6 powerhouses at the peak of the celestial being realm without any effort. He didn't even need to show up from the beginning to the end. Moreover, Qin Shujian was originally the sacred lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground, so he had a reason to help him. But what Fang Xinglan couldn't figure out was, how did the other party notice that he was besieged? He thought for a moment, but found that he couldn't figure it out. He didn't bother to waste any more time and continued to fly toward the eastern continent. He was inexplicably besieged. This made Fang Xinglan feel that someone must be targeting him. Right now, the safest thing was to return to the Qianyuan sacred ground. It took a long time to cross from the western continent to the eastern continent. However, when he entered the original human territory, Fang Xinglan directly entered the eastern city and then returned to the eastern continent through the transmission array. Light flickered. The power of the transmission array couldn't shake the divine soul of a powerhouse at the peak of the celestial being realm. Fang Xinglan watched the scene change and soon saw a familiar place. Liangshan City. It turned out to be just a city of a small sect. But with the rise of Qin Shujian, Liangshan City's reputation also grew. When Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, Cold Mountain City became the holy land of the human race. Anyone with some knowledge would go to Liangshan City to see the traces left behind by the Emperor of Heaven. It didn't take long. Fang Xinglan returned to the Qianyuan sacred ground. At this moment, the 5 stone steels summoned by Qin Shujian had returned to the human emperor's palace. But there was a difference. The power of faith in the 5 stone steels was almost completely drained, causing the various mystical properties on the stone steels to dissipate. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the content recorded on the stone tablet. Otherwise, this would be a major blow to the Qianyuan sacred ground. This was because the reason why the Qianyuan sacred ground could become the sacred ground of the human clan today, and even without enough strong people, it could still compete with the great Zhao Empire. The 5 stone tablets were a big part of the reason. The contents recorded within were indispensable treasures for the human race. Everyone wanted to enter the Qianyuan sacred ground and observe the stone tablet in person. One after another. This naturally led to the supreme status of the Qianyuan sacred ground. Of course, Qin Shujian was also a factor. Because of this, no one dared to rob the Qianyuan sacred ground of such a treasure. If it weren't for Qin Shujian, with the strength of the Qianyuan sacred ground, they wouldn't be qualified to keep the 5 stone tablets. Inside the Qianyuan hall, Qin Yuanbai had also returned from the heavenly court and had gathered many elders for a meeting. Seeing Fang Xinglan return, he also had a smile on his face. Deputy Sacred Lord, you came back at the right time. I almost couldn't come back. Fang Xinglan shook his head. Thinking of how he was besieged, his face became gloomy again. Hearing this, the expressions of all the elders changed. Deputy Sacred Lord, what do you mean? An elder asked in a deep voice. Fang Xinglan sat down in his seat and said lightly, when I returned from the extraterritorial battlefield, I was besieged by several masked cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. In the end, a mysterious strong person took action and killed those assassins. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back alive. How dare someone assassinate the Deputy Sacred Lord of the Qianyuan sacred ground? We absolutely can't let this matter go. The Deputy Sacred Lord may know the identity of those assassins. Our Qianyuan sacred ground must not be humiliated. The elders were all filled with righteous indignation, and it seemed that they wanted to fight those assassins. Seeing this, Fang Xinglan didn't reply, but Qin Yuanbai spoke first. With the current strength of the human clan, I'm afraid it's not easy to send out several strong cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm as assassins. Although the spiritual energy had increased greatly and there were many strong cultivators emerging, but the foundation of the human clan was still shallow. After millions of years of consumption, the number of strong cultivators of the human clan could be counted on one hand. Excluding the Qianyuan sacred ground, it was impossible for the human clan to gather a few strong cultivators at the peak of the celestial being realm. But until now, the Qianyuan sacred ground hadn't received any news. It was obvious. Those assassins were probably from other clans. Yes, those assassins are undoubtedly from other clans. Unfortunately, they didn't show their bodies from beginning to end. I can't be sure which clan they are from. Fang Xinglan sighed. He was also a little unwilling to give up. He was fine, but he was ambushed by a group of people. If it weren't for Qin Shujian's secret help, he would definitely have died there. Such a great hatred. If he didn't report it, Fang Xinglan couldn't take it lying down. But, those black-clothed cultivators didn't show any clues at all, and he couldn't get much information. Qin Yuanbai fell into deep thought. A moment later, he woke up from his contemplation and said calmly, "Speaking of which, I received a piece of news. I heard that during this court meeting, the Emperor of Heaven announced something. That is, if no Third Realm Grand Master is born within 10 years, a selection will be held. The strongest cultivator of any of the 3 realms will be able to become a god. I suspect that the sudden ambush of the Deputy Sacred Lord has something to do with this matter." "You mean, someone is worried that I will break through to the Third Realm and become a god?" Fang Xinglan was startled. What Qin Yuanbai said was indeed something he hadn't thought about. But now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed like it was the same thing. Qin Yuanbai said, "The human clan now has the most god positions among all the clans in the heavenly court. The Great Zhao clan alone has 3 god positions, not to mention the others. It's natural for the myriad clans to be afraid. Speaking of which, you said that a mysterious strong cultivator helped. What's going on?" "I'm not sure. Those black-cloaked cultivators were suddenly killed, and I didn't see anything." Fang Xinglan shook his head and didn't tell him his original guess. It was only his guess that Qin Shujian had stepped in to help. If it was really the Emperor of Heaven who helped, and the other party was unwilling to show up, it would inevitably be disgusting if he said too much. If it wasn't Qin Shujian who helped, then it would be a bit slanderous to say it out loud. So after thinking about it, Fang Xinglan decided not to say anything. If he didn't say anything, Qin Yuanbai couldn't guess the Deputy Sacred Lord's inner thoughts. "How long do you need to break through to the Third Realm?" The Qianyuan Sacred Ground didn't have a deity position in the heavenly court. Mu Yang, who had a deity position, and Ningbo, strictly speaking, weren't people of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. As a result, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground was much weaker in front of the Great Zhao. Although both sides were human forces, Qin Yuanbai didn't want the Qianyuan Sacred Ground to be suppressed by the Great Zhao. If Fang Xinglan could get a deity position, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground couldn't suppress the Great Zhao, but it wouldn't be as awkward as it was now. The other elders of the Sacred Ground, after hearing Qin Yuanbai's words, they all looked at Fang Xinglan. In the entire Sacred Ground, in the Tao of formations, the one with the deepest attainments was none other than Fang Xinglan. "I already have some ideas, but it's not so easy to break through to the Third Realm. Maybe I can break through in 10 days or half a month, but it might not be possible even after 8 to 10 years. Fang Xinglan's expression was calm. He didn't show too much emotion about whether he could break through or not. In his eyes, the gap from the Second Realm to the Third Realm was much larger than the gap from the beginning to the Second Realm. Even if there was a stone tablet, Fang Xinglan wasn't 100% sure that he could comprehend the mysteries of the Third Realm in a short time. If there was no time limit, he was 100% sure that he could break through. But if there was a fixed time, then it was hard to say. Qin Yuanbai said, "So far, the Qianyuan Sacred Ground hasn't been deified in the heavenly court. This time, the deity position is very important to the Sacred Ground. Deputy Sacred Lord, you should hurry up and break through. If you really wait until the selection 10 years later, I'm worried that there will be other variables. After all, in order to deal with you, the foreign race has already sent experts to assassinate you. There may be other actions next." Moreover, on the side of the Great Zhao, Fang Yilan was also eyeing them covetously. In terms of formation skills, Fang Yilan has a much deeper foundation than the Grandmaster level. At this point, Qin Yuanbai also shut his mouth and did not say anything. However, anyone could understand the meaning behind his words. Fang Yilan was very strong. At least he was stronger than Fang Xinglan. If it was a competition of breakthroughs, then it would depend on the luck of both parties. Fang Xinglan still had a certain chance of victory. But if it was a real head-on clash, Fang Xinglan was most likely not a match. Qin Yuanbai was straightforward. Fang Xinglan was also able to discern the meaning within, and his expression instantly became unsightly. "Saint Lord Qin, you're overestimating others' morale. Although I broke through to the Master Realm later than Fang Yilan, the array Dao doesn't matter. We'll only know who's stronger and who's weaker when we fight. Besides, this old man doesn't think that Fang Yilan is qualified to beat me. Is this the heavenly court? Walking through the southern heaven gate, Fu Moyan's eyes were filled with shock. In his field of vision, he could only see the Milky Way hanging down, as if he was in the middle of the Milky Way. In addition to that, there were also yellow clouds floating, forming an arch bridge that connected all the palaces together. Teams of heavenly soldiers patrolled back and forth. Every heavenly soldier emitted an extremely tyrannical aura, as if any one of them could crush him to death. Before coming to the heavenly court, Fu Moyan had once fantasized about what the heavenly court would be like. When he really came to the heavenly court, he realized that the shock that the heavenly court gave him was much greater than he had expected. The current heavenly court has yet to reach its peak. If you see the heavenly court at its peak in the future, you will understand the mysteries within. In his sea of consciousness, Genie said indifferently. It had yet to reach its peak. Fu Moyan couldn't help but secretly gasp in his heart. The current heavenly court had completely exceeded his imagination, but he didn't expect that it was still not at its peak. Although he was shocked in his heart, Fu Moyan didn't dwell too much on the heavenly court's matters. If I were to meet the Emperor of Heaven, how should I go? In his line of sight, the heavenly court was vast and boundless, and he couldn't see the end at all. Moreover, this place was covered by the Milky Way, and there was no distinction between day and night like the 4 great continents. Genie said, "Do you see that huge canopy? Walk in the direction of the canopy. That's the area where the heavenly palace is located." Understood. Fu Moyan looked at the huge canopy and nodded slightly. He had long noticed the existence of the canopy, but he wasn't sure that it was where the heavenly palace was. After all, in the resplendent heavenly court, the canopy formed by jade-green leaves was quite eye-catching. He got the answer. Fu Moyan strode towards the heavenly palace. Along the way, there were also heavenly soldiers patrolling and intercepting him. For this, Fu Moyan showed the token that Genie gave him, and the heavenly soldiers naturally let him go. Because the heavenly court had an array formation, unless one was at the true immortal realm, they couldn't fly at all. He could only slowly walk towards the heavenly palace. It took about an hour. Fu Moyan finally stood in front of the heavenly palace. From afar, the canopy looked very big. At this moment, standing in front of the heavenly palace, it seemed to cover the sky and the sun. "Who are you?" On the osmanthus tree, Mu Yang's face appeared. His voice was neither fast nor slow, but in Fu Moyan's ears, it could shake his soul. After a while, Fu Moyan woke up from the voice. "I am Fu Moyan. I have specially come to seek an audience with the Emperor of Heaven." After saying that, he showed his token. Looking at the token, there was the aura of Qin Shujian. The leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed. "Since you are here to see the Emperor of Heaven, then go in." With that, the gate of the heavenly palace opened. "Thank you." Fu Moyan cupped his hands and thanked him, then walked into the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace wasn't as fancy as the heavenly court. If one followed a path to the dark, they would be able to enter the inner hall of the heavenly palace. At this moment, the gate of the inner hall was already open. Fu Moyan hesitated for a moment in front of the gate of the inner hall before walking in. Entering the inner hall of the heavenly palace, he happened to see Qin Shujian, who was seated at the top. Towards this Emperor of Heaven, he was no stranger to him at all. So when he saw Qin Shujian, Fu Moyan immediately bowed. "Fu Moyan greets the Emperor of Heaven." "You're here," Qin Shujian said calmly. He had left his energy clone on the other party, so his every move in the universe could not be hidden from his senses. From the very beginning, Qin Shujian already knew that Fu Moyan was coming. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Fu Moyan bowed respectfully. Ever since Qin Shujian became the Emperor of Heaven, he didn't meet him many times, but every time they met, he would feel great pressure. That kind of pressure. It didn't just come from strength. For a moment, Fu Moyan couldn't tell where the pressure came from. Although he had a lot of conversations with Genie in the Sea of Consciousness. But, an incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven and the real Emperor of Heaven were two completely different feelings. Looking at the person below, Qin Shujian saw through him with just a glance. First level of the celestial being, his physical body was strong, and it was obvious that he had taken the first official step in the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Among all the players, there are only a few who have broken through to the Celestial Being realm. Not only have you broken through to the Celestial Being realm, but you have also broken through with the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Among the players, you can almost be considered the first. Xianxia nodded approvingly. Praise. A smile appeared on Fu Moyan's face. His words paused. Xianxia continued, I already know the purpose of your visit. During this period of time in the Tianhuang Great World, you have also eliminated many goals. I once said that if you work for me, you can get what you want. Now, I will teach you the middle part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. After speaking, Xianxia raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out from his fingers and landed on Fu Moyan's body in an instant. The light fell. A huge amount of memories emerged in his mind. That memory. It could make the soul of an ordinary person explode. But Fu Moyan had already broken through to the Celestial Being realm, so it wasn't difficult for him to digest such memories. A few breaths later, he digested the memories of the middle part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for bestowing the technique. Fu Moyan's expression was filled with gratitude. Although he was only at the first level of the Celestial Being realm and hadn't cultivated the first part of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture to perfection, he didn't need to use the middle part at all. But in fact, the more perfect the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning scripture was, the easier it would be to cultivate it. Now, he had obtained the middle section of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture. Fu Moyan believed him. His progress in breaking through to the second level of the Celestial Being realm would be increased by at least half. After imparting the cultivation method, Xianxia waved his hand again, and a jade bottle appeared out of thin air, slowly landing in front of Fu Moyan. The jade bottle contains a drop of blood essence from a sixth heaven immortal star beast. After diluting it, it's enough to temper your physique to an unprecedented level. Everything else aside, just the lightning tribulations before the sixth layer of the celestial realm will not cause you too much trouble. Hearing this sentence, the way Fu Moyan looked at the jade bottle instantly changed. What was his purpose in coming to the heavenly court? It was none other than to obtain the corresponding resources to speed up his cultivation in the great wide world. As long as the realm of the great wide world was high enough. In that case, his progress in the Tianhuang Great World would also be boosted accordingly. Now, the Violet Sky Divine Lightning Scripture's middle section and the drop of blood from a sixth-level immortal star beast had undoubtedly solved this problem perfectly. There was no hesitation. Fu Moyan immediately clenched the jade bottle tightly, with no intention of letting go. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven, for bestowing me with this treasure. I will definitely not let you down. I'll give you the Violet Sky Divine Lightning Scripture and the blood essence of a sixth-level immortal star beast as your reward for completing the task during this period of time. But so far, this is all you can get. If you want to get more, you need to speed up the progress of the task. Xianxia's face was calm, and no one could tell whether he was happy, angry, or sad. Hearing this, Fu Moyan bowed. Emperor of Heaven, don't worry. After I improve my strength, I will go back and speed up the progress of the task and get rid of all the targets. That would be best. But I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Fu Moyan looked a little hesitant. If you think you should ask, just ask. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Xianxia's words directly blocked what Fu Moyan wanted to say. Seeing this, he had to give up the idea of asking. After a pause, Xianxia said again, when you return to the Tianhuang Great World, if you meet people from the Heavenly Alliance, you'd better help them. Don't let too many people from the Heavenly Alliance die. Help people from the Heavenly Alliance? Fu Moyan's face was filled with astonishment. Xianxia said, you don't have to think too much about the details of the Heavenly Alliance for the time being. Just take it that they have something to do with the Heavenly Court. I'll let you know about the rest when there's a chance in the future. Yes, Fu Moyan lowered his head and didn't dare to ask much. In front of Xianxia, there was always a faint pressure that made him dare not say much. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'll take my leave. Fu Moyan cupped his hands and then turned to leave. After leaving the heavenly palace, he walked toward the southern gate according to his memory. It took him some time to successfully leave the heavenly court. Phew! After returning to the four continents, Fu Moyan suddenly let out a long breath. Why? Do you feel a lot of pressure in front of me? Xianxia's calm voice sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Fu Moyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know why, but when I was in the heavenly court, there was always a strong pressure that made me feel uncomfortable all over. Strictly speaking, I'm no different from the Emperor of Heaven of the heavenly court. You don't feel any pressure in front of me, so why do you feel pressure in front of him? I don't know. Fu Moyan shook his head, also at a loss for Xianxia's question. After a while, that was why he gave a plausible answer. Perhaps it's because Senior has been in my sea of consciousness for too long. That makes sense. Xianxia nodded slightly, acknowledging this answer. There was a moment of silence. Fu Moyan couldn't help but ask, Senior, what was the purpose of killing those people in the Tianhuang Great World? He had been holding this question in his heart for a long time. At the beginning, he had asked but couldn't get an answer from the Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, Fu Moyan couldn't help but have this question in his heart. Because from the time he took on the mission until now, he had already killed many people. The more people he killed, the more confused he was in his heart. Although Fu Moyan could betray the world he was in for a chance, after doing the mission for a long time, he also wanted to understand some things and didn't want to be completely kept in the dark. Hearing his words, Xianxia in his mind was silent for a moment. Just when Fu Moyan thought that he couldn't get an answer, a calm voice sounded in his mind. There's no problem in telling you. I didn't tell you before because I wasn't sure if you were sincere in cooperating with us, but now that you've completed a lot of the mission, there's no way out. Since you're confused, I'll just tell you everything. Xianxia's words shook Fu Moyan. Senior, please speak. The strength of any world's heavenly Tao is affected by many aspects, including the number of strong people and the strength of the providence. Xianxia spoke slowly, neither hurriedly nor slowly. To this, Fu Moyan stood on the spot and listened carefully. In every era, there are children of providence or people favored by providence. Those people are destined to become strong people in the future and even reach the peak of the world. Because of the blessing of providence, their future will be smooth sailing. For example, they can break through by walking, turn misfortune into blessings when they encounter danger, and so on. These people are all irrigated by the providence of the world, which is equivalent to the world lending its own providence to them. Then, when they grow up, they will feed back to the world. The people you've killed now are all people favored by destiny. Every time you get rid of one, the providence of Tianhuang Great World will disappear permanently. The more providence disappears, the more power of Tianhuang Great World's heavenly Tao will have. When the real war starts, our chances of winning will increase greatly. After Xianxia finished speaking, Fu Moyan stood on the spot for a long time, then digested all the words that Xianxia had said. Until now, he finally understood why Xianxia wanted him to get rid of those people in Tianhuang Great World. Favored by providence, son of destiny. Thinking of these words, Fu Moyan couldn't help but ask, may I ask, Senior, am I also a person favored by providence? You, in the sea of consciousness, Xianxia's expression was a little strange. Immediately after, his faint voice rang out. Your providence can only be said to be ordinary. If you didn't cooperate with me, you would probably have fought with others for a chance to break through when you were in the God Martial realm. In the end, you would have been killed on the spot. Fu Moyan's face darkened. What did he mean? Was he destined to be a walk-on? He didn't dare to believe in his future. Fu Moyan didn't believe it. Senior, can you see my past and future? Of course. Xianxia said indifferently, most people have a past and a future, and those past and future can be captured. As long as your strength reaches a certain level, you can more or less see a person's entire life with one glance. Of course, it was just a cursory glance, so it was unlikely to be too accurate. There was not much that could be seen. But you are different. I exist in your sea of consciousness. Furthermore, you accepted my mission. You and I are somewhat connected by karma. Therefore, I can see your true future. Get an explanation. Fu Moyan had completely given up on the last bit of hope in his heart. It turned out that he really had the fate of being a walk-on. However, he quickly came to his senses. According to Qingyi's words, he was originally a minor character, but it was completely different now. After working with the other party and obtaining the title of World Trader, he decided to go against the heavens and change his fate. If that's the case, then those people should be killed. Fu Moyan gritted his teeth. Why was it that his own fate wasn't good, while those people were born with good fortune? They were all the same, but they were treated differently. Since the heavens were unfair, then he would go against the heavens. All of a sudden, Fu Moyan's heart to carry out his mission became even more determined. According to the original path, he was destined to be sacrificed. Now that he had become a world trader, it was equivalent to holding his own fate in his own hands. The progress of the mission was the progress of changing his fate. Looking at Fu Moyan's high fighting spirit, Qingyi didn't know what to say. The progress of the Tianhuang Great World's mission is not bad. The other great worlds seem to be lacking a little. On the throne, Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. Although he was overseeing the heavenly court, through the connection of several Emperor of Heaven's incarnations, he could accurately get the news of the other worlds in real time. Of course, the progress of the other worlds was slow, but at least there were no problems. It was a little slow. It was fine as long as there were no problems. He calmed down. Qin Shujian decided to no longer bother with the matters of those worlds. Instead, he turned his attention to himself. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer was breathing in and out saber qi. After breaking through to the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing, the saber qi he was breathing in and out had become stronger. Even with Qin Shujian's current Sea of Consciousness, the saber qi could have a weak effect. Don't think of it as weak. One had to know that. Qin Shujian was the reincarnation of the Tao fruit of the Third Era and was born with an extremely powerful Sea of Consciousness. To be able to affect his Sea of Consciousness, it had to involve the Tao fruit level at least, or be almost qualified to do so. The fact that the Saber Qi Godslayer was breathing in and out could reach such a level had indirectly proved the other party's strength. However, Qin Shujian's attention was not on Godslayer but on Zhou Tian's star map. At this time, Zhou Tian's star map was lying quietly in the Sea of Consciousness. The endless galaxy flowed out from it, dyeing the gray Sea of Consciousness with a gorgeous color. If someone saw it, they would definitely think that it was not the Sea of Consciousness in front of them, but a galaxy in the vast void. The transformation is coming to an end. Qin Shujian's divine consciousness fell on Zhou Tian's star map for a long time and finally got confirmation. The transformation of this supreme treasure had taken much longer than he had expected. However, the longer the transformation took, the more satisfied Qin Shujian was. Because the longer it took, the more likely it was to transform into a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing. A treasure of that level. It was not something that could be created in a short time. If Zhou Tian's star map really only transformed for a day or two, the probability of failure would not be 100%, but it would definitely not be too different. In comparison, now that the star map was slowly transforming, the possibility of it becoming a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing was greater. Back when I was refining the Beast Emperor's star core, the heavenly cycle star diagram had already reached the peak of the 8th tribulation ancestral armament. Later on, after refining so many star cores, the heavenly cycle star diagram had long since surpassed the limit of the 8th tribulation ancestral armament. If it was not for the huge gap between the 8th tribulation and the 9th tribulation, the transformation would have been completed long ago. Qin Shujian looked at the star map and thought to himself. To be honest, he could not help but feel nervous when it had transformed to this point. There was no other way. In the eyes of any expert, a treasure comparable to a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing was an unparalleled treasure. In the First Era, it was a supreme existence that could suppress a large sect or even a clan and ensure its immortality for hundreds of millions of years. In the Third Era, a treasure comparable to a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing could not suppress thousands of clans and sweep the world, but it could also make a force stand at the top. This was the strength of a 9th tribulation Zhu Bing and a natural treasure. As long as Zhou Tian's star map transformed successfully, the Great Tribulation of the Demon Abyss would no longer be a problem. He withdrew from the Sea of Consciousness. Qin Shujian was almost certain. In 3 to 5 days, the transformation of Zhou Tian's star map would be completed. When that time came, the outcome of the battle would be decided by then. Immediately, he calmed his mind and observed the changes in his inner world. Since the birth of the human race, Qin Shujian rarely paid attention to his inner world. At this time, his inner world, there were not many changes. After all, for an inner world, there would not be many changes without thousands of years. For example, when the inner world was just born, many races were born directly. It was all because of Qin Shujian's excessive enthusiasm. Now, instead of excessive enthusiasm, he allowed the inner world to grow naturally. Therefore, it was natural for it to slow down. Since the creation of the inner world, only 2 true immortals have been born, and not many races have been born. If the inner world is allowed to grow naturally, it will not be of much use in the next 10,000 years. Qin Shujian observed the changes in his inner world, and some thoughts surged in his mind. To be honest, he did not have much hope for his inner world. Although his inner world was promoted to a greater world, his realm was very likely to break through to the Dao fruit level. But, the transformation from a middle world to a greater world was not so easy to achieve. In terms of difficulty, it was many times more powerful than the peak of a middle world from a lesser world to a middle world. Dao fruit and non-Dao fruit. They were 2 different extremes. Judging from the current situation, there were already quite a number of rules that had been derived from the inner world. However, they were far from being perfect. Qin Shujian did not interfere too much with his inner world because he did not have the time. But now, the void demons had been destroyed, and the threat of the demon abyss was still there, but there would not be any changes in the short term. It was not as unstable as the void demons. There was plenty of time. Qin Shujian didn't plan to let his inner world continue to be so carefree. If I rely on my own understanding of the seed of rule to deduce the promotion of my inner world, it will take at least 1,000 years. Normally, 1,000 years is nothing. But with the current situation, 1,000 years can change too many things. Therefore, I must use a faster method to promote the advancement of my inner world. Qin Shujian withdrew his consciousness from his inner world. In the next second, he disappeared from his position. In the void, there was a vast gray river that flowed quietly. Occasionally, there would be some waves that would shatter the surrounding void, but it would calm down very quickly. Right at this moment, the void distorted slightly, and a green-robed figure stepped out from it. Along with the appearance of the newcomer, the gray river seemed to have received some kind of strong stimulation, and began to surge violently. It's been a long time no see. Qin Shujian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were calm as he looked at the gray river. No matter how turbulent the waves beneath his feet were, they could not shake him in the slightest. Boom, waves rose up and came crashing down on him. One could see with the naked eye that there were countless images appearing in the waves. However, Qin Shujian simply glanced at the waves. A ray of cold light shot out. In an instant, there was a terrifying eruption of great power. Everything calmed down in an instant. Then, he reached out and grabbed some of the river water in his hand. A ball of water floated above his palm, wrapped in a thick layer of true essence. One could see. The ball of water wrapped in true essence was now shaking violently. As it shook, wisps of true essence were also disappearing. To this, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. He was no stranger to the long river of time. Or rather, any Dao fruit expert would be no stranger to the long river of time. To that extent, every single existence had surpassed the restraints of the long river of time and ascended to a mysterious realm. If one wanted to surpass the long river of time, one had to have a sufficient understanding of the long river of time. Therefore, Qin Shujian was also very familiar with the long river of time. Although the current long river of time was not the long river of time of the Third Era, the two were essentially the same. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend too much of the long river of time in the Third Era. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to waste time now, Qin Shujian looked at the ball of water in his hand and shook his head. The power of time was very powerful. But for existences who had surpassed the constraints of time, the power of time was not worth mentioning. Therefore, for Dao fruit level existences, unless they were born with the power of time, very few experts at this level would deliberately waste time comprehending the long river of time. But it was different now. Qin Shujian needed to comprehend the power of time. Because once he comprehended the power of time, he would be able to control time and then have a certain impact on his inner world. This was what he needed to do. About 15 minutes later, the true essence covering the ball of water dissipated. The ball of water fell heavily on his palm. Instantly, the young and white palm withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. It became dry and dark yellow as if it was about to die. Soon, a powerful force surged from his arm. The dry and dark yellow palm recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process. It happened in an instant. The power of time is indeed a fatal existence for beings below the Dao fruit level. Qin Shujian suddenly sighed. Then, he shook the water off his hand. Just now, he had lost no less than 1,000 years of his lifespan. And this? It was because he had expelled the power of time immediately. If it were other true immortals, that ball of water would have consumed at least tens of thousands of years of their lifespan. Bad luck. Even his 129,600 years of lifespan could be completely devoured. The loss of 1,000 years of lifespan also made Qin Shujian have some inexplicable feelings about time. He realized, if he touched the long river of time with his body, he would be able to comprehend the power of time faster. Of course, Qin Shujian didn't have such thoughts. Although his lifespan was very long and it was very likely to be endless, he didn't have such thoughts for the time being. He looked straight at the long gray river. Qin Shujian paused for a moment and finally took a step forward. He took a step forward. He crossed a short distance. The scene under his feet changed. Countless images disappeared as if they had never existed at all. Then, the long river of time shook violently. A huge wave rose, wanting to completely drown and swallow the person who was going against the flow of time and spying on the past. To this, Qin Shujian didn't stop. He waved his hand and sent out a palm print. Boom, Qin Shujian swam in the river of time. The river of time in the universe ran through the beginning and end of the entire universe. Whether it was the past or the future, there were countless extensions. As long as there was a change in any place, it would give birth to many unknown changes in the past and future. However, without interfering with the past, there was a main storyline that existed. That was a mark that belonged to the past. But it was different from the past. The future could be said to exist at a certain point in time, but it could also be said to exist at every point in time. Take a cultivator for example. His every action would cause countless changes in the future. Therefore, the future was unpredictable for anyone. Even if there was an expert who peeked at a corner of the future, it might not necessarily happen. It could only be said that the stronger the existence, the more accurate the future they saw. Because of that existence, they already had the means to deduce cause and effect. However, no matter how accurate the future was, it couldn't be 100%. Therefore, for a true expert, there was no need to explore the future at all. Because there were countless possibilities in the future, no matter how much they explored, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, in Qin Shujian's opinion, he had no interest in exploring the future. Not to mention that it wouldn't be of much help to him. On the contrary, it might be because he knew too much, causing him to make serious mistakes in some of his judgments. Right now, the river of time was vast and mighty. Qin Shujian didn't go with the flow, but against it. To comprehend the mysteries of time, I can only think of ways in the river of time. It's a good time for me to take a look at what happened in this era. Going against the flow of the river of time, Qin Shujian's expression was calm. In his line of sight, on the river of time, many scenes were projected. For the universe, every living being, even every blade of grass and tree had their own past and future. These past and future, they also gathered together, forming a vast river of time. At this moment, the scene in Qin Shujian's eyes was the scene of all living beings in the universe. Countless plants and trees rose and fell. Countless living beings were born and died. At this moment, they were all displayed in front of him one by one. A subtle enlightenment rose in Qin Shujian's heart. It seemed like some kind of transformation was taking place, but it also didn't seem like a big change. Every time I swim in the river of time, I gain different insights. Unfortunately, these insights are no longer of much use to me. Qin Shujian shook his head regretfully. He wasn't a Dao fruit now, but he had the knowledge of a Dao fruit. Comprehension in the river of time. To any true immortal of the upper three layers, it was a precious item. However, in front of the reincarnation of a Dao fruit, it became insignificant. After all, when he was at his peak, he could already surpass the limits of time. That kind of vision. It was not something that the current river of time could compare to. He punched out. A wave was forcibly extinguished. Qin Shujian walked with his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The river of time that was extremely dangerous in the eyes of other powerhouses posed no threat to him at all. After walking for an unknown period of time, all of a sudden, there were tiny whirlpools surging in the river of time ahead. It was completely different from the calm surface of the river. Seeing this, the corners of Qin Shujian's mouth curled into a smile as he stepped into the whirlpool. As soon as he entered the whirlpool, the gray river suddenly shook violently. Waves of waves crushed toward him, wanting to kill this existence who was spying on the past without permission. "Get lost," Qin Shujian shouted softly. With a flip of his palm, an imperial seal appeared in his palm. That was the imperial seal condensed by the heavenly quartz luck. The imperial seal flew into the air and then pressed down. Rumble, the surging river water directly fell in front of the terrifying pressure. Even the tiny whirlpool seemed to have condensed for a short time. At this moment, with the imperial seal protecting him, no matter how rampant the river of time was, it couldn't affect Qin Shujian at all. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't pay attention to the surrounding river water. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him. There, a large group of cultivators gathered. In front of all the cultivators was a distorted and chaotic void. Soon, the scene changed again. There were tens of thousands of races fighting. There were also experts walking out of the chaotic void. Blood clouds covered hundreds of millions of miles. Today, Xianxia of the human race is killing evil for the human race. A loud voice seemed to penetrate the river of time and directly entered Qin Shujian's ears. In the scene, a person in a green robe seemed to be aloof from the world. Even the aura of decay couldn't hide his unparalleled aura. The human race, Xianxia. The human race can survive to the end of every era because every time the human race declines, there will be a hero who carries the hope of the race. Xianxia, we meet again. Looking at the scene in the scene, Qin Shujian murmured softly. Logically speaking, with his cultivation level, a middle third layer true immortal shouldn't be a threat to him. In the past, when he hadn't awakened his innate wisdom, it was fine. But after awakening his innate wisdom, there weren't many things that could be valued by Qin Shujian. However, facing Xianxia, he still felt a little emotional. Although the other party was only a middle third level true immortal, he had sacrificed too much for the human race. With the strength of a middle third level true immortal, not only did he bury many true immortals of the myriad races, but he also cut off his own vitality and forcefully broke the laws of heaven and earth of the upper-class world. It could be said that, with the strength of a middle third level true immortal, Xianxia did something that even an upper third level true immortal might not be able to do. Not only that, even after the other party died, he still retained his last bit of strength and silently protected the human race in the chaotic void. Xianxia. He was a person who truly fought to the last bit of strength for the human race. Even if he wasn't the strongest person in the history of the human race, he was definitely the one who had sacrificed the most for the human race. In Qin Shujian's opinion, in terms of contributions to the human race, even the ancient Emperor of Heaven, Qin Song, might not be able to compare to Xianxia. It was very simple. After becoming the Emperor of Heaven, although he still cared about the human race, many of his decisions were from the perspective of the myriad races. He couldn't be as ruthless as Xianxia. The Emperor of Heaven might be great. But he might not be considered a hero of the human race. But Xia Yi, he was worthy of being called a hero. Just as Qin Shujian was silently watching Xia Yi's final battle, in the scene, after Xia Yi killed the ancient true immortal of the demon race, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked up at the sky and their gazes met. At that moment, Xia Yi also seemed to have understood something and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said a few words softly. "We meet again, Senior Xia Yi." A greeting. Qin Shujian's mood was a little complicated. He understood. Xia Yi could feel his gaze, but he couldn't hear what he wanted to say. The scene changed again. Boundless blood-colored lightning tribulation descended and was about to swallow Xia Yi. Looking at Xia Yi covered by the blood-red lightning, Qin Shujian suddenly had a strong impulse in his heart. Boom, he stretched out his hand, and a terrifying vital essence erupted. The long river of time shook, and countless water droplets containing the scene were strongly attracted, and then madly gathered toward one point. Throughout the process, there were stormy waves sweeping through the void. It was just a small vortex, but it had a tendency to become more and more intense. For such a change, Qin Shujian turned a blind eye. Only the imperial insignia suspended above his head was scattering down thousands of splendor, competing with the power of the long river of time. At the same time, Godslayer in the Sea of Consciousness also flew out, breaking the wind and breaking the waves with the momentum of the eighth tribulation Zubing. No one knew how long had passed. All the water droplets that were extracted finally condensed into a scene, completely frozen there. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian's palm went into the scene, as if to pull something out. At that moment, the long river of time was completely enraged. Huge waves surged one after another, extinguishing the thousands of splendor on the imperial insignia. Even the sharpness of the eighth tribulation Zubing was forcibly shattered at this moment. What is the Emperor of Heaven doing? Why would it cause such a change? Godslayer was aghast. In the first battle after breaking through to the eighth tribulation Zubing, he suffered a defeat in the long river of time, which made his self-confidence suffer a great blow. Originally, Godslayer thought that there were not many things in the world that could compete with him. However, the long river of time in front of him taught him a lesson. Faced with the frightening power that was surging forth unceasingly, even an eight tribulation ancestral armament appeared to be insignificant. But, even if he couldn't resist it, Godslayer didn't dare to retreat without permission. At this moment, Qin Shujian's face was incomparably solemn. After his palm went into the scene, the process of pulling it out was extremely slow. Time trickled by. The commotion in the river of time grew bigger and bigger. A wave fell and the god-slaying saber staggered from the impact. "Emperor of Heaven, are you done yet? I can't hold on any longer." Until now. He didn't care about his face anymore and shouted loudly. Qin Shujian didn't look back. He just said, "If you can't hold on, return to my spiritual sea. You don't have to worry about anything else. The river of time can't do anything to me." All right. Without further ado, Godslayer simply returned to Qin Shujian's Sea of Consciousness. The other party had already said so. In his opinion, there was no need for him to persist. Of course, this was the main problem. The power of the long river of time was too strong. If it continued, even Zubing, who did not have a lifespan limit, might be forcefully wiped out. Without Godslayer's help, the imperial insignia didn't have the ability to resist the river of time. In order not to lose anything, Qin Shujian waved his other hand and put away the imperial insignia. Then, endless Xianxia erupted, turning into a powerful domain, isolating all the huge waves outside. Rumble. The huge waves slapped, and each strike was more than hundreds of millions of kilograms of force. Even an upper 3 true immortal would be beaten until his body collapsed in the face of such an attack. In less than 15 minutes, the domain shattered. In the end, the shockwave slammed into Qin Shujian's body. Boom, terrifying power poured out, causing Qin Shujian's body to tremble violently. Countless Taoist rhymes reflected from his body, but they quickly dimmed and finally collapsed. Then, new Taoist rhymes were generated, the entire process It was as if he had fallen into an endless cycle. In addition to that, his lifespan was decreasing crazily. In the long river of time, just a drop of river water falling on an ordinary true immortal would lose at least thousands of years of lifespan. Even a powerful true immortal. Although the loss of lifespan was not as exaggerated as thousands of years, it was definitely not low. At this moment, a wave bombarded down, and it was not as simple as a drop of water. One breath. Xianxia discovered that his lifespan had been forcefully erased by 200,000 to 300,000 years. However, the loss of 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan did not have much impact on his almost endless lifespan. But what had to be understood was, the attack of the long river of time was not just a single attack. Soon, one wave after another bombarded Xianxia's body. Every time he attacked, it took away 200,000 to 300,000 years of lifespan. In less than 15 minutes, Xianxia had lost more than 10 million years of lifespan. Such a loss. Even if the lifespan of 100 true immortals were superimposed, they would still die quietly. However, there were not many traces of it on his body so far. The current Xianxia. He was already wholeheartedly focused on the matter in front of him. After realizing that the long river of time did not pose much of a threat to him, he could not be bothered to care so much. Anyway, his physical body was tyrannical. No matter how the long river of time attacked, it could not cause too much of an impact. As for the long river of time, in the eyes of other cultivators, it was a very terrifying method of reducing lifespan, but it did not have much effect. At this moment, Xianxia perfectly experienced the benefits of having a long lifespan. He could squander it at will. An hour might have passed. An entire day might have passed. His hand that had disappeared into the image had been pulled out bit by bit. Along with it, there was a light green ball in his palm. When the ball appeared, crack, the long river of time was like a cultivator. Its anger had risen to another level. In an instant, there was a monstrous wave that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Taking advantage of the fact that Xianxia did not have time to react, it smashed down fiercely. At that moment, the Dao runes on his physical body cracked, and his skin also exploded with blood. Xianxia was caught off guard. He was directly smashed and staggered, almost falling into the long river of time. Not only that, his lifespan had also decreased by an unknown amount. Half of his originally jet black hair had already turned white. Such consumption. This made Xianxia suck in a breath of cold air. He did not dare to hesitate at all. When the next wave of the long river of time arrived, he forcefully tore open the void and disappeared into the void crack. Sensing the disappearance of the target, the long river of time shook crazily again. The river water surged violently. The sound of the waves seemed to be the roar of a supreme existence. The huge waves of hundreds of millions of feet covered the sky and the earth, sweeping everything. Fortunately, not everyone was qualified to enter the long river of time. At this moment, other than Xianxia, no one else had entered the long river of time. Or else, with the shocking fluctuations at this moment, it was enough to completely bury any true immortal here. In the heavenly court, in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the void was suddenly torn apart, and Xianxia's figure suddenly appeared. Then, in the blink of an eye, the torn void healed. Phew! Returning to his own territory, Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Now, half of his black hair had turned white. That was the result of the severe loss of his lifespan. Originally, Xianxia thought that his lifespan could be endless. But after the trip to the river of time, he finally understood. Although his lifespan was long, it was not to the extent that it was endless. Heaven and earth will come to an end. Although I have opened up the inner world and theoretically have the same lifespan as heaven and earth, it does not mean that my lifespan is endless. This time, it's a big loss. Sensing the changes in his body, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. A big loss, it was really a big loss. He had been in this era for so long, but he had never suffered such a big loss. He silently calculated. The lifespan that he had lost in the river of time was at least a few billion. In other words, Qin Shujian's real lifespan might only be about 10 billion years. 10 billion years of lifespan is actually not that long for the real heaven and earth. After all, the medium-class world can't be compared to the upper-class world, the medium-class world. 10 billion years was almost the end. Unless it was promoted to the upper-class world, then it could continue. So, in Qin Shujian's opinion, as long as the inner world was successfully promoted to the upper-class world, then his lifespan would be truly endless. Because at that level, he had already transcended the constraints of time. There was no time constraint. Naturally, there was no problem with his lifespan. Sitting on the throne, Qin Shujian closed his eyes and did not move. A powerful vitality was extracted from the inner world and directly converged into his physical body. In an instant, he saw that his white hair was recovering at an extremely fast speed. About half a day, that powerful life force dissipated. Qin Shujian opened his eyes and sighed. I have consumed half of my lifespan. It is impossible to completely recover to my previous state. While speaking, he grabbed his shoulder-length hair, which was mixed with some white. So be it. In any case, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Ignoring the external changes, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand, and a ball of light green gas suddenly appeared. He waved his hand. That ball of light green gas automatically flew downwards. When it landed, the light green gas gradually changed, and the shadow of a person solidified from nothingness. After the shadow completely solidified, a calm voice slowly sounded in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. I didn't expect such a powerful existence to have appeared in the world. I don't know if I should call you human emperor or emperor of heaven. Xiayi looked at Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne with a complicated expression. As for the person in front of him, naturally, he was no stranger to it. In the past, when they met in the chaotic streams of space, they had met once. That was the first time, and this was the second time. At that time, Xiayi understood that as long as Qin Shujian didn't die, he would definitely be a top expert in the future. But he had never thought about it. The other party would grow so fast, and his strength was far beyond his imagination. To be able to fish out a fallen person from the river of time, completely reversing the rules of heaven and earth. Such difficulty. It was many times more difficult than cutting off the rules of heaven and earth. At least in Xiayi's memory, there had never been an expert who could do this. Even the legendary ancient demon emperor and the ancient emperor of heaven probably couldn't do it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. I'm no longer the human emperor. Senior can call me by my name or call me emperor of heaven. There's no problem. Etiquette can't be ignored. Greetings to Emperor of Heaven. Xiayi bowed. Emperor of Heaven. Regardless of whether it was in the ancient times or now, the existence of status was incomparable. Even in his heyday, he still had to bow when he saw the Emperor of Heaven. He straightened up. Xiayi looked at Qin Shujian. May I ask, Emperor Qin, what year is it now? How long has it been since I completely died? When he first saw Qin Shujian, he knew the other party's identity in his heart. It was a kind of vague feeling. But in fact, Xiayi had no idea what was going on right now. Hearing the inquiry, Qin Shujian said, there's no exact year, but it's been almost 20 or 30 years since Senior killed the ancient immortal of the demon clan. 20 or 30 years. Xiayi's calm face finally changed. He originally thought that for Qin Shujian to grow to such a level, thousands of years had passed, or even longer. However, 20 or 30 years. This time was completely beyond Xiayi's expectations. Too short, it was really too short, from a cultivator who wasn't a true immortal to the point where he could fish people out of the river of time. It only took him 20 or 30 years. Even with his knowledge, he felt a strong shock. Not long after, Xiayi came back to his senses with a gratified smile on his face. In 20 or 30 years, Emperor Qin has grown to such a level. Then, the human clan must have regained the glory of ancient times. Qin Shujian was qualified to establish the heavenly court and become the Emperor of Heaven, which must have suppressed all races. Only the races recognized the heavenly court as the real heavenly court. He was born in the human clan. Now that he had grown to such a level, the human clan's situation was definitely not bad. In ancient times, when Xianxia established the heavenly court, the human clan ushered in an unprecedented prosperity. Now that the human clan had another emperor of heaven, the human clan must have walked out of the haze of the past. As a human expert, Xiayi also had deep feelings for the human clan. It was also his long-time wish to make the human clan flourish. Unfortunately, during the period of his existence, the human clan was not allowed to flourish at all. With all races as enemies, the human clan was on the verge of destruction at any time. But in such an environment, Xiayi still had the ability to kill for the human clan. It was obvious how powerful his strength and methods were. Yes, the human clan is flourishing. Qin Shujian nodded and answered solemnly. Hearing this, the smile on Xiayi's face became more gratified and even a little relieved. The human clan is flourishing, that's enough. Seeing Xiayi's expression, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Senior, you don't have to worry about the human clan. I was able to save you from the river of time because I don't want an ancestor who has sacrificed everything for the human clan to die. Senior, from now on, you can stay in the heavenly court and recuperate in peace. I won't restrict your freedom. Stay in the heavenly court. It was an invitation from Qin Shujian. Pulling the other party out of the river of time was equivalent to Xiayi being reborn. In fact, as long as one did not die due to the exhaustion of one's lifespan, there was a chance to revive in the river of time. In terms of talent, Xiayi could also be said to be peerless. In Qin Shujian's eyes, the other party only used a few tens of thousands of years to reach the middle 3 levels of true immortal realm. So strictly speaking, Xiayi's lifespan was at least a few tens of thousands of years. Xiayi pondered for a moment and said, I want to go to the human race. Sure. Qin Shujian nodded and did not insist. The other party did not want to stay in the heavenly court and wanted to go to the human race. That was the other party's right. Although he hoped that Xiayi could stay, he did not want to force it. Although Senior Soul was taken out of the river of time by me, your physical body was destroyed. It is not convenient for you to go to the human race in your current state. Why don't you stay in the heavenly court for a while? After your physical body is fully recovered, you can go to the lower realm. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and said. Hearing this, Xiayi nodded. Then I will have to trouble you, Emperor Qin. I am in the heavenly court. Currently, the palaces are basically full. However, there is only one Eldar overseeing the outer hall of the heavenly court. If Senior does not mind, you can stay there for the time being. It just so happens that the Eldar has abundant spirit energy. You can cultivate there and recover faster. Many thanks. Xiayi cupped his hands in thanks. Outer hall of the heavenly court. Xiayi stood there and looked up. He could see the starry river hanging down from the heavenly court. The terrifyingly dense energy shocked him. What dense energy? Cultivating here for a year is probably comparable to cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years in other places. Although when he was in the inner hall, Xiayi sensed the density of the surrounding energy. But at that time, he did not have the mind to sense so much. Only now, after leaving the inner hall and walking to the outer hall, did he truly understand how dense the spirit energy in the heavenly court was. Such dense energy. Even with Xiayi's knowledge, he had never heard of such a thing. More than 200,000 years ago, if the human race could exist in such a place, then the myriad races wouldn't have the qualifications to persecute the human race. After sighing, Xiayi's gaze falls on the osmanthus tree in front of him. Although it was called an osmanthus tree, it had grown into a towering tree. If it wasn't for the osmanthus fragrance, no one would have been able to recognize Mu Yang's true form. Greetings to Senior Xiayi. The leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed, and Mu Yang's figure appeared. It was a young man. As soon as Xiayi came out, he received Qin Shujian's voice transmission and understood the identity of the person in front of him. Even the Emperor of Heaven had to address him as a senior. Mu Yang did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Seeing Mu Yang appear, Xiayi nods and smiles faintly, greetings to the current generation's Ling Huang. While speaking, His eyes flickered slightly. Level 3 true immortal. As the sovereign of a clan, it was not strange for him to be a level 3 true immortal. But the problem was, Mu Yang was currently guarding the outer hall of the Heavenly Palace. To put it bluntly, he was just opening the door. A cultivator guarding the Heavenly Palace was a level 3 true immortal. That was a bit too much. According to Xiaoyi's understanding, even in ancient times, the Heavenly Court was not so extravagant. The two of them greeted each other briefly. Then, Xiaoyi found a suitable position on the osmanthus tree and entered a state of cultivation. Inner hall. While Xiaoyi entered a state of cultivation, Qin Shujian also began a short period of seclusion. He had to go into seclusion. The attack of the River of Time not only weakened his lifespan, but also left many hidden injuries on his body. These injuries, although they were not too serious, they would still affect his strength. Qin Shujian now needed to maintain his strength at his peak state at all times. Purpose. It was to prevent unexpected situations from happening. Xiaoyi's rebirth. He didn't tell anyone about it. For 2 days, Qin Shujian was in seclusion, slowly recovering from his injuries. All of a sudden, his sea of consciousness shook crazily, as if something terrible was being born. Then, the Godslayer suddenly screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Emperor of Heaven, let me out, quickly. Such a commotion. Naturally, Qin Shujian, who had been cultivating in seclusion, woke up immediately. He frowned and immediately calmed down. The river of stars in his sea of consciousness surged, and a square array formation spanned across the sky above his sea of consciousness. A boundless power that could suppress the world spread out, causing everything around to condense. And in a corner of his sea of consciousness, Qin Shujian saw the Godslayer hiding there, shivering. Seeing this, he was speechless. The dignified 8th tribulation Zhu Bing was actually so weak. It was a disgrace to say it out. Jian Shan waved his hand. The Godslayer was thrown out of his sea of consciousness. After doing all this, Qin Shujian set his eyes on the array formation. Finally, the transformation is complete. There was a gratified smile on his face. Such power. Only 9th tribulation Zhu Bing could have it. Zhou Tian's star array suddenly changed like this. It was obviously about to transform successfully. Otherwise, its power wouldn't be so strong. Under Qin Shujian's gaze, the power emitted from Zhou Tian's star array was constantly increasing. If it was in the void outside, the space would have already turned into turbulence. Buzz, his sea of consciousness shook violently. A vertical river hung down from the array formation, majestically stretching for an unknown length. In the river of stars, there were extremely powerful star beast phantoms roaring wildly in it. The power of each star beast seemed to be able to compete with a 3rd-level true immortal, which made people pale. Success. Such a change immediately made Qin Shujian overjoyed. As the owner of Zhou Tian's star array, he received the corresponding message the moment the other party transformed successfully. At this moment, the river of stars flowed backward. All kinds of strange phenomena were slowly disappearing. After the array formation fell and stopped in front of Qin Shujian, it twisted and transformed into a creature that looked like a man and a woman. Xingchen, greetings to the Emperor of Heaven. Very good. Qin Shujian looked at the person in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you have successfully transformed. Thanks to the opportunity given by the Emperor of Heaven, I was able to successfully advance. Xingchen bowed his head respectfully. Even if the transformation was successful, he didn't dare to be disrespectful to Qin Shujian. After all, the other party created him and could destroy him with his own hands. Qin Shujian said, now that you've successfully transformed, what level of strength can you reach now? One-on-one, I'm confident that I can trap that sword in the heavenly court. With the help of the Emperor of Heaven, no one below the Dao Fruit Realm will be my match. As for the Dao Fruit Realm, I haven't really seen it, so I'm not sure. The sword of the heavenly court, needless to say, referred to Sanhua. After all, only Sanhua, a primordial treasure, was qualified to be valued by the current Zhou Tian star map. Another half a month passed. The injuries on Qin Shujian's body were almost fully healed. He tore through the void. He entered it again. After raging for a while, the river of time gradually calmed down. When Xianxia appeared in the river, there was not much movement around him. He stepped out steadily. He went against the current. The river stirred up thousands of waves, wanting to destroy the people who went against the current to spy on the past in the endless river. He punched. The river collapsed. Xianxia did not stop, still walking in the long river. It did not take long. He came to the place where he originally fished Xiaoyi out. There was still a weak whirlpool there. He entered the whirlpool alone. Xianxia did not stop. Without waiting for the river of time to counterattack, he had already crossed the range of the whirlpool. He crossed the whirlpool. The timeline returned to the time before the human clan left the eastern continent. In the endless river, many scenes appeared one by one. There was the scene of the Yuan sect's heyday, the scenes of the various vassals rebelling, the establishment of the Yuan sect, and the rise of the Cold Mountain village. Scenes of the past flashed past Xianxia's eyes. Because he was going against the current. So those scenes were also presented in reverse. All of a sudden, Xianxia stopped in his tracks. In his sight, a bigger whirlpool appeared, like a black hole that could swallow everything that entered it. This is the time when the players arrived, and when I came to this world. Looking at the black hole-like whirlpool in front of him, Xianxia's face became solemn. The players were born. Logically speaking, they would not be recorded in the long river of time. Because the players were real, the long river of time had no way to leave their imprints. But there was one thing to know. The long river of time in the universe recorded everything in the entire universe. Even though it couldn't record the player's imprint, it could still record the effects of the player's imprint, and even capture some real traces. Therefore, the black hole vortex before him represented that period of time. It was extremely chaotic and terrifying, and it didn't allow others to investigate it at all. If it were any other upper three true immortal or even ordinary half-step Dao fruit cultivators, it would have been impossible. In the face of such a situation, they would choose to take a step back. But Xianxia was different. When he saw the black hole vortex, not only did he not have any intention of retreating, he instead took a step forward and officially entered that place. In an instant, the scene changed. A destructive force was wreaking havoc in the originally calm surroundings. Xianxia's aura rose, and a domain suddenly appeared, isolating the destructive power outside. Very soon, the domain collapsed. That destructive power was too tyrannical. Even the domain laid out with his true essence couldn't hold on for too long. He felt the fluctuation. Xianxia frowned. The destructive power here is a little too strong, but it's not enough to make me retreat. With a thought, a square formation diagram suddenly appeared. The formation diagram stretched out and became infinitely large, forcefully suppressing down, obliterating all the destructive power. Zhou Tian star map. In this era, it was comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. In other eras, it could also be called a connate cardinal treasure. As soon as the formation diagram appeared, all the destructive power dissipated. Xianxia held Zhou Tian's star map and stepped into the black hole vortex. He no longer had to worry about the erosion of the surroundings. Without any interference, he saw images flashing constantly in the river. Those images looked blurry, but they also seemed very mysterious. Among them, Xianxia even sensed some familiar auras. Reality. He softly spat out 2 words. Xianxia couldn't be more familiar with the aura of reality. No matter what. He had once been a person who had gone through life and death, and had gone to the real world. He had plundered some real power from his body, allowing him to be extraordinary. Therefore, the real aura that others couldn't sense was so obvious in Xianxia's perception. The black hole vortex is full of real aura. Although it's only a weak aura and not a complete real power, it's also a deadly poison for the creatures of the universe. Unless it's at the half-step Dao fruit level, it's impossible to resist such a poison. If it's a cultivator of other levels, he'll be in danger of dying the moment he comes into contact with it. Looking at the real aura, Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. For the universe, True power was an existence that could destroy everything. For ordinary living beings, they didn't need to use their true power. Just their true aura was enough to cause them to die. But, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. Now the heavenly Tao of the various real worlds are gradually invading the vast thousand domains and the universe, causing the essence of the universe to undergo subtle changes. When the universe changes, the creatures of the universe will also be affected. As long as there's a little more time, the creatures of the universe will be subtly influenced. Although they won't become real creatures, they won't have to be afraid of the influence of such aura. The final outcome of the invasion of several worlds might not be good. However, the changes in this process were definitely beneficial. It was just that these changes were very subtle, and others couldn't sense anything at all. However, to Qin Shujian, these changes couldn't be hidden at all. He walked forward. After about a few breaths, Qin Shujian stopped again. In his line of sight, a desolate mountain stood there all by itself. Not only did he not feel unfamiliar with that mountain, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The reason was simple. Because that mountain was called Mount Liang, it started from a small bandit in Mount Liang, to the Mount Liang master, then to the sect master of Origin sect, the human emperor, and finally to the current emperor of heaven. Everything. It all started from Mount Liang, from that small mountain village. At this moment, Qin Shujian didn't see himself in the scene in the river, but he could see the changes in Mount Liang village. He knew that he had arrived here at this time. However, because he was the reincarnation of a Tao fruit, the river of time couldn't record the corresponding imprint. He walked forward again. A bandit who looked exactly like Qin Shujian stood there. However, the difference was that the bandit's eyes were lifeless and his face was lifeless. He looked like a wooden man who couldn't move. His figure appeared one step later, but suddenly appeared one step earlier. Then, the time I arrived here is on this day. Qin Shujian took a deep look at the bandit and took a step forward. The destructive power that filled the surroundings had already disappeared. He turned around and looked. The black hole-like vortex was left behind. The moment Qin Shujian appeared, he also crossed the vortex. He could see it. The whirlpool in the river of time was formed because of his appearance. He continued forward. The river of time changed again. In Qin Shujian's vision, he could see many scenes. There was the peak of Great Zhao. There was also the appearance of Emperor Zhao and the fierce battle with the East Continent's demon emperor. Such a battle should not have caused a change in the river of time. After all, the two cultivators who had not even reached the perfected immortal realm could not cause much of an impact even if they fought until the sky turned dark. However, because this battle concerned the future of the East Continent's human race and the demon race. Under the entanglement of the two races' providence, there were some ripples in the river of time. He stopped in his tracks. Qin Shujian watched the battle between Emperor Zhao and the demon emperor. This battle will determine the situation of the human race in the East Continent. Although Emperor Zhao has not reached the Nirvana realm, he is indeed powerful enough with the legacy of the ancient heavenly court. In his vision, the two of them were engaged in an intense battle. The demon emperor was indeed powerful. Although he was in the 10th level of the Deva realm, his true strength was not inferior to those Nirvana realm cultivators. Of course, this wasn't anything strange. In terms of foundation, the demon race of the East Continent was not weaker than the demon race of the West Continent. However, they had suffered too much losses from the human race, causing their strength to weaken severely. Later on, they were killed by the human race, and the remaining demon saints had no choice but to flee. However, the demon emperor was powerful, but there was still a gap between him and Emperor Zhao. With Qin Shujian's vision, he could see that Emperor Zhao had not really reached the 10th level of the Deva realm. He was only in the 9th level of the Deva realm. However, the law that the other party followed was too powerful. The human Tao law, even with the vision of a Tao fruit, it was an extremely powerful law. The human Tao was prosperous. The human Tao law would be powerful. It was no exaggeration to say that such a law had endless potential. The battle lasted for a few days, and the demon emperor was finally at a disadvantage. The other demon saints helped and besieged Emperor Zhao. At the same time, The human race's powerhouses also came and joined the battle. Qin Shujian glanced at it for a while, then looked away and looked at other images. In those images, humans and demons were engaged in a bloody battle. It was because of this battle that the human race walked out of the haze of the past and laid the foundation for the future of the human race. To put it bluntly, Zhao Emperor can be considered as the emperor who turned the tide and pushed the human race to prosperity. Qin Shujian thought to himself. Any emperor who led a race to prosperity was incomparable to the emperors of other eras. Among the myriad races, there weren't many people he admired now. Emperor Zhao, who had led the human race from its humble beginnings to its resurgence, was one of them. Xia, who had fought his way out of a hopeless situation for the human race, was also one of them. Other than that, Xiao Qingfeng, who had fought his way into the demon abyss alone and died in battle, could barely be considered half a saint. And the reason why he was only half a saint was because he had comprehended the physical sanctification technique without any foundation. To Qin Shujian, the remaining experts of the 10,000 races were not worth mentioning at all. After a long time, Qin Shujian watched the battle that established the foundation of the human race in its entirety. In this battle, more than 1 million humans died in the battle. That tragic aura could even break through the restraints of the long river of time. He could clearly feel it. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was not too moved. The battle between the human race and the demon race had indeed resulted in heavy casualties, but that was only relatively speaking. Since the Third Era, when the human race walked out of the eastern continent and fought in the outer realm, all of them were more tragic than the current battle between the human race and the demon race. After he finished reading all of it, Qin Shujian finally took a step forward and walked forward. In this battle, the human race was destined to win, so he had no intention of interfering. Even if the human race was destined to lose, he would not interfere. Going against the current could. But if he wanted to interfere and change the past, the long river of time would definitely be furious. Similarly, once the past was changed, the future was destined to change. Qin Shujian would not do anything to change the past unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he was not touring the long river of time this time to change anything. He was just purely comprehending the power of time. When he was fishing Xia, the game with the long river of time allowed Qin Shujian to have a lot of comprehension of time. Now that he was going against the current and had walked for thousands of years, his comprehension was not great. Compared to the billions of years of time in the universe, a few thousand years is equivalent to a snap of a finger. It is not easy to go against the current and comprehend the power of time in a few thousand years. Qin Shujian shook his head helplessly. If he couldn't obtain the comprehension he wanted after going against the current for thousands of years, then he would go further. With his strength. Even if he didn't use Zhou Tian's star map, with the current counterattack of the long river of time, there was no threat. In the long grey river, a green robe fluttered in the wind. A person was wandering there as if he was taking a stroll. Scenes flashed. Qin Shujian's expression did not change at all. Because of going against the current, the human race was now in a stage of struggling for survival. He saw a young human expert appearing out of nowhere. He also saw a teen enter a mysterious place, and when he came out, he had become a strong cultivator. He also saw the monster race ruling the land. Under the rule of the human race struggled for survival. To allow the human race to live forever, a portion of the human race experts worked together to fight against the monster race. But more humans were under the rule of the monster race and had to hand over tributes each year to pray for peace. The tributes included both living people and livestock. It is already a blessing that a race is weak and not extinct. Qin Shujian suddenly sighed and looked away. Any race would have a time when they were weak. This was because there was no race in the world that would never change. Every race would weaken and also prosper. When they were at their peak, they could sweep the land. When they were weak, being able to ensure that their race was not wiped out was already the greatest blessing. Like a portion of the human race who sacrificed some people to survive, there was no way to scold them. Of course, Qin Shujian didn't appreciate this at all. What he appreciated the most were those who didn't completely lose their minds under the oppression of the monster race and dared to resist. Those people's resistance might bleed, but there was a high chance that they would fail. But it was precisely because of these people's resistance that the human race could walk out of the haze of being oppressed by the monster race in the future. If everyone did not resist and resigned themselves to the oppression of the demon race, it would not be long before the human race would disappear from this world. Or they would completely become livestock and rations raised by the monster race. He traveled against the river of time and saw the rise and fall of the human race. Qin Shujian's mentality did not change much, but his comprehension of time had deepened. Until now. Traveling against the flow of time, he had already pushed back almost 100,000 years. Compared to the prosperity of the human race, the later years could be said to be a disaster for the human race. Human experts could be seen dying everywhere. He could also see more humans being raised by the demons, regularly offered, or even reduced to rations. If it were other humans. When they saw this scene, they would have great killing intent towards the demons. They would even destroy the demons when they returned. But Qin Shujian was different. He had seen too much of the rise and fall of the race. Although as a human, he would have a deeper feeling when he saw the rise and fall of the human race. But in addition to his identity as a human, Qin Shujian was also the emperor of heaven of the heavenly court. And the heavenly court was a place that ruled over the 10,000 races. If he wanted to be the emperor of heaven, he had to abandon some of his prejudice against the various races. Moreover, the scene in front of him was something that happened more than 100,000 years ago. There was no need to pursue the responsibility of the demons and split the 10,000 races. Unless, one day, when the heavenly court was no longer around and he became a pure human expert again, he would settle this score with the demons. Some blood feud. It was not something that could be completely erased with the passage of time. It was a hatred that was engraved in his bones and bloodline. However, now that the 10,000 races were unified, he needed to restrain himself. In fact, it's not just the humans and demons. The other races also have deep hatred for each other. It's just that with the heavenly court suppressing them now, no one dares to be presumptuous. Qin Shujian's expression was indifferent as he calmly looked at the scene in the river. The 10,000 races could not fall into chaos now. Once they did, they would not have enough strength to deal with the demon abyss. Therefore, the existence of the heavenly court was necessary. Let's talk about it in the future. He sighed. Qin Shujian continued to walk forward. After an unknown period of time. In front of the originally calm long river of time, another powerful vortex appeared. He calculated the time. Qin Shujian was almost certain that the vortex should be the battle that split the 4 continents 200,000 years ago. Judging from the degree to which the laws of that battle had been severed, it was indeed qualified to form such a vortex. As expected. When Qin Shujian stepped in, he could see the experts of the myriad races fighting. The human race, led by Xianxia, was fighting against the true immortals of the myriad races. The power of the great battle. Compared to the later battle between the humans and the demons, as well as the battle where the humans left the eastern continent, the scale of the battle was much larger. A few true immortals of the middle 3 levels and many true immortals of the lower 3 levels. The strength of the human tribe is indeed much weaker. If it weren't for Xianxia, the human tribe would have been defeated. When Qin Shujian saw the number of true immortals on the human side, he couldn't help but shake his head. It was still fine if it was against a single race. Against the 10,000 races, there was an extraordinary disparity in the number of true immortals. However, Xiaoyi's strength was indeed domineering. Qin Shujian could tell that even though the path that Yi Futian had taken was the path of rule attainment, he had also touched the edge of physical sanctification. As a result, he was almost able to fight against many in the middle 3 levels. In his sight, one by one, the true immortals of the human tribe began to self-destruct, dragging some of the true immortals of the myriad races down with them. In the end, only Xiaoyi was left fighting the true immortals of the myriad races alone. Intercept the laws, self-destruction laws, an incomparably gorgeous self-destruction erupted, engulfing all the true immortals of the myriad races. The world shook, and the laws were severed. The complete continent was split apart. Xiaoyi's self-destruction bought 200,000 years for the human tribe. If it weren't for him, the human tribe would have been wiped out 200,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the human tribe's foundation was also exhausted in this battle. Facing the remaining demon tribe forces of the eastern continent, they were unable to contend against them. They were trapped in a struggle for survival for the next 100,000 years. If the human tribe was strong enough to suppress the demon tribe, after 200,000 years of stable development, the human tribe would definitely become terrifyingly powerful. Qin Shujian looked at all of this and silently made an evaluation in his heart. It could be said that Xianxia had calculated everything, but he didn't expect the human tribe to be so weak after the war. Logically speaking, they should have hidden some of their strength before the war. However, looking at the gap between the human tribe and the myriad races, Qin Shujian shook his head again. They had gone all out and still reached such a stage. If they really hid some of their strength and waited for the future, the human tribe might have been wiped out. Because of the demon tribe, the human tribe has lost more than 100,000 years of development. Otherwise, when the human tribe walked out of the eastern continent in the past, with their 200,000 years of foundation, they would have been able to sweep through half of the world, not to mention suppressing the myriad races. Qin Shujian thought to himself. After taking a few glances, he continued to walk forward. Walking in the long river of time, it was as if he couldn't see the end. With every step he took, there was a huge wave crashing over. Unfortunately, as soon as the huge wave arrived, it was suppressed by Qin Shujian with a punch. 200,000 years, 300,000 years, 400,000 years, 500,000 years, 900,000 years. Unknowingly, Qin Shujian had already gone against the flow of the long river of time and walked to the past 900,000 years. At this moment, his comprehension of time had already reached a powerful level. However, even so, Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. As he saw more and more of the past, he no longer intended to simply comprehend time. Instead, he wanted to see what had happened in the past. So far, in the past 900,000 years, the glory of the human tribe only lasted for less than 10,000 years. The remaining 800,000 years were all in a stage of struggle for survival. Of course, the closer it was to 1,000,000 years ago, the more stable the situation of the human tribe was. In the scene of 900,000 years, it could be seen that although the myriad races were going against the human tribe could also send many powerhouses to deal with them. Even if the flames of war soared into the sky and never stopped for a moment, the human tribe did not show any signs of defeat. In the scene of the river, there was a battle between the human tribe and the demon tribe's true immortal. In the end, the human tribe's true immortal risked serious injuries and killed the demon tribe's true immortal. But very soon, other powerhouses launched a sneak attack, causing the human tribe's true immortal to self-destruct and drag the other party down with him. Everything fell into Qin Shujian's eyes. In the beginning, the human race did indeed have as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, under the constant erosion of the 10,000 races, the newly born experts could not withstand the consumption of death, so they gradually declined. In the end, they reached a point of life and death. The myriad race's desire to destroy the human tribe is not ordinary. For nearly 1,000,000 years, the myriad races had maintained their original intention to destroy the human tribe. Their decisiveness was shocking. He retracted his gaze. Qin Shujian looked straight ahead. The long river of time there seemed to have been cut off. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that the so-called cut-off was actually not a real cut-off. Instead, it had simply become a little illusory. The river of time is illusory. It's affected by the river of time of the great wide world. It seems that this is the battle 1,000,000 years ago. Qin Shujian looked at the river of time in front of him that seemed to be broken. His gaze became deep. The battle 1,000,000 years ago. The ancient emperor of heaven, Qin Song, shattered the great wide world and destroyed the river of time. It could be said that that period of time had been completely erased in the river of time of the great wide world. Even if there were powerhouses who went against the current, they would only see an uncrossable abyss at the time node of 1,000,000 years. Other than that, there would be nothing else. The reason for the abyss. It was because the river of time was broken. However, the river of time of the universe was different. Even if a Dao fruit were to make a move, there was no way to easily cut it off. Therefore, the illusion in front of him was only affected by the great wide world. With such an influence, it was obviously impossible to truly cut off the river of time. He took a step forward. Qin Shujian had already walked toward the illusory river of time. That step. It was as if he was stepping on empty space, but also as if he had entered an endless abyss. The destructive power intertwined as if it was going to destroy everything. Buzz, in his sea of consciousness, Zhou Tian's star map seemed to have been stimulated by something, and a dazzling light immediately bloomed. In the next breath, the formation map flew out of his sea of consciousness and instantly floated above Qin Shujian's head. Brilliant light shone down in all directions. All of the destructive power was isolated from the outside world. Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he walked forward step by step. In his line of sight, there was a shocking saber light that seemed to be able to cut through everything. At that moment, he felt a strong threat. What a powerful saber! This saber. Even from the perspective of his own Dao fruit, it could be considered powerful. It was as if it had been stimulated by the saber light. Zhou Tian's star map shook violently. Qin Shujian's footsteps did not stop. He still stepped forward. In the end, he stopped. In his line of sight, only a scene appeared. In the scene, countless palaces collapsed in midair. One could vaguely see flowing light flashing, symbolizing the glory of the past. Some of the palaces were mottled with blood. There were even broken corpses that floated away along with the palace. The heavens were cracking, and the earth was wailing. It was as if the entire world had fallen into doomsday. A middle-aged man with a dignified face and dressed in a black and gold robe was sitting alone in a hall. Beside him was a long saber that was still flowing with blood. When Qin Shujian saw the man, he was shocked. That person also seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked over. His gaze seemed to have pierced through the river of time, unaffected by the past and future. That glance. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat as he punched out. The void in front of him instantly shattered as he took a step forward. In the palace, Qin Shujian suddenly appeared. To be able to travel against the river of time, Your Excellency's strength surpasses the ancients and dazzles the contemporaries. I never thought that such a powerhouse would be born in the future. The man looked at Qin Shujian with some amazement in his eyes. After saying that, he paused. He continued, speaking of which, I have also peeked into the future before, but I have never seen Your Excellency in the future. After saying that, the scene became silent. Whether it was that person or Qin Shujian, they just looked at each other silently. After a long time, the man suddenly smiled and said, Since you can come from the future, it proves that the Great Thousand World has survived the great calamity of the demon abyss. There was a look of relief in his faint smile. Although the great calamity of the demon abyss has been passed, the sacrifices were not small. Qin Shujian sighed and immediately looked up at the cracked sky. This small world is about to be destroyed. The battle between the demon abyss and the Great Thousand World is coming to an end. Yes, the small world is about to be destroyed. The man sighed and smiled faintly. This small world has been established for tens of thousands of years. I thought that it would be able to exist forever, but I didn't expect it to come to an end. I have peeked into the future. Although the future has countless changes, there is one thing that cannot be denied. The great calamity of the demon abyss today will definitely reappear in the future. Man from the future, you are now going against the flow of time to find a way to deal with the demon abyss, or do you have other goals? That is not the case. Qin Shujian shook his head and said with his hands behind his back. I am going against the flow of time this time to comprehend the power of time. Comprehend the power of time. The man looked at him with a strange expression. The power of time is the most mysterious. It is not easy to comprehend it. Even if it is not easy, I am relatively confident. Qin Shujian smiled and looked at the scene outside. The scene in front of us will reappear 1,000,000 years later, but it will not be the demon abyss attacking the Great Thousand World, but the Great Thousand World attacking the demon abyss. Attacking the demon abyss. The man nodded slightly. It seems that the world a million years later will be much more powerful than what I saw. Unfortunately, I will not be able to see such a scene again. I have already peeked into a corner of the not-too-distant future, while they were talking. Another piece of the sky cracked and fell down. A powerful demon god broke through the void and slaughtered its way into the palace. That person and Xianxia didn't make a move. Instead, the long saber standing in the hall vibrated, and then a shocking saber light shot out, killing the demon god in the air. The evil demons are undying, but according to my observations, the demon god steel in the demon abyss will be the key. If you really attack the demon abyss in the future, you can think of a way to break the demon god steel. As long as the demon god steel is broken, the evil demon should be completely eliminated. However, the demon god steel is extremely powerful. To break the demon god steel, you will need to be at least an 8th tribulation Zubing. Of course, it could also be beyond the 8th tribulation. However, ever since the birth of the universe, there has never been an 8th tribulation Zubing. The man looked forward and said something. Even when the many demon gods attacked, he did not make a move. He simply let the saber attack and kill those demon gods. After knowing that a million years later, the world would attack the demon abyss, the man did not think too much about it. He just wanted to tell the other party all the information he knew in the limited time he had. No matter what. If the demon abyss could be destroyed, it would be a great thing for the vast 1,000 worlds. Xianxia remained silent and just stood at the side and listened. He knew a lot of what the man said. He even had his own methods to kill the evil demons. But even so, Xianxia did not interrupt the other party. The man pinned his hopes on him because he knew that he had no hope. Such a method. It was equivalent to a kind of inheritance. It was an inextinguishable inheritance of the torch flame. If one day in the future, Xianxia himself was at the end of his road, he might choose the same method as the man in front of him. Some demon gods fell. However, more and more fiend celestials came one after another. Xianxia even saw a few familiar figures among those demon gods. Those demon gods. They were a few of the many evil spirits he had killed. A million years later. The other party was only a demon lord level demon, but a million years ago, he was a demon god level demon. It could be seen. The drop in level was very likely because he had died too many times in the battle a million years ago. Many demon gods rushed in, and the long saber let out a trembling sound. The saber light slashed out, and the demon gods fell one after another. Oh right. I once explored the outer realm void and sensed a heart-palpitating aura in a place. I suspect that there are some possible things outside the universe. Those things will one day pose a threat to the universe. In addition, I also vaguely sensed a lot of tyrannical power. That kind of power completely exceeds your level and mine. Perhaps long before the universe was born, there were some mysterious experts who had survived until now. They were fighting with unknown existences. Unfortunately, I tried my best, but I couldn't find too many traces. Perhaps one day, you can find them. That person smiled faintly. Xianxia knew what the other party was talking about. At the height that the person in front of him had reached, it wasn't strange that he could sense that something was wrong with the universe. But he didn't tell the other party the truth of the universe. Not everyone. Everyone wanted to know the truth. Especially since there wasn't much time left for that person. It might not be a good thing to tell the other party too much. There's not much time left for me. That person held the saber and walked out of the hall. The heavenly court couldn't resist the invasion of the demon abyss, causing the thousands of races to suffer heavy casualties. It's my incompetence as the Emperor of Heaven. Today, you've come to let me put down the last thing on my mind. I've seen my future very clearly. My incompetence has caused the world to fall into such a situation. This is a sin. Since it's a sin, I should make up for it. After saying that, that person had already walked to the door of the hall. In his sight, a large number of demon gods covered the sky and the earth. They were densely packed, and the sky of the small world was crushed. That's right, my name is Xianxia. I hope he will not disappear forever in the river of time. That person, who was also Xianxia, suddenly stopped and said calmly. Then, he took a step forward and charged into the crowd of demon gods. The next moment. Then, there would be a saber light that would shatter the world. The River of Time. Qin Shujian had already exited the screen. He had no choice but to retreat. Facing Qin Song's saber, with his current state, he had no way to block it. If he were to be hit by that kind of indiscriminate attack, he would at least be seriously injured. Qin Song swung his sword. This resulted in both the Great Thousand Worlds and the Demon Abyss suffering heavy losses. He had no choice but to do so. However, Qin Shujian understood that the other party had no choice but to do so. This was because the great wide world no longer had any power left. If they could not go all out, they could only be destroyed by the demonic abyss. Qin Song. Qin Shujian muttered and suddenly smiled. Ancient Emperor of Heaven Qin Song, your name will still be remembered even after 1,000,000 years. After that, he moved his feet and continued to walk forward. As for Qin Song, Qin Shujian also admired him very much, but he did not intend to fish him out of the River of Time. Because Qin Song was too strong. It was very difficult to fish someone out of the River of Time. Moreover, the higher the cultivation of the person being fished out, the more difficult it would be. Given his current strength, it was already not easy to fish out Xianxia, who was a middle 3 true immortal. It was simply impossible to fish out a half-step Dao fruit expert like Qin Song. Unless, he could break through to the Dao fruit level. From the war forward, the human race showed a scene of prosperity, completely different from the destitute situation of the human race after the war. The peak of the human race was 1,000,000 years ago. Now that the world has reincarnated, the human race has returned to its heyday 1,000,000 years later. However, I don't know when the human race will fall into decline again. If the human race really falls one day, perhaps I will also fall. Qin Shujian's heart was filled with endless emotions. Fall, who could not fall, even an existence as strong as the Dao fruit level would fall one day. Therefore, he was not sure if he could really live forever. After all, there had never been anything in the world that could truly live forever. No, there's no such thing as eternal immortality. It's just that I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, perhaps I can really become immortal one day. However, Qin Shujian did not know what level he had to reach to become truly immortal. While he was swimming in the River of Time, the great wide world was also undergoing subtle changes. The destruction of the void demons. As a result, the outer realm completely fell into the hands of the heavenly court. It was also because of this that the myriad races had a wider space to explore. In addition to that, without the disturbance of war, the cultivators of the myriad races entered a peaceful period of rest and quietly improved their strength. Occasionally, a heavenly tribulation would descend, proving that an expert had transcended the tribulation to become an immortal. However, in the face of the immortal ascension tribulation, not everyone could succeed 100%. There were many who transcended the tribulation. There were many cases of failure as well. After many experts died under the immortal ascension tribulation, the other cultivators suddenly understood. Although the physical sanctification system was powerful, the risks were not small at all. On the contrary, the nomological Dao system was a little weaker, but the risks were almost zero. One had a 100% chance of successfully transcending the tribulation. One had a slim chance of surviving the tribulation. Unless it was an expert with absolute confidence, those cultivators would choose to use the nomological Dao. Is this the territory of the human race now? Xianxia stepped on the ground and looked at the people coming and going around with a nostalgic look in his eyes. How many years had it been? No, it should have never been like this. He was born in the years when the human race was wandering around. At that time, the human race was in an abyss of suffering. There was no such prosperous scene as the one in front of him. In the past, Xianxia had also fantasized about it. If the human race defeated the myriad races, then they would enter a prosperous period. Then, it should coincide with the scene in front of him. Unfortunately, even when he died, he didn't see this day coming. It was more than 200,000 years later. Xianxia realized that his dream had already been realized by someone else. The human race is prosperous and has endless experts. This is what I imagined the human race to be like. He looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly had a carefree smile on his face. Some things that had been in his heart were also put down. After being rescued from the river of time by Qin Shujian, Xiaoyi stayed in the heavenly court for a period of time. It was all because the energy in the heavenly court was terrifyingly dense. That was why he was able to completely condense his physical body in just a few months. Condensing his physical body, he could be considered to have truly lived a new life. The only pity was that his strength hadn't fully recovered and was only around the first level of the true immortal realm. But Xiaoyi could accept it. After all, he had lived a new life. So what if he lowered his cultivation level a little? As long as he had enough time, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to return to his previous peak. In fact, he could even break through his previous peak. Walking in the eastern continent, Xiaoyi had already seen many places and witnessed the current prosperity of the human race. Among the humans he met, the weakest humans were above the true martial realm and even showed signs of breaking through to the spirit god realm. Such performance, it proved that the foundation of the human race was much more terrifying than it was 200,000 years ago. After all, the human race at that time, not everyone could be born as a true martial realm cultivator. But the current human race wasn't just born as a true martial realm cultivator. They were almost born as a spirit martial realm cultivator. Regarding this, Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel shocked. Stepping on the land of the human race, boundless comprehension surged in his heart. In order to maintain this comprehension, along the way, Xiaoyi didn't use his immortal energy to travel. He just climbed mountains and waded through rivers like an ordinary person. He was happy to do so. It took about a month. A vast and magnificent city appeared in his sight. The moment he saw the city, Xiaoyi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This city seems to be quite extraordinary. A Dao artifact, at least a six-seal Dao artifact. With his eyesight, in an instant, he could see the extraordinariness of the city. If a six-seal Dao artifact appeared in front of him, Xiaoyi wouldn't be shocked. Because to him, a six-seal Dao artifact was nothing. It was just something terrifying. But the city in front of him was different. It was easy to forge a six-seal Dao artifact from a divine weapon, but it was definitely not easy to forge a six-seal Dao artifact from a city. Everything else aside, at the very least, 200,000 years ago, the human race could not have done this. Xiaoyi stops a person and asks, "May I ask what is the name of this city?" "You don't know?" Zhang Ergu's anger from being blocked for no reason dissipates a little. He looks at Xiaoyi with a strange expression. In this day and age, there is actually someone who doesn't know about Cold Mountain City. What a rare occurrence. He had just returned from the Sea of Death and was preparing to return to the Origin sect to take a look at the situation. Now that he was being intercepted, he could only stop. He was asked a question in return. Xiaoyi smiled. "I haven't appeared in the world for a long time, so I don't know much about some things." "No wonder." Zhang Ergu nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the cosmos bow on his back suddenly transmitted a message. "Go Z, this person is not to be underestimated. You have to be careful. He might be a walking true immortal." True immortal, when Zhang Ergu heard this, he could not help being shocked in his heart. He couldn't help but carefully size up Xiaoyi, but he couldn't find any clues from him. But the more it was like this, Zhang Ergu's heart trembled. In the beginning, he didn't pay much attention to Xiaoyi, so he didn't pay much attention to these things. But now, after the Cosmos Bow's reminder, he really found the problem. One must know. After studying in the Dead Sea region for many years, Zhang Ergu was no longer the same as before. Not to mention anything else. But just with the Guiyuan ancestral canon, he had already broken through to the 8th level of the heaven-human realm. In terms of strength, he almost had the qualifications to kill immortals. But even so, he still couldn't find any clues about Xiaoyi. To this, Zhang Ergu didn't doubt that the Cosmos Bow's perception was wrong, because the other party was already qualified to touch the 9-seal Dao artifact after watering it with the blood of many fierce beasts. His perception was extremely strong. In this way, There was only one explanation left. The person in front of him was very strong, much stronger than him. When did such a strong person appear in the human race? Xianxia didn't expect that the human race would have such a big change after he left for a while. A completely unfamiliar strong person was much stronger than an ordinary true immortal. In an instant, many thoughts surged in his mind, but he didn't stop talking. This city is called Xianxia City. It was built before the Emperor of Heaven established the heavenly court. It is also the holy land of the entire human race. Xianxia City, I see. Xiaoyi suddenly understood. If the city was made by Qin Shujian, then everything made sense. After all, with the means of the Emperor of Heaven, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a 6-seal Dao artifact-level city. And Xianxia City might not be as simple as a 6-seal Dao artifact. He understood in his heart. Xiaoyi smiled faintly. Thank you for your guidance. You're welcome. How may I address you? I'm Xianxia from the Yuan sect of the Qianyuan Sacred Ground. Xianxia took the lead to introduce himself, and then added, Yuan sect is a sect founded by the Emperor of Heaven. A sect founded by the Emperor of Heaven? So you are a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Xiaoyi's eyes were a little surprised, but more than that, he felt relieved. As early as when he saw Xianxia, he felt that the other party was not simple. Although he was a diviner, he had a strong foundation. Among all the diviners he had seen, no one could be compared to him. Regarding this, originally, Xiaoyi was also very curious as to who could nurture such a person. But if it was a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, then it was different. Suddenly, Xiaoyi smiled and said, My name is Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, your name is Xiaoyi? When Xianxia heard this, as if he had heard something strange, he took 2 steps back again and looked up and down at the person in front of him. After a while, he shook his head again. Impossible. Senior Xiaoyi is clearly dead. How could he appear here? It seems that he has the same name. Hearing Xianxia's murmur, Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. Xiaoyi's eyes flashed, Have you heard of my name? As long as you are from the human clan, there should be no one who hasn't heard of Senior Xiaoyi. Senior Xiaoyi is an ancestor of the human clan. Today, Senior Xiaoyi's name is still engraved on the human clan's monument. Xianxia explained and then smiled. But Senior Xiaoyi has long fallen. I didn't expect that your name would be the same as Senior Xiaoyi's. I lost my composure just now. Please don't take offense. Until now, he thought that the person in front of him just had the same name as Xiaoyi. The human clan monument. Xiaoyi's eyes flickered. He had heard something he had never heard of before. Xianxia said, The human clan monument is a record of the ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the human clan. May I ask where I can see the human clan monument? Originally, the human clan monument could be seen in the east city, but later, a strong cultivator moved a human clan monument to Xianxia City. If you want to see it, you can see it in Xianxia City. Xianxia pointed to the city in front of him. Thank you. Xiaoyi kept his hands in thanks and walked towards the city. Xianxia opened his mouth and wanted to stop him, but after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. An unfamiliar strong cultivator. It was not necessarily a good thing to have too many connections. Besides, it was just a true immortal. Even if he was stronger, so what? As long as Master Zhang broke through 1 or 2 levels, he was confident that he could deal with a level 2 immortal. There was no other way. This was the power of the Guiyuan ancestral scripture. Looking at Xiaoyi's back, Xianxia shook his head and walked toward the Qianyuan sacred ground. The Qianyuan sacred ground. Not far from Xianxia City. To be precise, the entrance to the Qianyuan sacred ground was on the former Xianxia City. Now that the star energy between heaven and earth was rich, the small worlds of various clans had opened their entrances to receive the star energy. The Qianyuan sacred ground was no exception. However, there were still strong cultivators guarding the entrance of the sacred ground. Xianxia showed his Yuanzhou identity token and easily entered the sacred ground. It's been a few years, but the sacred ground still hasn't changed. Xianxia looked around, shook his head, and then sighed, but there are some differences. There seemed to be a lot more people than before. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qiankuan Bao couldn't help but mock, "You've only been away for a few years and you're already pretending. A cultivator's lifespan is long. Not to mention a few years, even decades won't make much of a difference to a sacred ground. Dog, you're a little arrogant now. Old Qian, if you don't know how to talk, then don't talk." Zhang Ergu's face darkened. But he wasn't really angry. During the days in the Sea of Death, it was only this broken bow that talked back to him every day, which relieved him a lot of his boredom. Otherwise, Zhang Ergu knew that he might not be able to stay in the Sea of Death for such a long time. It was a walk in the park. He returned to the mountain gate where Yuan sect was located. Jiang Feng seems to have changed. Zhang Ergu looked at the black-robed man who was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone tablet of the mountain gate. His eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. In his perception, the Jiang Feng in front of him gave him a very different feeling from the past. There seemed to be a different kind of aura in addition to the tyrannical and murderous aura of the other party. Just as Zhang Ergu was feeling puzzled, a slightly hoarse voice came from the black robe. "Elder Ergu is back. You can talk." Zhang Ergu was shocked. In his memory, Jiang Feng was just a sky corpse. Not to mention speaking, he didn't even have a little spiritual intelligence. Jiang Feng didn't care about Zhang Ergu's strangeness. He said in a low voice, "Elder Ergu, don't be surprised. After the zombie clan breaks through to a certain level, they will naturally give birth to spiritual intelligence." "I see." Zhang Ergu suddenly understood. Then, he looked at Jiang Feng with an awkward expression. Because he realized he didn't seem to know how to address the other party. It didn't seem appropriate to call Jiang Feng by his name. But he couldn't think of another way to address him. Just as he was feeling awkward, Jiang Feng seemed to have fallen silent. For this, Zhang Ergu was relieved. He cupped his hands towards the other party and immediately walked up the mountain. The human clan's monument. On the other side, Xiayi, who had entered Cold Mountain City, had already found the location of the human clan's monument. In fact, the location of the human clan's monument wasn't difficult to find. The monument stood in the center of Cold Mountain City. As long as he asked someone, he would know where it was. In Xiayi's sight, there were many words engraved on the human clan's monument. The first thing he saw was his name on the top row. Xiayi of the human clan, true immortal in the year 6789, he killed the true immortal of the demon clan, severely injured the demon emperor, destroyed countless demons, and strengthened the human clan. There wasn't much introduction. But just by looking at the top of the monument, one could see the importance of it. Xiayi of the human clan. After a long time, Xiayi suddenly smiled as if he had seen something interesting. At this moment, there were some conversations in his ears. "After so many years, I didn't expect Senior Xiayi to still be at the top of the human clan's monument. Of course, if Senior Xiayi didn't severely injure the demon clan, our human clan might not have been able to rise so quickly. Of course, the rise of the human clan was mainly due to the Emperor of Heaven, but Senior Xiayi also contributed greatly. Unless those few people died in battle, otherwise, I don't think anyone can match up to Senior Xiayi's merits." When one person spoke, he pointed his finger up as if it was a taboo. Hearing this, his companion's expression suddenly changed. "Be careful with your words." Hearing this, that person also shut his mouth. But the other person's words were accurately transmitted to Xiayi's ears. "I didn't expect the human clan to still remember my name after 200,000 years." He sighed in his heart. It was undoubtedly a good thing that the human clan remembered his name. After taking a deep look at the human clan's monument, Xiayi turned and left. Since he had been reborn, the records of him on the human clan's monument were no longer important. Immediately, Xiayi strolled around Cold Mountain City for a while and once again experienced the strength of the human clan. Although the places he went before had many cities of the human clan, in terms of prosperity, they couldn't be compared to Cold Mountain City. Not to mention other things. Just the number of experts in Cold Mountain City alone was much more than the number of experts Xiayi had seen in other places. From this, it could be seen The prosperity of Cold Mountain City was indeed extraordinary. After paying some silver, Xiaoyi found an inn to stay in. 200,000 years ago, the human clan didn't use silver for transactions, but it didn't hinder his understanding of silver. After all, no matter what, he himself was also a living true immortal. If he wanted to understand the basic knowledge of the human clan, he only needed to pinch his fingers to calculate and he would know most of it. As for how to obtain silver, it was even simpler. Randomly picking up some heavenly treasures or killing 1 or 2 demonic beasts, he could exchange them for a lot of silver. So, strictly speaking, Xiaoyi had a lot of silver on him. He stayed in the inn. After that, he spent a few days touring the entire Cold Mountain City. Finally, Xiaoyi left Cold Mountain City and walked towards the heart of the human clan. The East Continent was originally very big. In addition, now that the spirit chi had risen, the growth of heaven and earth had sped up a lot, and it was even more astonishing. It was not much worse than the other continents. Walking on the land of the human race, Xiaoyi looked at the surrounding scenery, and his heart calmed down a lot. 200,000 years. It could be said that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. The memories that he was familiar with in the past had long been worn away by the endless years. Except for the fact that the human race was still the same human race, everything else was very different. When Xiaoyi was traveling the human race heavenly court, Qin Shujian also officially withdrew from the long river of time. As soon as he came out of the long river of time, there was a rich aura of time on his body. After a long time, only then did the aura gradually disappear. Pinching his fingers to calculate, Qin Shujian understood. It turns out that almost a year has passed. The passage of time can't be felt at all in the long river of time. If I really continue to explore, 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. Cultivators did not have a strong sense of time. In the long years, the passage of 1 or 2 years was not much different from 1 or 2 days. Regarding this, after Qin Shujian awakened his innate wisdom, he completely adapted. Emperor of Heaven, did you see Qin Song just now? It was not until now that the Godslayer could speak. As early as when Qin Shujian forced his way into the past, he was sealed by a mysterious force, and his 5 senses were all blocked. In his last memory, he only saw Qin Song's face and had no idea what happened after that. It was not until Qin Shujian left the long river of time that the sealing force disappeared. Recalling that sealing force, the Godslayer was still shocked. Someone as strong as the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. In the face of that power, he had no power to resist. He already had some guesses in his heart. To be able to seal the 8th tribulation Zhu Bing effortlessly, it might involve the level of Dao fruit. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded. It is indeed Qin Song. Qin Song has already fallen. If the Emperor of Heaven can pull Xiaoyi out of the river of time, why can't he pull Qin Song out as well? Even the ancient Emperor Xia can be pulled out. They are all very powerful. If we can fish them out, it will definitely greatly increase the foundation of our heavenly court. The god-slaying saber asked the question in its heart. In the beginning, he definitely wouldn't have thought that there was such a thing as fishing for people in the past. However, after seeing how easily Qin Shujian was able to fish out Xiaoyi, the god-slaying saber suddenly understood something. The so-called life and death. For a true supreme expert, it was also something that could be crossed. Qin Shujian shook his head. The longer the time span, the more difficult it is to fish. Moreover, the difficulty of fishing is not only related to time, but also the strength of the person being fished out. Although Xiaoyi is strong, he is only a middle 3rd level true immortal. The weakest of those people you mentioned is an upper 3rd level true immortal. If I really want to fish them out, I will have to reach the level of Dao fruit. But, even if you reach the level of Dao fruit, it doesn't mean you can fish people out without limit. Life and death are limited by the rules. Trampling on them occasionally is fine, but if you trample on them without restraint, the universe will be furious. In the face of an angry universe, even a Dao fruit expert won't be able to gain any advantage. If one could really fish people out without restraint, then the rules would no longer be rules. Therefore, it was not easy to resurrect someone who had died long ago. Even a Dao fruit expert couldn't recklessly resurrect someone who was already dead, because that would violate the rules. If heaven and earth were compared to a Dao fruit expert, then the universe was an even more powerful Dao fruit. When a cultivator reached Dao fruit, they could transcend heaven and earth, but they couldn't transcend the universe. Therefore, when facing such an enormous universe, even if it was in existence at the Dao fruit realm, they still had to avoid it. Hearing this, Godslayer felt somewhat regretful, but he also felt relieved. After 1,000,000 years, he very much wanted to see Xianxia and the others. After all, he had a deep friendship with them. Let's wait. If you really want to see Xianxia and the others, you might have a chance in the future. Qin Shujian said meaningfully. A chance? Godslayer was stunned, but judging from Qin Shujian's expression, he didn't seem to have any intention of going into detail. Seeing this, he couldn't ask too much. He calmed his mind. Qin Shujian sat on the imperial throne and began to invoke the power of time in the unseen world. A profound and vast wave of energy rose from his body and soon shook the entire heavenly palace. What's going on? Mu Yang, who was in a state of cultivation, was startled awake by the wave of energy. He looked at the inner hall of the heavenly palace in horror. The wave of energy was vast and unfathomable, like an abyss. But at the same time, it was somewhat illusory, as if it didn't exist at all. Even though he had obtained the memories of the ancient half-immortal Eldar, even Mu Yang was unable to discern the origin of that power. Mu Yang wasn't the only one who was shocked. All the experts in the heavenly court were awakened at this moment. They all looked at the heavenly palace in horror. To remain calm. Probably only Chu Kuangtu and Yo Dali could. Well, this power seems a bit familiar. It's vast and ethereal. This is the power of time. Chu Kuangtu thought for a moment and figured out the source of that power. The power of time. It wasn't very advanced. When below the Dao fruit level, the power of time seemed very mysterious and terrifying, but in the eyes of the Dao fruit level, the power of time didn't play any role. Existences at that level could be said to have an endless lifespan. If the universe didn't collapse, they wouldn't die so easily. Not only that, Dao fruit experts could travel back and forth between the past and the future with their physical bodies. They were not bound by the long river of time at all. As a reincarnation Dao fruit, Chu Kuangtu sensed it carefully and found that it was a wave of energy unique to time. The power of time is neither strong nor weak. It should be impossible for those weaklings in the heavenly court to comprehend such a rich power of time. To comprehend such a level of time power, one must at least be a third-level true immortal. It seems that the Qin Emperor is up to no good. After thinking about it briefly, Chu Kuangtu thought of Qin Shujian. But what he didn't understand was why the other party was comprehending the power of time for no reason. Could it be that he wanted to use the power of time to speed up his cultivation? But that was impossible. The transformation from a half-step Dao fruit to a Dao fruit. It couldn't be completed by relying on time at all. It required both opportunity and enlightenment. But, I'm only a 7th-level immortal now. I can use the power of time to speed up my breakthrough. It seems that I have to find a chance to talk to the Qin Emperor. The inner hall of the heavenly palace. An extremely rich power of time overflowed. Qin Shujian's divine sense spread out, and a formation fell, perfectly fusing with the power of time. In an instant, it seemed that some changes had occurred in the inner hall, but it also seemed that nothing had changed. Time has slowed down. Godslayer seemed to have noticed something, and his voice was bewildered. With his powerful perception, he could feel that the space outside his sea of consciousness was undergoing some intense changes. That change. It caused the flow of time to slow down a little. Compared to the outer hall, time in the inner hall was slower. In other words, if a cultivator cultivated here for a year, only a few months would have passed in the outside world. Thinking of this, the god-slaying saber was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a method. The flow of time in the inner hall and the outer hall has barely reached a ratio of 2 to 1. It's too little. Qin Shujian shook his head. With twice the flow of time, 10 years in the outside world was at most 20 years here. 20 years. It couldn't change anything at all. Soon. Qin Shujian's thoughts moved again, and he began to shrink the range of the time's influence. From covering the entire inner hall to only a radius of 10 feet. At this point, the flow of time had reached a ratio of 20-1. That was to say, 200 years here was equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. However, this was still not in line with Qin Shujian's estimation. The range of time continued to shrink. The smaller it was, the stronger the influence was. 90 feet, 30-1. 80 feet, 50-1. 70 feet, 80-1. 20 feet, 300-1. 10 feet, 500-1. Qin Shujian sat on the emperor's throne, and the range of the time formation's influence had been reduced to 10 feet, and the flow of time had also become 500-1. In other words, 5,000 years in the formation's range was equivalent to time in the outside world. 500-1 is not enough, I can still make it stronger. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and began to shrink the range of the formation again. 10 feet shrank. It stopped at about 5 feet. The flow of time directly doubled. For this, Qin Shujian's immortal will surged out and compressed the time array. Under the pressure of the spiritual force, the array was still shrinking. However, the spirit formation seemed to have reached its limit. Every inch of shrinking was extremely difficult. Furthermore, with every bit of shrinking, the spirit formation would shake violently. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Qin Shujian had no choice but to take out Zhou Tian's star map and place it directly at the center of the array. With the suppression of a supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, the array formation, which was originally a little unstable, immediately stabilized. Instantly, the pressure on him lessened a lot, and he started the next round of contraction. In the end, the array formation's range was fixed at the Emperor's throne range. This was the limit that the array formation could shrink to. Even with the suppression of Zhou Tian's star map, there was no way to shrink it again. At this point, the flow of time had already reached an astonishing rate of 10,000-1. In other words, if one stayed here for 100,000 years, only 10 years would have passed in the outside world. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber stuttered when it felt the terrifying power of time. God, Emperor of Heaven, how fast is the flow of time now? 10,000-1. 10,000-1. Godslayer was instantly horrified. 10,000-1. 1 year in the outside world was 10,000 years here. The lifespan of a true immortal was only a little more than 100,000 years. If a true immortal was left here, it would only take a dozen years in the outside world for a living true immortal to reach the end of his lifespan. It was only because Qin Shujian had a long lifespan that he dared to play so unscrupulously. If it were other true immortals, they would never dare to do such a crazy thing. After all, a lifespan of 100,000 was not really that long. Qin Shujian felt the passage of time around him. Within the range of the formation, the inside and outside of the formation were 2 completely different worlds. Do you plan to stay here and accompany me for 100,000 years, or do you plan to leave the formation and have fun outside for 10 years, 100,000 years? Or 10 years? Faced with Qin Shujian's multiple-choice question, Godslayer did not hesitate to choose the latter. Because for Zhu Bing, there was also no limit to his lifespan. Besides, he had existed since ancient times and had lived for more than 100,000 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had lived for billions of years. Therefore, in Godslayer's eyes, 100,000 years was not much different from 10 years. I'll stay with the Emperor of Heaven. Okay. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and calmed his mind to cultivate. At his level, it was difficult to make any great progress by cultivating in seclusion. The reason he set up the time formation was mainly to let his inner world complete a great transformation in 100,000 years. Among other things, it would be best if his inner world could be promoted to the level of an upper-class world. If it really came to that point, it would be impossible. Then his painstaking effort to comprehend the power of time would not be a waste. Normally, there should be a lot of changes in 100,000 years. Not to mention other things, at least a lot of experts will be born in the inner world. By then, the rules of heaven and earth will be much more perfect. Xianxia thought to himself. 100,000 years. Based on the concentration of spiritual energy and the difficulty of comprehending the rules of heaven and earth, although there were a lot of true immortals, they were definitely not rare. Take the third era for example, when heaven and earth had just been born for more than 1,000,000 years, true immortals were almost everywhere. A bunch of true immortals could be born from any race. Of course. Those were just ordinary lower 3 true immortals. Once they reached the middle 3 true immortals, whether it was at the beginning or the end of the world, they were very rare. But as long as a true immortal was born, the rules of the inner world would become stronger. Besides that, the more cultivators above the 4th level of the celestial being, the more rule seeds would take root and germinate. Xianxia was not 100% sure whether it could be promoted to an upper-class world. But now that the time formation had been set up, the rest would depend on whether 100,000 years was enough. If it was not enough, he did not have much choice. After all, the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger the premonition was. According to Xianxia's estimation, it might not be long before the heavenly Tao of the real world in all directions launched a total attack. When that time came, there was no way to resist without reaching the Tao fruit level. And before contending with the real world, the cancer of the demon abyss had to be removed. Even if the heavenly court did not take the initiative to attack the demon abyss, according to the current trend, the demon abyss would come in another 10 or 20 years. Instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Soon. Success or failure depends on these 100,000 years. In the hotel room, there was a game cabin. All of a sudden, the game cabin shook slightly, and the originally closed cabin door slowly opened. A young man opened his tightly shut eyes and jumped out of the gaming chamber. How long has it been? Fu Moyan rubbed his eyebrows. After staying in the game for so long, his concept of time had become blurred. There was no other way. The passage of time in the game was different from the flow of time in the real world. If he couldn't adapt, it would cause such trouble. In fact, no one could really adapt to such a change in time. After standing there for a while, Fu Moyan came to his senses and looked at his watch. The time and date were clearly recorded on it. It's been half a month. Half a month in the real world was almost 2 months in the game. He silently felt the wandering spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Fu Moyan ran his cultivation method, and suddenly there was a huge amount of spiritual energy surging. The speed of the spiritual energy was much faster than before. After a while, he stopped circulating the cultivation technique, and the spirit chi that had gathered in the surroundings suddenly dispersed. Sure enough, the breakthrough in the game will be more helpful to the cultivation in the real world. Before and after breaking through to the celestial being level, the speed of my absorption of spiritual energy is 2 extremes. At this rate, even if I break through to the God martial arts realm, it won't take too long. Fu Moyan was very satisfied with the current changes. In the game, he almost exhausted his foundation and finally broke through to the 3rd level of the celestial being level. Such strength could only be said to be insignificant in the whole wide world. But in the group of players, he was already qualified to be ranked at the top. So far, there were only a few players who really broke through to the celestial being level, let alone the 3rd level of the celestial being level. It could be described as rare. More importantly, Fu Moyan walked the system of physical sanctification, and he cultivated the powerful cultivation method of the previous era, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. In this way, although he was at the 3rd level of the celestial being level, in terms of strength, he could even fight with experts at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial being level. The premise was, those experts at the 5th or 6th level of the celestial being level did not walk the same system of physical sanctification. Or else, it was not so easy to challenge those at a higher level. But in any case, the benefits of the breakthrough in the game were obvious in the real world. Inside the sea of consciousness, Qingyi's voice came out. Indeed, if you find a place to concentrate on your cultivation, you will be able to break through to the God martial realm in 3 to 5 years at most. You'll be able to break through to the divine martial realm in 3 to 5 years? Fu Moyan was excited. Was 3 to 5 years a long time? Actually, it wasn't long at all. But after the excitement, he quickly calmed down. Indeed, based on the current situation, he could break through to the god martial arts realm in 3 to 5 years, but that was definitely not the limit. If the him in the game could break through to level 6 or even level 10 of the celestial human realm, then, in reality, breaking through to the god martial realm would be as easy as eating and drinking. Let's talk about bigger things. If he could break through to the true immortal realm in the game, Fu Moyan felt that he might be able to break through to the god martial realm in real life. This was the difference between them. Focusing on cultivation right now was definitely not the right thing to do. Only by completing the mission and reaping the benefits from Qin Shujian would he be able to increase his strength at a crazy speed. Let's not talk about anything else. Just by being in the game for more than a month, he had broken through from the peak of the god martial realm to level 3 of the celestial human realm. If not for the benefits given by Qin Shujian, with his own opportunities, it was simply impossible for him to break through so quickly. Moreover, the true immortal crystals that he had obtained by chance in the void outside the realm had been completely used up. Without any other external support, it would probably take 10 years for him to break through to level 4 of the celestial human realm. He figured out the key points. Fu Moyan immediately laughed and said, "Senior, you must be joking. If I have the time to cultivate for 3 to 5 years, I might as well get rid of a few more Sons of Destiny. The benefits I get are much better than cultivating by myself." "Not bad, it seems that your awareness is very high." Qini nodded in satisfaction. "Compared to cultivating by yourself, the benefits you get from killing the Sons of Destiny will be greater. What I can give you is not something that you can get by cultivating by yourself. Don't worry about completing the mission. As long as you kill enough Sons of Destiny, even if you become a true immortal on the spot, it won't be a problem." "Really?" Fu Moyan's breathing became rapid. True immortal on the spot, he knew very well that the other party was not talking about the real world, but the game world. But even so, the temptation was big enough. Just as he had guessed, as long as he broke through to the true immortal realm in the game, breaking through to the divine martial realm in the real world would be a matter of minutes. And breaking through to the divine martial realm was definitely not the end. With the true immortal realm as a foundation, he might even break through to the celestial human realm first. The allure of the various benefits of this was not an ordinary kind of temptation. Qini laughed disdainfully. "Breaking through to the true immortal realm in the universe is not a problem. Even if I let you break through in the Tianhuang Great World, it's not impossible. But there is a prerequisite, and that is that you are worthy of me paying such a price. Work hard, the true immortal realm is not the end. As long as you work for me wholeheartedly, you can get much more than you expect." Qini crazily poured chicken soup into Fu Moyan. For a moment, Fu Moyan's heart surged. Breaking through to the true immortal realm in the universe could only be said to be the best among the players, but if he broke through to the true immortal realm in the real world, he would be the best in the world. Other than the heavenly Tao that even Qin Shujian was afraid of, there was probably no one who would be his opponent. At that time, didn't he still get whatever he wanted? Cough, cough. He was thinking too far ahead. Fu Moyan coughed lightly and calmed down a little. "I understand what you're saying, Senior. It seems that most of the Sons of Destiny in this city have been killed. I heard that the capital city will have its first heaven roll ranking soon. Now that the news has spread, there will be many strong people going over. Those Sons of Destiny will also be unwilling to be left out." As he spoke, a cold-killing intent flashed in his eyes. Heaven roll ranking, that was created by the people of the Tianhuang Great World, imitating the Zhou Tian War general ranking in the game world, in order to distinguish the strong people in the world. As long as one left their name on the heaven roll, their reputation was destined to resound throughout the Tianhuang Great World. In life, it was either for fame or for profit. So Fu Moyan didn't need to guess to know that once the news spread, there would definitely be a large number of experts rushing to the capital city. Every son of fortune had a huge amount of fortune on them. Such conditions. It was also destined that they would not be weak. Fu Moyan didn't drive but simply walked in the air. But everywhere he went, there would be exclamations. "Flying in the air, it's actually an expert in the airborne realm. Bull**T, the airborne realm is only the lowest threshold to fly in the air. I saw that this expert's speed is as fast as lightning. It's very likely that he's a great cultivator in the prominent divine realm. Prominent divine realm, hiss, everyone saw Fu Moyan's fleeting figure and sucked in a breath of cold air. Prominent divine realm, in the game, he would be the weakest of weaklings. In the game, the average strength of the players was at the divine martial realm. Only those who were very weak would wander around the spiritual martial realm. But the game was just a game. In reality, the physical invulnerability realm was already an expert. As for the spiritual martial realm, it was an expert among experts. If one could break through to the last realm of the spiritual martial realm, the prominent divine realm, then one would be a true great cultivator, one of the top existences in the world. The standard of ordinary people was at the early stage of the true martial realm. In the face of the exclamations below, Fu Moyan heard it all, but he didn't care. In the beginning, he would feel excited about those exclamations, even proud and complacent. But as time passed, it was just like that. As he flew in the air, Fu Moyan paid attention to the virtual map in his mind. On the map, a red dot appeared. Each red dot represented the location of the Son of Fate. So the place he was going now was to find the target of the assassination. The number of times he had completed the mission was not few. Fu Moyan was already very familiar with this. Soon, he approached the location of the red dot. His gaze swept over and instantly locked onto the target. As he took a step forward, he threw a punch at a young man. The powerful force caused the air to explode, causing the surrounding people to scream. Who is it? The sudden attack made the young man shocked and angry. Without thinking, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist. But just as the long sword was half out of the sheath, a powerful divine sense bombarded him, causing his mind to fall into chaos. His action of unsheathing the sword also stopped. A pause of half a breath. It was already enough to decide life and death. Fu Moyan's fist landed accurately on the young man's body. The force that could split a mountain instantly caused the young man's body to tremble violently. Then, he collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Done. The entire process only lasted for less than 2 breaths. It was a successful strike. Fu Moyan left. After a long time. Only then did the surrounding people react. Looking at the young man who was now like a pile of mud, they cried out again. Murder! Quick, call the police. Did anyone see who was the one who killed him? I can't see it clearly. His attack was too fast. That kind of strength is very likely to be a prominent divine stage great cultivator. Some of the noisy crowd immediately dispersed, while others began to call the police. It was different from the game world. In the real world, there were laws. Especially after the Spirit Chi revival, the law was even stricter and scarier. Killing people on the street like this was basically a death sentence once caught. There was no other way. If the laws were not strong enough, they would not be able to intimidate other cultivators. All of a sudden, someone said uncertainly, that killer just now, could he be the genius hunter who was ranked 3rd on the wanted list? After saying that, the scene suddenly became silent. The wanted list. That was a list designated by the officials in the Heaven Wasteland Great World in recent years. Anyone who was on the list was an executioner whose hands were stained with blood. And those who were qualified to be on the list and wanted by the officials but were still at large, each one of them was extremely powerful. The genius hunter. Not long ago, a mysterious expert appeared out of nowhere. The other party did not kill many people, but each person he killed was a famous genius. In fact, if it was really ranked by the number of people killed, the genius hunter was not qualified to be ranked in the top 3. Not to mention the top 3. Even if it was the top 100, the other party would not have a place. However, that genius hunter had killed famous geniuses, and each of them had a big force behind them. In the blink of an eye, the other party had offended more than half of the powerful forces in the Heaven Wasteland Great World. In this way, it was impossible for the genius hunter not to be on the list. If it were not for the top 2 on the wanted list being too terrifying, the other party might have been qualified to be in the first place. Today's luck is not bad. You got rid of one so quickly, but now it seems that you have some trouble. Qingyi's gloating voice rang out in the sea of consciousness. Fu Moyan was flying in the air as he replied with his mind, "Senior, you underestimate me. A few cultivators of the spirit martial realm want to keep me here, impossible, while talking." He had already flown a long distance away by flight step. Behind him, a few cultivators of the airborne realm were chasing. Different from the game, the heaven wasteland great world was covered by the heaven's eye. Wherever there was illegal activity, it would be caught by the heaven's eye at the first moment. The first few times. Fu Moyan was also chased quite a few times. But as long as he mixed into a place with many people and used some illusion techniques, he could change his appearance and easily avoid the heaven's eye's pursuit. When the heaven's eye analyzed the data, then, he changed his appearance again. In short, although the heaven's eye was powerful, it was almost impossible to deal with a great cultivator of the prominent divine realm. As long as Fu Moyan wanted to escape, he could escape at any time. But, he did not have the thought of escaping now. Anyone who was chased every day would have a temper in their heart. So, Fu Moyan ran directly to a remote place outside the city, wanting to attract people there. Behind him, the 5 pursuers all had solemn expressions on their faces. He's running out of the city. There might be a trap. Humph, so what if there's a trap? Looking at his realm, he's only at the prominent divine realm. We 5 of the airborne realm, can't we deal with a prominent divine realm cultivator together? An older cultivator snorted coldly and then added a few more words. And we've already sent out the message. It won't be long before other police officers come to help. As long as we can hold him back for a while, he definitely won't be able to escape. Hey, 3rd on the wanted list. If we take him down, we won't be a problem for us to get promoted and get a raise. Haha, chase. The conversation between the few of them was carried out with their divine sense. The pursuit did not stop for a moment. Very soon, the 6 of them disappeared from the city one after another. Outside the city, in a barren mountain that had not been developed, Fu Moyan's forward movement suddenly reversed as he punched towards a cultivator behind him. That powerful fluctuation. Immediately, that cultivator's expression changed. How dare you fight back? That cultivator. He didn't even think about it before throwing a punch. The 2 fists collided, and a terrifying force was released. His right arm was instantly broken, and he was sent flying with a scream. Li Quan. When the other 4 saw this, their expressions changed. Fu Moyan stepped into the void, his aura shaking the heavens and earth. His eyes were cold and frightening as he looked at the 4 of them. After chasing me for so long, it's time for me to vent my anger. A few airborne realm smelly fish and shrimps, you really think I'm afraid of you? As soon as he finished speaking, with a punch, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Be careful. This guy is ferocious, quickly dodge. Don't take it head on. The few of them immediately scattered in all directions. After all, with the previous example, no one dared to take Fu Moyan's attack head on. The astral chi descended. The earth shook and the mountains shook. In an instant, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Looking at the deep pit, the 4 people's faces turned pale, and the person who was the first to be seriously injured also eased a little at this time, holding one of his hands as he approached. The few of them looked at each other. They could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. Fu Moyan's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. It was just that the few of them did not dare to make a move easily, but Fu Moyan did not intend to stop. Since he had lured them to a desolate place, he would definitely kill them. Boom, the air exploded, and his attack had already arrived. At the same time, the powerful divine sense power that belonged to a great cultivator of the prominent sage realm erupted and swept out in an instant. Not good. Sensing that extremely powerful divine sense, the 5 airborne realm cultivators' expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they used their divine sense to resist, and at the same time, their true essence bombarded together. A lot of true essence gathered together. The momentum was not small at all. But unfortunately, they met Fu Moyan. Although Fu Moyan was only a great cultivator of the prominent sage realm, with Qingyi's teaching and the top cultivation method, he was not an ordinary cultivator of the prominent sage realm at all. Therefore, As soon as the battle began, the 5 airborne realm cultivators fell into an absolute disadvantage. After a long time, the fluctuation stopped. The 2 cultivators flew over and looked at the huge crater below, as well as the severed limbs on the ground. Finally, they landed. His strength is much stronger than expected. He's a big problem. Feng Xiu's face was as gloomy as water, and a great killing intent surged in his heart. From the time they received the message to the time they rushed over, it was only a quarter of an hour. One had to know that the 5 cultivators were all in the airborne realm. Even if they weren't as powerful as prominent divine stage cultivators, there was no reason for them to all be defeated in less than 15 minutes. Unless, what they encountered was a great cultivator of the god martial realm. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. So there really was a prominent divine stage cultivator that could be this strong. Standing beside him, Feng Quan slightly shook his head, his expression similarly unsightly. He's already been quite a troublemaker for a long time. Do you think that 3rd place on the wanted list is a joke? But now, 5 airborne realm cultivators were killed by him in a quarter of an hour. His danger level has to increase by several levels. Even if he's not in the divine martial realm, his true strength might not necessarily be weaker than a divine martial realm expert. In the end, Feng Quan sighed heavily. Divine martial realm, that was the true peak of the Heaven Wasteland Great World. I've heard that in the Heaven Alliance, there are antiques of the celestial realm. Unfortunately, no one has seen them before. Right now, to be able to break through to the divine martial realm, he can already be called an expert. Feng Xiu's expression was also solemn. Carefully looking at the corpse on the ground, he silently felt the ripples. A very strong aura, it seems to have the power of lightning. I don't know what cultivation technique he cultivates, but looking at the remnant aura, he shouldn't have gone far. Should we chase? Feng Quan fell into silence. Whether or not to chase, that was a serious question. If it was a normal prominent divine stage cultivator, then he wouldn't hesitate to chase and kill. But, the other party wasn't a normal prominent divine stage cultivator. In terms of strength, he had already reached a terrifying level. Unless a divine martial stage cultivator made a move. Or else, 2 prominent divine stage cultivators might not be able to deal with him. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Feng Quan could only sigh. His strength is very strong. Even if you and I chase after him, we don't have the confidence to deal with him. Right now, we can only temporarily retreat and increase the bounty. I believe that after this matter, the higher-ups will really pay attention to him. So what if he's comparable to a divine martial stage cultivator? It's not like there aren't any divine martial stage cultivators in the Heaven Desolate Great World. He will only die in the end. A prominent divine stage cultivator had the strength of a divine martial stage cultivator. If he broke through to the divine martial stage, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Such an existence was a huge threat. Fu Moyan was originally ranked 3rd on the wanted list because he had killed enough people. Strictly speaking, he didn't have the right to be in the top 3. But it was different now. Given Xianxia's prowess, putting aside the 3rd on the bounty list, he might even be able to take the 1st place. After all, right now, the 1st on the wanted list was a devil in the god martial realm. We need to kill him quickly. If this goes on, he will become another Dongfang Shua. Feng Xiu said coldly. Dongfang Shua, the current 1st on the wanted list. He cultivated a demonic cultivation technique and sucked the essence blood of tens of thousands of people. In terms of cruelty, no one on the list could compare to him. He was a true butcher whose hands were stained with blood. Since the start, the number of people who died in his hands was announced to be around 100,000, but in truth, it was around 400 to 500,000. However, he was terrifyingly strong. No matter how they tried to surround him, they were unable to kill him. In the last battle, Dongfang Shua was already heavily injured. Unfortunately, he was too good at escaping. If not, we would have taken his life. Forget it, let's go back. The 2 of them exchanged glances and decided to head back. Just at that moment, a strong sense of danger rose up in their hearts. Feng Xiu only felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he lowered his head, a palm pierced through his chest, holding a red beating object. That was his heart, Shua. He retracted his hand, and the pain intensified. Feng Xiu screamed and fell to the ground. However, the life force of a prominent divine stage cultivator prevented him from dying. On the other side, Feng Quan turned around and looked at the person who ambushed him, and his face turned white. Dong Feng Shua. He didn't expect that Dongfeng Shua would appear here. He also didn't expect that Dongfeng Shua, who should have been heavily injured, would beat Feng Xiu to the brink of death in just an instant. Crushing the heart in his hand, Dongfeng Shua, who was dressed in a white shirt, revealed a cruel and vicious smile. Woo, it really makes one excited. Weren't the two of you happily discussing? Why aren't you talking now? There were no words. Feng Quan turned and fled. But no matter how fast he ran, he wasn't as fast as a god martial realm expert. Blood light flashed. A large head flew up, and a headless body rushed forward for a while before falling to the ground. On the other side, Feng Xiu, who had lost his heart, was already dead. Dongfeng Shua stood on the spot and stretched out his hand. The blood on the two corpses seemed to be attracted by something and crazily gathered in his hand. In less than a breath, the two corpses turned into dried corpses. At the same time, the blood condensed at a point and finally turned into a blood pill that seemed to have substance. He held the blood pill with 2 fingers. Dongfeng Shua opened his mouth and swallowed it. The blood pill condensed from 2 prominent Saint Realm experts is not bad, but it's too little. If it was a blood pill condensed from hundreds of thousands of people, it would definitely allow me to break through a few small realms. He shook his head regretfully. Then, Dongfeng Shua thought about what he saw. That brat is also not simple. Although he is only at the prominent divine stage, he actually made me feel pressured. That surging blood chi is truly enviable. If not for my injuries not being healed, I would definitely want to have a taste. A few spirit martial realm cultivators died here. That side is probably going crazy. My injuries are not healed yet, so it's best to retreat first. Instantly, he disappeared on the spot. At this moment, Fu Moyan had already left the scene of the incident and changed his appearance. If he was in a crowd, he would definitely not be recognized. He walked on the bustling streets. He was like an ordinary person, walking and stopping, but he was still talking to Qini in his mind. Senior, did you sense that aura? I sensed it. The smell of blood is very thick and he should have cultivated a strong demonic technique. Looking at the aura, he should be around the god martial realm. If you fought with him, your chances would be 40 to 60. Qini replied indifferently. Dongfeng Shua thought that he hit it well, but he didn't know that others had already sensed it. Fu Moyan understood. Senior said 40 to 60. Who is 40 to 60? You are 40 to 60. Qini replied, then added, he has some injuries on his body, or else it would be 20 to 80. Although your foundation is not bad, you are still in the spirit martial realm and can't fully display the power of the purple heaven divine thunder scripture. When you break through to the god martial arts realm, the odds between you and him will be 82, or even 91. Hearing this, Fu Moyan felt a little better. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to challenge someone of a higher realm, there was still a gap between him and a powerful god martial realm cultivator. But if he broke through to the god martial arts realm, he wouldn't be much weaker than others, even if he couldn't defeat everyone in the same realm. Furthermore, I felt some killing intent just now. He probably wanted to attack you, but the reason he didn't is probably because he found you difficult to deal with. Combined with the information I've gathered, I suspect that he is the #1 fugitive, Dongfeng Shua. Qini said calmly. Dongfeng Shua, it's him. Fu Moyan frowned. They were all on the wanted list, so he was quite familiar with the first 2 names. However, Fu Moyan didn't think that he was the same type of person as the people on the wanted list. This was because he had a goal when he killed people. He only killed the Son of Fate and definitely didn't kill anyone else. But Dongfeng Shua was different. He would kill anyone, from the strong to the old, weak, women, and children. They were all killed with cruel methods. Qini said, the demonic cultivation mainly takes shortcuts. Although it is strong, there are many drawbacks. At the very least, if he kills too many people of the same race, he will be haunted by vengeful spirits. If he doesn't take the physical sanctification system, it will be fine. If he really takes the physical sanctification system, the immortal ascension tribulation will teach him a lesson. Haunted by vengeful spirits? Fu Moyan was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The so-called haunted by vengeful spirits is caused by killing too many people. But at the same time, if you want to cancel out the haunted by vengeful spirits, you will need a lot of merit and a lot of luck. Take Huan Yu as an example. Every generation of human experts has their hands stained with blood. But because they only kill other races, even if their hands are stained with blood, they are deeply loved by the human race. Naturally, they will have the blessing of the human race to cancel out the sin of killing. But Dongfang Shua is different. He killed people of the same race, and while he was haunted by vengeful spirits, he did not have enough luck to cancel it out. Once the heavenly tribulation arrives, he will definitely die. When Qini finished speaking, she laughed coldly. Wantonly slaughtering people of the same race was something that both humans and gods would be angry about. It was fine if he killed a few people. If he killed a few thousand or a few hundred people, the power of the heavenly tribulation would at most increase by a little. But in his senses, the blood and vengeful spirits on Dongfang Shua's body were so dense that it was almost condensed into a solid state. Without killing 300,000 to 500,000 people, it would definitely not reach such a level. So in Qinyi's opinion, as long as the heavenly tribulation arrived, Dongfang Shua would definitely die. Unless he followed the rules obediently, then he might be able to avoid it. Hearing that, Fu Moyan suddenly understood. He was very unfamiliar with these things. If Qinyi didn't mention it, he definitely wouldn't know. Then he came to his senses again. Senior, it won't be a problem for me to kill the son of fate now, right? He cultivated the purple heaven divine lightning scripture and would start to go through the tribulation when he reached the heaven realm. If he was haunted by vengeful spirits, it would probably be troublesome. Qinyi said, there will be some trouble, but it won't be a big problem. Although you didn't kill many people, they were all people with great luck. If you go through the tribulation in the Tianhuang Great World, you will definitely encounter a powerful lightning tribulation. But there is one thing you have to understand. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the stronger your strength will be after the tribulation. With the purple heaven divine lightning scripture, your foundation is much stronger than other cultivators. Even if the heavenly tribulation is powerful, there is a high chance that you can pass it. Also, with me around, there are many ways for you to pass the tribulation. At this point, only then did Fu Moyan feel relieved. It was fine as long as he could pass the tribulation. He was just afraid that he would play himself to death. But now, Qinyi's words were a reassurance. After all, among the many strong people he knew, Qin Shujian was considered the first. After all, there had never been a strong person who could use a method to cross two worlds. Qin Shujian could. The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in his mind was the best proof. He was relieved. Fu Moyan walked on the street and observed the virtual map in his mind at the same time to see if there were any red dots. Not long after, he changed his face and clothes again and disappeared into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a few people in uniforms appeared and looked at the crowd in front of him. Every one of them was an unfamiliar face and their expressions became ugly. He escaped again. When the outside world was changing, the inner world was also changing greatly. Since the birth of heaven and earth, powerhouses from the 10,000 races fought to be born. The first to become an immortal was the Emperor of Eldar. Jianmu's name was completely spread. It was also because of Jianmu's immortal ascension that opened the path to becoming a true immortal for the living beings of the inner world. Then, Feng created the human race and became the second true immortal of the inner world. If the appearance of the spirit race was a blessing from the heavens, then the birth of the human race had opened a whole new door for the other living beings. It turned out that, the blood essence of a powerhouse could directly give birth to a race of living beings. Therefore, not long after the appearance of the human race, other races were born one after another. One powerhouse after another crossed the boundary between heaven and man and became an unparalleled true immortal. 1,000 years ago, The 10,000 races were developing steadily. As strong as Eldar and the human race, they were still in the beginning stage. Even though the emperors of the two races were the first to become immortals, they could not really sweep through the world. 1,000 years later, the 10,000 races gradually became prosperous and began to fight for territory. There was some friction between them. Even so, they had no way to start a large-scale war. After 10,000 years of the birth of heaven and earth, the 10,000 races had completely developed to a peak. The friction between the various races increased day by day and finally reached the point where it completely exploded. Until now, the 10,000 races almost had a small war every 3 days and a big war every 5 days. Many living beings had died in battle. In fact, even the powerhouses at the true immortal level had already shown signs of ending up. In the end, the 10,000 races can't coexist peacefully. Unless there's a powerhouse who can suppress the 10,000 races, only then can the war between the 10,000 races disappear. Walking in the inner world, Xianxia felt the killing in the world inside in his heart. From the 5,000th year of his seclusion, he had used his incarnation to walk in the inner world. In the end, he was also the creator of the inner world, which was equivalent to the ruler of the world. It was also a wonderful thing for his incarnation to travel around the world and watch the evolution of the world. In the past 5,000 years, Xianxia had traveled through more than half of the world. He didn't reveal even the slightest bit of his cultivation. He was just like an ordinary person as he silently walked through the world. He climbed mountains and crossed rivers as if he was looking at the world with a smile on his face. However, as the ruler of heaven and earth, Xianxia could also clearly feel that there was a murderous energy gathering between heaven and earth. It was the aura of the Great Tribulation. Once the heaven and earth's killing intent had gathered to a certain extent, it would directly descend. At that time, the murderous aura of heaven and earth descended upon him. All the cultivators of the myriad races would be drawn into the calamity. Regarding this, although Xianxia understood this, he had no intention of interfering. In his opinion, when a calamity befell the world, it was the process of the operation of the world. The conflict between the 10,000 races was also the general trend of the world. Even if he forcibly stopped it now, there would be a day when it would erupt in the future. Instead of waiting for it to erupt in the future, it would be better to let the myriad races have a good fight now. It wasn't just the inner world. Even at the beginning of every era in the universe, there would be a war between the 10,000 races. Roar. There was a tiger's roar in the forest, followed by a strong wind. Xianxia stood on the spot and said softly, "Freeze." As soon as he finished speaking, the strong wind disappeared. A black tiger was forcefully imprisoned on the spot, unable to move at all. Only its big bell-like eyes were still wide open, and one could clearly see the fear in them. "Do you think I should give you a chance, or let you pay the price you deserve?" Xianxia looked at the black tiger in front of him with a faint smile on his face. His words were calm, but when the black tiger heard it, it couldn't help but feel a chill in its heart. The black tiger didn't expect this. It was just hungry and came out to have a meal, but it encountered such a powerful existence. After all, it was a cultivator of the god martial arts realm, but in front of the other party, it didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Such an expert was at least a celestial being. Moreover, to be able to imprison it with just a word, it was definitely not an ordinary celestial being. After thinking for a while, Xianxia suddenly shook his head. "I suddenly don't want to kill today, so I'll give you a chance." After that, he walked to the black tiger's side and sat on it directly. Then, he took out the Emperor of Heaven fan that he hadn't used for a long time and knocked the black tiger's head lightly. "Let's go, carry me to another place to have a look." Suddenly, the black tiger found that its imprisoned body suddenly returned to normal, but it didn't dare to do anything. It could only follow the instructions and obediently walk forward. About half a day later, the black tiger couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how to address Senior? This junior didn't mean to offend you before, I hope you don't take offense." "My name?" Xianxia thought for a while and said with a smile, "You can call me Emperor of Heaven." "Do you have a name?" "Emperor of Heaven." The black tiger muttered these two words carefully, as if it felt a little different, but he couldn't tell what was different. After a pause, he then replied, "I named myself Black Tiger." "Well, it's quite appropriate." Xianxia nodded. The name Black Tiger and the color of the other party's race were 100% compatible. It said that the great Tao is simple. "Your name is very good. May I ask, Senior Emperor of Heaven, where are you going?" "Wherever I go, be at ease and be my mount. There will be plenty of benefits for you." Qin Shujian sat peacefully on the black tiger's back, replying intermittently. Hearing that, the black tiger was slightly delighted. Although Qin Shujian just said it verbally, in his opinion, such a senior expert either didn't say it, or once he said it, there was a high probability that it would count. What benefits, the black tiger wasn't sure. But with the other party's identity, the benefits would definitely not be too low. After a simple exchange with Qin Shujian, he found that the other party was not so difficult to communicate with, and the reverence for the senior expert in his heart suddenly eased a lot. After a long silence, the black tiger was the first to speak again. "Senior Emperor of Heaven, what realm are you in?" After that, he was afraid that Qin Shujian would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, "Senior, don't think too much. I don't mean anything else. It's just that my realm is low, so I want to look up to Senior's cultivation. If Senior doesn't want to say it, then just pretend that I never asked." For some people, cultivation was not important, but for others, it was a secret that couldn't be said. When the words came out of his mouth, the black tiger felt a little remorseful for his rashness. The fluctuations in his heart naturally couldn't escape Qin Shujian's perception. But he didn't get angry. He just sat on the black tiger's back and said slowly, "What realm do you think I will be in?" "What realm?" Black Tiger thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Senior, are you at the Saint realm?" He did not dare to say too high. If Qin Shujian had not reached that realm, it would be insulting. If the other party was angry and slapped him to death, it would not be worth it. Hearing this, Qin Shujian shook his head. "Saint? It can be higher. Senior is a mighty figure." Black Tiger understood. As expected, although a Saint Realm Master was powerful, it was impossible for them to freeze him with just a few words. Only an almighty master would be able to do such a thing. Now, the myriad races were at their peak. However, mighty figures who could reach the 7th level of the celestial being realm and above were existences that could not be ignored. One had to know. A mighty figure was the strongest realm below the true immortal realm. As for the true immortal realm, in every race, they were supreme existences. In some weak races, only the emperor of the race was a true immortal. And races without true immortals naturally did not exist. Even if they existed in the past, they were all wiped out now. The remaining races of the myriad races. In each race, the weakest had a true immortal realm overseeing them. A powerful race was not as simple as having one or two true immortals overseeing them. Hearing this, Qin Shujian smiled. A little higher than a mighty figure. Black Tiger stopped in his tracks, his entire body trembling slightly. "As Senior, could it be that you're a true immortal realm expert?" True immortal, he had actually encountered a true immortal. Although Qin Shujian did not reply, he already had a trace of certainty in his heart. "I guess so." Qin Shujian gave an ambiguous answer. True immortal, he was not sure if he had already stepped out of the realm of true immortals. Normally speaking, half-step Dao fruit should have crossed the true immortal realm, but it had not officially entered the Dao fruit realm. It could be considered an awkward position in the middle. His Senior Emperor of Heaven is actually a true immortal realm expert. Could it be that he is a true immortal of the human race? Black Tiger took a deep breath. Qin Shujian was indifferent. The words of the human race are not wrong. He received confirmation. After Black Tiger recovered from his shock, he was overjoyed. The person he was carrying on his back was actually a true immortal of the human race. One must know that the human race was now a famous race in the world with countless experts. In comparison, on the contrary, the strength of the tiger people he was in was much weaker. It would be a great thing for the tiger people if they could establish a relationship with the human race because of this. Even if he couldn't get in touch with them. He was very familiar with human true immortals, and as long as they could give him some benefits through the gaps between their fingers, it would be enough for him to enjoy endless benefits. I've heard that the current human emperor is the human ancestor who created the human race in the past. He's one of the few middle three true immortals in the world today. May I know what your relationship is with the current human emperor? After understanding Qin Shujian's background, Black Tiger's curiosity was ignited. Qin Shujian shook his head. I don't have a close relationship with the current human emperor. We've met a few times. I see. Black Tiger nodded, but he was non-committal. As everyone knew, the human emperor was the first human race and the only human race to be born. All the subsequent human races were created by the human emperor. Senior Emperor of Heaven said that he didn't have a close relationship with the human emperor. Obviously, he was lying to him. He just thought about it. He didn't really say it out loud. After all, if he accidentally angered such a senior expert who had reached the true immortal realm, it would be a fatal disaster. For a moment, the man and the tiger didn't speak. Black Tiger didn't know where Qin Shujian was going. He could only walk forward silently. As long as the other party didn't speak, he would keep walking. It hadn't been long since the world was created, and the innate spirit chi hadn't dissipated. Any living creature that was born would have a strong physique. Other things aside. For example, the physique of God martial arts realm cultivators in the inner world was much stronger than that of ordinary God martial arts realm cultivators in the universe. It was also because of this. Even though Black Tiger was carrying a person on his back, he still didn't feel tired from climbing mountains and wading through rivers. Soon. Half a month passed. Black Tiger didn't use his cultivation to hurry along the way. He just walked forward step by step. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was that every time he wanted to fly, he would be stopped by Qin Shujian. There was no other way. The situation was better than him. Black Tiger had no choice but to accept his fate. Of course. After half a month of getting along, he didn't gain anything. At least, he occasionally gained something from talking with Qin Shujian. In addition, Black Tiger also found that ever since Qin Shujian came, the surrounding spirit chi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and gathered crazily towards him. In half a month, even if he couldn't calm down to cultivate, he found that his cultivation was steadily improving. Such a discovery. Naturally, Black Tiger was ecstatic. In the era where the conflicts between the 10,000 clans were rising, the stronger one was, the more capital one had to survive. Although the God martial arts realm didn't seem weak, in fact, he could only show his power in some remote mountains and forests. In the 10,000 clans, the God martial arts realm was no different from cannon fodder. Senior, there seems to be a war between two clans in front. Shall we go around? Black Tiger stopped in front of a hill. He hadn't stopped for a long time. In his perception, there was an astonishing killing force gathering in front of him. The smell of blood drifted with the wind. Before Black Tiger said anything, Qin Shujian also noticed the abnormality in front of him. As the other party said, there were indeed two clans fighting in front of him. He took a look. He shook his head. Forget it. There's no need to get involved. Let's change our direction. Yes. Black Tiger nodded, jumped down the hill, and walked in another direction. But not long after, he was surrounded by wolves. Each wolf was more than 10 feet tall. Their sharp teeth had a cold light, and a fierce aura gathered. Black Tiger's face changed instantly. Moon Wolf Clan. The Moon Wolf Clan was about the same strength as the Tiger people. But the problem was, there were a lot of Moon Wolf Clan members in front of him. At a rough glance, there were 23 of them. He was the only Tiger people. If they really fought, he would definitely die in the mouths of the wolves. He panicked for a short while. Black Tiger quickly reacted, and his originally panicked state of mind regained its calm. After all, he wasn't just a lone tiger right now. There was a human true immortal sitting on his back. Senior, what should we do now? Black Tiger didn't retreat when he saw the Moon Wolf clan closing in. Instead, he asked calmly. How troublesome. Qin Shujian sighed. He opened the Emperor of Heaven fan in his hand and fanned it in front of him. Rumble, in an instant, a strong wind blew, as if it was tearing the sky and the earth apart. The Moon Wolf clan members who were close to him didn't even have time to react. They were all swallowed up by the strong wind. Then, the strong wind dissipated. There was no longer a living Moon Wolf clan member around. Black Tiger fell into a daze. He had never seen a perfected immortal attack. This was the first time he had seen it. With a simple fan, all the Moon Wolf clan members were reduced to ashes. Such means. Black Tiger could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Qin Shujian put away the Emperor of Heaven fan, knocked on the tiger's head, and said calmly, let's go, stop watching. Black Tiger did not dare to say anything and hurriedly walked forward. Just as the man and the tiger left, a huge moon wolf appeared in the air. Its cold eyes looked at Qin Shujian's back as he left. Its eyes were filled with fear. When did such a powerhouse appear in the human race? He had already noticed when Qin Shujian was surrounded. However, what he did not expect was, the other party's strength was so powerful that he could kill all the Moon Wolf clan members with a simple wave of his fan. That kind of power. Even as the Emperor of the Moon Wolf clan, he felt his heart palpitate. The Moon Wolf Emperor could not figure out when such a powerful being had appeared in the human race. Even though he was also a true immortal, he could still sense an aura that was as deep as the abyss from Qin Shujian. One had to know, he had seen the current human emperor of the human race before. Although that power was terrifying, it was much weaker than the person in front of him. So, the Moon Wolf Emperor's first reaction was to mistakenly think that Qin Shujian was a human powerhouse. However, his second reaction was to refute this guess. The human race, it was impossible for there to be such a powerhouse. The world is vast, ordinary perfected immortals are nothing. The Moon Wolf Emperor suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. He thought that after breaking through to the perfected immortal realm, he would be one of the few powerhouses in the world. Apart from the emperors of the large clans, no one could pose a threat to him. But now, he had taken it for granted. Not to mention anything else, just that person alone was not confident that the Moon Wolf Emperor could survive. Moreover, since the first mysterious powerhouse had appeared, there might be a second or third hidden terrifying powerhouse in the world. If that was the case, then the top powerhouses on the surface would just be a joke. At least you know your place. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. Naturally, the Moon Wolf Emperor could not hide from his senses. However, since the Moon Wolf Emperor did not make a move, he would not make a move either. No matter what. His inner world had been created by himself. The living beings born from heaven and earth also had some relationship with him. Qin Shujian wouldn't kill anyone for no reason if they didn't provoke him. But if they provoked him, then there was nothing to say. Just like the Moon Wolf clan, they could be exterminated with a wave of his hand. To travel the world. This was not something that could be accomplished overnight. With the Black Tiger carrying him, Qin Shujian didn't need to waste his energy walking. This was because Black Tiger was not a weak cultivator to begin with. Coupled with his innately strong physique, it only took him a few hundred years to reach the end of the world despite the vastness of the world. Senior, this is the end of the world. Black Tiger stopped. In front of him was a field of chaos. The grayish color seemed to contain some kind of great terror. There was a small snake-like gas moving about, but it didn't enter the world at all. Towards the end of the world. This was the first time Black Tiger had seen it. After all, it was not easy for a god martial arts realm cultivator to cross the world. If he didn't pay attention, there was a chance that he would die midway. Qin Shujian got off the tiger's back and looked at the gray chaos in front of him. His expression was as calm as ever. His inner world existed in his body. But it didn't mean that his inner world was directly connected to his flesh and blood. In fact, there was still a layer of chaos outside his inner world, just like there was an endless void outside the greater Kiliacosm. Only by breaking through the barrier of chaos could one truly break through the restraints of heaven and earth. However, without Qin Shujian's permission, no one would be able to break through the restraints of chaos. Unless an existence at the Tao fruit level was born in his inner world. But now that the world was not perfect and was only a medium-class world, cultivators at the Tao fruit level were not allowed to exist at all. It was not a Tao fruit. It was not easy for even a perfected immortal to break through. This was because the upper limit of heaven and earth determined the upper limit of a cultivator. The upper limit of a medium-class world was the middle three perfected immortals. Unless a cultivator from the medium-class world could take a step forward to the greater Kiliacosm, then the cultivators of heaven and earth could break through to the upper three perfected immortals. Just like the greater Kiliacosm. The upper limit of the greater Kiliacosm was the half-step Tao fruit level. Once one broke through to the Tao fruit level, one would be considered to have broken through the restraints of heaven and earth and advanced to another level. But whether it was the inner world or the greater Kiliacosm, it was definitely not an easy thing to break through that layer of limits. There have been more than hundreds of millions of living beings born in the greater Kiliacosm in this era, but no Tao fruit has been born. It's not that easy for an expert to break through the limits of heaven and earth to appear in the inner world. Xianxia thought to himself and then laughed. If a perfected immortal could break through the limits and break through to the upper three perfected immortals, then it would be a good thing for him. In that case, the strength of his inner world would increase a lot. If you carry me for 300 years, I'll give you an opportunity. Xianxia turned to look at Black Tiger and pointed a finger at its head. In an instant, Black Tiger fell into a daze. After a long time, when he came back to his senses, he found that Xianxia had disappeared. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Recalling the memories in his mind, Black Tiger deeply felt the power of the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. It was completely different from the cultivation method of the tiger people that he cultivated. Gradually, he stood there in a daze again. After an unknown period of time, a lightning tribulation descended between heaven and earth. At this time, Black Tiger withdrew from his state of enlightenment and looked up at the sky. There were already tribulation clouds there, and purple lightning fell from the sky into his eyes. Rumble, the lightning fell quickly and dissipated quickly as well. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, a powerful aura spread out from Black Tiger's body. I'm at the first level of the celestial being realm. He took a deep breath. A smile appeared on Black Tiger's face. When he was caught by Xianxia, he was only at the second level of the divine martial realm. After carrying him for 300 years, the spirit chi of heaven and earth automatically cleansed him, and he had unknowingly grown to the peak of the divine martial realm. Now that he was comprehending the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, he naturally used the power of the lightning tribulation to enter the celestial being realm. The joy of breaking through lasted for a while, then slowly dissipated. Black Tiger looked at the empty space in front of him and the chaos not far away, and could not help but feel regret. It's a pity that I can't always be by your side, Senior. Otherwise, I can definitely grow faster, 300 years. If he cultivated diligently, he would at most reach the middle or late stage of the divine martial realm. It was just wishful thinking to break through to the celestial being realm. After leaving the end of heaven and earth, Xianxia headed to other places in the inner world. Imparting the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture to Black Tiger was just a spur of the moment. A few hundred years. Black Tiger was willing to carry him without complaint, so it could be considered a little contribution. Of course. The real reason for imparting the cultivation technique was because Xianxia was on a spur of the moment. At his level. Whether it was a cultivation technique or not, it didn't matter anymore. On the contrary. What was really important was the comprehension of the laws and the Tao path one was taking. That kind of comprehension. It was not something that could be brought about by cultivation techniques. It was about nature. There are only 3 ways for cultivators to break through to the Tao fruit realm. The first is to use the power of the laws to nurture the body. After nurturing the body to the extreme, it will naturally break through to a mysterious realm. The second way is to take a single Tao path. Mastering one Tao will lead to mastery of all Taos. By mastering one Tao law to the extreme, one will naturally be able to advance. The third way is to comprehend the myriad Tao laws and finally combine them into one to become a Tao fruit realm existence. Among the three methods, the latter is the most difficult because comprehending the myriad Tao laws is the most difficult. Once one attains the Tao, their strength will also be the strongest. Unfortunately, since ancient times, no powerhouse has been able to break through to the Tao fruit realm with the myriad Tao laws. Walking on the ground, Xianxia recalled everything about the Tao fruit realm. The first method was to give him the method of the third era, which was the current so-called physical sanctification. The second method was the original method of this era. The second method is to take one Tao law to the extreme and eventually evolve it into the myriad Tao. It matches the legendary Tao fruit realm of the myriad Tao laws. Perhaps the Tao fruit realm of this era is the legendary Tao fruit realm of the myriad Tao laws. However, it is extraordinarily difficult to reach the point of evolving one Tao into myriad Tao. Therefore, strictly speaking, in the eyes of other cultivators, there are only two ways to attain the Tao. The first is the physical sanctification, the second is the myriad Tao laws. There is no such thing as a third Tao path. But I'm different. I'm taking the path of evolving heaven and earth. Evolving into the greater world is considered the third path. Xianxia smiled slightly. That was the path he was taking now. Before breaking through to the Tao fruit realm, it was called evolving heaven and earth. When he broke through to the Tao fruit realm, it should be called evolving into the greater world. The more Xianxia traveled in his inner world, the deeper his understanding of it became. He realized every time his inner world grew, he would gain a deeper understanding of the various rules. Although the laws of his inner world hadn't grown strong enough, there was no way for his comprehension of a particular law to reach a certain level. However, as long as his inner world continued to develop, Xianxia was certain that his comprehension of all the laws would reach a peak one day. When that time comes. This was the true Tao fruit level. All of a sudden, Xianxia took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. In a gray and misty space, countless bright colors intertwined and finally formed a round ball. Xianxujian's sudden appearance didn't cause any fluctuations in the gray space. The core of the world, he was not surprised by his current position. He had been to the core of his inner world many times. The colorful ball in front of him was, in fact, a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth are nurtured by the mother stream of laws. All the laws are reflected in the mother stream, but who knows that the source of all the laws exists in the core of the world and not in the mother stream of laws? Xianxujian walked in front of the round ball and suddenly there was a surge of law power. The source of the laws. It existed in the core of the world. That was why so many powerhouses intercepted the laws and even self-destructed them, but they didn't make the laws disappear. The reason was, it was because those powerhouses who self-destructed the laws didn't really damage the source of the laws. As long as the source of the laws at the core of the world didn't disappear, the laws would exist forever. He sat down cross-legged. Xianxujian's divine thought covered the source of the laws. In an instant, there was an extremely surging law power emerging. That feeling made him feel as if he was bathing in warm sunlight and a comfortable pleasure spread throughout his body. What a fascinating power. Xianxujian had a satisfied smile on his face. Then he calmed his mind and began to digest the comprehension of the source of the laws. The inner world was equivalent to a hotbed for cultivating laws. Usually, when the inner world grew, he would grow as well. However, the breakthrough from a true immortal to a Tao fruit was not only about the growth of physical strength, but also about the comprehension of laws. The growth of the inner world can strengthen my physical body and give me strength comparable to a half-step Tao fruit. However, if I want to really cross over to the Tao fruit level, I still need to comprehend 10,000 laws on my own. The nourishment of the laws of the inner world is equivalent to a table of cooked food. As long as I eat it until I'm full, I'll have a chance to break through. Xianxujian concentrated and silently comprehended the power of the laws. By eat, he didn't mean to swallow the source of the laws. Instead, he used the state of comprehension to let himself master the various laws. Until now, the laws derived from the inner world had far exceeded the number in the past. 10,000 years. Many things could happen. For a newly born inner world, 10,000 years was enough for it to be perfected. He just covered it with his divine thought. Xianxujian clearly knew how many laws there were in the inner world. 36,753 laws. No, it should be 36,754 laws now. Qin Shujian shook his head. Just a moment ago, another new rule was born. It could be said that every once in a while, a new law would be born in the inner world. Moreover, the interval between the birth of a new law was getting faster and faster. In the beginning, it would take a few years for a new law to be born. Later on, a new law would be born in less than 2 years. Then a year, half a year, or even a month, to be honest. Qin Shujian himself didn't know how many laws there could be in the inner world. The so-called 10,000 laws was just a general name. In fact, there were far more than 10,000 laws in the inner world. Even though he was a Dao fruit expert in the third era, he had no way of knowing the limit of the number of laws in the inner world. I'm now constantly comprehending the power of the laws of the inner world and deepening the connection between the inner world and me. When it's completely compatible, I'll be able to achieve the natural derivation of the laws of the inner world. Then, I'll be able to control the laws immediately. When that time comes, I'll become a true Dao fruit cultivator. Although Qin Shujian hadn't really tried to transform into the greater world, he already had some premonitions as he was in the core of the inner world. He would break through to the Dao fruit realm himself. It wouldn't be so troublesome. 20,000 years, 30,000 years, 50,000 years, 80,000 years, in the future, Qin Shujian stayed in the core of heaven and earth peacefully, comprehending the power of laws all the time. He was the Lord of heaven and earth. Therefore, the difficulty of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth was many times lower than that of ordinary people. In the beginning, Qin Shujian couldn't keep up with the growth of the laws of his inner world. But later on, he could grow and grow at the same time. In the outside world, various Taoist rhymes also appeared on Qin Shujian's body. A terrifying pressure emanated from him, causing the time matrix to tremble violently. Zhou Tian's star map, which was the eye of the formation, was fully activating its power at this moment, desperately suppressing the time formation so that it wouldn't collapse. Is the Emperor of Heaven going to break through again? Zhou Tian's star map was shocked. Although he was already comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, when he felt this aura, he still felt a great threat. This aura was very strong. It was stronger than the experts that Zhou Tian's star map encountered. Before this, among the opponents he encountered, the strongest was the Emperor of the Star Beast clan. However, the power of that Star Beast Emperor was far inferior to that of Qin Shujian. If it weren't for him suppressing it, the time formation would have been shattered under the impact of this aura. But even with the suppression of the supreme treasure, this aura still leaked out. At that moment, the heavenly court was shocked. Regardless of whether it was the experts in closed-door cultivation or not, they all trembled from the bottom of their hearts when they felt the power of the aura. Emperor of Heaven. In Emperor Zhongyuan's palace, Emperor Zhao opened his eyes, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Several years of hard cultivation. Now, he was almost at the threshold of the upper 3 true immortals, and even if he fought with a 7th true immortal, he was confident that he could contend with him. However, in front of this aura, he still felt like an ant. Zhao Huang was almost certain. Qin Shujian had definitely made another breakthrough in his realm. Emperor of Heaven is already a half-step Dao fruit expert. If he makes a breakthrough now, doesn't that mean? Zhao Huang's chest heaved up and down as he thought of a certain possibility. If he made another breakthrough from half-step Dao fruit, he would be a Dao fruit. Since the birth of this epoch, there had never been a Dao fruit expert. The experts closest to the Dao fruit realm were the primordial demon emperor, the primordial emperor of heaven, and the 2 experts from the Sea of Death and Heaven Abyss. As for the rest, there was nothing else. He had long thought that Qin Shujian might break through to the Dao fruit realm in the future. After all, he was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit. However, Emperor Zhao had never expected this. How could Qin Shujian break through so quickly? It had only been a few years. It had only been 20 to 30 years since the other party had established the heavenly court. Is the reincarnation of a Dao fruit really so domineering? Emperor Zhao's expression kept changing. He had been able to reach the peak of the 6th heaven immortal realm in such a short time. He was extremely talented and incomparable to others. However, compared to Xianxia, the difference was not as simple as just one level. On the other side, Xiao Qingfeng's eyes were also filled with shock. Is he going to break through to the Dao fruit realm? This aura made his heart palpitate. He was a sixth heaven immortal, but he was no different from an ant in front of this aura. One had to know. In his previous life, Xiao Qingfeng was a peak ninth heaven immortal. Although he did not reach half-step Dao fruit, he was not far from it. At his peak, he had even fought against half-step Dao fruit experts. However, even a half-step Dao fruit expert would not be able to give Xiao Qingfeng such a feeling. In that case, there was only one explanation. Dao fruit, someone had broken through to the Dao fruit realm. Or rather, someone was breaking through. In the entire heavenly court, there was only one person who could possibly break through. Moreover, the source of the aura pointed to the heavenly palace. All of his doubts were easily solved. Wu Ming was shocked and also sighed. There has never been an expert who could truly break through to the Dao fruit realm. I didn't expect that I would be able to witness the birth of a Dao fruit expert while I was still alive. It's been hundreds of millions of years, but all of my regrets have been made up now. First, the eighth tribulation Zhu Bing, who had never appeared before, appeared. Now, a Dao fruit expert was born. One after another, unforeseen events. The blood in Wu Ming's heart that had been silent for a long time gradually revived. It seems that I should also make a breakthrough. As Wu Ming spoke, a powerful aura appeared on his body. Seeing this, Xiao Qingfeng was surprised. Are you going to break through to the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing? I've accumulated a lot of foundation over the years. I can barely break through. Wu Ming smiled. He was not afraid of the upcoming heavenly tribulation at all. On the side, the skybreaking halberd fell into a daze. A breakthrough? Was he going to break through again? He still remembered that when he broke through to the fifth tribulation Zhu Bing, Wu Ming was only a third tribulation Zhu Bing, and the Godslayer was only a fourth tribulation Zhu Bing. But now, he was still a fifth tribulation Zhu Bing, but one was about to go from the third tribulation to the fifth tribulation, and the other was even more exaggerated. He had directly jumped from the fourth tribulation to the eighth tribulation. The comparison. The skybreaking halberd felt stifled. It turned out that unknowingly, the gap between him and the other Zhu Bing had been widened, and even surpassed. There was no reason. The skybreaking halberd also had an impulse to break through. But when he thought of the horror of the sixth tribulation, he forcibly suppressed the thought in his heart. He successfully broke through to the fifth tribulation because of his many years of accumulation in the demon abyss. But it was not so easy to break through to the sixth tribulation. The skybreaking halberd felt that his foundation had been strengthened a lot after cultivating in the heavenly court, but there was still a big gap to go through the sixth tribulation. 10 years. Give me another 10 years of accumulation, and I'm almost confident that I can pass the tribulation. Xianxia secretly set a goal for himself. 10 years. He had to accumulate enough foundation in 10 years, and then pass the sixth tribulation. Beside him, Xiao Qingfeng nodded. It's naturally a good thing that you can break through. Go, I hope you can pass the tribulation successfully. To be honest, Wu Ming's sudden tribulation also surprised him. But it was only for a moment, and then Xiao Qingfeng felt relieved. No matter what, Wu Ming was his Zhu Bing. If he succeeded in passing the tribulation, his strength would also increase greatly. 5th tribulation Zhu Bing in hand. Xiao Qingfeng felt that his strength should be the strongest among all the third-level true immortals in the heavenly court. Even Zhao Huang. He might not be his match. With Xiao Qingfeng's approval, Wu Ming directly left the Eastern War God Temple, broke through the southern heavenly gate, and instantly disappeared into the atmosphere. In less than half a day, thunder rolled down, indicating that the tribulation had officially begun. On the other side, the majestic aura emanating from Qin Shujian was still suppressing the heavenly court, and it was becoming more and more intense. Dao fruit. Chu Kuangtu, who was cultivating in the hall, suddenly changed his expression. As a Dao fruit expert of the second era, he was more familiar with this level of aura than anyone else. Soon, Chu Kuangtu thought of something. Could it be that the Qin Emperor used the power of time to break through the Dao fruit realm? It shouldn't be. Breaking through the Dao fruit realm is not limited by time at all. Otherwise, how could there be so few Dao fruit experts in each era? He first thought of the power of time a few years ago, but soon overturned his guess. Breaking through the Dao fruit realm. It was not something that could be achieved with enough time. Some cultivators had existed since the beginning of the era, but they could not break through the threshold at the end of the era. The reason was. It was because the Dao fruit realm had nothing to do with the length of time. Whether one broke through or not was a mysterious matter. After all, although the power of time was difficult to comprehend, as long as one reached the 9th level of immortal and hardened his heart to comprehend it, there was still a high chance of success. If everyone could use the power of time to break through the Dao fruit realm, in that case, the number of Dao fruits in each epoch would definitely increase by at least 4 to 5 times. After all, though the fruits of Dao in each epoch were rare, 9th heaven immortals might not be plentiful, but their numbers were definitely frighteningly large. He felt that familiar aura. Chu Kuangtu could not keep calm at all. At this moment, he used his divine thought. The originally closed door of the hall suddenly opened and Niu Dali walked in from outside. You feel it, right? Yes, the aura of the Dao fruit realm. The Qin Emperor may be about to break through. Chu Kuangtu nodded slightly in response to Niu Dali's question. Niu Dali looked solemn. How could the Qin Emperor break through so quickly in this era? Even if he has the foundation of the third era, it is impossible for him to reach the Dao fruit realm in just a few decades. You should know that it took us more than 1,000,000 years to break through the Dao fruit realm. The Qin Emperor's breakthrough this time is somewhat unusual. Every Dao fruit expert had to go through millions or even billions of years of bitter cultivation to finally break through the boundary. But this era was different. The lifespan of a perfected immortal was only 129,600 years, so no Dao fruit had been born until now. In the ancient era, if Qin Song did not die halfway, there was hope for him to break through. However, the overall probability of a breakthrough was incomparable to that of other eras. From this, it could be seen just how difficult it was to break through to Dao fruit. How long had it been since Qin Shujian advanced to the true immortal realm? At most, it had only been a few decades. Even the reincarnation of other Dao fruits would not have been able to complete the path to the true immortal realm in a few decades, let alone advance to the Dao fruit realm. Hearing this, Chu Kuangtu said in a deep voice, the Qin Emperor's path is completely different from ours. The fact that he could reach the threshold of the Dao fruit so quickly must have something to do with his unique path. Furthermore, have you noticed that the Qin Emperor's aura is much stronger than when cultivators break through to the Dao fruit realm? If he really breaks through, he might be comparable to the ancient gods of the first era. In all the epochs, the strongest batch of Dao fruits were the Dao fruits of the first epoch. He thought of those ancient gods. Chu Kuangtu also showed a deep fear. Although Niu Dali was also a Dao fruit of the first era, he wasn't qualified to be called an ancient god. In fact, as a Dao fruit, Niu Dali was only the mount of a powerful ancient god. The fallen Taiqing holy man was one of the ancient gods. Impossible. Niu Dali refuted Chu Kuangtu's words as soon as he finished speaking. The ancient gods are much stronger than you think. Although you and I are Dao fruits, we are still far from being comparable to the ancient gods. Although the Qin Emperor's aura is terrifying, I don't think it's possible for him to be comparable to the ancient gods. No one knew the ancient gods better than him. Niu Dali still felt a lingering fear when he recalled the strength of the Taiqing holy man. That kind of strength. It didn't mean that one could compete with him just because they were Dao fruits. In the third era, the Taiqing holy man wouldn't have fallen at the end of the era if he hadn't been searching for the true secret. That kind of existence. Even the end of the era couldn't really threaten him. Only when the entire universe was completely destroyed and there was no possibility for it to be reborn, would the ancient gods truly walk towards extinction. In the current few epochs, the fallen ancient gods were all searching for something on their own initiative and had no choice but to fall. In short, they were no different from committing suicide. Let's wait and see. If the Qin Emperor can really reach the Dao fruit level, it'll be a good thing for you and me. Chu Kuangtu sighed. Their biggest weakness now was that they didn't have the Dao fruit to suppress them. If Qin Shujian could break through, then their only weakness would be made up. He had a hunch. The real battle wasn't far away. It was just right for someone to break through at this time. After that, Chu Kuangtu's gaze fell on Niu Dali. If the Qin Emperor succeeds, it's a little inappropriate for you and me, as seniors, to be still in the upper three true immortal realms. So what if it's inappropriate? The Dao fruit level can't be broken through at will. Niu Dali shook his head. He didn't care. Immediately, he turned and left the hall. Seeing this, Chu Kuangtu waved his hand and the hall door slammed shut. After the hall door closed, he sat down cross-legged and prepared for the next round of cultivation. However, after a quarter of an hour, Chu Kuangtu helplessly opened his eyes. He realized Qin Shujian was now breaking through. His aura was overwhelming the heavenly court and he couldn't calm down at all. He couldn't calm down. Naturally, he couldn't concentrate on cultivation. There's no way to stay in the heavenly court. Chu Kuangtu couldn't help but complain in his heart. But he also understood. A true immortal transforming into the Dao fruit level was indeed powerful. Ordinary cultivators couldn't compete with him at all. There was no other way. Chu Kuangtu could only walk out of the hall and walk out of the southern heavenly gate. He couldn't stay in the heavenly court any longer. He could only go to the four continents and open up a cave to cultivate. Compared with the heavenly court, the four continents were destined to be much worse. But there was no other way. If he didn't leave, he couldn't cultivate at all. In this way, even if the four continents were a little worse, he could only make do. When Chu Kuangtu left, some true immortals, like him, left the heavenly court and returned to the four continents to cultivate. For a time, there were only a few immortals left in the heavenly court. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian sat upright on the emperor's throne. The Dao runes became thicker and thicker, and one could even vaguely see the flow of laws. Rumble, the laws turned into a long river, and it was like a surging river. Soon, the long river of laws appeared one after another. Then, Qin Shujian's body was shining with endless rays of light. The rays of light directly broke through the restraints of the inner hall of the heavenly palace and even the heavenly courts, shining in the eyes of all living beings in the four great continents. There were billions of rays of light. There was also endless purple qi. All the cultivators in the four great continents looked up at the phenomenon in the sky at this moment. There was shock in their eyes, but more than that, they were puzzled. They did not understand. Why would such a phenomenon appear in the world for no reason? A natural phenomenon. Something unusual must have happened. Could it be that some expert has broken through? Some cultivators immediately thought of the breakthrough of an expert. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately sneered. Since when has there been such a phenomenon when an expert breaks through? Even if it's a perfected immortal breaking through, it can only affect such a large area. That's right. It's definitely not a phenomenon caused by an expert breaking through. The phenomenon of an expert breaking through to the perfected immortal realm is nothing compared to this. Maybe the heavenly courts know what's going on. Many cultivators were discussing. The phenomenon in the world now aroused the curiosity of many people. However, no matter how curious they were, they could not figure out what was going on. Purple qi was vast. Rays of light shone. It lasted for half a year. In the beginning, many cultivators were very interested in the heaven and earth anomaly, but as time passed, they gradually got used to it. The so-called appearance of a supreme treasure and the breakthrough of an expert were all overturned. Because no supreme treasure was born, and no expert was breaking through, there would be no changes for half a year. What exactly was it, they still did not understand. However, the phenomenon had existed for a long time and there were no adverse consequences, so these cultivators naturally did not care. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, Qin Shujian was still sitting cross-legged. The time formation that had been maintained was now on the verge of collapse under the pressure of that ancient aura. Zhou Tian pushed his power to the extreme with the star map, frantically suppressing the formation. In the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying saber was completely captivated. He realized. When his gaze landed on Qin Shujian's Dao aura, there were some mysterious changes. However, he wasn't sure what those changes were. But there was a voice in Godslayer's heart that told him, "Don't worry." As long as he comprehended enough, there was hope for him to advance to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Regarding this, Godslayer was naturally very enthusiastic. After all, he was now an 8th tribulation Zhu Bing. If he went up, he would be a 9th tribulation. To be honest, Godslayer wasn't confident that he could break through the 9th tribulation. When he broke through the 8th tribulation, he had already used up all his means. In the end, it was Qin Shujian who helped him and he barely succeeded in passing the tribulation. Even the 8th tribulation was like this. The power of the 9 tribulations would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, if he really faced the 9th tribulation, Godslayer felt that his chances of defeat were higher. Now, if he could comprehend Qin Shujian's Dao aura and increase his chances of breaking through to the 9 tribulations in the future, it would undoubtedly be a great thing. So, ever since the strange phenomenon appeared, the god-slaying saber had completely calmed its mind and seriously comprehended that mysterious thing. Time passed. The vision also became stronger and stronger. First, the heavenly palace shook, then the heavenly court shook. With Qin Shujian as the center, a boundless power swept across the entire astral wind layer in an instant. At that moment, any creature existing in the astral wind layer couldn't help but bow down in worship. And the creatures in the 4 continents all looked up at the sky. There. It was completely covered by purple at some point. That thick purple gas could no longer be described by how many miles it stretched. It was as if a purple cloud had condensed below the sky and covered the world, and would descend at any time. That feeling. It cast a lingering shadow in the hearts of all living beings. Zhongzhou's imperial city. Emperor Zhao stood in the palace garden, looking at the sky with his hands behind his back. His expression was extremely complicated. Since the appearance of the vision, it had caused a lot of panic among the human race, but he suppressed it all. Until now. The human race had already gotten used to the vision. But in reality, only an expert at his level could clearly sense how terrifying the aura contained in the phenomenon was. In front of that aura, he was no different from an ant. In fact, Emperor Zhao suspected that even if he broke through to the upper 3 true immortal levels, there wouldn't be much of a difference. It's said that if you don't break through to the true immortal level, you're an ant. When you break through to the true immortal level, you're still an ant in front of more powerful true immortals. Now, even more powerful true immortals are ants in front of existences above the true immortal level. The Tao is endless. Then, are there existences who can treat Tao fruits like ants? For no reason, such a thought appeared in Emperor Zhao's mind. There might be existences who treated Tao fruits like ants, but that was not something he could understand. In this era, there wasn't even a single Tao fruit, let alone existences who surpassed it. Next to Emperor Zhao stood Xiang. The crown prince of the great Zhao dynasty also had a solemn expression. Father, do you think the Emperor of Heaven has a chance of successfully breaking through? It's hard to say. Emperor Zhao shook his head and said indifferently, the ancient Emperor of Heaven was also a hero of his generation, but in the end, he fell on the path to Tao fruit. The current Emperor of Heaven is the reincarnation of Tao fruit, and his foundation is even more powerful. It's not impossible for him to achieve what the ancient Emperor of Heaven failed to do. It's just that since the beginning of this era, there has never been an expert who could take that step. Whether the Emperor of Heaven can break through or not depends on the will of the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao paused and said again, however, if the Emperor of Heaven can successfully break through, then the problem of the demon abyss will no longer be a problem, and the disaster a million years ago will no longer be possible. Although the demon abyss was very strong, there was definitely no Tao fruit. Or else, in the ancient times, the great thousand worlds should have been destroyed. Therefore, once Qin Shujian successfully broke through, the heavenly court would have the capital to sweep through the demon abyss. Emperor Zhao hoped from the bottom of his heart that the other party could break through that threshold. Hearing that, Xiang nodded thoughtfully. The demon abyss was indeed a huge hidden danger. Ever since the ancient times were destroyed, the problem of the demon abyss had been a knife hanging over the heads of the myriad races. Even now that the heavenly court had been established and the myriad races' strength had greatly increased, no one dared to relax. The reason was, it was because the threat of the demon abyss still existed. In the inner world. Now, the entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The Tongtian Mountains, this was the territory of the Eldar. Jianmu had now grown to the point where he could reach the heavens and the earth. He had completely realized what Qin Shujian had said in the past. The tree trunk was 1,000,000 feet tall. The lush branches and leaves covered most of the Tongtian Mountains. The world is transforming. No, it should be the world is advancing. I can already feel it. It's a sign that the path ahead is about to be opened. Jianmu woke up from his deep sleep. The branches and leaves trembled slightly, and a surge of divine sense was awakened from the tree trunk. It had been more than 90,000 years since the world was born. As the first living being in the world, he had already reached the peak of the 6th level of the immortal realm tens of thousands of years ago. But because of the middle world, it made it much more difficult for Jianmu to break through from the 6th level of the immortal realm to the 7th level of the immortal realm. Such a difficulty. In fact, it was no less difficult than the perfected immortals of the great wide world. Because both of them broke through the limits of the world and advanced to another level. Of course. In terms of difficulty, breaking through to the great wide world was more difficult than breaking through to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm in the middle world. But there was a limit. Even though the builder tree was the first living being to be born in the world and possessed unparalleled talent, it was still extremely powerful. However, it was not an easy task to cross this boundary. For tens of thousands of years, he had been stuck at the 6th level of the immortal realm. Even though his foundation was growing every moment, it was far from breaking through the limits of the world. But now, Jianmu saw hope. The world was advancing, and the upper limit of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm was gradually being opened. At that moment, the aura on his body had begun to boil. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the Eldar in the Tongtian Mountains. For a moment, many Eldar powerhouses came in front of Jianmu and bowed. "Greetings, my emperor." The weakest of those Eldar powerhouses was at the peak of the immortal realm. Among them, there were no less than 10 perfected immortals. Such a foundation. Those weak races couldn't compare at all. This was also the reason why the Eldar were known as the #1 clan in the inner worlds. Even the human race paled in comparison to them. Shortly after, an Eldar true immortal straightened his body and asked respectfully, "May I ask my emperor what is going on? I feel like the entire world is changing." After saying this, the other Eldar experts also pricked up their ears, waiting for Jianmu's reply. Usually, this Eldar emperor was always in a state of deep sleep and rarely woke up. Now that the world had just changed, the other party had awakened. It would be impossible to say that there was no connection between the two. Furthermore, their emperor was the first living being to be born in the world. If there were any changes in the world, the other party would definitely know the reason. Hearing this, Jianmu's slow and dignified voice rang out. "Just as you have sensed, the entire world is changing. Strictly speaking, it shouldn't be called a change, but a promotion." Promotion? Some Eldar experts were stunned. Jianmu said, "That's right, promotion. The world is now promoting to a higher level. In the past, the level 6 immortal was the limit for the world. Now that the world is promoting, I can already see the path ahead. In that case, my emperor is about to break through." The Eldar experts were ecstatic. Ling Huang was about to break through. For the entire Eldar, this was great news. Now, although Ling Huang was also the #1 expert in the world, Ling Huang wasn't the only one who had reached the level 6 immortal. Some of the other emperors of the big clans were also at the same level. But if their emperor made another breakthrough, the Eldar might have the chance to sweep through all the clans. "Yes, I am about to break through," Jianmu admitted frankly, then said, "If I can break through, the emperors of the other clans will also be able to take this opportunity to break through the threshold of level 6 immortal. All of you, prepare yourselves. I have a feeling that this promotion might intensify the conflict between the clans. We understand. You may leave. Don't let any cultivators disturb me. Yes. Many Eldar experts obeyed the order. Immediately, the Eldar entered a state of martial law. Jianmu didn't pay too much attention to this. He immersed himself in the world and silently comprehended the changes in the world, trying to find the opportunity to break through. When the Eldar was in a state of martial law, the human clan also entered a state of martial law. Feng, who was already the human emperor, was sitting upright in a huge palace. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from his body, enough to suppress everything. The world is promoting, and my path ahead is about to open. Feng murmured softly, and a light flashed in his eyes. The path ahead was opened. It meant that the level 6 immortal was no longer the limit of the world. In the future, the level 7 immortal, level 8 immortal, and even level 9 immortal would appear one after another. The upper limit of the experts would be higher. The conflict between the clans would be more intense. Now, all the top clans used the existence of the level 6 immortal as the standard. However, as long as the world was successfully promoted, the level 6 immortal would no longer be qualified to be called the top. I can feel the promotion of the world. I think they can do the same. I'm afraid that the emperors of the top clans are all waiting for this opportunity to promote. However, the possibility of the other emperors advancing immediately is not high. On the contrary, the Eldar is the most likely to be the first to break through. Thinking of Jianmu, Feng's expression turned solemn. If there was anyone in the world that he was most afraid of, Jianmu was definitely at the top. Fortunately, right now, the relationship between the human clan and Eldar was not bad. In the past, when the human clan was born, he also owed Eldar a lot. Now that the human clan was strong, although they did not form an alliance with Eldar, they could be considered to coexist peacefully. Even if Jianmu successfully broke through, Feng did not think that Eldar would attack the human clan. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Instead of leaving the possibility in the hands of others, it was better to control his own fate. The promotion of the world, this is my chance. When I break through to the level 7 immortal in one go, dragons, humph. Feng snorted coldly and closed his eyes. His mind was immersed in the world, silently comprehending the changes. The world was advancing. The entire process was not very fast, nor was it very slow. At the beginning, only the top emperors of the various clans sensed the changes in the world. However, as the movement of the advancement became greater and greater, some true immortals of the various clans, as well as cultivators below the true immortal realm, slowly sensed that the world was undergoing an earth-shattering transformation. At this moment, the world shook. A huge amount of spiritual energy erupted from the ground, forming a tide that swept across the entire world. At that moment, some cultivators broke through on the spot, while some cultivators accidentally went berserk under the impact of the spiritual energy tide and exploded. However, the number of cultivators who advanced was far more than the number of cultivators who exploded and died. A few days later, the strength of the cultivators of the myriad clans had increased by a level. Rumble, the advancement of heaven and earth was completely different from the transformation of a minor thousand world to a middle thousand world. This time, the advancement took even longer. The spirit chi tide was a great opportunity for the living beings of the inner world. Whether it was a perfected immortal or a heavenly martial artist, in front of the spirit chi tide, they had obtained many benefits. Among them, the advancement of the inner world caused the hidden mother stream to appear in heaven and earth. Those perfected immortals took this opportunity to comprehend their own laws and break through their original realm. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth, I'm about to break through. A human perfected immortal looked at the mother stream in the sky with an intoxicated look on his face. The path he was taking now had never been taken by anyone before. Every step he took was a path opened by himself. Under normal circumstances, the path ahead would not be so easy to open. But it was different now. The heaven and earth laws were all present. Observing the myriad Tao laws and gaining insights from them to open up one's own laws was much easier. This was a blessing that benefited the myriad races, Just as the myriad races of the inner world were making breakthroughs, heaven and earth were also crazily expanding. At the same time, Xianxia, whose mind was focused on the core of heaven and earth, was completely expanding with the expansion of heaven and earth. Then, it was the heaven and earth reciprocation. Rumble, his body buzzed and vibrated. Endless laws appeared on the surface of his body, then turned into Taoist rhymes and engraved on his skin. Lines were engraved, and bright golden light burst out. Each rune represented a complete set of rules. As more and more lines appeared, Xianxia's aura became more and more terrifying. The Great Thousand World. It began to breed a shocking thunder tribulation. Dark clouds covered the purple chi. Red lightning bolts moved around like wild dragons, each of them emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. However, the tribulation clouds formed, but no thunder tribulation fell, as if heaven and earth were afraid of something. In the deepest part of the Dead Sea region, the huge stone statue shook violently, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the dangers in the surrounding sea to explode and die. Stone fragments fell. The sleeping stone statue seemed to be completely awakened. This aura definitely comes from the Tao fruit level. I didn't expect that after so many years, a Tao fruit level expert would be born in this world. Yang was both shocked and excited at the same time. The birth of a Tao fruit proved that there was a path ahead. As early as Xianxia came, he knew that there was a Tao fruit realm above. However, under the premise that no one had broken through in this era, he always had a certain degree of doubt. However, things were different now. This aura that made his heart palpitate definitely originated from the Tao fruit level. At this moment, Yang felt his soul tremble. Even though he was already a half-step Tao fruit expert and was only a step away from the Tao fruit realm, he could still sense how terrifying it was. Very strong, he was terrifyingly strong. Yang did not know who had broken through to the Tao fruit realm. However, he understood that if he were to face an existence of this level, he would definitely die. Regarding this, Yang could not help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. Although he had been imprisoned here for hundreds of millions of years, he did not want to die here. When the Sea of Death was affected, Heaven Abyss sighed. Ian, who had already woken up, was also incomparably shocked. He had always thought that he would be the strongest expert in the world, but now it seemed that an even stronger existence was about to be born. Compared to such an existence, Ian felt that he was no match for it at all. At this moment, not only did his inner world undergo a powerful transformation and upgrade, but the upper-class world also had a variety of strange phenomena. The living beings of the two worlds were completely in a state of shock. As for those players, they were all in a state of eating melons. After closing the forum, Fu Moyan's current face was completely that of a stranger. Recalling what he had seen just now, his brows were also tightly furrowed. "Senior, do you know what happened?" After not playing the game for a period of time, Fu Moyan did not expect that there would be such a huge change in the game now. An incomparably powerful phenomenon. It covered the 4 major continents. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of opportunity had appeared to cause such a powerful phenomenon to appear. If it was possible, Fu Moyan had the urge to play the game and see if he could snatch the opportunity. Hearing this, Qin Yi's voice was inexplicable. "I know." "Senior, you really know?" Fu Moyan's spirit was lifted. He was just asking casually, but he did not expect the other party to really know. Immediately, he hurriedly said, "Then is it some powerful opportunity? Is there any possibility of me obtaining it?" "An opportunity is an opportunity, but it's not your opportunity. Not to mention you, even if a true immortal of the upper 3 grades gets involved, it will be a dead end." Qin Yi's tone was strange. Fu Moyan could also tell that something was wrong with the other party. "Senior, can you explain in detail?" "Strictly speaking, the phenomenon of the upper-class world is not the birth of any opportunity, but caused by the main body's breakthrough." The phenomenon caused by the Emperor of Heaven's breakthrough, Fu Moyan was completely shocked. It was actually caused by Qin Shujian's breakthrough. What kind of breakthrough could cause such a powerful phenomenon? Furthermore, it had lasted for such a long time without stopping. Qin Yi said, "True immortal is not the end. With your current realm, there are many things that you can't understand. When you grow up in the future, you will naturally know. Don't think too much now. Complete the mission with peace of mind and then increase your strength. That level, to be honest, it's too far away from you. It dealt a blow to Fu Moyan. Immediately after, Qini added, the main body is about to succeed in breaking through. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, the heavenly Tao of your world might not be able to do anything to me. He did not explain too much. The Tao fruit level was not something a cultivator who had not even reached the God martial realm was qualified to come into contact with. When Fu Moyan heard this, even though he was curious, it was not good for him to ask too much. He tidied up. He left the room. Ever since he killed a few cultivators last time, Fu Moyan's ranking on the wanted list had risen by another level, second only to Dongfeng Shua, who was ranked first. It was also because of this. The Heaven Wasteland Great World's bounty on him had also increased by a lot. Until now, Fu Moyan had no choice but to change his appearance frequently to prevent the other party from finding him. Technology is also a problem. Although the cultivation of the Heaven Wasteland Great World was backward, its technology was not backward at all. The Heavenly Eye covered all corners of the world, and then there was a large amount of data filtering. As long as he had existed in a certain place, even if he had changed his appearance, it would not take long to deduce his changed identity. For this, Fu Moyan had to change his appearance every few days. The boundless world. The heavenly court. The formation of time had all been broken. Even with Zhou Tian's star map as the formation eye, the time formation itself was not an exquisite and powerful formation. As a result, even with the suppression of a supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing, there was no way it could be so strong that it was unbreakable. So, the time formation was broken. In less than 10 years, it was declared broken. To this, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to it, because his entire body and mind were immersed in the inner world. When he was in the inner world, as early as thousands of years ago, he had entered the stage of breaking through. But until now, the inner world had truly begun to advance. And with the advancement of the inner world, Qin Shujian felt that his entire body and mind were undergoing a transformation. A vast river of time could be vaguely seen. Qin Shujian's figure sitting upright in the heavenly palace seemed to have become a little weaker. At the same time, the same figure had appeared in the river of time. The universe's long river of time. Qin Shujian found that he was now inside the long river of time, completely different from the time when he entered the long river of time and stepped on the river water. The current him. His entire body was soaked in the river water. A powerful binding force came from all directions, making him feel a lot of resistance when he tried to move. If I want to become a Tao fruit, I have to jump out of time. Any cultivator will have a past, present, and future in the long river of time, and I am the reincarnation of a Tao fruit, so there is no past and future. Compared to ordinary cultivators, I have a certain advantage. But in fact, although I don't have a past or future, I have a present. Qin Shujian's thoughts turned, and he was very clear about his current situation. Strictly speaking, his real physical body still existed in the heavenly court, in a state of breakthrough. What had entered the long river of time now was only his soul. He reached out his hand. Qin Shujian stirred the river water. The movement of the river water indicated the passing of lifespan. The river of time doesn't exist in my past or future, but it exists in my present. It is also because my present body is still bound by the river of time that there is a limit to my lifespan. Even if my lifespan is extremely long, there will still be an end. Therefore, what I need to do now is to surpass the river of time and completely remove my present body from the imprint of the river of time. With that thought in mind, Qin Shujian suddenly punched out. A power that could destroy the heavens and the earth began to stir wildly in the river, and the binding force immediately weakened. Take this opportunity. He took a step forward and floated up to the surface of the river. Immediately after, another punch was thrown. However, before the binding force weakened, a heaven-collapsing and earth-shattering power fell from the river. Qin Shujian's floating body was suddenly knocked down a little. The body formed by the divine soul also seemed to have become a little blurry. Regarding this, Qin Shujian didn't panic. When he reached out his hand, Zhou Tian's star map appeared out of thin air. The supreme treasure comparable to the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing faced the power that was falling down. Boom. The 2 tyrannical forces shook the long river of time violently. Normally speaking, when a cultivator broke through to the Dao fruit realm and broke free from the long river of time, there was no way to borrow external forces. However, Zhou Tian's star map was different. In other eras, it could be called an innate supreme treasure. In this era, it could be called the 9 tribulations Zhu Bing. Such a supreme treasure. It already involved the Dao fruit realm. Therefore, even when a cultivator broke through to the Dao fruit realm and broke free from the long river of time by himself, he could still borrow the help of supreme treasures. Zhou Tian's star map emitted a brilliant light. A river of stars crossed the sky and directly bombarded the long river of time. Immediately after, extremely powerful star beasts erupted with attacks, constantly shaking the long river of time. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate. He clenched one hand into a fist and took advantage of the moment when the long river of time was shaking to forcefully tear it apart. Instantly, there was a moment of stagnation in the river. A crack appeared in it, as if the river had been cut off. However, it only lasted for less than a breath before the river was about to converge again. However, even if it was only a breath of time, Qin Shujian took this opportunity to directly step out of the long river of time. The moment he left the river, the many invisible shackles on his body all collapsed. Endless Taoist rhymes appeared from his body and wrapped his divine soul away. Above the great thousand world, the void cracked open. A beam of golden light bombarded down and directly landed on Qin Shujian's body. Buzz, heaven and earth buzzed. The tribulation clouds that had been condensing for a long time finally bombarded at this moment. At the same time, Qin Shujian, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened his eyes. A beam of golden light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, it swept across the vast thousand world. Then, it penetrated the barrier between heaven and earth and disappeared into the endless void. Heavenly tribulation. The golden light disappeared. Qin Shujian raised his head. His gaze directly passed through the obstruction of the heavenly palace and saw the lightning falling from above. He slowly got up. A vast and boundless aura instantly erupted from his body. Like a wave, it swept in all directions with him as the center. The heavenly quartz formation collapsed, the heaven and earth astral wind seal. At this moment, all the living beings in the 4 great continents could not help but worship. Perfected immortals were fine too. Or ordinary cultivators. At this moment, there was no difference. The aura swept very quickly, but it also disappeared very quickly. Qin Shujian did not move at all, and his figure had already disappeared from the emperor's throne. In the next breath, he appeared below the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation that was originally bombarding down seemed to have encountered a powerful obstacle. It directly froze in midair, and then quietly dissipated. The tribulation clouds surged. A huge eye appeared from the sky. There was no trace of emotion in the eye. Only the appearance of all living beings could be seen inside. The heavenly path. The moment Qin Shujian saw the eye, he recognized the identity of the eye. It was the manifestation of the will of the heavenly path of the great wide world itself. You know very well where I come from. Everything I do is beneficial to you and not harmful at all. His calm words were heard. There was no fluctuation in his eyes at all. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. I'm giving you face because you're the heavenly path and gave birth to all living beings in the world. I hope you don't be ungrateful. If you really want to make a move, I'll destroy you now. You should know that I have the strength now. As he spoke, endless Dao runes appeared on his body. Behind him, there was also a vast illusory image of heaven and earth condensing, faintly contending with the great wide world. It was the manifestation of the power of the inner world. After the inner world was promoted to the great wide world, Qin Shujian could already materialize the inner world. On one side was the heavenly path of the great wide world. On the other side was the manifestation of the power of the inner world. Even though neither side made a move, the natural power that overflowed had already turned everything around into nothingness. The scene was silent. Qin Shujian looked at the huge eye. The two did not move at all. Only the surrounding void was constantly collapsing and regenerating. After a long time, the huge eye slowly retreated. As it left, all of the tribulation clouds dissipated. Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not stop it. The huge eye was the manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao. However, the will of the heavenly Tao did not have the intelligence of a living being. It could only follow the rules and do what was beneficial to the world. Just like before, the establishment of the heavenly court was beneficial to the myriad races. Therefore, the heavenly Tao gave a certain degree of luck. But it was different now. Qin Shujian broke through the Tao fruit realm and completely broke free from the shackles of the world. This was a threat to the heavenly Tao. Therefore, it wanted to eliminate this threat. However, Qin Shujian was too strong, making the heavenly Tao feel a greater threat. After weighing the pros and cons of the two, in the end, it chose to retreat. All the phenomena disappeared. Qin Shujian's body suddenly disappeared in the void. In the next breath, he appeared in the array above the heavenly court. Sanhua was still suppressing the illusory star map of Zhoutian. Years of consumption. It caused the stars placed inside to lose a lot of power. Qin Shujian only took a glance at it and saw through the actual situation of the formation. In another 10 years, the power of the stars should be exhausted. It is not advisable to spoil things by excessive enthusiasm, he shook his head. But Qin Shujian did not do anything. With the original situation of the Great Thousand World, if he did not do this, there was no way to fight against the demon abyss. Of course, that was a matter of the past. In the past, the Great Thousand World did not have enough powerhouses, so they had to be cautious when facing the demon abyss. But it was different now. He broke through to the Tao fruit realm. Qin Shujian no longer took the so-called demon abyss seriously. Although the breakthrough from the half-step Tao fruit realm to the Tao fruit realm was only a small step, in fact, it was the difference between two worlds. At this moment, the Sanhua sword shook and transformed into a human figure. It bowed respectfully to Qin Shujian. Sanhua greets the Emperor of Heaven. His tone and attitude were unprecedentedly respectful. Compared to the past, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no other way. Although he had submitted to Qin Shujian in the past, he was still a Khanate cardinal treasure. He was qualified to be ranked as a Tao fruit-level divine weapon. Qin Shujian was powerful. However, he was only an upper third-layer true immortal. However, things were different now. After breaking through to the Tao fruit realm, the other party's life level had undergone a metamorphosis. In any epoch, Tao fruit experts were existences that truly stood at the apex of the universe. The fallen swordmaster was one such existence, and so was Qin Shujian. Therefore, even though Sanhua was a Khanate supreme treasure, he didn't dare to be careless. No need for formalities. Thank you, Emperor of Heaven. Sanhua straightened up. Qin Shujian said, "You used to be a swordmaster divine weapon. You and I should have been enemies. However, since you turned back and have guarded the heavenly court for a period of time, you can be considered to have made up for your mistakes. I will let bygones be bygones. Now, do you want to continue staying in the heavenly court, or do you want to leave the heavenly court and find the next person of destiny? If you stay, I will confer you a true deity position and give you the right to enter the heavenly court to discuss matters. However, if you don't want to stay in the heavenly court, I will definitely not force you." If it was in the past, there was no way Qin Shujian was going to let a Khanate supreme treasure go. However, things were different now. He had broken through to the Tao fruit realm in a more powerful way. Compared to the third epoch, he was far from comparable to the third epoch. Moreover, Zhou Tian's star map had also advanced to a level comparable to the 9 tribulation Zubings. Although a Khanate supreme treasure was precious, if the other party really didn't want to stay, Qin Shujian didn't want to force him. Hearing that, Sanhua fell silent. He understood that Qin Shujian's words were giving him the right to make the decision. The choice he made would represent his future fate. After a while, Xianxia said in a deep voice, "If the Emperor of Heaven doesn't abandon me, I'm willing to stay in the heavenly court." Instead of leaving the heavenly court to find the next ruler, it was better to stay in the heavenly court with peace of mind. In any case, if the so-called person of destiny really appeared, then sooner or later, he would grow up. When that time came, he would also come to the heavenly court. In that case, he didn't need to waste too much time. Good. Qin Shujian took out the investiture of the gods and said loudly, "Xianxia, come forward and receive the title." "Yes, your majesty." Khanate supreme treasures are the most powerful among all divine weapons in the world. Today, I will confer you the title of Sword Ancestor, and all longsword-type weapons will be led by you. After saying that, a powerful force rose from the investiture of the gods and landed on Xianxia. At the same time, an even more powerful force came from Xianhua's body. In an instant, the investiture of the gods' aura surged. As a supreme treasure conferred by the heavenly court, its rank was not low, and it was comparable to Zhu Bing's. Now, with the help of the Khanate supreme treasure, it was able to rise in rank. Until now, the investiture of the gods had reached the level of sixth tribulation Zhu Bing, and it was not weaker than Tiandi Bell and the heaven-reaching mirror. At the same time, all the longswords in the 4 great continents seemed to have been born with intelligence, and they all let out a pleasant sound. Then, the swords tilted slightly and bowed in the direction of Xianxia. Thousands of swords bowing to the ancestor, nothing could be more powerful than this. When Xianxia ascended to the deity position, the immortals and gods who left their names on the investiture of the gods also received the news immediately. Sword Ancestor, what a domineering title. Zhao Huang's eyes flickered slightly. Not everyone could be called an ancestor. The fact that Xianxia could be called the Sword Ancestor already explained a lot. He didn't know much about Xianhua's existence. He only knew that it was a very powerful divine weapon that had been suppressing the heavenly quartz array. Speaking of which, he didn't pay much attention to that divine weapon. But now, it was different. That divine weapon had been given the title of Sword Ancestor, and its status was much higher than what Emperor Zhao had imagined. Sword Ancestor, how arrogant. How dare a divine weapon call itself an ancestor? Xiang couldn't help but say. In his opinion, Xianxia was not qualified to be the Sword Ancestor at all. Hearing that, Emperor Zhao shook his head. The fact that the Emperor of Heaven could give him the title of Sword Ancestor and that he could take over this title already explains a lot. That Sword Ancestor is not simple. Even someone as powerful as Godslayer didn't get the Saber Ancestor's deity position. Xianxia got the Sword Ancestor's deity position. Thinking about it from another perspective, didn't it mean that Xianxia was more powerful than Godslayer? 8th Tribulation Zhu Bing is already the peak of this era. 9th Tribulation Zhu Bing only exists in legends and has never appeared before. The problem is that a divine weapon that hasn't appeared in this era doesn't mean that it's the same in other eras. Emperor Zhao thought to himself. He had a lot of guesses about Xianhua's origin. When Qin Shujian conferred the title of Sword Ancestor to Xianxia, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali could not sit still. In the inner hall of the heavenly palace, the two of them came together. Qin Shujian seemed to have foreseen it. Before the two of them arrived, he had already set up things in the hall. A pot of green tea with green smoke curling up. There were 3 small cups on the stone table, all of which were filled with spiritual tea. "You two are here. Please take a seat." Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and gestured with a faint smile on his face. Hearing that, Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali cupped their hands solemnly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, the two of them took their seats. After a few years, when they looked at Qin Shujian again, the two of them were filled with emotion. In their eyes, Qin Shujian in front of them was both real and non-existent. It was as if he had entered a state between illusion and illusion. Regarding this, both Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali knew very well in their hearts. This state was called Paoang. When one advanced to the Dao fruit realm, they had already transcended the shackles of heaven and earth and were no longer bound by time. Experts in this realm were qualified to see through illusions and pry into the real level. Therefore, this state was called Paoang. They sighed in their hearts. Chu Kuangtu could not help but sigh in admiration. I didn't expect that you would be the fastest to advance to the Dao fruit realm. I wonder if the method you used now is the rumored rules of myriad Dao. Rules of myriad Dao? Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and chuckled. It's very difficult to reach the Dao with the rules of myriad Dao. This era is following the path of the rules of myriad Dao. Unfortunately, I didn't reach the Dao with the rules of myriad Dao. Just like the three major systems that were announced, I took the path of evolving heaven and earth. Or rather, you can compare me to a boundless world. And I am equivalent to the heavenly way of the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World, the heavenly way, the two of them were both shocked and could not help but look at each other. With their realm, they naturally understood what Qin Shujian meant. However, they did not expect that the Dao that Qin Shujian took would be so powerful. It was comparable to a Great Thousand World. It was not something that the physical sanctification system or the nomological Dao system could compare to. This was because the experts of every era were born in the world. Although they could break through the shackles of the world after advancing to the Dao fruit realm, they were only free from the shackles of the world. It was extremely difficult for them to go against the world. The Great Thousand Worlds. To a certain extent, it was a part of the universe. As such, the power of the heavenly Dao was extremely terrifying. Ordinary Dao fruits did not fear heaven and earth, but if they fought heaven and earth head-on, they had no chance of resisting. Unless, it was one of the ancient gods of the first era. The Qin Emperor is now able to contend against an ancient god. Niao Dali took a deep breath and looked extremely shocked. Ancient god, no one knew better than him how powerful the ancient gods were. Every ancient god was a supreme expert in the universe. Even other Dao fruit experts had no chance of resisting an ancient god. Originally, Niao Dali did not believe that Qin Shujian had the strength to contend against an ancient god. But now, he was not so sure. Qin Shujian smiled faintly and said, "The ancient gods are powerful. I haven't fought them yet, so I don't dare to say that I have 100% confidence that I can contend against them." In other words, it was very obvious. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and the shock in their hearts intensified. Now that the Qin Emperor has made a breakthrough, it is a great thing for us. The ancient god is not here now, and the universe is empty. Now that you are here, as long as there are no major changes, there will be no problems. Chu Kuangtu was relieved. To be honest, he would be lying if he said that he was not jealous of Qin Shujian's breakthrough to the Dao fruit realm. However, Chu Kuangtu was the reincarnation of a Dao fruit after all. As soon as this thought arose, he quickly suppressed it. Jealousy was the most useless thing. The fact that the other party could break through meant that he had absolute strength. As long as there is no final war, no one can threaten the heavenly court. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. The confidence on his face did not diminish. Then he looked at the two people in front of him. You are now stuck at the 7th level of the immortal realm. This is not a solution. I have comprehended the power of time. When the time comes, I will set up a time formation for you. I think it will be enough for you to reach the 9th level of the immortal realm. I can't guarantee that you will be able to reach your peak in the future. The time formation was a shortcut to cultivation, but the drawbacks were equally obvious. In the time formation, one's lifespan would decrease at an extremely fast rate. If one could not get rid of the shackles of lifespan, their lifespan would end as soon as they broke through. After all, cultivating in the time formation was different from cultivating in the outside world. The former required more time. A cultivator with outstanding talent. If it took 30 to 50,000 years to break through to the 9th level of the immortal realm in a normal environment, it might take 2 to 300,000 years in the time formation. Cultivating in seclusion. It was normal to get half the result with twice the effort. Only Dao fruit reincarnations like Chu Kuangtu and Niao Dali, who had plucked the past and future, and whose lifespan was much longer than ordinary perfected immortals, dared to use the time formation to cultivate. The time formation is indeed good. Niao Dali nodded and immediately asked, "Your Majesty, how much time flow can you set up?" Before I broke through, it was not a big problem for me to have a ratio of 1 to 10,000. Now that I've broken through to the Dao fruit realm, I can also achieve a ratio of 1 to 30 to 50,000. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment before giving an answer. He said it casually. But when Chu Kuangtu and Niu Dali heard it, it was a little shocking. 1 to 30 to 50,000. In other words, cultivating in the time formation for 30 to 50,000 years was only 1 year in the outside world. Niu Dali sucked in a breath of cold air. Your Majesty, your control of time is actually so strong. If there is really such a time formation, I will need at most a year in the outside world to recover part of my previous strength. With tens of thousands of years as a buffer, it should not be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Fruit realm, but to advance to the half-step Dao Fruit realm. If that doesn't work, it was 100% possible for him to advance to the 9th level of the Immortal Realm. With his foundation, once he advanced to the 9th level of the Immortal Realm, he could even fight against a half-step Dao Fruit realm cultivator. Chu Kuangtu's thoughts were similar to Niu Dali's. They did not lack lifespan. What they lacked was time. If they had the help of the time formation, then a lot of things could be directly skipped. Your Majesty, if you can set up the time formation, I can break through to the 9th level of the Immortal Realm or even the half-step Dao Fruit realm in a year at most. But I can't guarantee that I can advance to the Dao Fruit realm. Whether I can advance to the Dao Fruit realm or not depends on my opportunity. Yes. Chu Kuangtu nodded and then asked, Your Majesty, now that you have broken through to the Dao Fruit realm, are you planning to attack the Demon Abyss? He still remembered. Qin Shujian wanted to ask the two of them to attack the Demon Abyss together. We'll talk about attacking the Demon Abyss in a year or two. Qin Shujian shook his head and didn't waste too much time on this issue. Next. The three of them chatted for a while. Then, Qin Shujian had personally set up a sizable time formation in their palace. It was different from before the breakthrough. At that time, he had shrunk the formation to the size of a seat and only then could it achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000. But now, even if he set up a formation the size of a palace, it could still achieve a time flow rate of 1 to 10,000. Of course, even if it was shrunk, it would still be in the same speed range. After the breakthrough, Qin Shujian's methods were no longer comparable to those of the past. After doing all these things, he left the Great Thousand World and headed to the Outer Realm. This time, Qin Shujian didn't go through the passage of heaven and earth. Instead, he used his tyrannical strength to ignore the seal of the heaven and earth barrier and directly went into the Outer Realm. The heaven and earth barrier was a self-protection method of the Great Thousand World, but that was only one of its uses. The true purpose of the heaven and earth barrier wasn't to protect the world, but to absorb the power of the outer realm and transform it into the spirit chi that the world needed to grow. Therefore, the defensive power of the heaven and earth barrier wasn't that strong. As long as one was a half-step Dao Fruit expert, they were qualified to break the barrier. As for Dao Fruit experts, they were existences that could ignore the heaven and earth barrier. Leaving the Great Thousand World, Qin Shujian took a simple step and crossed hundreds of millions of miles of the void and directly appeared in front of a floating blood-colored continent. The moment he appeared, the blood-colored continent shook wildly as if it felt a strong threat. The blood-colored color inside surged wildly and turned into a giant hand that covered hundreds of millions of miles of the void and suddenly came down. The huge commotion caused the void outside to tremble. When the cultivators who were exploring the void saw the bloody hand that covered everything, their faces turned pale with fright. Oh no, something big has happened. Run. F*CK, didn't you say that the outer realm is very safe? How could something like this happen? The cultivators' faces turned green as they fled frantically in all directions. In front of the blood-colored hand, no matter what realm a cultivator was at, they felt like ants. That feeling. It was as if as long as the bloody hand fell, he would definitely turn into ashes. However, the crimson hand spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers. No matter how the cultivators fled, they were unable to escape from the crimson hand. At this moment, the bloody hand had already descended. That terrifying aura caused the cultivators' flesh and blood to freeze. Just when they thought they were going to die. In front of the Scarlet Continent, Qin Shujian stretched out a finger unhurriedly and tapped on the blood-red giant hand. In an instant, the giant blood-red hand suddenly dissipated. How dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such petty tricks? Qin Shujian shook his head slowly after destroying the giant blood-red hand with a single finger. His face was filled with disdain. Mo Yuan's attack couldn't be said to be weak. If he hadn't broken through to the Dao Fruit Realm, it wouldn't have been easy for him to receive the attack with his half-step Dao Fruit Realm strength. However, things were different now. A Dao fruit was a Dao fruit. It was not something a half-step Dao fruit could compare to. Just one step, and the difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth. The power that could make a half-step Dao Fruit Realm cultivator wary was nothing in front of a true Dao fruit. It was just a casual tap of the finger. It was destroyed quietly. Emperor Heaven is mighty. Godslayer finally said in his sea of consciousness after holding back for a long time. Even though he was in his sea of consciousness, he could still feel how terrifying that giant hand was. Even so, that giant hand was destroyed by Qin Shujian with a single tap of the finger. This kind of strength had completely exceeded his expectations. What was a Dao fruit? To be honest, Godslayer didn't know at all. It wasn't until Qin Shujian displayed his strength that he truly saw the difference between a Dao Fruit Realm and a Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. He destroyed the bloody hand with a single tap of the finger. Qin Shujian wasn't complacent. Given his current strength, he had completely surpassed the peak of the Third Era and was comparable to an ancient god of the First Era. No matter how powerful Mo Yuan was, he couldn't be compared to an ancient god. Therefore, it was normal for the demonic abyss to attack. It would be strange if it couldn't do it. Standing in the void with his hands behind his back, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on Mo Yuan. It was covered in blood. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a floating continent, but in his eyes, it was the corpse of a fallen Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. Which Dao Fruit Realm cultivator died? His corpse actually remained in this era. Could it really be a backup plan of some unknown Dao Fruit Realm cultivator? Looking at Mo Yuan, Qin Shujian's thoughts had drifted far away. At his level, the only people worthy of his attention were those who were at the same level as him. In front of him was the corpse of a fallen Dao Fruit Realm cultivator. Qin Shujian wasn't sure if the other party had truly died. After all, it wasn't easy for an expert of this level to truly die. Moreover, ordinary Dao Fruit Realm cultivators would basically turn into ashes without leaving any traces behind. But now, with a corpse left behind, he wouldn't believe that there was nothing wrong with it. However, although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't immediately attack Mo Yuan. Anyway, he had already broken through. Mo Yuan was just a small problem. According to the current trend, Mo Yuan would officially collide with the vast thousand worlds in a while. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian turned and left. He decided not to attack Mo Yuan for the time being. When the time was right, he would lead the experts of the Heavenly Court to attack. For the myriad races, Mo Yuan was a shadow branded in their blood. Even if he destroyed Mo Yuan, it wouldn't boost the morale of the myriad races. On the contrary, if he personally led the myriad races to attack Mo Yuan and then destroyed Mo Yuan in one fell swoop, then the myriad races' fear of Mo Yuan would be completely eliminated. At that time, the morale of the myriad races would definitely be greatly boosted. In Qin Shujian's view, the morale of the myriad races was very important. Mo Yuan is just a small problem. With my current strength, it won't be any trouble to destroy Mo Yuan. On the contrary, the battle with the real world in the future is the real highlight. Mo Yuan might as well stay and serve as a whetstone for the myriad races. When the myriad races are honed into an invincible divine weapon, the chances of winning the battle in the future will be greater. Although in the eyes of Dao Fruit Realm cultivators, those below Dao Fruit Realm were ants, it didn't mean that Dao Fruit Realm cultivators could completely ignore the myriad races. On the contrary, at certain critical moments, the myriad races could play a greater role. When Qin Shujian left Mo Yuan's range, inside Mo Yuan, a group of awakened demon gods and ancient demon gods finally calmed down from their trembling state. The demon abyss. Many ancient demon gods who were in deep slumber had awakened. Under the suppression of the ancient demon gods, the demons who had been killing each other had stopped. If they were to be ranked, then the ancient demon gods would be the first. Below them, They were followed by the demon gods and the ordinary demons. However, the ancient demon gods in the demon abyss were frozen on the spot. They looked up at the blood moon with horror in their eyes. That aura is so powerful. It can shake the demon abyss. When did the universe give birth to such a terrifying expert? Hiss. That aura made the ancient demon gods feel like they were no different from ants. Ever since they were born. Some of the powerful ancient demon gods had never felt that way before. They even suspected that the mysterious existence outside the demon abyss was going to break the demon abyss. But now, the aura gradually faded, and the ancient demon gods breathed a sigh of relief. After the shock, some of the ancient demon gods were in disbelief. Impossible. The universe can't give birth to such an expert. It must be the universe's own power that leaked out. Otherwise, if such an expert appeared near the demon abyss, why didn't he break the demon abyss? Hearing that, some of the ancient demon gods nodded in agreement. It was not that they did not want to believe it, but it was too shocking. A power that could make them, as ancient demon gods, feel like ants. What kind of level was that? It was completely beyond their knowledge. Yes, there can't be such an expert in the universe. It seemed that this was the only way to make them feel at ease. At the same time, an aura as vast as the abyss rose from the bottom of the demon abyss. The aura rose, and the entire demon abyss shook violently. All the ancient demon gods who had awakened were shocked when they sensed the power. They were shocked and surprised. This aura is the aura of the eternal ancient demon god. The eternal ancient demon god is waking up from his deep slumber. Some of the ancient demon gods were shocked. The eternal ancient demon god was an existence that stood at the top of the ancient demon gods. There were only a few ancient demon gods who could be compared to him. In front of the aura that shook the demon abyss, even the awakened ancient demon gods were trembling. So strong. The immortal fiend Celestial, who was hiding somewhere in the demon abyss, felt the terrifying aura and did not dare to move. Ever since the awakening of the ancient god fiends, this newly advanced fiend Celestial kept a much lower profile. No matter how hard the immortal demon god racked his brains, he would never have imagined that an ancient demon god would awaken from a deep slumber just a few years after he had become a demon god. It didn't matter if the ancient demon god woke up. But after those ancient demon gods woke up, the other demon gods instantly fell from the top. All these years, there were already quite a number of unlucky demon gods who had been captured by the ancient demon gods. It could be said that, in front of an ancient demon god, the demon god was no different from an ant. Killing a demon god was just a piece of cake for him. Since then, the immortal devil god had kept a low profile. If he could not move, he would not move. He was a silent, transparent devil god. Perhaps it was because he was too low-key, or perhaps it was because the ancient demon gods had no appetite for skeletons. After the immortal demon god kept a low profile, he did not encounter any trouble. But now, the aura that made the demon abyss tremble rose, and made him feel a great threat. No, I can't stay in the demon abyss any longer. In the eyes of those ancient demon gods, we demon gods are dispensable. Maybe one day, disaster will befall me. The immortal demon god shook his head. He did not want to stay in the demon abyss any longer. This place was really too dangerous. If it was possible, he would rather leave the demon abyss and go to the vast thousand domains. Staying in the demon abyss is a dead end. If I leave the vast thousand domains, there may be a chance of survival. The immortal demon god recalled the strength of the vast thousand domains. From the words of some demons who had been reborn, he had a greater understanding of the vast thousand domains. In today's vast thousand domains, the human race was already the weakest. At most, it was just that there were a bunch of celestial beings. With his original strength, it was definitely impossible for him to sweep across the celestial being realm. But now that many ancient demon gods had awakened, the power of the demon abyss had become active, causing his own realm to rise rapidly. Until now, the immortal demon god had firmly stopped at the celestial being realm. He felt proud. With his strength at the celestial being realm and the means of the demon gods, he could definitely occupy a place in the vast thousand domains, even if he could not sweep across the human race. Soon, In a while, the blood moon should have some movement. The immortal demon god stared at the blood moon in the sky. Every once in a while, the blood moon would have some movement, which was the passage to the vast thousand domains. And the closer the demon abyss was to the vast thousand domains, the more frequent the blood moon's movements were. Now, there would be a movement almost every 3 to 5 days. But because of the order of the ancient demon gods and the demon abyss, it would not be long before it collided with the vast thousand domains. So even if the blood moon had some movement, no demon dared to act rashly. At this moment, the aura that made the demon abyss tremble gradually stopped. Then, there was a roar that shook the demon abyss crazily. As for the weaker evil spirits, they were all very strong. With this roar, their physical bodies exploded and fell, and then they were resurrected in the demon abyss. The immortal ancient demon god. An ancient demon god's voice trembled. Looking at the huge body, his eyes were full of fear. That body, it looked no different from the human race. But its eyes were strange green and red. When its gaze fell on an ancient demon god, it immediately made the ancient demon god's physical body explode, and he coughed up blood and retreated. "I'm finally back." A voice like a large bell echoed in the demon abyss. Sleeping for countless years, the most powerful of the ancient demon gods did not recover his memories immediately after he woke up. Until now, this ancient demon god had truly awakened. Where are Sky Saint and Night Emperor? Are they still sleeping? The immortal ancient demon god looked at a trembling ancient demon god and asked calmly. Hearing this, the ancient demon god trembled as he replied, "Sky Saint ancient demon god and Night Emperor ancient demon god are still asleep." "I see." The immortal ancient demon god nodded in realization. Then, he stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the ancient demon god who replied. "Immortal ancient demon god, spare my life." The ancient demon god, who was considered powerful, was now being held in his hand without any resistance. To this, the immortal ancient demon god's expression did not change. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed the ancient demon god. After chewing for a while, he swallowed it. The taste is not bad. It's a bit chewy." The eternal life ancient god had a satisfied look on his face, and then his gaze fell on the other ancient demon gods. At that moment, all the ancient demon gods turned around and fled. Fortunately, the demon abyss was big enough. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape. Seeing this, the eternal life ancient demon god did not chase after them. It seemed that he was already full after devouring the ancient demon god. At that moment, another vast aura rose from the depths of the demon abyss. The two auras came at the same time, shaking the demon abyss violently. The eternal life ancient demon god turned his head to look at the source of the two auras, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "I knew that you wouldn't sleep for too long. I didn't expect you to wake up as soon as I woke up." He was very familiar with the two auras. On the other side, the eternal life ancient demon god was trembling. When he saw the ancient demon gods being devoured like ants, he already knew that he could not stay in the demon abyss any longer. At that moment, another two auras rose, and his expression changed drastically. "Ancient demon god Sky Saint and ancient demon god Night Emperor." How could the eternal life ancient demon god be unfamiliar with these two auras? In fact, any demon in the demon abyss had existed for countless years. Some demons and demon gods were very weak and could not be compared to the ancient demon gods at all. That was because of their talent and the fact that they had died too many times. When it came to knowledge, the demon gods were not necessarily weaker than the powerful ancient demon gods. Therefore, the eternal life ancient demon god was also very clear about how many powerful beings there were in the demon abyss. The eternal life ancient demon god, the ancient demon god Sky Saint, and the ancient demon god Night Emperor were the three most powerful ancient demon gods in the demon abyss. During the ancient war, Xianxia was still in a daze. The three ancient demon gods had suffered great losses and eventually fell into a deep sleep. It was also because of the three ancient demon gods that the vast thousand world was completely defeated. Now that the three ancient demon gods had awakened, it meant that the power of the demon abyss had completely recovered to a peak state. At that moment, the blood moon shook. The eternal life ancient demon god did not dare to hesitate. He immediately appeared from the dark and pounced in the direction of the strange movement. He could not stay in the demon abyss. Now, he could only head to the great thousand world and search for a chance of survival. No one had expected that a demon god would dare to disobey the ancient demon god's orders under such circumstances. As for the ancient demon gods who had given orders, they were now fleeing in all directions in fear of the immortal ancient demon god. They did not have the spare energy to deal with the immortal ancient demon god. For various reasons. The immortal demon god left the demon abyss without any hindrance. On the other side, after observing the demon abyss for a while, Xianxia returned to the great thousand world. The current him regarded the barriers of heaven and earth as nothing. In less than a moment, he appeared in the heavenly court. Very soon, all the immortals and deities in the 4 continents received the news immediately. Immediately, one by one, the powerhouses of the myriad races headed toward the heavenly court. Not long after, the officials had gathered in the inner hall of the heavenly palace. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven. You may dispense with the formalities." "Thank you, Emperor of Heaven." The deities straightened up. Some of them wanted to look up at Xianxia, but when their eyes fell on him, they felt an endless pressure that forced them to lower their heads again. Whether it was the 5 imperial emperors or the 4 war gods. At this moment, they could not look directly at the emperors throne above. In response, many immortals and deities were shocked. What a powerful aura! Xiao Qingfeng's heart wavered. As a top powerhouse of the ancient heavenly court, he had never truly admired any powerhouse. But now, Xiao Qingfeng, however, was convinced. They did not even have the right to look at him. It was clear how powerful Xianxia was. Because of this, he was certain that the other party must have broken through to the rumored Dao fruit realm. At this moment, none of the deities dared to speak, causing the hall to fall into silence. After a long while, Xianxia said calmly, "I have been in seclusion for a few years and have made some gains. It just so happens that I have broken through the threshold of the Dao fruit realm. Now, the heavenly court has a chance of winning against the demon abyss. Therefore, I have decided that in a year, the heavenly court will officially attack the demon abyss." In ancient times, the demon abyss attacked the great thousand world, causing the heavenly court to collapse and countless races to die. This blood feud has been accumulating for millions of years, and it is time to settle it. Attack the demon abyss. No, all the deities' attention was on the 2 words Dao fruit. The monster emperor was shocked and could not help but ask, has the Emperor of Heaven really broken through to the rumored Dao fruit realm? Dao fruit, that was a powerhouse that had never been born in this era. If he had not heard from Xianxia, he would not have known that there was a realm above the true immortal realm. Hearing the monster emperor's question, the other immortals and deities also pricked up their ears. They could not look directly at Xianxia on the throne and could only look straight ahead. That's right. Xianxia nodded slightly. These 2 simple words had already explained some things. Regarding this, the deities' hearts were shaken again. Xianxia did not care and directly skipped the topic of Dao fruit. "I hope that all races will be prepared for the attack on the demon abyss in a year's time. The million-year blood feud has already been engraved in the bloodline inheritance. If the blood feud is not washed away, all races will never be able to get rid of the fear brought by the demon abyss." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Zhao cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven's words are reasonable. Now that the human race is already prepared for war, they are only waiting for the Emperor of Heaven's order, and the human race's army will march straight to the demon abyss. The demon race is also ready to fight at any time. The 9-headed hound clan is ready to fight at any time. The moon clan is ready to fight at any time. The demon race, all the deities bowed and declared war without prior agreement. For a moment, a murderous aura filled the hall. Seeing everyone's attitude, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. "I am gratified that all of you are willing to fight. A few years ago, I also said that the heavenly court would establish the 3,000 divine generals. Now is the time." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the investiture of the gods, which had been lying quietly on the table, suddenly flew into the air. All the deities raised their heads and their gazes fell on the investiture of the gods. The investiture of the gods expanded in the wind and became dozens of feet in size. Countless light spots rose from it and then scattered toward the four major continents. At that moment, the experts of the four major continents all sensed something and raised their heads to look at the sky. They happened to see countless light spots falling like meteors. Before they could react, they saw those light spots land on some of the experts. The moment the light spots landed, the same message appeared in the minds of those experts who received the light spots. 3,000 divine generals. 3,000 divine generals. Qin Yuanbai looked at the information in his mind, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. He didn't expect that. He was just sitting in the heaven origin saint and a deity position would come to him. After a short moment of shock, he was ecstatic. Deity position, any one of them was extremely precious. Even if the 3,000 divine generals were the lowest among all the deity positions, it was still not something that ordinary treasures could compare to. Among other things, after getting the deity position, Qin Yuanbai found that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit qi was flocking to him all the time. At the same time, his understanding of the heaven and earth law had become much stronger. 3,000 divine generals. With this deity position, I might really have the chance to step into the middle three true immortal realm in the future. Qin Yuanbai's eyes lit up. Originally, with his aptitude, he was able to break through to the true immortal realm because of the infusion of star power. After successfully breaking through, it was almost impossible for him to improve further. But now that he got the deity position, Qin Yuanbai suddenly found that he seemed to have the hope of improving further. No. It was not as simple as improving further. He was now only at the first level immortal realm, the weakest among the true immortals. But after getting the deity position, he had the hope of becoming a middle three true immortal realm. In other words, his final achievement would be at least a fourth level immortal realm. The gap between the first level immortal realm and the fourth level immortal realm was not small at all. At the same time when Qin Yuanbai got the deity position, Zhengfang, who was in Yuan's sect, was also a little shocked. Just a moment ago, a light fell on his body. Suddenly, a strong aura was emitted from his body. This aura fluctuation made Yuan's sect tremble slightly. All the experts of Yuan's sect immediately came out of their secluded places and gathered towards the source of the aura. Great Elder! What's going on? Is the Great Elder about to break through to the true immortal realm? Many experts of Yuan's sect rushed over and looked at Zhengfang, who was emitting Dao runes, with a shocked look on their faces. Hearing that, Zhengfang smiled slightly. I just got the deity position and can break through the threshold of the true immortal realm. I will start breaking through later. How much you can see will depend on your luck. Grand Elder is really going to break through to the true immortal realm. Su Yuan was visibly excited. The Origin sect was a top-notch sect. Furthermore, it was a sect that was personally created by the Emperor of Heaven. However, up till now, not a single true immortal had been born. If one were to say that it wasn't awkward, that would be a lie. After all, there were so many sects in the human race. Some of the top sects already had true immortals. In comparison, Sky Origin sect did not have a single true immortal and was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. There were even rumors in the human tribe that Sky Origin sect had fallen into decline after leaving Qin Shujian. Now that Zhengfang had started to break through to Yuan's own, it was an extremely good thing. Xinghong nodded. If Grand Elder can break through to the true immortal realm, the rumors in recent years will be dispelled. Once a true immortal appeared, regardless of the method used to break through, it would be able to restore Yuan's sect's prestige. To be honest, he also wanted to break through to the true immortal realm. Unfortunately, his aptitude was limited. Until now, he had been stuck at the celestial being limit realm. In fact, there was no lack of experts at the heavenly being limit in Yuan's sect. However, there was not a single person who could truly take that step. There was no other way. Whether it was Xinghong, Su Yuanming, or Zhengfang, they were all martial artists at the body-tempering realm. Their aptitude and talent could only be said to be very ordinary. It was all thanks to the blessings given by Qin Shujian that they were able to get to where they were today. However, no matter how good the blessings were, being able to advance to the celestial being limit was really the limit. One more step. No one dared to guarantee that they would definitely succeed. Knowing that Jingfang was about to break through, everyone's face was filled with joy. In the crowd, Zhang Erge looked envious. Grand Elder is about to break through too. I really want to see what the true immortal realm is like. The Guiyuan ancestral canon was really too good at improving. After killing a large number of beasts in the Sea of Death, he barely managed to advance to the 8th level of the celestial being level. Compared to the true immortal realm, the 8th level of the celestial being level was still a few small realms away. Unless he could kill a few true immortal beasts, he felt that it would definitely not be so easy for him to break through. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qianquan Bao on his back couldn't help but interject, "There's no need to be envious. Although you're only at the 8th level of the celestial being level, you already have the ability to kill immortals. When the time comes, you'll be able to break through after entering the Sea of Death and killing again." Zhang Erge was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood. Indeed, there was no need for him to be envious of Jingfang's breakthrough now. Although he was still a long way away from becoming a true immortal, in terms of true strength, he was actually not weaker than an ordinary true immortal. It was just that without really fighting, Zhang Erge didn't dare to be very sure. On the other side, Jingfang had already begun to break through. The vast long river of laws appeared out of nowhere. The huge sound immediately attracted the attention of the human race powerhouses. A true immortal is going to appear in Yuan sect. Qin Yuanbai raised his head and looked at the sky. His expression was calm, and no one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. In his opinion, it was inevitable that a true immortal would appear in Yuan sect. No matter what. Yuan sect was a sect that Qin Shujian had single-handedly created. Now that he was the Emperor of Heaven, there was no reason for him not to support Yuan sect. Even if the people of Yuan sect were really unworthy, the Emperor of Heaven would definitely think of a way to create a few true immortals for Yuan sect. Now that Jingfang had broken through, there was no doubt that this was the case. However, so what if you can break through to the true immortal realm? With your talent, the upper limit is too low. Qin Yuanbai shook his head. He didn't care about Jingfang's breakthrough at all. Breaking through to the true immortal realm by force and breaking through naturally were two extremes. While Jingfang was breaking through, the other powerhouses who had obtained the divine throne and were at the peak of the heavenly human realm all began to break through to the true immortal realm at the same time. In an instant, vast waves of energy continued to spread. When they intertwined, they had already covered the entire 4 continents. Why are there so many powerhouses breaking through to the true immortal realm today? This is really strange. Who knows, those heavenly human realm cultivators were so envious that their eyes turned red as they watched the true immortals break through to the true immortal realm one by one. To them, the true immortal realm was their lifelong pursuit. After all, most races didn't have long lifespans. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm could they enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years. Although their lifespan was still limited, it was already much better than the lifespan of a heavenly human realm cultivator. Not long after, strange phenomena appeared between heaven and earth. Golden flowers scattered and golden lotuses surged. Every time one of the anomalies disappeared, a new one would appear. After 2 or 3 days, all the strange phenomena gradually disappeared. At this moment, there were already a few thousand more true immortals among the myriad races. Heavenly quartz. After the deity position was conferred, thousands of names appeared on the god roll. At the same time, the power of the deity position caused the god roll to undergo another transformation. If the previous deity roll was only comparable to the 6th tribulation Zhu Bing, then the god roll with 3,000 divine generals was already comparable to the top 7th tribulation Zhu Bing. Even if it did not reach the 8th tribulation level, it was not far away. He stretched out his hand. The god roll fell back into his hand. Qin Shujian was very satisfied with the transformation of this divine weapon. The god roll was a divine weapon with growth potential. As long as the immortal god who left his name was stronger, its power would be greater. In other words, If the strength of the immortals and gods collectively doubled, the god roll would directly reach the 8th tribulation Zubing. If some of the immortals and gods on the roll reached the upper 3 true immortals, then the god roll would definitely be able to advance to a level comparable to the 9th tribulation Zubing. Similarly, what if all the immortals and gods advanced to the upper 3 true immortals? Qin Shujian had a premonition. The god roll might be able to surpass the limit of the 9th tribulation Zubing. One had to know. No matter which era it was, the 9th tribulation Zubing and the Khanate cardinal treasure were the limits of divine weapons. There had always been many Khanate cardinal treasures that wanted to break this limit, but they all failed in the end. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the god roll had the potential to break the limit. Moreover, the possibility of the other party breaking the limit was much greater than that of Zhou Tian's star map, who was already at the 9th tribulation Zubing level. Congratulations, Emperor of Heaven, for obtaining another divine weapon. Seeing the transformation of the god roll, some immortals and gods immediately bowed and congratulated. Qin Shujian smiled. The 3,000 divine generals have been established, and the heavenly court's deity positions can be supplemented. I once said that any living being who can advance to the 3rd realm of the Grandmaster realm within 10 years will be conferred a deity position. If not, a selection competition will be held. The winner will be conferred a deity position. There is only about a year left before the 10-year period. Are there any 3rd realm grandmasters among the myriad races? As soon as he finished speaking, the deities exchanged glances. It was more difficult to become a grandmaster than for a celestial to become a true immortal. Even though they were all carefully nurturing them, none of them had reached the 3rd realm yet. While all the gods were silent, Emperor Zhao stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, Emperor of Heaven, Su Zhan of the human race has already attained the 3rd realm of Blacksmith Grandmaster. At the same time, Fan Xinglan of the human race has attained the 3rd realm of Array Dao Grandmaster. I think that these 2 people are qualified to be conferred a godhood. Hearing this, before Qin Shujian could say anything, the faces of the gods turned gloomy. According to the original plan. Just like that, the human race was about to take away 2 deity positions. Furthermore, these 2 deity positions were not something that the 3,000 deity positions could compare to. Most of the immortals and gods present didn't want the 2 deity thrones to fall into the hands of the humans. However, they wanted to stop him, but they didn't have a reason to. Qin Shujian had already promised to confer the deity position from the very beginning. At this time, even if they objected, it would not be of much use. That's right. A smile appeared on Qin Shujian's face. Then, he saw the investiture of the gods that had landed on the table fly into the air again. His smile disappeared. He looked at the gods and said in a clear voice. Su Zhan of the human race has attained the 3rd realm of Blacksmith Grandmaster. He is unparalleled in the Tao of blacksmithing, and no one can surpass him. Therefore, I confer him the title of Artifact Ancestor. All the blacksmithing cultivators in the world will respect the Artifact Ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhan's name appeared on the investiture of the gods. Immediately afterward, that name turned into a ray of dim light and shot toward the humans of the East Continent. Great Zhao Royal Capital. Imperial Astronomer. Su Zhan was originally forging a divine weapon when he suddenly felt something and couldn't help but pause. In the next breath, the dim light fell and entered his body. The free spirit chi in the world gathered crazily, and the half-finished divine weapon that was originally being forged was directly completed at this moment. Rumble, the mother stream of laws appeared. Su Zhan's figure appeared directly in the mother stream. All the cultivators in the world who cultivated the Tao of blacksmithing felt something and bowed to Su Zhan. Greetings, Artifact Ancestor. Yuan Sect. Shen Yuqing straightened up with a very complicated expression. Artifact Ancestor. When Su Zhan was conferred the Artifact Ancestor deity position, the corresponding information appeared in his mind. He understood that someone had broken through to the 3rd realm of Grandmaster and was thus conferred the title of Artifact Ancestor. Just a little more, and the deity position of Artifact Ancestor would have been mine. Shen Yuqing smiled bitterly. Only he knew how great the gap in his heart was. He was very talented in the Tao of blacksmithing to begin with. After joining Yuan Sect, he focused on cultivating the Tao of blacksmithing. Now, he had completely surpassed the ancestors of the alchemy sect and reached the Grandmaster Blacksmith realm that the alchemy sect had never had before. Moreover, he was a second realm Grandmaster Blacksmith. It could be said that, given another 10 years, Xianxia was confident that he could advance to the third realm. He was originally prepared to participate in the Heavenly Court's selection once the 10 years were up, and if no one advanced to the third realm, he would use his own methods to obtain the deity position. However, now that Su Zhan was conferred the deity position, it directly shattered Xianxia's inner extravagant hopes. He calmed himself down. Xianxia left the forging room and walked elsewhere. Senior sister. I got the news that Su Zhan of the Imperial Astronomer has broken through to the third realm and obtained the deity position. When he arrived, Xianxia had already spoken first. After a pause, she comforted him again. Although you didn't get the deity position, with your talent, there is a great chance that you can break through the threshold of the Grandmaster realm and advance to the rumored Saint realm in the future. Senior sister, you must be joking. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Although the deity position is precious to me, it's not a pity to lose it. The purpose of my visit this time is to talk to senior sister about something else. Something else? There was some doubt on Xianxia's pretty face. Many years had passed, but time had not left too many traces on her body. She had only lost some of her youthfulness and gained a bit of a mature charm. Xianxia said, Senior sister, you also saw what happened in the Qianyuan sacred ground just now. The deity positions of Array Dao and blacksmithing have been conferred, but there has been no movement for the deity position of alchemy. In my opinion, no third realm alchemy grandmaster has been born. Senior sister, you are now a second realm alchemy grandmaster. If you can't break through to the third realm in a year, then you have a high chance of winning the competition in the Heavenly Court. As long as you obtain the deity position, then my regret of losing the deity position can be made up for. There was no hope for Array Dao, and there was no hope for blacksmithing either. After thinking about it, only the deity position of alchemy had some hope. Soon. Xianxia added another sentence. Whether it is the human race or the myriad races, alchemy has long declined. With senior sister's current foundation, it won't be difficult for you to stand out. I understand what you mean. Actually, I don't have much of a way to win. We'll see when the time comes. Xianxia shook her head slightly. How could she not know that her junior brother wanted her to compete for the deity position, in the end? They didn't forget that they were from the alchemy sect. The alchemy sect. They were famous for their alchemy and forging skills. Now that they didn't have any hope of winning in forging, they were only left with alchemy. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Xianxia continued, from today onwards, I'll go into seclusion to prepare for the deity position next year. Okay. Xianxia smiled. Senior sister, if you need anything, just tell me. I'll definitely help you if I can. Also, if the sect knows that you're confident of winning, they'll definitely help you. I don't need anything. At this stage, resources won't be of much use. In that case, I won't disturb senior sister. Okay, after Xianxia left, Xianxia announced that she would go into seclusion. For some reason, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her mind. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. What's the use of thinking so much? It's just a futile effort. Xianxia's face was a little gloomy. Soon after, she pulled herself together again. If I can win and get the deity position, I can shorten the gap. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately went into seclusion with peace of mind. On the other side, Fang Xinglan also officially broke through successfully. Obtaining the deity position of the Array ancestor allowed his cultivation to directly step into the true immortal realm. In addition, when he broke through, he also gained a great understanding of the Array Dao. He directly broke through from the original third realm to the legendary Saint realm. So, this is the Saint realm. Fang Xinglan looked at the scene in front of him with a surprised expression. The world was still the same, but in his eyes, there was a great change. For example, in the eyes of outsiders, the sky looked normal, but in Fang Xinglan's eyes, he could see many array patterns intertwined. So the world is actually a huge array. At this moment, Fang Xinglan understood a lot of things. Although a formation grandmaster could also create a small world, such a small world was actually incomplete. However, after breaking through to the Saint Realm and comprehending the origin of Array Dao, one would have the qualifications to open up a true small world. For a moment, he had gained a lot of things. Right at this moment, somewhere in the eastern continent, a new area was born. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the unstable void. Endless demonic chi leaked out from it, trying to pollute everything around it. The evil demon was born. The commotion immediately caused the expressions of some cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the region's growth to change drastically. Report this to the imperial court immediately. An evil spirit has been born. Send a message to the Holy Land. Tell them that an evil demon has appeared. Hurry! When the cultivators discovered that an evil spirit was about to appear, they reacted immediately. Although the human race was very strong, now, the shadow of the evil demon still remained in their hearts. Therefore, now that an evil spirit had appeared, their first reaction was to immediately report it to their superiors and wait for them to send experts over to suppress the evil spirit. After the panic, soon, some experts came to their senses. Everyone, don't panic. Although the evil spirit is terrifying, its strength is only so. Historically, the weakest evil spirits that have appeared were only at the first or second level of the celestial being realm, and the strongest were only at the almighty demon god realm. Now, among all of us, although there aren't many almighty cultivators, there are still quite a number of them. Even if a demon god appears, we might not be unable to fight against it. His words. It directly startled the others. That's right. We have no problem fighting against a demon god with our strength, unless an evil spirit of the perfected immortal realm appears. Phew, then let's prepare for war. No problem. Today, I also want to see how powerful the rumored evil spirits are. Those cultivators who reacted not only did not show any fear on their faces, but instead revealed eager expressions. The human race was very strong now. There were endless perfected immortal experts and countless celestial being cultivators. It was completely different from the situation in the past when celestial being was the top. As such, those evil spirits that were originally feared, with their current strength, there was no need to be afraid at all. At this moment, when a large amount of demonic chi leaked out, a huge body directly squeezed out from it. The body was so huge that it was almost indomitable. A monstrous demonic chi surged and swept in all directions like a wave. What a strong demonic chi! This evil spirit is at least above the 9th level of the celestial being realm. It might even be a demon god at the peak of the celestial being realm. The cultivators who were waiting at the side all had slight changes in their expressions. The peak of the celestial being realm, its strength was indeed not weak. However, when they saw the strength of the evil spirit that appeared, they were completely relieved. The peak of the celestial being realm was not weak, but if only one evil spirit at the peak of the celestial being realm was born, then it was not a problem at all. I'm finally back. The immortal demon god breathed in the air of the great wide world and let out a deafening sound. He cheered. He jumped for joy. He had finally escaped from that damned place, the demon abyss. With his strength at the peak of the celestial being realm, there was absolutely no one in the human race who could contend with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there were really powerhouses at the peak of the celestial being realm, they would at most be able to contend with him. It was absolutely impossible for them to suppress him. Just as the immortal demon god was preparing to make plans for his future, boom, the void suddenly shattered. More than a dozen extremely tyrannical forces instantly shattered everything and bombarded him. He was caught off guard. The immortal demon god was bombarded and staggered back. The white bone armor on his body also cracked a lot. How can there be such a demon god powerhouse? The immortal demon god was shocked. Looking at the dozen or so human powerhouses who were charging toward him, he could not react for a moment. He was a little doubtful if he had seen wrongly. Every one of those people exuded a tyrannical and terrifying aura. That kind of aura, it was completely comparable to a demon god. That's not right. Aren't there no more powerhouses in the human race? Why? Why are there so many demon god level powerhouses guarding here? Could it be that they already knew that I was coming out? That's why there are so many powerhouses squatting here. The immortal demon god was a little confused for a moment. When he could not see the situation clearly, the attacks of those human powerhouses had already arrived. The intertwining of the destructive forces made his heart tremble violently. He did not dare to hesitate at all. The immortal demon god immediately raised his attention to deal with them. When the battle broke out, it naturally caused a huge commotion. Soon, the news of the evil demon's appearance spread like wildfire. Instantly, human race powerhouses appeared one after another. Many powerful auras intertwined together, causing the immortal Fiend Celestial's expression to change. How is that possible? Weren't the human race extremely weak in the vast thousand domains? Why were there so many powerhouses appearing? This was completely different from what he had expected. A little mouse has sneaked in. In the heavenly court, Qin Shujian had a faint smile on his face. The gods were all puzzled, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, the sky-reaching mirror hanging in front of the southern gate of heaven turned into a stream of light and instantly arrived at the inner hall of the heavenly palace. The sudden arrival of the sky-reaching mirror surprised the gods, but they soon returned to normal. Everyone, please take a look. With a thought, Qin Shujian saw an image appear in the sky-reaching mirror floating in the air. In the image, a Fiend Celestial was fighting with many human race powerhouses and was being beaten back. However, although the Fiend Celestial was being beaten back, all the immortals' expressions changed drastically. Demon. The demon of the demon abyss has appeared. Xianxia's expression changed. How could he not know about the demon? For so many years, the demon of the East continent had been wreaking havoc for a long time. Although the other immortals and gods had never seen the true appearance of the demon, their hatred for the demon abyss had long been engraved in the depths of their blood. As soon as they saw the demon, they immediately recognized the other party's identity. Instantly, an immortal god's expression darkened. Emperor of Heaven, the demon suddenly appeared. Could it be that the demon abyss is planning to attack in advance? I don't think so. Qin Shujian shook his head. If the demon abyss really wants to attack in advance, what can they do by sending a heavenly human realm Fiend Celestial? In my opinion, only this Fiend Celestial has broken out of the demon abyss. And, so what if the demon abyss really attacks? The heavenly court today is no longer the heavenly court of 1,000,000 years ago. Hearing that, those immortals and gods who were a little flustered suddenly realized that the Emperor of Heaven in front of them had already broken the limit. Dao fruit, it was a realm that only existed in other epochs and had never existed in this epoch before. Although they didn't know how strong a Dao fruit was, it was still a Dao fruit. However, just by looking at Qin Shujian's confident expression, one could understand many things. Emperor Zhao nodded. Although the heavenly court was powerful 1,000,000 years ago, it's still far from the current heavenly court. The Emperor of Heaven even broke through his previous limits and advanced to the Dao fruit realm. No matter how strong the devil abyss is, there's no way it can contend against them. That may be the case, but the sudden arrival of a Fiend Celestial might spell trouble. Regarding Zhao Emperor's words, he was still worried about the existence of immortals and gods. In the hall, every expert had a different expression. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. If you want to know the origin of this demon god, why don't you just ask? After saying this, a large hand condensed in midair and sank into the heaven-reaching mirror. Kill. Demons wreak havoc in our human race, they deserve to die. Everyone, work harder, this demon won't be able to hold on for much longer. The human experts who besieged the demon were all agitated. Countless humans had died when demons wreaked havoc. As long as one was a normal person, they would kill demons as soon as possible. In the face of such an attack, the immortal Fiend Celestial had no power to resist at all. He was beaten until he was on the verge of death. It's impossible, it's impossible. Until now, the immortal Fiend Celestial still could not believe what was happening in front of him. He had never thought that he would be besieged by a group of people as soon as he came out of the great wide world. With so many experts, even if he was very strong, he did not have the ability to resist at all. The immortal Fiend Celestial had a hunch. If he returned to the Devil Abyss this time to be resurrected, those ancient demon gods would not let him off. After all, it was easy to imagine what would happen to a demon god who did not listen to orders and barged into the great wide world. Originally, the immortal fiend Celestial had barged into the great wide world to avoid those ancient demon gods and to plunder the power of the great wide world first so that he could advance to an ancient demon god. As long as he advanced, then, even if he encountered an ancient demon god later, he would not be afraid at all. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was often cruel. At this moment, the immortal fiend Celestial was very regretful. He regretted his impulse. Even if he had to live in the devil abyss, it was better than coming to the great wide world to die. Just when he thought he was going to die, the void in front of him suddenly shattered, and a giant hand reached out from the void, causing time to freeze. There was no resistance at all. The immortal fiend Celestial was directly pinched by the giant hand and then pulled into the void. In less than half a breath, the shattered void healed as if nothing had happened, but the immortal fiend Celestial was nowhere to be seen. A human expert's expression turned ugly. Did you see who it was that attacked just now? He only saw the void collapse for a moment, and then a giant hand reached out and grabbed the demon away. The entire process. It was so fast that he did not have time to react. Hearing this, the others fell silent. No one could see clearly who was the one who made the move. However, the aura emanating from the gigantic hand caused their blood to freeze. It could be said that if the other party's target had been them instead of the demon, they would have absolutely no resistance at all and would have been wiped out completely. This matter is unusual. Report back to the higher-ups immediately. The mysterious expert rescued the demon. Maybe the person behind it is the expert from the devil abyss. An old man had a solemn expression. As soon as the word devil abyss came out, it was like a mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Suddenly, all the human experts immediately retreated. As soon as they left, the aura that had gathered together and was enough to distort the void gradually disappeared. The unstable space in the new area slowly stabilized. Soon, the news of the demon's appearance and its rescue by a mysterious expert had completely spread. The demon's appearance and the mysterious expert's help? In the Qianyuan sacred ground, Qin Yuanbai's expression was a little strange and solemn. To be honest, he couldn't figure out what kind of expert would dare to secretly rescue a demon from the devil abyss right under the nose of the heavenly court, given the current strength of the heavenly court. But according to the information reported by his subordinates, this was indeed the case. It seems that I have to go to the heavenly court when I have time. Qin Yuanbai thought to himself. He knew that the heavenly court was in a meeting at the moment. However, he was only a deity position of the 3,000 divine generals. He was not qualified to enter the heavenly court at all. He had to meet the Emperor of Heaven. He could only postpone it. However, Qin Yuanbai looked sideways at the high-spirited Feng Xinglan and felt a little depressed. As the sacred lord, he had only obtained the position of the 3,000 divine generals, but Feng Xinglan, as the deputy sacred lord, had obtained the position of the array ancestor. After all, the array ancestor's position was very high, almost as high as that of the 4 war gods. He was not qualified to enter the heavenly palace to discuss matters, but Feng Xinglan was. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Qin Yuanbai became. Of course, he also understood that Feng Xinglan obtaining the position of the array ancestor was a great thing for the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, Qin Yuanbai still felt a little uncomfortable. In particular, the faint smile on Feng Xinglan's face made him feel that Feng Xinglan might be laughing at him. Demons are a big deal. Should I go to the heavenly court and report it? I believe the heavenly court has also received the news. Qin Yuanbai replied angrily. Feng Xinglan looked dignified and shook his head in objection. The problem of demons can be big or small. I think it's better to report it in time. Although the heavenly court is discussing matters now, we can't care so much now. Qin Yuanbai closed his eyes and was too lazy to answer. Seeing this, Feng Xinglan smiled, not feeling bored at all. He was just saying. He had no intention of going to the heavenly court at all. As Qin Yuanbai said, if the Qianyuan sacred ground knew about the emergence of demons, then the heavenly court would definitely know about it. After all, the intelligence of the heavenly court was not comparable to anyone else. his smile faded a little. Fang Xinglan said seriously, now that I have obtained the position of the Array ancestor, the human clan should prosper in the Tao of formations, so I think the sacred ground should open up a place that belongs solely to the Tao of formations. In that way, anyone in the world who has achieved something in the Tao of formations can come to the sacred ground to cultivate. In the long run, the Tao of formations of the human clan will inevitably prosper. Qin Yuanbai opened his eyes and looked at Fang Xinglan. It's not a problem to open up a Tao of formations holy land. As the Array ancestor, you do have this qualification. The establishment of the Tao of formations holy land would definitely divide the power within the Qianyuan sacred ground. However, he had no way to refuse. The current Fang Xinglan was no longer someone who he could suppress. The two words Array ancestor were enough to make the Array Tao powerhouses of the myriad races submit. Furthermore, the other party's strength was also extraordinary. If they were to really fight, Qin Yuanbai had no confidence in being able to contend against him. This was the power of a deity position. Before he obtained the God Seal position, Fang Xinglan was not even a true immortal, while he himself had already corroborated his Tao for many years. But now, once the other party became a god, his strength would increase greatly. Even if he had just broken through, he was still not someone an ordinary first heaven immortal could compare to. The amplification of the deity position. In particular, the amplification of a powerful deity position was enough to match hundreds and thousands of years of bitter cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yuanbai had no way to stop Fang Xinglan from establishing an Array formation holy land in the Qianyuan sacred ground. It's great that the Holy Lord can support me. Fang Xinglan smiled. He knew what Qin Yuanbai was thinking, but the other party had no reason to object. Although the Qianyuan sacred ground was a sacred ground of the human race, it was also a combination of countless sections. Therefore, the various sects in the sacred ground were divided into various factions. When dealing with outsiders, the Qianyuan sacred ground was a whole. But when dealing with outsiders, the Qianyuan sacred ground was actually somewhat divided. Over the years, Fang Xinglan had been thinking of ways to revitalize his Heavenly Array sect. However, the Nine Palace sect was the dominant sect, and Yuanzong could not get rid of them, so there was no way for the Heavenly Array sect to develop. But now it was different. He had become the Array ancestor, and all the Array masters in the world would respect him. Then, it would not be a problem for the Heavenly Array sect to flourish. Heavenly Court. Qin Shujian condensed a big hand and submerged it into the heaven-reaching mirror. When he withdrew his hand, the immortal demon had already been caught in the main hall. The huge demon god was originally 1,000,000 feet tall. But now, it was directly suppressed to the size of a normal person by a mysterious force. When the demon god appeared, all the immortals and gods' eyes fell on him. At that moment, the immortal demon god felt a terrible pressure on him, and the demon chi in his body almost collapsed. He was so scared that his legs were a little weak. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do now? The immortal demon god's mind was in a mess. In his sight, the aura emitted from every expert was not weaker than the ancient demon gods of the demon abyss. No. They were more powerful than many of the ancient demon gods of the demon abyss. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out where he was and why there were so many experts. All of a sudden, the immortal demon god raised his head and looked in the direction of the emperor's throne. Ah! With just a glance, his head cracked open, and his whole body fell to the ground. Looking at the immortal demon god who fell to the ground, Qin Shujian smiled faintly and withdrew some of his aura. Immortal demon lord, we meet again. With one sentence, the immortal demon god who fell to the ground struggled to get up, and then carefully looked at the emperor's throne. He immediately recognized Qin Shujian's identity. It's you! The immortal demon god exclaimed. He would never forget the ant who killed him in the ordinary realm and forced him to go back to the demon abyss to be reborn. Originally, the immortal demon god was ready. If he had the chance to return to the vast thousand domains in the future, he would definitely crush that ant into ashes. However, he had never imagined that the ant that he wanted to crush day and night would be sitting there high and mighty. Moreover, his strength had reached a level that could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. With just a glance, He had almost caused his body and Tao to dissipate. The immortal demon god was first angry, then frightened, and finally desperate. How dare you not bow before the Emperor of Heaven? Xianxia's face was cold, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of energy surged. The immortal demon god's bone armor cracked and shattered, and the soul fire in his head was almost extinguished. He was directly in a state of serious injury. Sky, Celestial Emperor. The immortal demon god knelt on the ground, his heart full of horror. Seeing Xianxia attack, Qin Shujian did not stop him. He waited until the immortal demon god was in a state of near death before he spoke. Should I call you immortal demon lord or immortal demon god? Emperor of Heaven, call me whatever you think you should call me. The situation was stronger than the demon, and the immortal demon god quickly admitted defeat. He finally understood that there was no one here that he could afford to offend. The person who attacked just now just waved his sleeve, and he almost had to go back to the demon abyss to report. That kind of strength. Even among the ancient demon gods, he was considered one of the strongest. And such an expert was respectful to Qin Shujian, so one could imagine how terrifying Qin Shujian's strength was. In the eyes of the immortal demon god, the other party was very likely comparable to the three top ancient demon gods of the demon abyss, Eternal Life, Night Emperor, and Heavenly Saint. In the inner hall of the Heavenly Palace, surrounded by officials, the immortal demon knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. Qin Shujian looked down at him and said, I'm still used to calling you the immortal demon lord. How about this, if you answer some of my questions, I can consider letting you live. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die completely, and even the demon abyss won't be able to revive you. Qin Shujian's voice was calm, but to the immortal demon lord, it was full of coldness. He did not doubt the other party's words. After all, that ant was now the Emperor of Heaven. One had to know. Demons weren't truly immortal and indestructible. In the vast thousand domains, there was a way to really kill a demon. The undying demonic god himself knew that ancestral weapons were the nemesis of all evil spirits. So, in the face of Qin Shujian's threat, the immortal demon lord quickly admitted defeat. Emperor of Heaven, if you have any questions, just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Very well. Seeing the other party's attitude, Qin Shujian nodded. Heaven and earth have been born for a long time, and no demons have been born. Why did you come to the vast thousand domains this time? What's the purpose of the demon abyss? Emperor of Heaven, I came to the vast thousand domains because many ancient demon gods in the demon abyss have awakened. We demon gods are just food in the eyes of the ancient demon gods. In order to fight for a way to live, I came to the vast thousand domains without permission. But I can guarantee that I have absolutely no intention of harming the vast thousand domains. I hope the Emperor of Heaven can give me a way out and let me live. The immortal demon lord told him everything he knew, and in the end, he simply begged for mercy. Ancient demon god? Qin Shujian's expression did not change. How strong are the ancient demon gods? The strength of the ancient demon gods is about the same as the true immortals of the vast thousand domains. Some powerful ancient demon gods are even comparable to the ancient Qin Song. The immortal demon lord originally wanted to say the ancient Emperor of Heaven, but when he thought of the identity of the person in front of him, he could only say Qin Song's real name. After that, he didn't wait for Qin Shujian to ask another question. Not long ago, Eternal Life, Night Emperor, and Heaven Saint, the three ancient demon gods, awakened. They are the strongest among all the ancient demon gods in the demon abyss. They are no weaker than Qin Song. Eternal Life, Night Emperor, Sky Saint. Xiao Feng sneered. As expected, they didn't die. It's good that they've revived. When the time comes, I'll settle the score with them for 1,000,000 years. In his previous life, Vast Song Immortal Lord had perished in the Devil Abyss. The true culprits behind Hao Tsung's death were the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods. After hearing the immortal demon god's words, Xiao Qingfeng's murderous intent was triggered. At this moment, the immortal demon god tilted his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Are you familiar with the three ancient demon gods? He asked cautiously. The current Xiao Qingfeng was completely different from the Hao Tsung from 1,000,000 years ago. Even if the immortal demon god had seen Hao Tsung before, he would not be able to recognize him. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng smiled coldly. Do you remember the ancient Haotsong? Haotsong. The immortal demon god was shocked again. How could he not remember Haotsong's name? A million years ago, he was the only expert who had killed his way into the Devil Abyss. Although he had died in the Devil Abyss, he had caused the Devil Abyss to suffer heavy losses. It was only when the top ancient demon gods attacked that Haotsong was killed. The immortal demon god was gone. The person in front of him was Haotsong from the ancient times. Soon, he figured out the key point. Reincarnated and recultivated. The Eastern War god is very familiar with the three ancient demon gods mentioned by the immortal demon lord. Are they the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods from the Devil Abyss? Qin Shujian said calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Qingfeng cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, those three are the half-step Dao fruit ancient demon gods. I see. Qin Shujian understood. The Devil Abyss has three half-step Dao fruits. No wonder the ancient heavenly court was no match for them. Unfortunately, the ancient heavenly court is no longer the ancient heavenly court. Not to mention three half-step Dao fruits, even if there are twice as many, they are just ants in my eyes. Emperor of Heaven, how can the Devil Abyss fight against you? Many immortals bowed. The immortal demon god, who was kneeling on the ground, could only tremble. Then, Qin Shujian's gaze fell on the immortal demon god again. So, you were just lucky to escape from the demonic abyss. Originally, I wanted to give you a way out, but unfortunately, you brought too little information. In that case, I will send you on your way. After that, he did not do anything, but the immortal demon god, who was kneeling on the ground, turned into green smoke and disappeared. After breaking through to the Dao fruit ancient demon god, even if Qin Shujian did not use his ancestral armament or the red lotus of delusion, he would still be able to easily kill the evil demon. The undying and indestructible evil demons were not truly undying and indestructible. It was just that the demon had been tainted by something at the Dao fruit level, so it had a fake immortality. But this kind of immortality, in front of a real Dao fruit, it was a joke. Kill. It was just a simple matter. Seeing the immortal demon god disappear, an immortal god cupped his hands. Emperor of Heaven, the demon is immortal. Once it dies, it will be reborn in the Devil Abyss. If we let it go now, will it reveal the heavenly court's strength? Don't worry, it can't go back. Qin Shujian shook his head as if he didn't care at all. When he saw the confusion on the immortals' faces, he patiently explained. The undying and indestructible fiends are not truly undying and indestructible. It's only because the Devil Abyss is formed from the body of the Dao fruit that the fiends are tainted with the aura of the Dao fruit that they possess this so-called undying and indestructible body. Now that I am at the Dao fruit level, it is naturally not a problem to kill a demon. After all, can a living Dao fruit be inferior to a dead one? At this point, the immortals were relieved. According to Qin Shujian, the demon's biggest problem was no longer a problem. Qin Shujian said, now that most of the ancient demonic gods in the demonic abyss have recovered, the strength of the heavenly court has also increased greatly. Destroying the demonic abyss is not a problem. Everyone, prepare for war. Your subjects obey. Court is dismissed. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and the immortals immediately bowed and retreated. Soon, apart from him, there was no one else in the heavenly court's inner hall. Sitting on the throne, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a little bored. Because at this level, he didn't have any clue as to how to proceed further. He had done most of what needed to be done. The rest, he just had to wait for the right time. Speaking of which, Xianxia should have finished touring the human race. With his talent, if nurtured well, it won't be a problem for him to become a half-step Dao fruit cultivator in the future. There is even a glimmer of hope for him to reach the Dao fruit level. If I let him stay in the human race, it would be a waste. With that thought in mind, Qin Shujian closed his eyes and covered the vast thousand realms with his divine sense, searching for Xiaoyi's location. A little knowledge is inferior to a great knowledge, a little year is inferior to a big year. In a private school, there was a middle-aged man in a green robe who looked like a Confucian scholar. He had a faint smile on his face as he spoke. Around him sat many students. The sound of reading, The sound had already passed through the private school and spread outside. It was noon. The middle-aged man in green robe said, "Today's class ends here. You all can go back." "Yes." Everyone nodded, then packed their things and left. Only the middle-aged man in green robe sat there alone, watching the students leave one by one. The smile on his face never faded. At this moment, the void in front of him distorted. A person walked out and landed in front of him. Senior is living a carefree life now. Xianxia looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that Xiaoyi, who said he wanted to travel to the human race to see the current situation of the human race, would stay here and be a teacher. It was hard to imagine. This ordinary-looking Confucian scholar was actually a true immortal level expert. Xiaoyi was a little surprised by Qin Shujian's appearance, but he didn't show too much strangeness. Hearing this, he also revealed a smile on his face. "How many years has it been? I've never thought that the human race could really have such a peaceful scene today." At that time, the 10,000 races joined forces to force the human race and vowed to exterminate the human race. The human race born in that era had never experienced peace at all. From the moment they were born, they were surrounded by killing. Xiaoyi's smile faded a little, and his eyes seemed to be reminiscing. "I was born in a tribe, but not long after, the tribe was attacked by the 10,000 races. Almost all the humans died in the hands of the 10,000 races. Only I and a few others were lucky enough to escape. From then on, I hoped that the human race would not have any more wars. There were only two ways to make the human race not have any wars. Either destroy the 10,000 races or beat them into submission. Unfortunately, I didn't do it in the end. Now, you have done it." When Xiaoyi talked about these things, he wasn't angry or sad. More than 200,000 years. It could turn many things into memories. Hearing this, Qin Shujian could understand. When he was traveling against the river of time, he had seen what kind of situation the human race was in 200,000 years ago. The current peace of the human race is only on the surface. The storms have never stopped for even a moment. It's only because someone has blocked the storms that they haven't wreaked havoc here. Senior, your talent is very strong. You have hope of advancing to the Dao fruit realm in the future. Instead of wasting your time in the human world, why don't you follow me back to the heaven?" Qin Shujian said calmly. Xiaoyi's gaze landed on him as if he wanted to see something. The Qin Emperor is right. The so-called peace is just someone blocking the wind and rain. Now that the heavenly court has been established and all races have submitted to it, the Qin Emperor said that there is a storm. Could it be the demonic abyss that is about to arrive? The demonic abyss is nothing. I can destroy it with a wave of my hand. Destroy them with a wave of my hand? Xiaoyi frowned. The devil abyss is extremely powerful. In the ancient times, it was able to destroy the heavenly court and bury the true immortals of the 10,000 races. Although the heavenly court is also extremely powerful now, it is too much to say that it can destroy the devil abyss with a wave of its hand. If the Qin Emperor lets his guard down against the demonic abyss, there will be trouble. In his opinion, although the heavenly court was very powerful now, it might not be comparable to the demonic abyss. If he had to compare, they were at most on par. Xiaoyi's words were a bit arrogant. The strongest of the demonic abyss is only a half-step Dao fruit realm expert. Now that I have advanced to the Dao fruit realm, I can naturally destroy the demonic abyss with a wave of my hand. Qin Shujian was not annoyed by Xiaoyi's doubts. Dao fruit? Xiaoyi's eyes flickered. He thought of the worldly phenomenon that had lasted for a long time a few days ago. Although he had never heard of the Dao fruit before, he could guess some things from Qin Shujian's words. So the Dao fruit realm is above the true immortal realm. I was ignorant. Xiaoyi sighed. After 200,000 years of silence, he found that he could not keep up with the times. The human race was developing very quickly now. Experts were emerging one after another. Compared to 200,000 years ago, it was a completely different world. To put it bluntly, if the human race's current strength was compared to 200,000 years ago, they would definitely be able to sweep through all races and re-establish the supreme might of the ancient era. Xiaoyi said, since the demonic abyss is not a problem for the Qin Emperor, what hidden dangers are there that can threaten the human race? Some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. I can't say much now. When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Qin Shujian shook his head, not revealing too much. If everything is settled and you are willing to stay in the human race and live in seclusion, I will definitely not stop you. But now, I hope that you can enter the heavenly court and contribute to the human race. Given the current heavenly court, I'm afraid it does not lack a true immortal. The heavenly court does not lack a true immortal, but it does lack a true immortal who can become a Dao fruit realm expert in the future. If I refuse, will the Qin Emperor take action? Xiaoyi asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became silent. After a long while, Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. I will not take action. Whether you stay in the human race or follow me back to the heavenly court is your own matter. Others naturally cannot interfere. But I believe that a person who sacrificed himself for the human race 200,000 years ago will definitely not be afraid to fight. With that, Xiaoyi laughed. Xiaoyi is part of the human race. Naturally, I should do something for the human race. Fine, Emperor Qin has come personally. If I were to reject him, I would be ignorant. However, I do not wish to leave. I hope the Qin Emperor can give me a few days to make some arrangements. After all, I have stayed for a few years. It is impossible to say that I have no feelings for you. It is normal. I will wait for you in the heavenly court. Qin Shujian smiled. A token suddenly landed in front of Xiaoyi. This is the token to the heavenly court. Senior, you can only enter the southern heavenly gate with it. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Unfathomable. Xiaoyi spat out a few words in a grave tone. From beginning to end, he did not notice Qin Shujian's arrival and departure. Obviously, the other party's strength had reached a level that was far beyond his imagination. Dao Fruit Realm? Xiaoyi shook his head. This was the first time he had heard of this realm. He had never seen a Dao Fruit Realm expert make a move. There was no way to understand how strong that realm was for the time being. His gaze landed on the token and he reached out to grab it. The two sides of the token were as smooth as a painting. There were two large words engraved on it, Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court. Xiaoyi put away the token, tidied up the table, and walked out of the private school. After leaving the Heavenly Court, he came to the East Continent to travel. With the legs of a true immortal. Even if he didn't use any special means, he could travel the entire East Continent in a few years. In the end, he stayed in a village. The village wasn't big, with less than 1,000 people. But the villagers were simple and the environment was peaceful. Xiaoyi liked it very much. But, although he stayed, he didn't reveal his identity. The other party only said that he was a Confucian scholar who had studied for a few years. In the end, he stayed in the village as he wished, and became a nameless teacher. Day after day. These days were simple and plain, but for Xiaoyi, they were fulfilling and comfortable. He was born in a time of turmoil and war, and died for the human race. His whole life. Almost all of it was in a storm of blood. No matter how belligerent a person was, they would still feel tired after being in the midst of bloody battles for so many years. So would Xiaoyi. But back then, the human race's situation wasn't optimistic at all. Even if he was tired, he could only persevere and fight for the human race. But now, it was different. All races submitted, and the human race was at its peak. Xiaoyi naturally didn't want to be involved in the slaughter. But, people like me have wind in their blood. It's hard for me to find true peace. Xiaoyi sighed. Walking out of the private school, some young and old people were sitting under the shade of a tree. When they saw Xiaoyi, they greeted him warmly. Mr. Xia, class is over. If you're free tonight, why don't you come to my house for a meal? No need. I can handle it myself. Facing the villagers' enthusiasm, Xiaoyi smiled and nodded in response. Normally speaking. At this time, there were old people and children in the village, while the young and strong went out to work. But now, it was different. With the spirit chi of heaven and earth, everyone had a certain level of cultivation. Take those old people just now for example. Every one of them was no weaker than a physical invulnerability expert. So, naturally, there was no distinction between the young and the old. Most of the people went out to work in shifts. The rest of the people who were on break sat together and chatted. 200,000 years ago, even the weakest human had reached the physical invulnerability stage. This was something unimaginable. At that time, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had weakened significantly. Although there were still some people who could be born into the true martial realm in places with dense spirit chi, there were very few people who could actually be born into the true martial realm. The place where Xiaoyi lives is in the east of the village. It is a yellow mud house that the villagers built for him. He returned to his residence. After a simple tidying up, Xiaoyi began to make a fire to cook rice. This was something he would do after class on weekdays. In the next few days, Xiaoyi acted as usual and didn't show any abnormalities. He went to class as usual and went home to cook. On the 5th day, he found the village chief and told him that he needed to leave. Despite the village head's persuasion, he had no choice but to agree in the end. Knowing that Xiaoyi was leaving, many people in the village came to see him off. Everyone, please go back. If I have time in the future, I will definitely come back. Xiaoyi said with a smile before turning around and leaving. Heavenly Court. After splitting a trace of power to find Xiaoyi, Qin Shujian stayed in the Heavenly Palace. After breaking through to the Dao Fruit Realm, he indeed had nothing to do. Every day, he stayed in the Heavenly Palace and observed the evolution of his inner world. Because of the time formation, it had been 90,000 years since his inner world was born. Especially some time ago, when his inner world was promoted to a great Kiliacosm, a batch of upper 3 true immortals were born. With the appearance of upper 3 true immortals, the strength of the myriad races greatly increased. At this point, the conflicts between the various races also intensified. Wars and killings could be seen almost everywhere. After all, there were only so many resources in the world. If a race needed to develop, they needed an endless stream of resources. The races that obtained resources wanted more. The races that couldn't obtain resources also wanted to obtain resources for their own races. As a result, fighting was simply unavoidable. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping the fighting of the myriad races. In his eyes, the fighting of the myriad races was a process that the world had to go through. Without going through a battle, it would be difficult for the myriad races to merge. Only after a battle would the strongest side be determined. When that time came, only then would the remaining myriad races be intimidated and the world return to peace. If we don't fight, how can the myriad races have endless powerhouses? Once the world falls into a state of peace, if we don't fight, it's equivalent to walking to the end. Qin Shujian looked at the myriad races that were fighting non-stop and thought to himself. A world without fighting was like a pool of stagnant water. If that was the case, what room would there be for the world to grow? How could there be peerless powerhouses, one had to know. Any peerless powerhouse had to kill their way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was impossible to give birth to a true powerhouse just by relying on bitter cultivation. Since ancient times, the top powerhouses of every era were all like this. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian's heart stirred. His spiritual will withdrew from his inner world. Outside the heavenly palace, Xiaoyi was already waiting there with a token in his hand. However, without Qin Shujian's order, Mu Yang didn't dare to let him in. Let him in. A calm and dignified voice came from the inner hall of the heavenly palace. After receiving the order, Mu Yang immediately let him in. The Emperor of Heaven has ordered that you can enter. Thank you. Xiaoyi cupped his hand slightly and stepped into the inner hall of the heavenly palace. When he reached the inner hall and saw Qin Shujian on the throne, he also bowed. Xiaoyi of the human race greets the Emperor Qin. It seems that Senior has already settled the matter. You can say so. Xiaoyi shook his head and replied noncommittally. Qin Shujian said, I'm very gratified that Senior can come to the heavenly court. Now, Senior has 2 choices. One is to enter the heavenly court and become a deity. With the support of the deity position, your cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and your strength will also increase greatly. The second is to stay in the heavenly court and cultivate, but not accept the deity position. You can also not respect the Emperor of Heaven. I won't restrict you either. Now, there are 2 people in the heavenly court. Senior, if you choose the second, then you will be the third. Hearing this, Xiaoyi pondered for a moment and didn't immediately give an answer. Both options had their pros and cons, so he needed to carefully consider them. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, I've always been used to being free. I'm afraid that I might not be able to adapt to being an official of the heavenly court. The meaning behind his words was obvious. Since Senior has made his choice, then I won't force it. Qin Shujian nodded. He didn't feel regretful about Xiaoyi's choice. As long as Xiaoyi could stay in the heavenly court, it was enough. Everything else was trivial. In the ancient barren world, currently, the Array faction dojo had already become a major faction. Ever since he had joined Qin Shujian and became a trader, Zhongyi's strength had increased tremendously. During this period, he had even made a trip to the Great Thousand World and obtained a lot of array knowledge from Qin Shujian. To the people of the ancient barren world, the news of Zhongyi becoming an array master had already spread. However, no one was sure. Not only was Zhongyi an array Dao grandmaster, but he was also a second realm array Dao grandmaster, close to the third realm. Now that the Array Faction Martial Club had destroyed the Rising Dragon Martial Club and other forces, they had taken over the city. In the Array Faction Martial Club, Zhongyi sat at the top. He had made a huge breakthrough in his array cultivation. Even his cultivation base had improved a lot. Although he had not broken through the heavenly human realm, he had reached the peak of the divine martial realm. The peak of the divine martial realm coupled with the skills of a second realm array master. It could be said that Zhongyi's strength was already one of the top experts in the ancient barren world. Even if he could not fight against an almighty, he was not afraid of many people below the almighty level. It was also because of the increase in his cultivation that his appearance had become much younger, and he wasn't as old as he was before. Club Master, the Swift Wind sect insisted on fighting with us for the mine. They have already injured many of our people. How should we deal with this matter? A disciple of the Array Faction Martial Club cupped his hands and said. After saying that, someone else interrupted. The Swift Wind sect dared to provoke the Array Faction Martial Club. We will not let this matter rest. As far as I know, the heavenly human of the Swift Wind sect is already old and will pass away at any time. How can an old heavenly human fight against the Club Master? You should know that the Club Master's array skills are second to none in the ancient barren world. That's right. If they don't give us an explanation, we will destroy them. Soon, there were others who agreed. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was heated. Every disciple of the Array Faction Martial Club had a violent aura and high fighting spirit on their faces. The current Array Faction dojo was no longer the same as it was a few years ago. Ever since Dojo Master Zhongyi broke through to Array Dao Grandmaster, the Array Faction dojo's reputation was like the sun at noon. A Formation Dao Grandmaster. Sometimes, they were even more powerful than ordinary celestials. In the past, when the Array Faction dojo was in decline, it was oppressed by many powers. Although the disciples didn't say anything, they definitely didn't feel good about it. Now that the Array Faction Martial Arts School had regained its reputation, it was a chance for many people to avenge their past humiliation. Hearing this, Zhongyi's expression was solemn. My Array Faction dojo must have that or mine. One must know that the ore mine contains purple gold. If we can excavate it, it will be of great benefit to the dojo. It won't be a big problem even if the strength of the martial arts club is increased by another level. At this point, he looked at the others. Moreover, my Array Faction dojo also cares about our reputation. If the Swift Wind sect injures our disciples and my Array Faction dojo doesn't say anything, this matter will definitely not be justified. So, either the Swift Wind sect apologizes and obediently hand over the mine, or we'll start a war. Zhongyi's eyes were like lightning and his aura rose. Since the establishment of my Array Faction dojo, we've never been afraid of war or death. Now that I've broken through to Array Dao Grandmaster, it's time to restore the reputation of the dojo to its former peak and even surpass the glory of the past. Fight! Fight! In the lobby, the disciples of the dojo were in high spirits and their voices of war resounded throughout the Array faction dojo. Looking at the reaction of the disciples, Xianxia nodded with satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. Over the years, his goal had been to revitalize the Array faction dojo. Unfortunately, at that time, he was really too weak. Not to mention revitalizing the dojo, even maintaining the legacy was a difficult task. It wasn't easy to have two talented disciples. In order to let the two disciples become talents, he even specially got a quota for the Purple Heaven dojo. However, those two disciples were ultimately not lucky enough. But it didn't matter. If the disciples died, then so be it. Xianxia was confident that with his current strength and foundation, he didn't need to rely on anyone. In addition, after taking over the mine, the dojo will start a round of competition. Any cultivator below the age of 50 can come and participate. As for the specific rewards, we'll discuss it at that time. But I only have one request. That is, in this competition, we must make the Array faction dojo famous. At the same time, it's also good to screen out suitable geniuses to enrich the foundation of the Array faction dojo. After saying that, Xianxia silently added in his heart, it's also good to find suitable targets for me to kill. That's right. The biggest intention of holding the competition was to attract suitable targets and then secretly eliminate them. At this moment, he finally understood who the targets he wanted to kill were. The Son of Fate, to put it bluntly, they were geniuses and geniuses with great opportunities. Such geniuses would gather wherever there was something happening. With the current reputation of the Array faction dojo, coupled with enough gimmicks, it could totally attract those geniuses. At that time, Xianxia had plenty of ways to get rid of those people without anyone knowing. As long as he eliminated them, then he would be able to obtain more benefits from Qin Shujian. How is the second realm Array faction Grandmaster enough? The third realm, or even the legendary Saint realm, will be my goal. Xianxia's heart was burning. He loved the Array faction very much, but unfortunately his talent was limited. But it didn't matter if his talent was limited. As long as he had enough opportunities, he could still soar to the sky. Of course. Xianxia only buried these thoughts in the depths of his heart and didn't tell anyone in detail. In fact, no one in the desolate great world knew that he was a world traitor. There was no other way. Such a secret, it was enough for him to know. If it was spread out, then no matter if it was him or the Array faction dojo, they would not be tolerated by the desolate great world. When that time came, Xianxia felt that not to mention a second realm Array faction Grandmaster, even a third realm Array faction Grandmaster would not be able to escape. Unless, if he could reach the legendary Saint realm, then he might have the possibility to fight against the whole world with his own strength. But such thoughts could only be thought of. Even with Qin Shujian's help, Xianxia did not have 100% confidence. None of the disciples present knew what their dojo master was thinking. Now they were completely immersed in the future glory of the Array faction dojo. Jifeng sect. As a top sect with a heavenly being, Jifeng sect's status in the ancient barren world had always been high. Unfortunately, as the heavenly being aged and no new heavenly being was born, the sect's power had declined day by day. Until now. Although Jifeng sect was a top sect, it did not have the strength that a top sect should have. Sect Hall. The current sect master of Jifeng sect, who was also the only heavenly being in Jifeng sect, exuded an aura of old age, as if he would pass away at any time. Below him sat many elders of the Swiftwind sect. Now, everyone's expression was different. Some were angry and some were worried. Now that the Array faction martial arts academy is closing in, do you have any plans? Sect Master Yu Shou's expression was calm as he looked at the changes in everyone's expression. It seemed that he did not feel much anger towards the Array faction martial arts academy. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall suddenly became silent. After a long time, an elder cupped his hands. Sect Master, the Array faction martial arts academy's reputation is like the sun in the sky. The sect master, Xianxia, has obtained some kind of opportunity and his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Although he has not reached the heavenly being realm, he has reached the peak of the divine martial realm. Not only that, but he has also made a breakthrough in Array Dao and become one of the rare Array Dao masters in the ancient barren world. If our sect has a direct conflict with the Array faction martial arts academy, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous. Hearing this, Yu Xiu looked at the others. Do you think so too? The elders did not reply. At this moment, a middle-aged elder with a red face shouted angrily, "What is the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy?" When it was founded, it had some reputation, but now it has been weak for many years. Zhongyi was weak in the past and could be killed by me with my bare hands. Now that he has obtained some kind of opportunity, he has a chance to turn things around. Jifeng sect has existed for thousands of years. When have we ever been afraid of a small Array Faction Martial Arts Academy? Elder Lu, you're wrong. What does Elder Zhang have to say? Elder Lu looked unhappy and glared angrily. Elder Zhang heard this, his expression was calm. The Array Faction Martial Arts Academy in the past was indeed nothing, but the current Array Faction Martial Arts Academy is no longer what it used to be. It is undoubtedly a mistake to look at it in the past. There were some things that should be done in the present. We have to admit that the strength of the Array Faction Martial Club is no weaker than our Jifeng sect. In fact, they might even be stronger. After all, at this point, Elder Zhang looked at Yu Xiu and cupped his hands respectfully. Sect Master, this old man did not mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted to say that everything I did was for the sake of the Swift Wind sect. Speak your mind. Yu Xiu nodded slightly, indicating for him to continue. Seeing this, Elder Zhang continued, although the sect master is a diviner, he is already old. Not to mention whether his strength is at its peak, if he suffered any losses in the battle with the Array Faction dojo, he might pass away early. You must know that once my Swift Wind sect loses a celestial, it will definitely fall from being a top sect. If it's just a drop in status, that's fine. When an outstanding disciple becomes a diviner again in the future, my Swift Wind sect can rise again. However, my Swift Wind sect has been on bad terms with many forces over the years. Without you, the sect master, those forces will not let my Swift Wind sect go easily. At that time, if we are not careful, our sect might be destroyed. At this moment, Elder Zhang suddenly stood up and bowed to Yu Xiu. I don't know why this old man is afraid to fight. If it is really beneficial to the Swift Wind sect, this old man will not hesitate to give up his life. However, if we do it knowing that it is impossible, it will put the great Swift Wind sect in a dangerous place. At that time, if the Swift Wind sect is destroyed because of this, we will not be able to answer to the ancestors of the Swift Wind sect in the underworld. Immediately after, without waiting for Yu Xiu to speak, Elder Zhang straightened up and looked at Elder Lu. This old man is not really opposed to Elder Lu's proposal. As a top sect, our sect should not lose its backbone. However, in the face of the crisis of the sect's survival, we have to bow our heads for the time being. You must know that a man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. Our Swift Wind sect was glorious in the past, and it is normal for it to decline now. It is just like how the Array sect martial arts dojo has declined for a long time, and now it has risen again. As long as we can be patient, we will have a chance to return to the peak sooner or later. This old man has said what needs to be said. That's all I have to say. The rest is up to the elders. After saying that, Elder Zhang sat down again. Elder Lu's face seemed to turn a little redder. He wanted to refute, but the other party's words were reasonable, so he did not know how to refute for a while. In the main hall, many people nodded in agreement. It was obvious that Elder Zhang's words had struck a chord in their hearts. Sect Master Yu Xiu waited for a long time before nodding in agreement. Elder Zhang is right. A man does not have 1,000 days of happiness, and a flower does not bloom for 100 days. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Even if they are invincible for a while, they will eventually fall from the altar. I don't have much time left. I only have about 30 years left. Once 30 years are up, even a true immortal will not be able to reverse the situation. If you want to fight, then I will fight with you. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I will still be able to take Xianxia down with me if I self-destruct. However, after I self-destruct, whether or not the Swift Wind sect can hold on to its foundation is your problem. Yu Xiu paused, paying attention to the changes in everyone's expression. After a long while, he continued. If you don't fight, then our Swift Wind sect will give up the fight for the mine. In addition, we will close our doors and never walk in the world again. I will spend the last 30 years trying my best to cultivate a heavenly being for the Swift Wind sect. Of course, I am not 100% sure that a heavenly being will be born within 30 years. I can only say that I will try my best. After Yu Xiu finished speaking, Elder Zhang continued, the way of the world now is different from the past. After the game was released, everyone entered the game to cultivate. As long as they can raise their realm in the game, they can also quickly raise their realm in the real world. 30 years in the real world is 90 years in the game. If you can raise your realm to the heavenly being realm in the game during this time, then you can also quickly raise your realm in the real world. 30 years may not seem long, but it may not be impossible for our Swift Wind sect to give birth to a new heavenly being. After saying that, Elder Zhang silently added another sentence in his heart. He even suspected that Xianxia was able to raise his realm so quickly because he had obtained some unknown opportunity in the game. However, these were just his thoughts and he did not say it out loud. Yu Xiu said, Elder Zhang is right. Times have changed. Our Jifeng sect has not been able to produce a celestial being in the past, but it doesn't mean that there won't be one in the future. The opportunities in the game are not small. If you can get them, advancing by leaps and bounds is not empty words. It's a pity that I'm old now and don't have so much energy to spend. Otherwise, give me another 100 years and I might be able to walk out of the haze of my lifespan. In the end, Yu Xiu looked a little regretful. The game came out too late. If it came out 100 years earlier, he could also go in to find opportunities. As for now, with only a few decades of lifespan left, he could only sit here. Otherwise, every movement could accelerate the loss of his lifespan. That was probably how the saying 1 foot in the grave described him. However, Yu Xiu didn't have too many regrets. At this point, he had already seen through many things. Birth, old age, illness, and death were just ordinary things. The only thing he was worried about was the current Jifeng sect. Having been in charge of the Jifeng sect for thousands of years, Yu Xiu couldn't bear to see the sect that he had poured so much effort into for so many years be destroyed after his death. After a long time, Elder Lu sighed, I was reckless. Since the sect master has made a decision, then I have nothing to say. I'll listen to you on this matter. He also understood that it was useless to act on impulse. Although he didn't want to admit it, the decline of the Jifeng sect was an undeniable fact. If they really went to war, they might not be a match for the Array Sect Martial Arts Club. Moreover, even if the Jifeng sect did everything to destroy the Array Sect Martial Arts Club, what about the rest? As Elder Zhang said, the opponent of the Jifeng sect was never as simple as the Array Sect Martial Arts Club. Or to put it another way. Before this, the Array Sect Martial Arts Club was not qualified to be an opponent of the Jifeng sect. It was only in recent years that the Array Sect Martial Arts Club suddenly rose up and caught the attention of the Jifeng sect. Seeing that everyone else had made a decision, Yu Xiu immediately gave an order. Order all the disciples of the Jifeng sect to withdraw from the mine. At the same time, order all the disciples who have been training outside to return. For the next 30 years, the Jifeng sect will completely seal off the mountain gate and forbid anyone from entering or leaving without permission. At the same time, the sect protection array will be officially activated. Any sect would have a sect protection array. That was the sect's final trump card. Although the Jifeng sect didn't have an array master, they knew some array master powerhouses when they were at their peak. For this reason, the Swift Wind sect paid a hefty price to invite some array Dao grandmasters to help and finally arranged a powerful array formation. That array formation. Even if another Array Dao Grandmaster made a move, it would be difficult to break through. Normally, the sect protection formation would not be activated. But at the same time, once the sect protection array formation was activated, it meant that the Jifeng sect's situation had reached a critical point. All the elders looked solemn. we will obey the sect master's orders. Very soon. The news of gathering the sect disciples to return spread like the wind. At the same time, Zhong Yi's expression changed slightly as he looked at the mountain gate that was shrouded in mist. Senior, if I were to fight with that old celestial, what are my chances of winning? He stood still, but he was talking to the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in his mind. After he finished speaking, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven replied, although the celestial is old, he is still at the peak of the extraordinary realm. Although he hasn't entered the saint realm, his strength can't be underestimated. In comparison, although you have entered the second realm of Array Dao Grandmaster, you have just entered and haven't completely stabilized. Under normal circumstances, the old celestial won't be your opponent. But if he fights to the death and resolutely decides to self-destruct, you definitely won't be his opponent. It's not convenient for me to make a move in the desolate great world. When that time comes, you'll have to pray for yourself. Hearing the words of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation, Zhong Yi's expression suddenly became solemn. He could tell that the other party had already said it very tactfully. In other words, once Yu Xiu self-destructed, there was no way for him to survive. It seems that I can't force the Swift Wind sect too much. But I have to fight for what I should fight for. Otherwise, people will see through my Array Sect Martial Arts Club. Zhong Yi pondered for a while and immediately walked up the mountain. Not long after, the disciples guarding the mountain stopped him. Who dares to trespass into my Swift Wind sect? Zhong Yi of the Array Sect Martial Arts Club is here to pay respects to old sect master Yu. Zhong Yi didn't move, but his voice was loud and clear. The two disciples guarding the mountain bled from their 7 orifices and fell to the ground. Then, the Swift Wind sect was shaken. All the experts inside almost simultaneously appeared. Zhong Yi. Some elders looked solemn as they looked at the person walking forward slowly. A warrior at the peak of the divine martial realm wasn't worth their fear. What really made them afraid was the other party's identity as an Array Dao Grandmaster. One had to know. Experts at this realm could form arrays with a wave of their hands. Their killing moves were impossible to guard against. I have come to visit alone. I didn't expect your sect to be so hospitable. It's really surprising. When he was 10 feet away from the experts of the Swift Wind sect, Zhong Yi stopped and looked at the crowd in front of him with a smile. Even though he was being stared at by so many experts, he didn't feel nervous. With the number of experts in front of him, those who weren't at the celestial realm weren't qualified to threaten an Array Dao Grandmaster. Unless, the elders of the Swift Wind sect might be worth watching if they multiplied their strength by 3 to 5 times. After saying that, Elder Zhang's face was cold as he looked at the two disciples lying on the ground. If he didn't see their chests rising and falling, he would have thought that they were dead. Sect Master Zhong, you hurt my Swift Wind sect as soon as you arrived. Aren't you looking down on my Swift Wind sect? Don't misunderstand. I'm just returning the favor. Zhong Yi came with his hands behind his back and shook his head. Many of my Array Faction Dojo's disciples were injured at the hands of your Swift Wind sect disciples at the mine. Now that I've only injured 2 of your disciples, my Array Faction Dojo is the one at a disadvantage. Your Swift Wind sect has to give an explanation for this. After saying that, many people's faces changed. Since the establishment of the Swift Wind sect, no one had ever dared to be so unscrupulous in front of the Swift Wind sect. If it weren't for Zhong Yi's identity, they would have directly attacked and killed him on the spot. Elder Zhang suppressed his anger and said coldly, Sect Master Zhong, you're wrong. Injuries are inevitable when fighting for the treasure. Now that my sect has withdrawn from the fight for the mine, why is Sect Master Zhong so aggressive? The mine belongs to my Array Sect Martial Club. How can the Swift Wind sect give it away? In my opinion, the Swift Wind sect injured my Array Sect Martial Club's disciples for no reason. If you want to resolve this matter, it's simple. You just need to publicly apologize to my Array Sect Martial Club. Zhong Yi said calmly. Publicly apologize to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. All the experts of the Jifeng sect were enraged when they heard this. Even Elder Zhang's face turned ugly. Sect Master Zhong, the Jifeng sect is a top sect. This matter will damage the reputation of our sect. Don't push your luck. The reputation of the Jifeng sect is our reputation. Is the reputation of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club not our reputation? Zhongyi did not back down. His voice was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell into a strange silence. Both sides did not speak, but the two auras collided as if a battle would break out at any time. The void shook. A person slowly stepped in the air and landed in front of the Jifeng sect. Looking at the person who came, all the experts from the Jifeng sect bowed. "Greetings, sect master." Yu Xiu waved his hand. Although he was about to pass away and his body was full of decay, his eyes were still full of vigor. "You are the sect master of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club?" "Greetings, sect master Yu." Zhongyi cupped his hand slightly. He looked polite but his attitude was arrogant. Yu Xiu became famous thousands of years ago. Before he was born, he was already a famous expert in the desolate world. So, Yu Xiu did not know him, but he knew Yu Xiu. If it was in the past, Zhongyi would not dare to be presumptuous in front of this famous senior. But it was different now. He was already a second realm array master. If they were to fight, Yu Xiu would not be his opponent unless he went all out. This was also why Zhongyi had no reason to back down in front of Yu Xiu. Now, he had enough confidence to face this supreme expert from the Swiftwind sect. Yu Xiu said lightly, "I know why you are here. The Jifeng sect can't afford a big turmoil, so we gave up the mine. However, a top sect has its own dignity. Although the Array Faction Martial Arts Club has a sudden rise, they are not qualified to make the Jifeng sect apologize publicly. Even if our sect has declined, we will not be humiliated by any force." Hearing this, the experts of the Swiftwind sect behind him were all in high spirits. Zhongyi's face darkened. "Sect Master Yu, this old man respects you as a senior, which is why I'm being polite. However, I'm definitely not afraid of you. Many of my Array Faction Martial Dojo's disciples have been injured by the Swiftwind sect. We can't let this matter rest. If the Jifeng sect is unwilling to apologize, then the Array Faction Martial Arts Club will have no choice but to declare war on the Jifeng sect. At that time, even if my Array Faction Martial Club is not strong enough to fight against your Jifeng sect, after that battle, the Jifeng sect will still have some strength left. You should know that the Swiftwind sect has many enemies." The threat was clearly expressed in his words. Many people looked angry, but they had no way to refute him. On the field, only Yu Xiu's expression remained calm from beginning to end. The meaning of a sect's existence is not as simple as passing down its legacy. If it even loses the dignity it should have, then it would be better for such a sect to be destroyed than to struggle at death's door. Zhongyi's expression changed. However, before he could say anything, Yu Xiu took a step forward and his gaze was like lightning. "This matter will end with the Swiftwind sect withdrawing from the mine. The so-called public apology is impossible. If the Array Faction Martial Club wants to fight, then the Swiftwind sect will accompany you to the end. Although my life is coming to an end, it shouldn't be a problem if I take an Array Master down with me. The foundation of the Array Faction Martial Club is still a little weak. Without an Array Master, how can a small martial club compete with my Swiftwind sect? Zhongyi, if your Array Faction Martial Club is not afraid of being destroyed, neither is my Swiftwind sect. If you want to fight today, then declare war. If you don't, then leave my Swiftwind sect's territory immediately." Yu Xiu's voice was full of vigor. It spread out clearly and resounded throughout the entire Swiftwind sect. On the other side, Zhongyi's face was as black as ink. He never thought that Yu Xiu's character would be so unyielding. Originally, he came to the Swiftwind sect this time to force the other party to submit and thus improve the reputation of the Array Faction Martial Club. However, he never expected that Yu Xiu would rather risk the destruction of the Swiftwind sect than apologize. To be honest, with the foundation of the Array Faction Martial Club now, it was indeed not qualified to be compared with an old top sect. If it were not for Zhongyi, an Array Master, the people of the Array Faction Martial Club would not be qualified to fight with the Swiftwind sect. Not only did they fail to force the abdication, they were also checkmated. Zhongyi was in a dilemma. He looked at Yu Xiu's calm expression and his expression was uncertain. At this moment, Zhongyi was not sure if Yu Xiu really dared to go all out. However, he really did not dare to do so. The reason was simple. He still had a bright future. Completely different from Yu Xiu, who was on the verge of death. As long as he was given time, it was possible for him to reach the third realm and even the Saint realm. At that time, he would be qualified to dominate the entire remote antiquity world. Therefore, it was simply impossible for him to ruin his bright future for the sake of a small swift-wind sect. Just when this situation was very serious, Zhongyi slowly said, "Since sect master Yu has said so, then I will give you face and give the mine to the Array Faction Martial Club. Everything else will be written off." After saying that, he did not wait for Yu Xiu's reply and directly turned to leave. Yu Xiu silently watched Zhongyi leave and did not intend to stop him at all. After Zhongyi had completely left, he turned to look at the people of the Swiftwind sect. From now on, the Swiftwind sect will seal the mountain and close the door. Unless a new heavenly being is born, you are not allowed to come out. We obey. The news of the Swiftwind sect sealing the mountain spread like the wind. At the same time, Zhongyi also headed to the Array Faction Martial Club. This time, he was very unhappy that he had hit a wall in the Swiftwind sect. If it were not for his lack of strength, Zhongyi would have wanted to go to war with the Swiftwind sect. "Senior, what level do I have to reach to not be afraid of the self-destruction of a Saint Realm cultivator?" Zhongyi could not help but ask in the air. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven replied, "If you want to not be afraid of the self-destruction of a Saint Realm cultivator, as long as you step into the Heavenly Being realm, you can naturally suppress the power of the self-destruction with your current Array Dao skills. However, if you make a breakthrough in the Array Dao, it can also have the same effect. It's just that you are already at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm. If you take another step, you can break through to the Heavenly Being realm. Compared to a breakthrough in the Array Dao, it will be easier for you to make a breakthrough in the realm." After a pause, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven continued, "If I'm not wrong, that heavenly being does not have many years left to live. At most, in another 20 or 30 years, he will completely pass away. Cultivation does not pay attention to the race against time. His momentum is now at its peak, so you might as well let him do the same. When he reaches his peak and declines, it will naturally be your home ground. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Senior. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Brothers and sisters who have monthly votes, please support me." After getting the answer, the anger in Zhongyi's heart subsided a lot. It was just as the other party had said. Now that the Jifeng sect's momentum was flourishing, unless he had the courage to fight back, he could only avoid it for the time being. "Just you wait. When I break through to the divinity realm, I'll definitely use your Jifeng sect as a sacrifice." Zhongyi secretly made up his mind. Not long after, he had already returned to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. "The club master is back. May I ask, club master, how is the Jifeng sect?" Seeing that Zhongyi had returned, the core disciples of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club all asked with concern. As core disciples, they were already tightly bound to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. If the Array Faction Martial Arts Club flourished, they would also benefit greatly from it. Hearing that, Zhongyi looked calm. The Jifeng sect is willing to withdraw from the mine and immediately send disciples to take over. When the mine is taken over, immediately announce the competition. As for the specific name, we'll discuss it 2 days later. Yes. Many disciples looked excited. The Jifeng sect's withdrawal had undoubtedly boosted the momentum of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. Soon, many experts of the Array Faction Martial Arts Club went to the mine, while Zhongyi returned to his secret room to cultivate in seclusion. "Senior, with my current foundation, is there a high chance of success if I pass the tribulation?" Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Zhongyi asked in a deep voice. After returning from the Jifeng sect, he understood that an expert at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm was nothing in front of a real expert. If he was a Divinity Realm expert today, he would not have to return in such a sorry state. After that, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said, "If you want to cultivate the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, you must have a strong enough physique. Your current body is different from the one in the Great Thousand World. You may be able to pass the tribulation in the Great Thousand World, but not in the Great Thousand World. In my opinion, you'd better collect some things and continue to refine your body. When you reach a point where you can't improve anymore, then you can start to prepare for the tribulation. May I know what things I need to collect? Zhongyi asked humbly. Although he was very arrogant in front of outsiders, he maintained enough humility in front of the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven. Zhongyi knew that the gap between him and the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Such an expert. No one else could compare to him. Not to mention the current him, even if he broke through to the saint realm in the future, he would still be like an ant before such an expert. In the face of such a supreme expert. As long as it was a normal person, they would maintain sufficient humility. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar said, "The formula isn't a big problem. I'll just pass it to you. However, since you've obtained the formula, it'll be considered part of the mission reward. In the future, you'll still have to do your best to eliminate the Child of Destiny. Senior, don't worry. Once the news of the competition spreads, it'll surely draw over many children of karmic luck. We'll just kill them one by one at that time." Zhongyi patted his chest and promised. This was also the reason why he had started the competition. If you call for a competition, the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy will definitely fall into the eyes of the world. At that time, if a large number of geniuses fall, others will definitely associate it with the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy. With your current strength, you don't have the qualifications to go against the world. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said calmly. He didn't want the pawn that he had painstakingly planted to court death. In the end, Zhongyi had been too arrogant recently. He thought that after breaking through to the second realm of Array Master, he could go against everyone in the world. Senior, you're exaggerating. I've already prepared for this. The competition will continue as usual. I'm just recording the information of those geniuses. When the competition ends, I'll naturally have a way to eliminate those people. I also understand that with the current strength of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy, we don't have the qualifications to go against the world. It's good that you understand. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven said and didn't say anything else. He then passed the formula to Zhongyi. A surge of information flooded in, causing Zhongyi to be slightly distracted. Soon, he regained his composure. At this moment, there was an additional unfamiliar memory in his mind. Thank you, Senior. Zhongyi thanked him and then left the secret room. He found some disciples and asked them to collect the corresponding items according to the formula. In order to prevent the formula from being leaked, he also added a lot of useless things. Many of the ingredients were mixed together and there was no way to distinguish the real formula. Not only that, Zhongyi also specially added some extra things. He didn't rely on the disciples to collect them, but himself. In the blink of an eye. It was a month's time. Jifeng sect backed off and closed their doors, causing the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy to become famous. At the same time, the news of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy reporting the hero competition was also spread, increasing the prestige of the Martial Arts Academy. Then, it was the things that Zhongyi needed to collect. After spending a month, he finally collected them. Although the materials were precious and scarce, the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy's reputation was growing day by day. Especially when the top sects backed off, it was like the sun in the sky. In the desolate world, many sects and forces gave face to the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy and didn't have any intention of shirking. After a while. Thus, collecting materials would become much easier. In the secret room, Zhongyi's body was soaked in a big bucket. There was a blood-like liquid flowing in the bucket and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the secret room. The big bucket wasn't an ordinary item. It was made of precious purple gold and was extraordinarily hard. The blood-like liquid was the medicinal bath made by the formula. At this moment, Zhongyi sat in the bucket and his body was being tempered by the medicinal bath, becoming tougher. Time passed slowly and the blood-like medicinal bath faded bit by bit. When it had completely turned into the color of white water, Zhongyi, who had his eyes closed, finally opened them. Now, I can break through. You can try. Great. After receiving the affirmation, Zhongyi's face instantly revealed a carefree smile. He jumped out of the purple gold bucket and broke through the secret room, arriving at an empty space. The secret room was broken through and the loud noise immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy. By the time they looked up, they could only see a person soaring into the sky and disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. That's the Academy Master. Sir Academy Master, where are you going? What the hell is going on? Many of the Array Faction Martial Arts Academy's disciples were bewildered. Some of them thought of the matter of Xianxia collecting materials a while ago. Ever since the materials were collected, Xianxia went into seclusion. Now that he suddenly came out, it was impossible to say that the two had nothing to do with each other. However, no matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't understand what Xianxia's motive was. On the barren land, Xianxia stood alone with his hands behind his back. The sky, which was supposed to be clear, suddenly darkened. Large amounts of dark clouds gathered from all directions, and purple lightning could be faintly seen flickering within the dark clouds. The heavenly tribulation is coming. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky, where dark clouds had already gathered. The birth of the tribulation clouds made him feel great pressure. In fact, this was not Xianxia's first time facing a heavenly tribulation. Back in the game, he had already undergone a heavenly tribulation and become a powerhouse of the celestial realm. Otherwise, his strength would not have risen so quickly in the desolate great world. This was the reason why he could improve so quickly. To put it bluntly, he had been influenced by the game. But, transcending a tribulation in-game and in real life were two completely different concepts. If he failed the tribulation in the game, he would only lose a level at most. In reality, if he failed to pass the tribulation, he would have to restart from the beginning. In the face of a life and death threat, Xianxia could not help but feel nervous even though he was completely confident. Don't be nervous. With your foundation, it's almost impossible for you to fail the tribulation. If you're scared even in the face of a tribulation from the divine martial realm to the celestial realm, then you're destined to not be able to go far in the future. In the Sea of Consciousness, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation spoke calmly. Xianxia's originally nervous mood instantly eased up quite a bit. Senior, you're right. Indeed. With his ample preparations, it was impossible for him to fail the tribulation. Right now, all he had to do was wait for the heavenly tribulation to descend, then successfully transcend it and become a diviner. While Xianxia was waiting for the heavenly tribulation to descend, the appearance of the tribulation cloud had already attracted the attention of others. What is that? It looks like tribulation clouds. Hiss, could it be that in the real world, there are also people who want to walk the path of physical sanctification? Seeing the appearance of the tribulation clouds, many people began to discuss spiritedly. They were not unfamiliar with tribulation clouds. Although no one in the desolate great world had ever walked the path of physical sanctification in real life, the lightning tribulation for physical sanctification would often appear in the game. However, what these people didn't expect was, in the past, the lightning tribulation only appeared in the game, but now it appeared in reality. Immediately, many experts rushed towards the place where the lightning tribulation appeared. Amidst a misty mountain, a palace stood proudly at the peak of the mountain, as if it could overlook the world. If one were to take a closer look, the style of the palace was somewhat similar to that of the Tao Palace. In the meantime, many people were sitting cross-legged in the Holy Ji Palace, as if they were absorbing the essence of the world around them. And within the Tao Palace, a white-bearded Taoist sat cross-legged, his mind wandering. Suddenly, the Taoist's body trembled slightly, and his tightly shut eyelids slowly opened. Suddenly, there was a flash of dense purple energy, and within the flowing purple energy, there seemed to be a myriad of living beings. He raised his head and his gaze pierced through the entire Holy Ji Palace, looking at the outside world. After a long time, the Taoist retracted his gaze and looked surprised. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. Strange. How could the people of this world know the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture? Could it be that someone leaked the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture? This matter needs to be investigated seriously. Although the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture was a top-notch cultivation method, it was nothing in his eyes. What he really cared about was, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, which should not have appeared, had appeared here. The Taoist stood up, took a step, and disappeared from the Holy Ji Palace. When he left the Holy Ji Palace, there seemed to be a tremor in the world, as if something was about to cast its gaze over. At this moment, a jade pendant hung on the Taoist's waist, emitting a dark green light that covered him. The moment the dark green light covered him, a huge eye appeared in the sky. The eye was indifferent, taking in everything in the world. After a long time, the huge eye slowly retreated. There were more cracks on the jade pendant. Looks like it won't last much longer. The Taoist looked at the jade pendant on his waist that was about to shatter and shook his head helplessly. If he did not leave the Holy Ji Palace, the jade pendant could at least last for 8 to 10 years. But now that he had left the Holy Ji Palace, the jade pendant's wear and tear accelerated. Especially when the heavenly Tao appeared just now, the jade pendant was on the verge of breaking down. Although it was a pity in his heart, the Taoist did not care too much. Whether it was 8 to 10 years earlier or later, it was not important to him now. He took a step forward slowly, shrinking thousands of mountains under his feet. He easily crossed everything and arrived at the location where the tribulation cloud appeared. At this moment, the tribulation cloud had already gathered to a powerful extent. The feeling of the black cloud pressing down on the city made everyone's expression change. Those who came after hearing the news understood who the person who attracted the tribulation lightning was. The dojo master of the Array faction martial arts dojo, Zhong Yi. If it was in the past, there would not be many people who knew Zhong Yi. But now, the Array faction martial arts dojo was at its peak and Zhong Yi was an array master. He was already quite famous in the ancient desolate world. Especially since this place was not too far away from the Array faction martial arts dojo. So, those who came basically knew the dojo master of the Array faction martial arts dojo. Looking at the many people who came, Zhong Yi said in a deep voice, "I am going through the heavenly tribulation this time. I hope that everyone will not interfere. Let me make it clear first. If anyone dares to interfere, they will fight to the death with the Array faction martial arts dojo. I believe that all of you can understand the anger of an array master." Facing Zhong Yi's threat, many people's expressions changed slightly. Obviously, the other party's words made them feel a deep sense of fear. An array grandmaster was sometimes even more frightening than a celestial being. After all, the destructive power of a heavenly being could not be compared to an array master. If they offended a heavenly being, they might be the only one who died. However, if they offended an array Tao grandmaster, who knew when the other party would set up a monstrous killing array in their own mountain. When that time came, only death awaited them. So, Zhong Yi's words made many people want to retreat. Only the Taoist stood at the side as if he was invisible. No one noticed his arrival. Rumble. The tribulation lightning that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. The purple tribulation lightning bombarded and a destructive aura swept in all directions. Those who were close to it instinctively retreated. They only managed to resist the power of the tribulation lightning after retreating 100 feet away. On the other side, Zhong Yi did not care so much. He held his breath and used his physical body to resist the tribulation lightning. Boom, lightning splashed and the surging power caused Zhong Yi's clothes to explode and his physical body to crack a little. But he still gritted his teeth and endured the tribulation lightning. This was the Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture, a necessary cultivation process. Don't do it. There would never be a way to cultivate the true Purple Heaven Divine Lightning Scripture. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture. The most important cultivation method was to use one's physical body to withstand the heavenly tribulation and absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine one's physique. In this way, a cultivator's physique could only be strengthened to a certain extent and be able to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation with his physical body and advance to a higher level. Although other methods could also refine one's physique. Compared to the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder Scripture, it was much weaker. Any heavenly tribulation is at its weakest at the beginning. Because the heavenly tribulation is condensed by the heavenly tribulation, it also needs to be mobilized. This process takes a certain amount of time, so the heavenly tribulation will become stronger as it progresses. The heavenly tribulation at the beginning is the best opportunity for you to refine your physique. Don't use your true essence to resist, use your physical body to withstand it. When your physical body reaches a certain limit, use other methods to resist. This is the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture, the easiest way to successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation was heard. Zhongyi was enduring the heavenly tribulation to refine his body. Until now, only 3 heavenly tribulation had descended, causing his physical body to crumble and fall into a state of nirvana at any time. Just as he was about to resist, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation appeared in his mind. Hearing that, Zhongyi could only forcefully dispel the idea of using his true essence to resist. The other party was right. The Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture did use the heavenly tribulation to refine his body. Although his current situation was somewhat miserable. However, he could clearly feel that the strength of his body was steadily increasing. However, in the eyes of others, Zhongyi's situation was not good. The heavenly tribulation bombarded, each one emitting a destructive aura. Among the onlookers, the strongest was only in the God-martial realm. In front of the heavenly tribulation, although they were not ants, there was not much difference. The heavenly tribulation is so powerful. Is Dojo Master Zong going to fail? Someone took a deep breath and could not help but ask. In his line of sight, Zhongyi's flesh was split open by the heavenly tribulation, and he looked really miserable. Ordinary people, even if they failed to pass the heavenly tribulation, at the beginning, they would not be so miserable. Immediately. However, someone else shook his head. Although Dojo Master Zong is a Formation Dao Grandmaster, his foundation is still too weak. Using such a method to break through, the probability of failure is too high. I wonder if he can survive this. If he can't, then the Array Faction Martial Arts Dojo will be in for a good show. Heh, that's true. An old cultivator suddenly sneered. Ever since Zhongyi broke through to the Array Dao Grandmaster level, the Array Faction Dojo's actions were much more ostentatious and domineering, causing many factions to be angry but not dare to speak up. There was no other way. Even a top sect with a celestial being would not be willing to have any conflict with a force that had a Formation Dao Grandmaster. In terms of threat, a Formation Grandmaster was much more powerful than an ordinary diviner. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, not many forces were willing to start a conflict with the Array Faction Dojo. All of this was because there was Zhongyi, this Array Formation Grandmaster present. But if Zhongyi died under the heavenly tribulation, that would be completely different. Hearing this, a God Martial Realm cultivator said coldly, I heard that the Jifeng sect was forced to close their doors by the Array Faction Dojo. Now that the Array Faction Dojo has an Array Dao Grandmaster, their actions are extraordinarily ostentatious and domineering. If Zhongyi dies, the Array Faction Dojo will definitely be destroyed. Let's wait and see. There's no need to rush to a conclusion. Some cultivators secretly used their divine souls to send voice transmissions, their gazes fixed on Zhongyi. In their opinion, Zhongyi was most likely dead. But until the last moment, no one dared to jump to a conclusion, let alone attack the Array Faction Dojo in advance. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Zhongyi succeeded in transcending the tribulation, then there would be a lot of fun. After all, an Array Formation Grandmaster was already terrifying enough. If it was an Array Formation Grandmaster at the Celestial Being Realm, even an ordinary saint would not dare to say that they could suppress him with 100% certainty. The number of saint experts in the desolate great world was definitely not more than 5. And these saint cultivators, every one of them was in seclusion all year round, hoping to become a mighty one day. Therefore, if Zhongyi succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the reputation of the Array Faction Dojo would definitely rise to another level. Right now, the heavenly tribulations were falling one after another. The momentum was getting louder and louder. Those cultivators who were watching also retreated further and further away. Most of them hoped that Zhongyi would fail in transcending the tribulation, but no one dared to interfere. It was very simple. When transcending the tribulation, not to mention interfering, even if someone got close, they might be locked on by the heavenly tribulation and be mistaken as an anomaly that interfered with the tribulation and be obliterated. Such a situation did not happen in the desolate great world. But in the game, such cases could be found almost everywhere. Under such circumstances, no one would take things too hard and rush into the heavenly tribulation to court death. Therefore, they could only wait for Xianxia to be unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation and die in it. More than 2 hours had passed since the heavenly tribulation appeared. Xianxia, who was below the heavenly tribulation, had almost reached his physical body's limit. The current him, he was wholeheartedly focused on transcending the tribulation and turned a deaf ear to the surrounding environment. Rumble. Thick purple lightning struck down, tearing Xianxia's physical body apart. The originally dark red flesh was unknowingly dyed with a faint golden color, as if it had undergone some kind of transformation. Senior, I can't hold on any longer. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the still thick and terrifying heavenly tribulation, his expression extremely ugly. He had been holding on with his physical body for a long time. If this went on, he might die in the heavenly tribulation. After saying that, after a while, the voice of the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation sounded in his sea of consciousness. If you can't hold on, then make a move. The heavenly tribulation is only halfway through now. The latter half of the tribulation will be even more powerful. If you forcibly resist with your physical body, you might damage your foundation. Okay. After getting permission, Xianxia's spirit was instantly lifted. He did not need to use his physical body to resist. If he did not use his physical body to resist, then the heavenly tribulation would not be a big problem. In his physical body, the vital essence that was dormant in his physical body was completely stimulated at this time. The originally dispirited aura instantly skyrocketed. Xianxia took a step forward, his body soaring into the air, facing the lightning falling from the sky and punching out. Boom, the two destructive forces collided, almost tearing the void apart. The cultivators who were watching and waiting for Xianxia to die under the heavenly tribulation all had ugly expressions at this sudden change. They could not understand. Why did Xianxia suddenly burst out with such a powerful force when he was clearly about to die? A punch annihilated the lightning. Looking at the power, it was completely different from the previous dispirited state. Is he going to succeed in transcending the tribulation? Someone lost his voice. When his true essence erupted. Only then did Xianxia realize that his body had already reached an extremely powerful level after being tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Coupled with the power of his true essence, he could destroy the lightning with just one punch. Just this point alone had already surpassed his previous peak. Soon, another heavenly tribulation descended. Xianxia used his body to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom, after a long time. The heavenly tribulation dissipated. A powerful aura emanated from Xianxia's body, suppressing the rumbling of the void and causing all the onlooking cultivators' expressions to change. A diviner who used his body to withstand the heavenly tribulation and walked the physical sanctification system was born. Even if Xianxia had just taken the first step in the physical sanctification system and had no way to fully display the strength of a physical sanctification system powerhouse, he was definitely stronger than a diviner who had broken through normally. Coupled with the other party's array techniques, even a saint powerhouse wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the other party. The array faction martial arts dojo has really risen. Someone sighed. Once a diviner broke through, he could enjoy a lifespan of thousands of years. As long as Xianxia didn't deliberately seek death, the array faction martial arts dojo could at least continue for thousands of years. With thousands of years of accumulation, even a pig would be able to fly, let alone a powerful force. In the desolate great world, martial arts dojos were generally lower class and couldn't be compared to sections. The powerhouse who founded the Array faction martial arts dojo didn't establish a sect because he thought that he didn't have much time left and that establishing a sect might not guarantee a legacy, so he founded the Array faction martial arts dojo. Over the years, there were many martial arts dojos, but there was not a single one that could truly grow to be comparable to a top sect. But that was all in the past. From the moment Xianxia broke through, the Array faction martial arts dojo was comparable to a top sect, and a relatively powerful one at that. After all, not every top sect could have a saint powerhouse overseeing it. Even more sections. They only had transcendence diviners overseeing it. His aura swept out, but gradually, he retracted it. The onlooking cultivators all had smiles on their faces as they approached and cupped their hands in congratulations. Congratulations on becoming a diviner. The Array Faction Martial Arts Dojo will definitely resound throughout the desolate great world. Congratulations. Congratulations, Dojo Master. Words of congratulations came from the mouths of the cultivators. Their faces were filled with smiles and it was impossible to tell that they were eager for Xianxia to fail the tribulation. The situation was stronger than the person. Now that Xianxia had successfully transcended the tribulation, this was an indisputable fact. Under such circumstances, he could only curry favor with the other party. Otherwise, in the face of a cultivator comparable to a saint, none of the cultivators present could resist. Even if they were to bring in the forces behind them, they would only lose a few more people. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled. The Array Faction Dojo will be holding a celebration. I hope everyone will be there. Of course. Rest assured, Dojo Master Xianxia. I will definitely go. The cultivators hurriedly answered. Very soon. Xianxia took to the sky and left. Now that he had broken through to the celestial being level, the matter of expanding the Array Sect Martial Arts School could be put on the agenda as soon as possible. As long as the Array Faction Dojo expanded, they would be able to recruit even more geniuses. When that time comes. Finding the Son of Destiny was not as simple as eating and drinking. Not to mention that after he broke through to the celestial being level, the Array Faction Martial Arts Dojo's upcoming competition would be even more prestigious. Xianxia could imagine it. When he killed a large number of Sons of Destiny, how many benefits would he gain, stepping on the void? Xianxia's speed was as fast as lightning, easily crossing the mountains and rivers. Buzz, the void vibrated. An inexplicable force covered his body, causing the surging power in his body to condense in an instant. Who is it? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. In front of that force, he felt that he was not a celestial being, but an ordinary person who had not stepped through the threshold of cultivation. That feeling. There was no difference between him and an ant. He could not help but wonder if it was an old antique from the desolate great world who wanted to kill him in advance. For a moment, Xianxia's mind was spinning wildly. Although the Array Faction Martial Arts Dojo had been flamboyant during this period of time, the forces they had offended did not have any powerhouses overseeing them. Among all the enemy forces, the strongest was the Jifeng sect. But it was impossible for Yu Xiao, who was on the verge of death, to pose too much of a threat to him. Who is it? Xianxia could not figure it out. He tried to call the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation in his mind, but at this time, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven seemed to have completely disappeared. There was no response at all. Such a change. It made Xianxia even more terrified. In his opinion, the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven was terrifyingly powerful. But now, even the incarnation of the incarnation had disappeared and did not dare to show up. Then, the unknown powerhouse that existed somewhere was too powerful. Just as Xianxia's thoughts were running wild, the void in front of him slightly distorted. A white-bearded Taoist appeared in front of him. Where did your purple heaven divine thunder scripture come from? The Taoist looked at Xianxia and said lightly. Hearing that, Xianxia understood that the person in front of him was the powerhouse who imprisoned him. He did not dare to be negligent and could only speak truthfully. Reporting to Senior, Junior's Purple Heaven Divine Thunder scripture was obtained from the game. The game, the Taoist's expression did not change. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Xianxia changed slightly. Why are you hiding? Why don't you come out and meet this poor Taoist? After saying that, there was no sound at all. Only Xianxia was so frightened by this sentence that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew very well who the Taoist was talking to. Ever since the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven existed in his mind, no one could see through it. According to the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, as long as he did not make a move, no one in the desolate great world would be able to find any clues about him. But, now, the Taoist's words had undoubtedly broken this point. Say, Senior, Xianxia's voice was trembling. He did not know what he should say. Time passed slowly. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven in the Sea of Consciousness did not give a response. The Taoist did not reply either. After an unknown period of time, the Taoist moved closer to Zhong Yi. Since you are not coming out, this poor Taoist will go in and meet you. His figure turned into a stream of light and entered Zhong Yi's sea of consciousness. The entire process. Zhong Yi did not have any strength to resist and could only watch as the Taoist entered his sea of consciousness. For every cultivator, it was a place with heavy security. For the Taoist, it was as if there was no security at all. At this moment, although the Taoist entered the sea of consciousness, the imprisonment force still did not disappear. Zhong Yi had no choice but to stay in the air without moving. In the sea of consciousness, the Taoist stepped into it, and the Emperor of Heaven's avatar had already revealed his figure. We meet again. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke slowly as he looked at the Taoist in front of him, and his pupils contracted slightly. He knew the person in front of him. However, he did not expect that the purple cloud palace in the desolate great world was actually created by him. That's right. The moment he saw the Taoist, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar already understood that the purple cloud palace must have been created by him. Because, he was Hanjun, the ancient god of the first era of the universe, who could be said to be the supreme powerhouse of all Tao fruits. Even someone as strong as the Taiching holy man was only his disciple. The Emperor of Heaven's avatar did not expect that Hanjun, who had fallen long ago, would appear in the desolate great world. After a brief moment of shock, he recovered very quickly as well. Indeed, a person who should have been dead suddenly came back to life. It was an amazing thing. However, in reality, at his level, whether he was dead or alive, it was just a matter of a thought. So it's the Qin Emperor. The Taoist, who was also Hanjun, revealed a look of surprise when he saw the Emperor of Heaven's avatar. Obviously, the appearance of the Emperor of Heaven's avatar was also a little unexpected. After the shock, Hanjun smiled slightly. I'm still very curious about who broke through the real barrier and actually showed up in the desolate great world. Could it be that the universe is already prepared? More or less. In the face of the question, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar spoke calmly. Now, I'm just waiting for the right time. I also did not expect that the backup in the desolate great world would be the Tao ancestor. At first, I was a little worried about whether it would be appropriate here, but with the Tao ancestor here, it shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, the Emperor of Heaven's avatar paused for a moment before continuing. Now that the Tao ancestor has shown up, I'm afraid we can't hide it for long. If everything is appropriate, I'll wait for you in the great world. Okay. Hangjun nodded slightly and immediately disappeared from the sea of consciousness. Very soon, Zhong Yi felt that the power that imprisoned him disappeared without a trace. Senior? He tried calling out in his thought sea. Then, a voice that made him feel at ease sounded. There's no need to panic. He's just an old friend. You can go back now. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Don't ask too much. That level is not something you can understand. When you grow to a certain height in the future, you will naturally understand. The Emperor of Heaven's clone quickly said, then fell silent. Seeing this, Zhong Yi didn't ask any further and could only suppress this curiosity at the bottom of his heart. However, the arrogance and complacency of having just broken through to the celestial being realm had vanished without a trace. Although the celestial beings were powerful, but that was only relatively speaking. In front of that Taoist, a celestial like him was no different from an ant. Back at the Array Sect dojo, the disciples who had been waiting there for a long time finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. Hall Master, are you all right? What happened just now? Many disciples had doubtful looks on their faces. Zhong Yi said indifferently, don't worry, I just sensed an opportunity to break through, so I went out to transcend the tribulation. Breakthrough. Some disciples were even more doubtful, but some seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. You broke through to the celestial being realm? As soon as the word celestial being came out, it directly set off a stormy wave in the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. Everyone's gazes landed on Zhong Yi's body, waiting for a definite answer. They really wanted to know if the other party had really broken through to the celestial being realm. When they saw Zhong Yi nod his head in acknowledgement, there was a sudden cheer. If Zhong Yi's advancement to the Array Faction Martial Arts Club would rise to fame, then the other party's breakthrough to the Celestial Being Realm would make the Array Faction Martial Arts Club truly rise to the level of a top sect. In this way, there weren't many people in the world who could compete with the Array Faction Martial Arts Club. A disciple said, "Hall Master has broken through to the Celestial Being Realm. This is a joyous occasion. Our Array Faction Martial Arts Club must hold a banquet to congratulate him. I'll leave these matters to you guys. I've just broken through and still need some time to consolidate." Zhong Yi didn't refuse. After a simple explanation, he disappeared in front of the disciples. To this, those disciples didn't care. Knowing that their hall master had successfully broken through to the Celestial Being Realm, the great joy had already rushed to their heads. At this time, Zhong Yi had already returned to his secret chamber. If it was in the past, he would definitely not enter a state of seclusion immediately after breaking through to the Celestial Being Realm. But it was different now. The blow that Hong Jun had given him was too big. That sense of crisis that was completely out of his control forced Zhong Yi to improve his strength as soon as possible. In the secret chamber, he sat cross-legged on a futon and calmed his mind to talk with the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. "Senior, what realm do I have to break through to be able to compete with that Taoist? It's very difficult." The Emperor of Heaven's incarnation only gave a two-word answer. Zhong Yi couldn't help but reveal a disappointed look. He wanted to know the Taoist's depth from the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation. Now that the other party had kept silent, he felt uncomfortable all over. As if he had discovered Zhong Yi's inner thoughts, the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation added, "When you surpass the true immortal realm in the future, you will naturally be qualified to fight with him." Surpass the true immortal realm, these words made Zhong Yi's heart tremble violently. He'd already overestimated the Taoist's strength, but after hearing the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation's words, he understood that he'd still underestimated the other party. That was a powerhouse surpassing the true immortal realm. For a moment, Zhong Yi extinguished any thoughts of fighting the Taoist. He'd just broken through to the Celestial Being Realm. Whether he could break through to the true immortal realm was still unknown, let alone surpassing the true immortal realm. Such a powerhouse. He was too far away from him. If he wanted to catch up, he'd have to wait until he broke through to the true immortal realm. On the other side, after Hong Jun left Zhong Yi's sea of consciousness, he returned to the Purple Cloud Palace. He'd run into the Emperor of Heaven's incarnation by chance, which was clearly unexpected. The Qin Emperor is a Dao fruit of the Third Era. Although his strength is not bad among Dao fruits, there's still a considerable gap if he wants to break through to the true immortal realm. Could it be that there are other changes in the universe? Sitting cross-legged on the futon, Hong Jun fell into deep thought. He wanted to make a divination, but gave up on the idea after some thought. Making a divination across two worlds was not an easy task. Especially when crossing between the true and the false, the difficulty increased greatly. If he used his power to make a divination without permission, even if he had the means to hide from the heavenly Tao, he'd definitely expose himself. Although Hong Jun didn't fear the heavenly Tao of the desolate great world, he didn't want to fight on the other party's home ground. In that case, he'd suffer a great loss. Hong Jun. In the heavenly court of the greater world, Qin Shujian withdrew his consciousness from his inner world and opened his eyes. At that moment, the inner hall of the heavenly palace seemed to be much brighter. As he was connected to his avatar, he could receive everything that happened in the great desolate world. When Hong Jun found the heaven and earth avatar, Qin Shujian received the news. Hong Jun, a powerful ancient god of the First Era. At the end of the Third Era, he had once met the other party. But not long after, the universe came to an end. At that time, Hong Jun, like the Taiching holy man, barged into reality alone. Qin Shujian had always thought that Hong Jun was dead, but he never thought that Hong Jun was still alive. That's true, the Taiching holy man was extremely powerful, and Hong Jun, as the master of such a powerful being, would not die so easily. He shook his head slightly. As for the matter of Hong Jun not dying, he was relieved. And he could see that Hong Jun was not like the Blade Master and Niu Dali, who were reincarnated as Dao fruits. Instead, he seemed to be living in his original body until now. In other words, Hong Jun still retained the strength of the Dao fruit level, and he might even retain the strength of an ancient god at his peak. Whoosh! Qin Shujian also felt some pressure when he thought about the strength of an ancient god. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the Dao fruit level, and he did so through the method of heaven and earth. His strength had completely surpassed the peak of the third era, and he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage even if he was comparable to the ancient gods of the first era. In this way, even if Hong Jun returned, Qin Shujian was confident that he could contend with him. He would not be helpless in the face of a Dao fruit. If Hong Jun is from the Great Desolate World, then the people from the other two worlds are likely to be the one from the Buddhist sect and the one from the underworld. Thinking about it this way, the Blade Master of the Great Desolate World was the weakest. After all, each of the Great Desolate Worlds was a powerful being from the first era, and the weakest one was comparable to an ancient god. Looking at the Blade Master, he had fallen in the third era and could only be reborn in this era. Until now, his strength had not recovered to its former peak. He calmed himself down. Qin Shujian sat on his throne. His divine will instantly spread out and soon covered the 4 continents. At that moment, everything about the thousands of races in the 4 great continents was in his eyes. It had been almost a year since he had broken through to the Dao fruit realm. About a year. For the myriad races, it wouldn't cause much of a change. It's about time to wage war against the demon abyss. But before that, there are still some things that need to be done. Qin Shujian thought of something and a faint smile appeared on his face. No one saw him move, but his body had already disappeared from the throne. Sea of Death. Ever since Zhang Ergu's massacre and Yang's occasional rampage, many dire beasts had died. Although there were still ferocious beasts wreaking havoc, it was much better than before. In the deepest part of the Death Sea domain, Qin Shujian had silently appeared there. The moment he appeared, the chaotic laws in the Death Sea region were rioting. In the sky hundreds of millions of miles away, black tribulation clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled as if warning the newcomer. However, the thunder never fell, as if it was afraid of something. Qin Shujian put his hands behind his back, looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky, and said softly, "Get lost." A word was uttered. The endless void collapsed. The tribulation clouds in the sky trembled violently as if they had encountered some terrifying attack. Under the horrified gazes of the creatures in the Death Sea region, the tribulation clouds for hundreds of millions of miles exploded and completely disappeared. At the same time, in the depths of the Death Sea region, the huge stone statue shook violently. Cracks appeared on it, and then stone fragments fell. As the stone statue cracked and the stone fragments fell, a vast and magnificent aura rose from the depths of the sea, as if a terrifying existence was completely awakening from a deep sleep. That power. It made the sea water surge crazily. The waves rose into the sky and then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, the sound was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. All the ferocious beasts that were affected, whether they were true immortals or diviners, were all smashed into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Heavenly Pattern Island. On all the stone tablets, a powerful light flashed, turning into a huge shield that covered the entire island. However, even with the protection of the array, the hearts of the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island were filled with despair. Could it be that the heavens really want my Heavenly Pattern Island to die? Xiao Chao held his walking stick and looked up at the waves that went straight into the sky. His eyes were filled with despair. There was no need to think, he could understand. What kind of scene would it be when such a wave crashed down, ignoring everything else? Just the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island alone had no chance of survival. That power had completely exceeded the scope of Xiao Chao's understanding. Even an ordinary true immortal would definitely die in the face of it. Eldar's territory. Ancestor Skirich's branches shook. He could also clearly feel how terrifying that destructive power was. At the same time, in the fiend race's secret realm, a starry sea dragon swam, its huge eyes filled with anxiety. At this moment, the 3 strongest cultivators on Heavenly Pattern Island were filled with despair. They really wanted to take the entire island and flee, but there was nothing they could do. In the depths of the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian tilted his head, his gaze piercing through the endless distance and seeing the scene on Heavenly Pattern Island. He stretched out a hand and pressed down on the towering wave. Boom, among the creatures on Heavenly Pattern Island, an infinitely huge hand pressed down from the sky, forcibly knocking down the towering wave. The expected collapse of the heavens and the earth didn't happen. Only that hand covered the surface of the sea, as if suppressing all the fluctuations. After a long time, the hand disappeared. Everything became calm again. Xiaoqiao's expression stiffened. He recalled that huge hand just now, and his entire body couldn't move. Given his experience, there was no way for him to understand what kind of expert had to make a move to be able to do this. But there was one thing he was certain of. And that was, even if the ancient Xia Emperor had made a move, he wouldn't have been able to do this. In the depths of the Sea of Death, Qin Shujian retracted his hand, his gaze returning to the crumbling stone statue below. Erasing the wave just now was just something he did in passing. At his level, even the slightest movement of his was filled with boundless power. Although the wave was strong, in front of Qin Shujian, it was no different from a child playing house. The stone statue was still cracking. The aura was also becoming stronger and stronger. Gradually, under the impact of the aura, the void collapsed inch by inch and was destroyed. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back. The place where he was, the surrounding 100 feet, was calm and not disturbed at all. Roar, an earth-shattering roar came from the stone statue. The chains tied to the stone statue trembled crazily, trying to stop this terrifying existence that had broken out of the seal. Soon, all the stones fell, revealing the interior of the stone statue. A ray of light. It cut through the barrier of the Dead Sea domain and directly disappeared into the sky. A bolt from the blue resounded throughout the great wide world. All the true immortals of the myriad races instinctively raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Dead Sea domain. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. The existence of the Dead Sea domain has awakened. They understood. The cause of this fluctuation was that the terrifying existence sealed in the Dead Sea domain had completely awakened from its deep sleep. No, it was not as simple as awakening, it was more likely that the seal had been completely broken. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why the commotion this time was countless times greater than the previous ones. However, although the true immortals of the myriad races were shocked, they did not panic. The current Great Wide World was different from the previous Great Wide World. With the Emperor of Heaven holding down the fort, even if the existence in the depths of the Dead Sea domain broke out of the seal, it could still be suppressed. A Dao fruit powerhouse, before this, it had never been born. It could be said that Qin Shujian's advancement had completely broken the upper limit of this era's cultivation and reached an unprecedented level. Such a powerhouse. Even the existence in the depths of the Dead Sea domain would definitely not be able to contend against him. His power was earth-shattering. Qin Shujian's expression was still calm. At this moment, a tall person stepped out from the bottom of the sea. His hands and feet were tightly bound by the universal chain. Every step he took could cause the chain to make a shocking sound. "It's you." Yang stepped out of the air and looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. It had been tens of thousands of years since he petrified himself and used it to waste away the endless years. For the first time in countless years, he removed the seal on his body and appeared in the world with his true body. That feeling. It made Yang feel very comfortable, but at the same time, he felt an endless emptiness in his heart. When he looked at Qin Shujian again, he understood that the person in front of him was no longer someone he could compare to when he first met him. "We meet again." Qin Shujian smiled. In front of him, Yang's body was tens of thousands of feet tall. Compared to Yang's body, his body was no different from an ant. But in reality, however, the feelings in the hearts of the two were completely reversed. Standing in front of Qin Shujian, Yang could not sense his limits at all. He had always thought that he was the strongest person in the world. But now, in front of Qin Shujian, he felt like an ant looking up at the sky. As soon as this feeling surged up, it made him feel terrified. Apart from fear, there was even a hint of joy. Yes, joy. Noticing the change in his heart, Yang couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, he suppressed the fluctuations in his heart and said in a deep voice, "How should I address you?" "I am the Emperor of Heaven." "Qin Emperor." Yang nodded, then asked, "Are you here to kill me?" The two hadn't met many times, but they didn't get along well. Now that Qin Shujian had broken through to the Dao fruit level and suddenly came here, Yang wouldn't believe that he had no purpose. "Kill you?" Qin Shujian shook his head. "I have no need to kill you. In front of me, you can be destroyed with a wave of my hand. Besides, you lent me a wisp of the Tao of the Sun in the past. I still remember this. Speaking of which, I should owe you a favor." "A favor?" Yang's eyes flickered. He was in a state of half-believing and half-doubting Qin Shujian's words. For a moment, Yang couldn't figure out the other party's specific intentions. Sensing the fluctuations in Yang's heart, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. "Do you want to be free?" Boom, the void cracked, and the originally calm aura on Yang's body became violent again. He stared at Qin Shujian. "What do you mean, Qin Emperor? Can you give me freedom?" Freedom, Yang had always wanted to obtain it. However, ever since he was born, he had been sealed in the depths of the Sea of Death. He had no freedom at all. The so-called freedom. It had always existed in his imagination. This was also why Yang had sealed himself as a stone statue. The long years had been too torturous, so he had no choice but to seal himself. Or else, in the endless years of boredom, he had long gone crazy. Now, Qin Shujian's words had undoubtedly touched Yang's heart. Under the other party's scorching and crazy gaze, Qin Shujian nodded. "I can give you freedom, but there's a condition. You have to serve the heavenly court for all eternity. You can't disobey in the slightest. If you can't do it, I won't force you, but you will always stay here. Similarly, if you deceive me after being unsealed, then even if I don't kill you, I will send you back to the depths of the Sea of Death and seal you for all eternity. You won't have any chance to break out of the seal and come out again." Qin Shujian's words calmed Yang's mind. Freedom. He had to serve the other party for all eternity. In this way, the so-called freedom was only relative. As the incarnation of the laws of the sun, Yang had his own pride. It was not easy to make him submit. However, compared to the loneliness of the Sea of Death, Yang wanted to see the outside world more. Not to mention, the person in front of him was a legendary Dao fruit expert. Even if he submitted to the other party, it did not seem to be shameful. "Can you really set me free?" "Of course." Qin Shujian nodded. Although the other party was a living creature formed after the laws of heaven and earth gave birth to sentience, he could be considered a part of heaven and earth. If he wanted to leave the Sea of Death, he just had to break the seal of the universal chain. As for why heaven and earth would imprison Yang here, in his opinion, it should be because the destructive power of a half-step Dao fruit expert was too strong. Heaven and earth imprisoned him here to prevent future troubles. The seal set up by heaven and earth. Cultivators below the Dao fruit level had no chance of breaking free. Even if an ordinary Dao fruit expert had the power to break the seal, they would definitely not make a move. Because once they did, it would be regarded as a provocation. At that time, it was very likely that the heavenly Dao would make a move. To be honest, an ordinary Dao fruit expert had a very low chance of winning against the heavenly Dao of a world. However, Qin Shujian was different. His breakthrough method was destined to be much stronger than an ordinary Dao fruit expert. Even if he faced the heavenly Dao of the great wide world, Qin Shujian was not afraid. Yang nodded. Yang nodded. "As long as you can set me free, I will serve the heavenly court for all eternity." "Good." Qin Shujian revealed a satisfied expression after receiving his promise. Then, with a thought, the void in front of him shattered, and a cultivator in white walked out. "Greetings, Emperor of Heaven." Sanhua bowed. Looking at the person in front of him, Qin Shujian said, "Sword Ancestor, I need to borrow your body to break the chain of the universe." The chain of the universe. It could imprison existences below the Dao fruit level. In other words, a supreme treasure below the Dao fruit level couldn't break the chain of the universe at all. Even the powerful Godslayer was only an 8th tribulation Zubing. Without reaching the 9th tribulation, there was no way to break the chain of the universe. Xianxia was different. He was a Khanate supreme treasure, and he had reached the Tao fruit level as early as the Second Era. Now that he had become a god and the heavenly court's providence poured in, his power was even stronger than before. Hearing that, Xianxia didn't refuse. "Yes, your majesty." The cultivator in white bowed and his body suddenly disappeared, transforming into a sword that hovered in the air. Boundless sword energy seeped out from the surface of the sword to slice the surrounding space to shreds. Seeing this, Yang couldn't help but be shocked. There is such a powerful divine weapon in the world. Although he was imprisoned in the Sea of Death, it didn't mean he didn't know anything. Yang knew very well. Even the 7 tribulation Zhu Bing, who had been born in the world, was not worth mentioning compared to the divine weapon in front of him. The gap between the two was huge. Holding Xianxia, Qin Shujian slashed down with his sword, and an extremely sharp sword aura shot out, instantly cutting the indestructible universal chain in half. The moment the chain of the universe broke, the sky changed color. A huge eye appeared in the sky. The heavenly Tao. Unlike last time, the eye was filled with anger. Obviously, Qin Shujian's cutting of the chain of the universe had completely angered it. The heavenly Tao. The instant the eyes appeared, Yang also discovered the existence of the other party. However, he had no fear, only endless rage. "Heavenly Tao, you finally appeared. You've imprisoned me for millions upon millions of years. Now that I've broken out of my seal, are you going to come out and stop me? Come on. Since you don't want to see me break out of my seal, then let's fight and see who's stronger and who's weaker." Yang roared madly. A terrifying power burst out from his body, spreading to every place it touched. The void was shattered. Qin Shujian took advantage of this opportunity to slash the remaining chains of universe apart with his scatter light sword. The seal was lifted. Yang's strength instantly rose to its peak state. Although he was the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth and couldn't break through to the Tao fruit realm, his strength had reached the pinnacle. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Tao fruit realm. Such strength. It could be said to be shocking. The moment the seal was broken, Yang took a step into the air and threw out a punch. The space within 100 million miles was obliterated. A beam of light burst out from his fist and blasted toward the eye. This punch, it contained the anger that had been sealed for countless years. Therefore, it was also the most powerful attack he'd ever unleashed. His eyes flickered and an invisible ripple spread out from the void. That destructive punch was immediately obliterated into nothingness. Then, Yang was forcibly imprisoned in midair. As if he'd suffered a heavy blow, many parts of his body cracked, and golden blood spilled onto the surface of the sea. As strong as a half-step Tao fruit expert. In front of the heavenly Tao, he couldn't withstand a single blow. The heavenly Tao has appeared. Yang actually broke out of his seal and came into the world. What the hell happened? At the bottom of heaven abyss, the imprisoned Dean struggled to his feet and looked up at the sky. His enormous eyes were filled with astonishment. He couldn't be more familiar with the waves of energy that were as vast as the abyss just now. It was Yang's aura. And the moment he broke out of his seal, Dean sensed it in his heart. But what he didn't understand was, what kind of method did Yang use to successfully break out of his seal and come into the world? Apart from that, what truly shocked and terrified Dean was the appearance of the heavenly Tao. As the culprit who had sealed himself for countless years, he was very angry at the heavenly Tao, but more than that, he was afraid. The gap between the two was too big, so big that it couldn't be made up for. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he wasn't qualified to fight with it. Now that the heavenly Tao had appeared, in Yin's opinion, even if Yang broke out of his seal and came into the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to last for long. In the end, he would be sealed back again. On the other side, the heavenly Tao made a move, causing Yang to be severely injured. Although it was very angry, it didn't really kill him. Because Yang was formed by the laws of heaven and earth. If he was destroyed, then heaven and earth would lose the laws of the sun forever. If such an important law was gone, there would definitely be a loophole in heaven and earth. At that time, there would be irreparable damage to the great wide world itself. Therefore, no matter how presumptuous Yang was, the heavenly Tao wouldn't really kill him. After knocking Yang back to the bottom of the sea, the heavenly Tao's gaze landed on Qin Shujian. Its indifferent voice descended from the sky. Retreat quickly, or die. Facing the threat, Qin Shujian's expression didn't change. The tip of the sword in his hand pointed diagonally at the surface of the sea. He looked at the heavenly Tao and smiled faintly. No matter what, he's still a living being of heaven and earth. He shouldn't be sealed here forever. You're worried that if he breaks out of the seal and comes into the world, it will cause irreparable damage to heaven and earth. However, I can guarantee that as long as I'm around, he won't bring disaster to heaven and earth. His voice was clear and went straight into the sky. After a long time, the heavenly Tao's voice descended again. Retreat. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's smile disappeared, and his expression calmed down. You've sealed him for hundreds of millions of years. It's wrong to begin with. Now that I've released him, it's also his opportunity. I can guarantee that if he brings disaster to heaven and earth, I'll definitely seal him back. If you're still unwilling, then let's fight. Whoever wins will have the final say. As soon as he finished speaking, the void completely condensed. Neither of them spoke. They just looked at each other. After an unknown period of time, Qin Shujian's figure disappeared from where he was, and the eyes in the sky also disappeared. At the same time, in the endless void, a person whose specific appearance could not be seen clearly stood in the void. Endless Tao runes surged from his body, and his face was filled with the manifestation of all living beings. It was impossible to guess. Opposite him, Qin Shujian was dressed in green robes and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Endless Tao runes were also faintly visible on his body. As for Xianxia, he had already returned to the heavenly courts. He was not used to using a sword. Facing the heavenly Tao of the great wide world, Qin Shujian was more willing to use his fists to have a real fight with the other party. Let me see how powerful the heavenly Tao of this epic is. End of chapter 949. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.